Okay, so what do we have here?
Whole lot of nothing.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Alright, I'm back.
Colonel Mustard in the kitchen with the pipe.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
Really?
Should I? I don't. But
You should. I'm sure everyone else in the room does.
okay. Does everybody know what he's talking about? I don't even know what you said. Something about a pipe.
Or maybe it was Mr. Green in the study with a rope.
Okay. I still don't know what you're saying. I don't understand your riddle words, yeah. Is there anyone with a glow proof? I was asking earlier if anybody has seen the show Farscape, and I think a few people said yes, but they're gone now. Has anybody seen Farscape? Farscape, anyone? Oh, that's unfortunate. It's a good
I've
sci-fi
seen
show.
Clue with Christopher Lloyd.
Is it a show or is it a movie?
The movie. It's pretty good.
Oh, okay. No, I'm talking about a show.
You missed out.
Okay. I'm just trying to recollect old space shows that I've seen that were good. What else was there? How about Battlestar Galactica? That one was very popular. No, nobody?
Missed it.
Jeez. Battlestar Galactica was really popular when it was airing.
What, are you waiting for somebody to talk about, yeah, I've seen that? It starts out, there are those who believe that life here began out there, far across the universe, with tribes of humans who may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians, or the Toltecs, or the Mayans. I used to love the Battlestar Galactica.
Nice.
Apollo. One of the pilots was Apollo, right? The gods. If you
Of
look at the
course, they had to put that in there, didn't they?
yeah, if you look at the crew, yeah, if you look at the Battlestar Galactica crew, they're pretty much all they're gods, just like Buck Rogers or Flash Gordon, flying chariots, the chariots of the gods, and Flash Gordon. But what was the point of Battlestar Galactica? Is it just space programming? Because, you know, until I was 18, I was going to be a fucking Jedi and kill motherfuckers with the Force, but it didn't quite work out, so I went in the military.
The Force, the
The
lightsaber
Force.
is not a joint battle mod.
Well, you know, we make mistakes, trial and error, you know, live and learn. I thought when I lit it up, you know, if you keep it lit, then it's a lightsaber. Instead of going
Yeah.
vroom, vroom, it goes.
It's the wrong
pot
color
smoker?
though. You're going to
Listen,
be on
what's
the
a
wrong
pot
side,
smoker's?
mate.
What's a pot smoker's favorite word? Ear.
No, I
For
thought
those
that
that,
show was boring. It was weird that Hercules was wearing regular clothes.
yeah.
Hercules was way cooler.
I liked all. To be honest, I liked all the space shows. I used to watch all the space episodes of Twilight Zone too. Some of them are trippy.
Speaking of chariots of the gods, now was that a Eric von Daniken book? Remember, he wrote
Yeah,
that book about
it
Enki and
was.
Enlil, and yeah.
Yeah.
I was fully into all that stuff. I used to love all that.
Ern von Donovich. Yeah. Chariots of
Eric
the
von
Gods.
Daniken. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I was making reference to that book with the winged chariots of Flash Gordon in Flash Gordon. You know, the chariots of the gods because they were winged chariots, which we would think back in that day people put wings on things to describe and pictograph how they could fly. You know, how they were airborne. But do I believe in that? If they came in here and in chariots, it wasn't from outer space. It was from outer realms. And that was a movie too, or a TV series, The Outer Realms.
The Outer Realms?
Yeah, I think it was kind of like the Twilight Zone. I think the
No,
first
that's called the Outer Limits, dude. That the Twilight Zone ripoff.
The Outer Limits.
90s.
Yeah, you're right. Outer Limits. It's just but if you watch it, they talk about other realms. The first time I seen human eating serpent aliens was on the Outer Limits. And they were just from another Earth. Their Earth. Which was just somewhere in a far off distance from here. Not through space, but across land. So when they say extraterrestrial, they meant extra land, not space land. I like to look at they say alternate dimensions, multiple dimensions. If you look at a blueprint has multiple dimensions, but it's in a two-dimensional plane. So the left corner is one dimension and the right corner another dimension. You know, upper and lower corners, the center, that's a dimension. And we could all be from different dimensions, but be part of the same map or grid system. I mean, it's kind of laid out like that in the Bible too. You know, the garden was one area, but then Cain got kicked out of the garden, and there were already tribes in the other area. Those areas were populated, so he left this land for that land, and he couldn't even see the garden no more, but you could smell it. You know, so they ended up moving him further away. Even the same with Adam. When they left, they could still smell the garden, the blowing living water of the garden. So they moved him further away from the garden to a different realm. But I mean, in the Bible, it was Cain and Abel and Adam and Eve and their kids, you know, and then next thing you know, Cain's getting out and there's other tribes. He said, I don't want to go out there, God. If I go out there, they'll see me and they'll know what I did and they'll kill me. Who are they? It was just Adam and Eve and their bloodline in the garden, but now we got all these other tribes. So God's got to put a mark on him so the other people know he's God's people. So it makes it seem like there's just one big map and many different dimensions on that map, and you're from this area, they're from that area. You can call it a realm, a living space, whatever you want. Township, county, state. It don't matter. I think it's just a vast ocean with large bodies of earth within it. We're Leviathan. We're the creatures of the deep. We're the beasts of the deep. When you put us all together as one family, one race, because there's not multiple races. We're all human. Many colors, but one. A cat's a cat, whether it's calico or black or white. Charlotte, still a cat. Go to your bed. What, everybody split? It's bedtime for the grandkids, and then bam, everybody's gone.
Oh, I just got back.
I've been in and out, Mike.
Yeah, I gotta follow my daughter's rules when Grandpa let the kids stay up all night. As long as you go to school, you maintain your responsibilities. You can get limits, not all night, but their mom comes in, they say, Grandpa, tell her we can stay up later. You're the boss of Mom. And I'm like, no, not no more. You're gonna get us both in trouble, kid. Go to bed. I mean, it's the truth. You don't mess with a mom and her children. I don't care if it's your daughter. I can't find no Glovers to beat me at chess, so I had to teach the 8-year-old how to play chess, and now she's finally getting good enough to beat me. I'm looking for that Glover chess champion. If anybody knows him, tell Mike Smith's looking for him. We need to get that science trivia going, Miggy. Have us a game show. Are you smarter than a flat earther? If so, beat me at science trivia.
Right?
Oh, science. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at science trivia, man. I got that bot over on my server. I play it so much other people learn shit they didn't know. Trying to get in there. Crit plays. Where's Crit at? Crit'll play with me. Not play with me, but play science trivia with me. You gotta watch what you say on here. Motherfuckers will meme you for a lifetime. I go to Gem Pandas, dude. I get my mind refreshed about the jokes they were screenshot memes they were making of me 8 years ago, bro. I joined Gem's server. He said, hey man, join my new server, Mike. I said, okay. And I was muted on the last one. I joined this one, and I mean, as I entered it, it's like pre-existing 2-week timeout. I'm like, how the fuck did this happen? But they just want me here. They want to just so they can use the name, bro. We got people like the Battle Mod here. We debate real flat earthers, but the Battle Mod is always muted. He can't even see the voice chat. And they talk about we live in an echo chamber, Miggy. Think about that for a minute. I can't
They always
even
say that. They always say that we
I
live in
can't.
an echo chamber.
Yeah, and I can't even, dude. I can't even speak in their VC.
Refraction.
Yeah, I got refracted from the debate Flat Earth and More Gem Panda Globe Earth server. Refracted and echoed. There's too much background noise pollution in the echo chamber, and I can't be heard on mute.
Yeah, ain't nobody
It's
got
just
time for their server.
ain't nobody got time. It's
What
just a
server?
toxic. It's a toxic ass server.
I'll
What
tell
server?
you,
Fucking
every
Petri
one of
dish.
these motherfuckers that come over here that's from there, though, I can tell you that.
What server? I like toxic people.
Debate Flat Earth and More Gem
Yeah,
Panda
send
server.
Human Sheeple is the chat of FE over there. Send him over there.
Oh, I'll send you an invite. Okay, give me a minute. I gotta make a copy. Your name didn't come up on sent.
Peace be with you.
Peace be upon you too, sir. Live long and prosper.
Are these your is it like a rival flat earth group that you guys have?
It's Gem Panda shit. This is the opposite side of the coin. So
Like, do
when
they
we
believe in like the disc flying in space or something?
no,
Yeah,
they're
you
the
should ask them
opposite
about
side.
that. Go tell them, because
Listen,
some of them there do. Go, you might as well just go
let
tell
me
them.
tell the story, Miggy. I know I talk too much, but this is the story people need to hear. So we started on YouTube, on ODD Livestream, 24/7 Flat Earth Live. And we found out you could make servers on Discord for free. So we came to Discord, and we still run the YouTube live stream too. And the Globers started coming in here, and as soon as they did, they thought, hey man, we need to start our own server too. But instead of starting a Globe Earth server, we're going to start a Flat Earth server and become more popular than these Flat Earthers. And we're going to act like some of us are Flat Earthers and some of us are Globers. And we're just going to put on a show where the Globers win all day long. So that's what they've been doing for 8 fucking years. And then they come over to our server and listen to us. And we be training new people on how to debate. Because somebody mentioned it earlier, you can win a debate without no facts. You can be an artful debater, use the Socratic method, lead people where you want to, and you can win. So they hear us training them, and people like Kusho and Danny go over there and start a training course themselves with M. Scott's Beach and Scott Mackey's. He doesn't go to class that often, I guess, because he don't have all the answers formatted. But Scott goes
What's their training course for again?
The newest tactic against Flat Earthers, Gem Panda, M. Scott Beach 101. Glober
You think
Logic
that's real?
101.
It is.
Wouldn't
Yes,
that just
I know.
be like elementary school and middle school and high school?
Listen.
He doesn't
listen,
know. He doesn't know, man. He
listen,
does not
I'm
know
serious when I say this. Listen, I talked to Kusho and Danik and Jem. We're all friends. Listen, they literally know we train people to debate with our answers and our science citations and all that.
You teach people your doctrine.
So, it's not a doctrine, it's science. So if science can be a doctrine, then you agree it's a religion.
He got you there, human sheeple.
Yeah, you don't want none of me, boy. I was wielding this sword before you were shitting in diapers. Before.
Yeah. He probably pooped his diapers right now when you said that. Fuck it.
Right. Now, listen, they just... I'm not assuming it, because most you fuckers leave grade school and you don't know how to fucking do multiplication and division. You couldn't do a differential equation if your fucking life depended on it, or your community. They'd be fucked. And you talk about this should be grade school. Shit, you were probably smoking weed by middle school and drinking beer in high school. So
there's a lot of assumptions.
It is. Well, it's not an assumption that common sense is not common. Common sense isn't common. If you went to school and you actually did the work, you would have common sense, and it would be common. So to act like most people learn shit in high school is just fucking idiotic. But these people know that they're in an unwinnable debate. They have no scientific evidence for nothing. They know we teach people this, and so they teach the counterparts to promote reasonable doubt. And that's all you have. You're standing here with it. You're grasping on the nut hairs of academic achievement, when it seems you don't have any. Now, I'm a jovial motherfucker, and I use my boomer voice too often, but when I get serious, man, this shit will get deep.
Yeah, you wouldn't last like you wouldn't last 10 minutes. You wouldn't last 10 minutes.
Oh no, I can be hyper specific. You just need to take that link I just gave you and go have fun with your people, bro. Get in where you fit in. You'll be all right.
So they're not flat earthers?
Nope.
Oh, that's boring.
You call it poser or not.
Posers? But most of they're posers?
Well, yeah, it's a flat earth server that's ran by Globers, so they're posing as flat earthers. Yeah, they're posers.
Actually, you will feel at home over there. You will feel at home.
That's ghetto. That's ghetto. That's street. That's slang. But if you can't bring it down to ground level with your language, and you're not articulate as you think you are.
Well, this guy, he's fucking low hanging fruit.
Oh, I already know, dude. This dude's a chat skank.
Like those other guys, they're cunning, they're sophists, they're on another level. This guy needs to like work his way up to get to their fucking level.
Right.
And that's saying something, man, because they're fucking degenerates too. Like, so fuck it. Like they're all.
Yeah, this one's narcissistic. He's certain 100%. He's 100% certain that he's right.
Yeah, you can
about
count
what?
him in there. Narcissistic.
Everything.
He's a creeper. Like fucking,
You're
you
just
wouldn't want to be
assuming a lot of
around this
things.
Self-centered.
guy.
I'm a
It's
creeper.
self-centered,
Yeah, you're a
narcissistic
creeper, bro.
sociopath. You're
For
a
sure.
sociopath. Yeah. With
Scary
I'm a
motherfucker.
pre-latent
sociopath
homosexual
now.
tendencies.
Yeah, you're a
Yeah.
scary
You guys make
motherfucker.
me sound like some sort of supervillain or something.
I've even
No.
registered some pre-latent homosexual tendencies, but I leave that off the board because it's not
No,
PC.
I mean,
I'm not going to be your boyfriend.
I wasn't asking.
I've
That's
noticed
good.
on Discord people have like a lot of interesting ways to fish for boyfriends.
Listen,
and
listen. I was born liking chicks. It's not a choice. Okay, I was made that way.
Well, but yeah, like we're just saying
Strictly
that when you're on
chicks.
here, when you're on here, you put out this like weird vibe. You say weird things, and
He does.
you don't normally, like, the conversations that are in here. You don't normally say the things that you do. It's weird. You make things weird. Oh, he got muted. Yeah, you make things weird, dude.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know
for
who
real.
muted him, but you didn't have to do that, guys. Me and Miggy, we don't have thin skin.
Well, the thing is, though, he was saying something pretty ridiculous, but at the same time, it's like, I mean,
Well, dude, how
you could just
dumb
be
is
in here,
it to
be cool,
use?
just be cool. That's all you gotta do.
Hey,
You don't have to
yeah,
act weird
listen.
and whatnot.
The damn name he chose, it shows he's here to troll,
It's a
but
good
it's not a
name.
troll to us.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's a good name. That's
it's just
good.
like
It doesn't have any shock value for me because that
Yeah,
Human
it's-
that
Sheeple is
person
the chat
didn't.
of flat Earth.
Yeah,
You know
it's
it.
a worn out joke that you think is funny in your
The
own head.
chat
Nobody's
of
laughing at you,
flat
man.
Earth. Is
Nobody's
that
even
like the
laughing with
bee?
you.
Hold on. The chat of flat Earth, is that like the bee's knees or something?
No, it's
No,
like Chad. It's like a.
Chad.
But no, that's just hang on,
Like he
Mike.
Who's
fucks.
Chad?
Just one
No,
second.
I got this. Who's Chad, you moron?
No, that's not. It's like a guy who gets a lot of
I
chicks,
know,
man.
Miggy.
So,
I
know,
know.
but just, dude, check it out, man. This guy, he's a habitual line stepper. He crosses the line all the time. He shouldn't even be in here, to be honest, man. Like, he needs to get every 2 days that we get rid
He
of him.
don't bother me.
I know,
Listen,
but he's
I
just,
label people like this: threat,
bro,
no threat.
the problem
threat,
is
no threat.
he steps over the line. It's not that he's bothering you. He steps over the line of what he can say
Oh,
in
I
here.
know.
So constantly.
Yeah.
So every
Oh,
time
yeah.
his mic is open, he doesn't know how to control himself. He just wants to get this channel in trouble. That's all he's here for. He doesn't
Yeah, and
care about this. So
it's not our channel.
He's a waste. He's a waste to be in here. He's a waste. So it's
Yeah, and
better we
I've said
just
that.
X him out of here. He's a waste.
Yeah,
If he
it's
showed
not,
some qualities,
it's not our
Mike,
server, right?
yeah. And if he showed some qualities that he wanted to be in here, whether he wanted to be in the conversation on the opposite side or not, he doesn't care for it. He just wants to just burn the house down. Like, that's all he cares about. Every time the mic is open, he wants to say something that's gonna burn the house down. That's all. He's looking for
So
that.
I'd say he's getting beat up in debates by political liberals and flat earthers if he doesn't like the whole server, because this ain't our server, you know.
Yeah.
And these guys are nice enough to have us here, so we shouldn't threaten their server, nor should we allow you to. But
Well, the thing is that if I had a way to do it, I'd already gotten rid of him. Like, he wouldn't exist in this channel. But for some reason, it is what it
you
is.
can't ban?
Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. If anybody has the power to do that, just every time you see that little Kirby, just get rid of it.
They got a democratic ban system here.
I don't know. Every fucking 2 days, just boop, boop, boop. Don't even think about it. Just.
You can give him time out for 2 days?
No, the ban is worth that. It's worth 2 days, and then they can come back. But yeah, it's like we're done, man. There's been like more than second chances. It's like we're already on chance number 150,000. Like, with this guy, there's no more. It's just he should be on that list where he can't even type or talk.
Dude came in here. He said, "Look, I'm going to troll these flat earthers," and he chose the name Human Sheppel. That doesn't even bother me, because Human Sheppel, he didn't do anything but show the resilience of people who are awake. Yeah. He didn't stop anything. We reformed, recollected, and came back in higher numbers.
Yeah. So we got some.
Yeah, so
let's just switching off this guy. He's fucking
and more servers. Yeah, and more servers. Fuck, there's way more servers to go to now, and places and platforms. So he just diversified the entire community. He did us a favor.
We got Newt. Now let's switch off this fucking dude. We got Newt's in here. Fucking Jedi's back. Jedi's back. What's up, bro?
What's up?
Newt.
What's up? What's up?
You know, man. Late night party. You know how we do it.
Wait, Newt is in here. The god of debate is here. Newt, the god of debate.
I don't think that's how you spell Newt.
Yeah, N-O-O-T. No, but yeah. Is that him? No, it's not him. Is it him?
No, I thought that Newt guy was N-E.
No, that's a different Newt. All right. My bad.
See, I thought the other guy at least spelled it properly.
Now, every time he comes in here, I light him up, dude. There's no way. Like, because he comes in here, he's always eating something. Oh, I just came here, I'm eating my corn dogs. I'm like, yeah. But everybody's saying that you can debate, because he's always puffing himself up in the text chat.
Dude, every time I heard that Newt came here, I muted just to listen to his death. He's like a rerun episode. Oh, this guy came to die on this hill again. Didn't we see this last week? Some of you guys are characters. I let my grandkids listen sometimes. I put it on the big screen.
This is like plus 18, man. I wouldn't give it to the kids.
Yeah, sometimes I put it in like in speaker, and my little one is like, "Can you tell them to turn the volume down?" Like telling you guys to keep it down. I'm like, all right, I'll get it.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine. They're my grandkids. They're military children. They grew up on base, so they're not soft, man.
Hey, look at JD. What's up, man? We got JD just joined the chat. If you say you're right all the time, right, you're probably high IQ, right?
Right.
Or high, right?
Right.
I don't know about that.
Right.
What say you, man? What do you think about the channel? What is your position on the topic of the server?
Oh, I'm sick of all these fucking globetards in this server, bro.
What?
Yeah.
All right, so seriously, man, what's your position? Are you think the Earth is a globe? Because really, when somebody says they're one way or the other, that's cool. But over time, I think I make my decision. I don't do it right away. Like, oh, really? You're a flat earther? Awesome, bro. Because we've had LARPers before. People that say, nah, dude, Earth is flat. And I'm like, okay. We embrace him. He starts talking and he was like, haha, you thought I was a flat earther? And it's just the same bullshit. We're, we gotta let time kind of marinate the situation.
I know how the globies can be, dude. Trust me. I've dealt with many of them.
Cool. Where are you coming from? Like, what forum are you from? You've been on social medias, or like, is there any place you've been talking to? Hey,
No,
1 second. Give me a moment.
I'm just on Discord.
Crit, is there any way we can get rid of Human Sheeple every 2 days? Just keep banning him. He's doing nothing but trying to burn this house down, man. Like every time his mic is open. I mean, if you want to give any good reason, just listen to some sound clips of him like about 10, 20 minutes ago. Crit. I hear you breathing, Crit. Is that you breathing?
Check out. If you speak to Heretic, speak to Aurora, check out our ban list on our mod server, man. And I'm pretty sure there's something we can do about it.
Yeah, because
we have to go through channels and shit. Yeah, I hear you.
Fucking guy, man. Every time this mic is unmuted, it's garbage, dude. Like he spews garbage. Like he's just waiting for us to get clipped out of the audio so he can. He's not here in good faith. Anyway, sorry about that, JD.
It's cool.
And nobody fears you, dude. You're just a nuisance. That's all.
Man, so all these people in here and ain't nobody talking.
Well, most people they're waiting for the next person to step up and bring some evidence that the Earth is a globe. Takes a strong mind and a fortitude to step up to the mic and actually hold their own. I mean,
The
if they
Earth-
think that the Earth is a globe, that is.
The Earth is definitely a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an expanding void of darkness, while hurtling around other planets. Doesn't that sound logical to you?
Totally.
You just said that the Earth is a spinning testicle. That's what I heard.
No, it's a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding universe while hurtling around other planets.
That makes sense. It checks out.
Yeah.
Gravity
I'm
produces
saying-
gas pressure. I'm gonna repeat this over and over again until I feel more confident. Gravity produces gas pressure. I don't know what gravity is, but it sounds cool.
All right, so JD, so what was your story about? Like, what are you like? I was talking to before I saw Crit come in here.
Oh well. I mean, I just heard about the flat Earth on Discord. Honestly.
All right.
Yeah.
What Discord did you hear about?
No, it was on here. Like,
Okay.
I became a flat earther like 2 weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah.
What was your previous name that you used? Was it Con or not Con? Don?
No,
You're the guy with the little cow
no,
avatar, right?
I've always been JD.
Oh, so what did you pick up from it? Like, what made you change your mind, or like what was the aha moment for you?
But it was about, it was that satellite that fell. I had always been skeptical. Like, how is a satellite just going to be quote unquote floating up in space? Like, why doesn't it fall down?
What satellite,
How,
JD?
like a space satellite. Like, how is that going to work?
Any satellite?
Yeah.
Well, did you hear what they said it was? I mean, if you know what they're saying about the Earth being a globe and how satellites are in low Earth orbit, right? Do you know the claim about satellites?
Yeah, no, it's supposed to, it like spins around and floats. But then some of them,
But it's not floating. They're
yeah,
allegedly
well,
they're falling around the Earth at a specific rate.
yeah, that's
So
what they say. I know, but look, that one, they said it's from China or whatever, but really that was a cover up because they just didn't want everybody to know that that's really how they hold satellites up is with balloons.
which one was that? Like what? Oh, the one over you're talking about the one over Montana that they
Yeah, you
shot
see about
down?
like the weather balloon, what they blamed a weather balloon or spy balloon, whatever.
Yeah, I was saying the one they shot down over Montana. Is that
Yeah,
the one
see,
you were
that's
talking about?
actually satellites. They're all held up by balloons. That's how they float. This space bullshit doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, of
You know what I'm
course.
saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Do know what you mean. But I mean, outside of that there's a guy that we spoken to before. He's a part of the community, and he used to drive a truck for like he used to deliver helium to NASA. So yeah, lots of it. He would tell us I would bring them lots of helium.
I see.
So yeah, that's what he said. He's like they were one of the world's largest consumer of helium. NASA.
Interesting.
No, that's what he said. So why do you need that much helium?
Do they?
So it is.
But yeah, I mean, before that though, I always thought like science was kind of fake. So
Well, we don't say that. It's not science.
The pseudoscience side of it. The ones that claim it's
pseudoscience.
science.
You can call it scientism, but
yeah,
it's not science. That paints us in a bad light when people say we don't believe in science. That's not it. because science is very necessary for the physical natural world, like discoveries and such. So that's when you're in this arena, JD, you have to understand there's certain vernacular you actually take hold of. You have to know what you're talking about, and you sometimes where you're mentioning things, it gets lumped into other things, right? Like if you say things like we don't believe in satellites, we don't believe in gravity, stuff like that paints us in a bad light. People start looking at you, oh, you're science deniers, and that's not, you don't want that, right?
Well,
So yeah, just you gotta kind of hang around the community and see like what debates are happening or what's being said, and you'll get like a better understanding. Yeah, because saying those you say those kinds of things out there, whatever forums. Well, at least we don't believe in science. That's no bueno. You can't say that, man.
no,
Like,
I don't know, man. You might. I'm starting to think now you might be like a shill. To be honest.
yeah, you're fucking around. I knew it. Yeah,
Well, this is
it takes a little bit to step on a cat's tail and they're gonna holler. And you, my friend, didn't even last not 5 minutes.
You're a shill. Definitely, this proves it.
Pretty sure.
2 weeks, you say? 2 weeks.
I mean,
yeah, 2 weeks. No, this guy's
It was. Listen, it was that satellite thing, not a specific thing. All satellites.
I know. But it's easy to see, right? These guys, they want to say things in these trollish ways that they think there's no way, dude. You can't, JD. You and the rest of the trolls cannot penetrate the truth. There's no way. You can try and try and try again. You'll never be able to succeed. We're gonna be here long after you guys fucking yeah. Because after you forget about this and go about your daily activities, we're gonna still be in here shellacking all the Glovers on the daily.
Yep.
And we're loving it too. So too bad.
And shilling for science at the same time.
Well, if you had facts, you could defeat us, but all you have is beans and bologna, so you get defeated.
I'm just listening to the conversation. This JD guy is kind of interesting.
He's what's that word again? Wanker?
Yeah, that's the word.
He's a wanker. They think that they're slick. And then some people see, here's the thing with me, right? Because I'm not gonna write you off right away, but if I hear little signs of like where I'm picking up that you could be leading to a possible clownish kind of way, like what your vernacular, what you're using, then I'm gonna start poking and prodding. Once I find out, then that's it. You're out. You can't recover. So
yeah, you're the same type of dude that would tell me that particles can go back in time and
hello.
all that kind of shit.
No.
Interesting.
I don't think so.
Wrong.
Right. I never heard Miggy talking about particles doing time travel and shit.
Well, that's
I don't
what
know,
the
bro. Do you?
believe so.
If we had such technology, I would fucking use them right now to rewind time to when you fucking first came in here, and I would just get rid of you right away.
Or are you talking about the light from millions of light years away? That type of time travel.
Oh no, man.
We can't divide this guy.
You put light through some golden slits, and it travels back in time.
Okay.
Do causality, and it's all
you
a bunch
wanted
of
to know,
fake
Mike.
bullshit. So.
You wanted to fucking know. You opened the door. Fuck
well,
it.
I was just wondering if he was talking about. Listen. Yeah, I was just wondering if he was talking about when we look in the sky, we see millions of years ago. You know what I mean.
Yeah, he doesn't believe it from it sounds like. If I'm to believe his character.
This is weird.
He's an NPC.
There's a lot of people that are. Listen, man.
Yeah.
I know what you're thinking, right? You want to advocate for the guy. You're like, dude, he's just all right. He just knew maybe he just needs to stumble. He's an asshat. I already called it. He wouldn't be coming on the defense for so long.
Nah,
I mean,
it's because I called you out. I called you out. That's the problem.
Called you out. Right.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
You,
how long have you been around in this discussion, my friend? You said about 2 weeks. Hold tight, my friend.
And the rest of you.
Yeah,
Pipe down, bro. Mr. 2 weeks, pipe down. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, so for 2 weeks you became a flat earther, and what I heard is some Chinese satellites. Have you been looking into the subject for any much longer? And if you had, what are the 3 claims that flat earthers will all agree upon?
That the Earth is flat. That there's an ice fall, and that your mama is fucking gay, nigga.
Told
There
you.
you go.
Told you.
There you go. There you go.
Nice.
Thank you, mate.
Nice.
That's all I needed to know.
Who? Okay,
Because
first of all, now
you could have
now
just
first
stopped
of
at
all,
fucking ice fall.
let me ask a question.
I
Who
see
was
your
it? Who was in here? Who
true
was in here trying to
colors.
advocate for JD? I know I'm gonna have to sniff you guys out. Who was in here thinking that you're advocating for JD? Look, man, I'm fucking good
Mickey
at
said,
this. You gotta
"Bitch, get back on the mic."
you got to, because listen. There were some people that are like, oh no, he's a little bit new. Like, I'm like, man, I can tell an asshat when I see one, and this guy's an asshat. So
Yeah.
you know me, man.
I was actually testing you guys out, but at the
Oh,
end of the
is that what it
day,
was? Is that what it
yeah.
was? Is that what it
See,
was? So
at the end of the day, what I discovered
Turns
do it
out
again.
you're the only
that
true flat
Do it
earther,
again.
huh?
Try it again.
you're shills for
Try-
science at the end of the
try-
day. So
Shields for
you can
science.
It's
say
true.
you
Okay.
can
It's true.
say
You're
you
the only
believe
real
in a
flat
flat
earther,
Earth.
JD.
Go on.
You can say you
What are the
believe
3
in a
claims?
flat Earth, but
3
really
claims,
what
Nick.
you are
Try
are
again.
science shills.
Try again.
So
3
you
Yeah, you're
claims.
right,
you
JD.
find people that would be otherwise open-minded or skeptical of all the current day orthodoxies, and
Words
you
You're
now.
right,
just
man.
He
You're the only
said,
reroute
true
them.
flat earther, man.
"Hey, you want to hear something funny?" He said your mom's gay. And the funny thing is, we know damn well his mom ain't gay.
Yeah, look.
Yeah,
We
Here,
all
and
right here.
not
know
all
it.
flat
Yeah.
earthers believe that. Not all flat
So
earthers believe
Anyway.
my mom's gay,
So
bro.
let's try again.
so
3
you
claims. All
reroute
flat.
skeptical
Whoa, JD.
minds.
Guys, let
JD.
Jedi come in, guys. Let's hear Jedi real quick. Come on.
You
Go.
reroute skeptical
Oh,
minds.
you're
Come
not
on,
Jedi, are you,
dudes.
JD?
You shill for science. That's what you
Awesome.
do.
Well done, JD. Awesome. So let's try that one again. So 3 claims that all flat earthers will agree upon. Try again.
He's muted.
It's unlucky.
I didn't mute him, but he's muted.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Fucking ice ball shit, man. Bloody hell, that's day 2.
I'm just saying though, who was thinking about advocating for him? Who was it? I know somebody was in here like, dude, man, we gotta let JD
Dude, he
speak,
stepped
man.
right out of the closet quick. Jedi got him. He's like, "Fuck you, your mom's gay, you fucking motherfucker."
Yeah, it was a soft A TOS.
His shell broke. He's an omelet. He was an egg, but now he's an omelet.
Dude, these asshats, once they attempt their little game, my radar is fucking set to high. Like, so yeah.
You got anybody else?
They come here and try
I'll
to
be
be
back.
fake flat earthers, hoping to get moderators, take down our server. Like, we're too dumb to see it, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. You got somebody called Microminds in there. Hello, Microminds. How are you? We got Newt in the server as well. What's up, Newt? We haven't heard a peep out of you just yet. I think it's just us. Elijah's jumped back in. What's up, Elijah? I hope you're doing well. Flat level water. Hello, my friend. How are you? Foosley, Jerry. Good to see you. We're going to skip over human sheeple. Wagner's in the house. Old Space Goat from over there, formerly known as Down Under. What's up, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Pen Pal's in, Penelope's in, Plum Bob's in, Quad's in. Real Flat Earther? Question marks. Interesting. Who else we got? Resolver's in the house. Selfie Scientist. What's up, Lulu? The Battle Mod. Mike is in the house. You better step careful when the Battle Mod's in town. I tell you that much right now. Comes across complacent and proper chilled, but mate, if you bark up that alley wrong, he's gonna grab you. The Honourable Slow Mo, Timbo Slice is still fighting off those kangaroos as we speak. Under Heaven Earther, Gemsy is in house. What's up, Gemsy? Hope you're doing well. And right down the bottom, Whisper Jack. I think that's pretty much it. Andy Hold My Beer, Bet Onyx, Britnat, Car, Correct, Dustban. So, we are the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, appearing live on the Politics channel. We are the people that say that you've been lied to. The Earth is not a ball spinning in a vacuum of space. There is no ball, there is no spin, there is no space. So for all those new people that have jumped in, if you've got any questions, then please feel free to ask your questions. If you want to die on a hill for something that you believe because you saw it on TV, hashtag Gemsy, then yeah. Oh, Daz Was has jumped in. What's up, Daz Was? Hope you're doing well. So yep, the Earth is not a ball. There is no measurable curvature. There is no practically used curvature. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. I said stationary because you might not believe this, but you're not going anywhere, not spinning on an axis or rotating around a big bright light in the sky called the sun. There is no space. Vacuum thereof, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Unfortunately, just don't say gravity because you've got no observation of gravity acting on gas. Gravity does not decrease entropy. And there is no scientific experiment that proves gravity in the first place. So, problems for the ball. But yeah, if any of you guys got questions, then please feel free to open up your mic and ask those questions. Like I said, if you've got a belief that you're on a ball that spins in a vacuum space and you want to defend it, I'll gladly oblige you by letting you die on that hill over and over and over and over again, and then I'll pass you the battle mod. Heretics jumped in, so that's why I'm looking busy. What's up, boss? Hope you're doing well. Seen a lot of spirals today, lots of people coming in thinking that, oh my god, flat earthers are ridiculous, oh my goodness, they deny gravity and all of this type of shit. Yeah, the spirals are tight, like circling round a drain. Looks like Battlemod's found somebody to play chess with. Did you win over the weekend, Mike? I heard you were in a tournament.
Yeah, I actually placed in it. I was 12th in that tournament. I was impressed. That's the first one. They count the first 20. I didn't know that.
Oh, wow. Next stop,
But
top 10, yeah?
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I like to play. You know, I enjoy it. I don't care if I win or lose. It's most people think you can have an overall plan for the entire game, but you can't because the variations change every move, so there's a million opportunities the first move, and after you make moves, you get into trillions of opportunities or chances or variations, and the game changes every move, so it's just trying to make the best moves. And that never gets old for me. Even if I lose, I try to make the best move. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I understand. I got taught to play chess when I was like 9, 10 years old by my uncle. I loved the game.
I should say that, you know, when I challenge people, I'm just trying to get them to play. You might beat me. I'm only rated 600. I'm an avid player. I like to play. I'm not a grandmaster.
It's a good game, man. Keeps your brain active.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I taught my grandkids. My daughter, she's 18, man. She's pretty good at it. We play. It's I grew up on a farm, so many sisters and brothers. We did board games. It wasn't until Atari that we actually had a video game, and 12 people can't play at once.
Nah. What's up, Crackcock? That's an interesting name.
What's up? How's it going?
What's up, man? Yeah, it's good, man. What brings you to our little corner of the woods?
I'm just interested in what you guys got to say. I'm just here to listen.
Was your name Crack Rabbit? That's a Crack Rabbit.
No, it's Crack Fuck.
Interesting.
Yeah, I see what it is now, but that's not what I asked.
What? That's a cat, dude.
What's a cat?
Right.
A crack foot?
What the
Am I
fuck
right,
is
Mia?
going on?
This is a conversation, mate. So you've jumped into the Flat Earth room on the political server. Have you got any questions?
I don't.
Awesome.
Did you
I'll
just
stick yourself
pop
on
in
mute.
here by accident? You accidentally
No.
click it?
No, I came into this VC because I thought y'all were talking about flat Earth.
Well, we are. Well, we were. We were just talking about
Why did
chess.
I just get muted for a second?
I have no idea. Oh yeah, no, that was me. I was hovering over you just because you got an interest in that.
Okay.
You don't have any questions you want to ask him about the flat Earth?
No, man, I'm here to listen.
Conversation is a better way to learn. You can learn specific things in conversation. You can ask specific questions.
I'm good. Thank you, though.
Each to his own.
It's all right. No worries. Do you think you live on the ball currently, or where do you think you are? Yeah.
I think I live on yeah, I think I live on the ball.
Okay. Would you have any evidence for that, or would you just say that it's something you believe because you've been told and everybody?
That's just something I've seen, through internet and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. For sure. For sure. I mean, it's the same situation as everybody else, right? We all got told it. We turn on the TV. That's where it is. We go to school. They tell us about it. Yeah, I'd agree with it. It's unfortunate though, because when you start looking into it, I mean, deeply looking into it, trying to verify the claims that they make, then the Earth isn't a ball that spins in space. That's just obvious after a while.
That's what you think?
It's not what I think, mate.
That's what
It's
your
what I
belief
know.
is.
It's not a belief. It's what I know. Practically demonstrated to be true. So I'll tell it to you like this. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used with regards to aviation, engineering, communication, and navigation as a flat stationary plane. If it's observed and measured and used as a flat stationary plane, then it can't be a ball. Now that's just the way it is.
With regards to navigation, it's a lie, and with regards to measured, it's also a lie.
Awesome. Shut up, AK. But yeah, that's why we're here, buddy. First stop, observation and measurement.
All right.
But yeah, feel free to drop by anytime you've got any other questions, and that'd be cool. What's up, AK? How you doing?
I'm okay.
Good, good, good. Got any more of that lovely globe earth proof?
Still not gotten around to it.
Pardon me?
Still not gotten around to it. Verified personally.
Okay,
Or
fair
denied.
enough. Fair enough.
Anyone around, or is it just quiet?
It's just quiet, bro.
I put my headset down. I wasn't sure if I'd unplugged it by mistake.
Yeah, that happens to me, man. I don't know if it's my audio or if everybody's quiet.
It's your audio. That's what it is.
It's Parasite.
In between your ears, yeah.
You've got corrupted software in your system, see, but we can't name that because it's against TOS. You know, one of them Trojans.
Someone's snoring.
Somebody snoring. I don't know. I was hitting a joint.
Just some background noise. There's nobody snoring at the moment.
Oh no, my mic must be working good. My dog is snoring, Crit. You can hear that?
Yeah,
Oh wow, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's my bull terrier, dude. He's at my feet. I had to think about that one. Like, hold up, Mike, you're high. The dog is fucking snoring.
Anybody in the chat?
Yeah, what's going on?
What up, Vasily? Not that much. Just having a good
Died.
night. What's that?
I said it died in here.
Yeah, I got a little slow. It's usually bumping, but I think everybody's. It's a Monday night going into Tuesday morning. You're skanking until the wee hours. Oh, you got daddy duty right now? Staying up with the little one? Yeah, that's what I figured. That's an all-night job, my friend. I know. Well, we couldn't ask for more, man. And then, coming in here and shellacking people. Shoot. What could be better, you know? I know you are. You are. Got Jedi and the late night crew. It almost sounds like a fucking boy band. Jedi and the late night crew.
Pretty good, actually, man. I like it. I do like it. Yeah, it's pretty late here now. What is it? It's just coming up to 20 to 4 in the morning. But I pop in, see what's going down.
This is what the band would look like.
And welcome, Jedi and the late night crew.
Effie Jedi and the Midnight Cowboys.
Uh-oh. Yeah, JD, man. I tell you, man, like a lot of people don't know, man. I have this like otherworldly fucking sense for these guys. They don't know about me, Jedi.
I don't know about you, mate.
Even when the whole world's like, I don't see it, man. This guy, he doesn't seem like he's. And then after a while, you're like, oh shit. How the fuck did you know that, Alpha? What the fuck? You know, like.
Listen, you don't say everybody doesn't know. I think I got a good idea.
Yeah, fuck, dude. I hear their demeanor and how they're talking, and even in the text chat.
In the way they say.
Yeah,
well, I'm a flat earther. Not even sure about it. Yep.
Yep.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Like you didn't talk to a man about a horse. You're lying.
Love it.
I thought he was LARPing from the get-go too, but you were right on it. So I was like, I'll just mute and listen because I'm playing a game of chess, you know. Oh, and the grandson done snuck back in. He's like, I can't sleep, Grandpa. They got time off for the holidays, you know.
Oh, there you go.
So
they're going trick or treating.
Well, they know I'm in here with the big TV on and the snacks and shit.
That's what. Yeah, Grandpa's got all the snacks.
Big house. Grandpa's the boss. You can't lie to them. They're like, you're the boss. All you got to do is say it, and it'll happen. Grandpa, quit bullshit. Kids are smarter than you think. They really are. They know the truth when they're born, and then we guide them to believe and confess lies. But when they're born, they're pure at heart, and they know the truth. They call it the way they see it. The world.
Yep. Just waiting for the next group of ballers to come in here. The late night, the crew. The bewitching hour is about to start. 20 minutes.
I'll give you evidence that if you ask an 8-year-old, what does the world look like when they go outside? When you walk around, do you know we're living on a ball? They'll say no. You would never know it. They would just, no, all I know is the area I hang out in, you know. Everything I see is flat. The ball is what they tell us in classroom and on TV. They know it at 8, at 10, and then somewhere around high school and puberty, because it's a habit developed over 7 years. They say, give me your children for 7 years and I'll give you back a different man. So for this portion of their life, they're building a foundation on which you're going to build all knowledge for the rest of their life. And if you put in the right foundation stones, you can control effectively what they think for a lifetime. As parents, we take advantage of that to instill morals and ethics and not raise lazy children, you know. But other people could use the same thing for bad purposes if they had a direct line of feeding information to your children, which so many parents easily give their children access to the internet, and they're led. They're already sheep in the pen. They don't know what the hell to believe, and there's so much shit going on, they don't know how they're even going to worry about puberty anymore. Dude, nowadays we got dudes who got well-formed CNN political opinions before they've had their first date, Miggy. Their first fucking date.
Yeah, I heard of that, man. The young kids are like old people, and old people are like young kids.
Yeah, it's like, listen, dude, you haven't even kissed a girl yet, and you're worrying about who the fuck you're gonna vote for? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Shit, I grew up with old school men. They'd be like, you better go kiss the neighbor's daughter before you worry about who the president is, son. Let your dad worry about that. Let grandpa worry about that. Go be a kid.
Well, what a time to be alive, man.
Yeah, I don't think the point of that all is, I don't think children actually get to be children anymore. And they don't have one solid source of guidance. And you really need that in a game wherein you only get one play. There's no respawns, no restarts. Every mistake matters. They should have one or a set of good people guiding them, a code of ethics and morals to live by, you know, a standard of living, an ideal of what they want out of life. You only get one. But instead, that they don't know whether they want to watch this video, that video, or play a video game.
And the Midnight Cowboys.
Yeah, man. I thought it had a certain ring to it.
It does. It's always a treat when Indio comes in here. He hardly
Always a treat, man, for sure.
So you want me to give you the country boy opinion of Midnight Cowboy? I thought that was pretty twangy. I was like, that's catchy.
It's got a ring to it, yeah.
It does. At least it's got cowboy in
I thought you'd like that. That's why I've stuck you on banjo.
it. Oh yeah, okay. I didn't read that. I
I'm
can't.
just imagining the village people.
Oh,
No,
Timbo's on.
it'd be more like Wrong Turn. You ever seen that kid in Wrong Turn? But no, I'm joking. Holy shit, that's a big dude.
That's a big guy right there.
He's wide. I've seen a lot of big men that the
Did
men
you
in my
redo? Oh shit!
but he's wide. It's like my uncle's 6'2". He's not that fucking wide. He doesn't look 6 foot.
Wow! 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 Wow!
Is it a troll? Is it camera effect? Shit.
Oh shit!
Love Timbo, man. He's one of my favourite flat earthers. I love you all, but Timbo just cracks me up.
You guys make my day go much better. Listening in, there's no fucking. Don't have to listen to podcasts. Don't have to listen to any of that other shit.
What the hell
Listen
is
on a flat
You know
earth.
what
it
the hell
must.
does Digger do?
Did you redo?
Diggity. I like it.
Come on, man. I'm a boomer.
It's easier to say.
It is, isn't it? Didn't you call people digger in Australia as well? Is that a thing?
You
Oh
guys,
shit!
Yeah.
you guys
A
got some.
digger's an old vet, like a digger. Is
Listen,
Yeah.
bro.
someone who came back from the war. Yeah.
You guys
Gotcha.
got some outback music over there that's better than fucking country. You know what I'm talking about? We just had that one chap come in and play the guitar and he'd sing shit that I imagine you guys would be singing by a campfire and a walkabout.
We got a pretty big country music scene as well over here.
I like some Aussie music. Now I don't like that Tie Me Roo Down song, but
Dude,
like
that's my favorite song.
I like
That
Waltzing
guy
Matilda.
was
Was.
a
He
fiddler.
wasn't. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of Waltzing Matilda, to be fair. Don't mind that.
It's our unofficial national anthem.
Yep.
Yeah, if you guys really let loose with the country talk, we probably couldn't keep up with you, Timbo. 'Cause I heard like, the slang, twang that you guys have. It's off the wall, man. You'd have to be from over there to understand.
When we're speaking to each other.
Yeah, it's wow.
It's like a drawl, really. It's
Yeah.
the didgeridoo Jedi.
It
Fuck
does
you.
sound like a
That's it.
didgeridoo, yeah. See, Artanis has joined the server. What's up, Artanis?
Surprised he doesn't say for Adun. It's a StarCraft lore. Well, I think that's also those guys, aren't they from Warhammer 40,000?
I
I've
don't
been
know,
meaning to
man.
get into that. I like all kinds of shit.
I think Crypto's into Warhammer. think they're getting used to us here now on the political server. They must look in the chat. Look from the top, go, Alpha Veritas is in there. Probably not a good idea of going there at the moment. See Jedi's in there. Probably not a good idea that I go in at the moment. Crit's in there. Shit, I ain't going in there if Crit's in there. I just get therapized to death. Battle mods in there. No, there's just absolutely no point. Yeah. Don't wait until we jump out, man. Crit's been knocking it over recently, though, mate. He's been scarring some people.
Yeah, dude. It's weird because, you know, like we get that really hot and quick and fast kind of a burn on him. He does like this slow poison drip on, like, he wears them down, bro. They are like, they're mentally like worn down. Like Rob, he's just like, you know, at first he was just trying to be obnoxious to Crit. Then he didn't know how to deal with him. He's like being mean to him. Now all of a sudden, like lately I just been hearing him come back around. Like he's coming around.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. So Crit's wearing him. I don't know. You don't want to be on Crit's bad side because he comes at you differently, man. It's gonna be wearing you down until you just don't want to fight anymore. Even after you don't want to fight anymore, he's just like still there. Like
he's like all over your back. He's like
that
weighing you down, getting in your ear, won't let go of your back. He's like a wrestler.
Yeah.
Slowly over time.
They're tapping him. They're trying to, you know, give him that tap, and he's just like, "No, we're not done yet. Like it's not gonna end here." Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
it's funny every time Rob Noxus comes in, Crit starts talking about how, you know, we've got to take it easy on him. He's been bullied and stuff like that. He says it every time he comes in. He's go, what a cunt.
That's funny.
Like trying to make him snap at him or something, you know?
Yeah, you just keep at it, you know.
Watched some tight spirals today. Serious, the spirals have been epic today. They really have. Well, last 24 hours, ever since we had those two people in last night, the one that was live streaming, then the one that you, Miggy, and Indio double teamed, which was, well, I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, that was fucking epic. And today as well.
We stack them up deep, man. There's really they just all start blending in, like all their names.
Yeah, they do.
They
do.
Just blend in. Like Indio's in the chat. What's up, Indio? He's your beliefs and facts and evidence. Me.
That's funny. But yeah, last night it seemed to me like you were just playing with your food, just kept playing with it over and over again. And then Indio just jumped in and just started ripping his throat in. It was awful, man. Well, awful in a good way, do you know what I mean? The poor guy. Yeah. I almost felt sorry for him. Jem's in the background saying he watched it on TV, just made me crease up. And I told him, just throw in the towel, dude. Just stop, please. Just stop.
It just depends, man. Like, cause you never know with these guys. It's case by case.
Yeah.
There's I don't know what you want to call it. Maybe a tone. There's a tone in people's voices. Like I pick up on it like almost immediately. Whatever tone it is, like whether it's sarcastic or genuine, like I get like a vibe, you know?
Oh yeah.
Whether or not to take it easy or just like to kind of keep fishing and fishing and fishing and like, oh, I feel something, like something's not right, you know, like.
Oh, that guy after the guy that was streaming who sounded like he had a fake southern accent. Remember him?
Yeah.
You went with him for about an hour just going around in circles.
Had that guy today with his fucking upside down moon, man. Oh, he was a slippery son of a gun.
It's
I must have missed that. That must have been my sleeping time.
You didn't catch that one?
Nah.
Yeah, he's he will say that because you're, like, okay, you're in Australia, somebody's in America. If we're both looking at the moon, the guy in Australia seeing it upside down, then the guy seeing it right side up, and it's stupid. Because I've said this before. Like, I don't know, we've talked about it before, but if you see your
yeah. What's his name was going on about it as well. That English guy, the really annoying one.
Yeah, I remember
What Jedi?
Ah, which one? Yeah, it's just they don't get it.
It's Brit Nat and his moon stuff.
Oh, he's in here right now. Rupert Cow. I don't. Rupert, you've been in this thing probably longer than any of the other Globers, man. Like, you honestly still don't get it. Like, I don't know.
Rupert is a gem panda troll. He's been in there for years. I guess
Years,
things are
man.
boring over there, so he came here to just break balls and, just do the same old rigmarole.
Yeah, it's usually the same. It's the same thing. It was relevant to the top. I know, but do you still think that way? Because, man, if you smush that globe, that little arc between those two people, they would still be looking at the same fucking moon, dude. What the fuck? You know what I mean? That if you flatten out the little arc in between those two people standing on that globe, you feel me? Like, I don't know if you know what I'm saying, brother.
I think even a 5-year-old could understand what you're saying, mate. This is the thing.
Yeah, you
It's not
just
hard.
flatten out the little fucking arc in between the guy on the top of the globe and the bottom of the globe. They're still looking at the moon the same fucking way. It's not gonna change, bro. That's what India was saying over and over. It's like, not. Oh, bro. Never mind. Fuck it, Rupert. You can just believe what you want. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. That's been played out to death.
Yeah, like I said, man, it's not hard to understand. Unless you've got some kind of cognitive dissonance and you must be on a ball, then it becomes impossible for you to understand, apparently.
Selfie scientist, are you still here?
Yeah. What's up?
No, I thought you were gonna say something earlier. Did we interrupt?
Yeah, you guys are always interrupting me, but that's okay.
Knew it.
No, I don't know what I was gonna say earlier, but I do have a question if we don't have any Glovers. Have you guys talked to? Probably not. He's a Glover in 24/7. Supposedly, he's a instructor for sailing or something to that sort. And we were having a chat discussion in the lobby, and he kept saying, trying to remember the argument. He kept saying that like they don't use the horizon at all for when they use the sextant, it's basically like an imaginary line, and I know the argument, like they use like a tangent line to draw over the curve, basically. But you know what? Hold on, let me pull it up. So I'm
Did
not
he give you like a
fumbling
diagram
over
or
it.
something?
Yeah, he posted like a whole bunch of stuff. But I was trying to like ask him, how do you get a 90-degree on a curve? And he was saying that they don't really use it's a vertical to the horizon. They don't really use what is it called? The horizon. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Wonder what the horizon mirror is used for then. Touching up your makeup.
What the heck was his name? Proto something.
Protothad.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So you guys know him.
Yeah, he's a numpty of epic proportions.
Mm. So you know his arguments?
Yeah.
He doesn't
Okay.
have any.
Well, I mean, he thinks he knows celestial navigation because he's a mariner, or allegedly. He has a boat.
Yeah, he said he teaches this stuff, and and he kept saying that he teaches this over basically over a globe, and I just don't understand how he's teaching this to students.
So navigation with celestial navigation is just that, celestial navigation. You're using the celestial sphere, points on it so that you can draw down to the GP with the ground position. But the only trick that they're doing, the hat trick, is that the celestial sphere is fine. You can use it in that way because it's a dome of perspective. Well, we would call it a dome of perspective. But when how it translates to the ground is that the only way they can talk about it being visible to a mariner, like sailing across the ocean, is that they're looking from the boat straight to the horizon, right? On a tangent line, an invisible line from the person to the horizon. You get me?
Yes.
So the difference between what he's saying and what is already understood by sailors everywhere, that before you leave the harbor, you get the eye height correction and then you sail, because you're using from the eye height correction is going to go from the water line, to the horizon, to the GP. So they're not using a tangent like an invisible line where the person's standing on a boat looking off to the horizon. You get it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So he's basically saying that's how you navigate. He's a fucking idiot. Like, nobody navigates that way. But obviously he's teaching that you can do it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the one thing he kept saying over and over was that they don't use the surface as
Yeah.
so the 90-degree, this is what he wrote, the 90-degree is just perpendicular to the vertical. We don't use the surface as part of that line.
I'm gonna pull something up. I'm gonna show you something.
Yo. Hello.
Hello.
Who believes in flat Earth here?
Hey, how old are you?
Yeah,
How old are you?
Hmm?
How old are you?
19.
No fucking way.
Don't sound like 19.
Well, that's tough. I am though.
Okay. What was your question, Layla?
Who believes in flat Earth here?
We don't believe in it. We know it. The Earth is flat.
Oh.
Do you
But
have any
most of
questions?
it,
Go ahead, Jedi.
no, I was just going to say, pretty much everybody in the room is a flat earther at the moment, Layla.
Do you have any questions you would like to ask, Layla?
No, not really.
Okay. So check it out, Lulu. I'm gonna give you a link in the text chat. I want you to check something
Okay.
out.
Okay.
So if you look
No, I'm
down
not
that,
gonna read that stuff.
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
I'm not gonna understand any of that. Like, I don't understand this language.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Lulu.
Oh, sorry.
So when you click on that link,
Yeah, I'm there.
and then you go down the web page, you're gonna see
Oh yeah, I was
celestial.
looking at this yesterday.
Yeah, but check this out. The diagram there shows that when the sun's hitting the Earth, you know the divergent rays,
Yeah.
and then on the next image below that, they're coming in parallel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
is it
that's
divergent or is it parallel? What? So that's one. And okay, let me see if we can scroll down a little bit. If you go to maybe a little bit towards the bottom, you're gonna see like where they show the 3 circles of equal altitude, and like 3 stars on different points. Do you see it?
yes, that was what I was focused on yesterday
Yeah.
because I was trying to understand how the heck he's getting a 90-degree on that freaking surface.
Yeah. So maybe Jedi, if you can come in here about the circles of equal altitude, it kind of let Lulu know a little bit why they need to.
Right.
It's so weird. I heard you guys talk about this like a gazillion times, but I sort of understand the concept of it, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd be the red dot. You see that
Yeah,
red
yeah.
dot? That'd be
Yes.
you, right? So I don't know, Jedi. Do you see the link that I just put up?
Yeah, if we're talking about circles of equal altitude, right?
Yeah, there's 3 circles, and then in the middle of the 3, there's the point
Yeah.
where.
Yeah, that's how you
Yeah.
find your position.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
this
but
is
go ahead. Sorry.
no, go on, darling. You're fine.
Well, my question was if they are claiming a curve and they're not using the surface, like I don't get the reasoning for looking at the horizon if you're
The
not.
tangent. Yeah, if they're not eyesight correcting for it on before the harbor, right? Because that's
Yeah.
not what Prototat was saying. That's why I'm telling Jedi you can talk about this point here. This is one of the most crucial points for flat Earth and celestial navigation, I would say.
So yeah, so eye height corrections taken before you leave the ship, so you know where your elevation is above the surface of the water for when you do your height of eye correction. The reason why we gain an elevation angle to the star is because we know that elevation at the known time of year, or based upon where we are. We have a 90-degree ground position underneath that star, but primarily we do it over 3 stars. Around that ground position, we draw a circle of equal altitude. Where those 3 circles intersect, there's that little red dot, there you are. So that's the prime reason of what we're interested in. We want to know the direction to the ground position of that star. We know it because of its ground position and angle that we've gained at a known time of year. You get your compass, not the one that shows north, south, east, and west, the one that draws circles, and then we draw that circle around that ground position. That's all that we do.
So
Okay.
there's 3 circles of equal altitude, altitude, not one higher than the other. Now the
Got to
question
be the
is,
same, right?
yeah, they got to be the same height, right? How in the hell are you going to have that on a globe that's curving? Try to think about it like this. Put 3 flat circles like that. Imagine if you're like 3 metal plates, right? 3 metal plates, put them on a ball around like a basketball. Pretend those 3 circles that you see there, like there are 3 metal plates, and the blue surface right there, that would be like the Earth. So it'd be like a globe or a sphere. Try to put those 3 plates on a sphere. Are you gonna get? Are the 3 circles gonna rest on the globe evenly?
No.
Right. The only part that's gonna be touching is the center portion of those 3 circles, right? Because the circles aren't gonna lie flat on the surface because the surface is curving.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
So
notice how they do. Sorry, you notice how they do the trickery here with this image where you've got those 3 circles of equal altitude from those 3 stars, top right hand corner, somewhere towards left and the bottom. They do the trickery right here because you're face down upon the Earth.
Yes.
Looking
Yep.
down upon the Earth, and you've got those circles. Now, if you're on a curved surface, you're not going to have those circles. This is why they give you a flat disc, because ultimately that flat disc, that's the Earth, the flat bit, not the circle bit, the flatness.
Mhm.
So you can get your circles upon it. Here's part of the magic trick right here.
Yeah,
If you
because if
can't,
you're trying
yeah.
to replicate this from the actual curve, it wouldn't work, like
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the lateral
Yeah.
side.
Because look at the 90-degree angles that you'd have to get from. This is the part where they screw up, because you can't get a 90-degree angle from a curved surface. This is what Protothat is negating when he's saying you could look at from from the bow of a ship looking off into the horizon and drawing a tangent. He's really screwing up this whole this process right here, because you can't get like, first of all, the circles of equal altitude, all of them have to be in alignment, like without one being higher than the other, and you can't have that over the surface of the Earth, which is curving.
Even
You
on
get
one circle, your ground position's higher than the circumference of the
Yep.
circle.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a tangent to the horizon, right? Let's just say you're doing a tangent to the horizon, then one of your circles is at least going to be above, above the water like it's not going to be equal. They're not going to be lying flat on the surface. And you need the ground position to be the ground, like where the circles are, from the ground position. So it's all screwed up. You can't get that from a curved surface. There's no way.
So that's why he's saying they're not using the surface, because then if they are using the surface, it has to be flat.
Yes. There you go. So he's going to stay away from the surface because the circles of equal altitude is where that's the hardest part for them to actually come to, because you can't have that on a globe. There's no way. There's no way.
It's those circles that will tell you where you are. That's the
Mm.
critical point. You want to know where you are.
Yeah, think about
You don't.
this. Circles of equal altitude.
Mm-hmm.
Just always
Yeah.
remember that. It's in the name, of equal altitude.
Sometimes called circles of equal elevation. Same thing. Altitude, elevation, same thing.
Yeah. There was when you said elevation, they were talking. Some other person was chiming in saying, what was it? Spherical axis.
Yeah, but
Like, why do we measure that if?
I'm going to tell you a secret about that. I don't know if they told you, but where do you get the sphere from the spherical axis from? Is it terrestrial or celestial?
It's celestial.
Mm-hmm.
Ding, ding, ding.
Has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere, which they think is curving on the Earth. They do that. Just keep this in mind. Celestial sphere has been kind of pushed aside, and they've been focusing on the terrestrial sphere when they talk about longitude, latitude, southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere, equator. All of those things that they mention have nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere that they want to so badly be something real. It's
Yeah,
all to do with the celestial sphere.
that's what he kept saying too. The longitudinal and the latitude method or process was based on a globe, and that's what they use. And basically, he was basically saying, like, because those two processes were made on a globe, and that's what we use, therefore it can be done on a flat Earth.
You want to know another secret?
Yeah.
The equator that has a circumference of 24,901 miles is actually unlimited. There is no number to that. The celestial sphere does not have a circumference to it. It's unlimited. The circumference to the celestial sphere. Do you know that?
Hmm. Wait, the celestial sphere does not have a circumference?
It has an equator that's not there's no circumference to it. It's unlimited. They don't have it's not bounded by
Hmm.
a numerical value.
Yeah, but then how would that be, right?
That's the problem.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, it doesn't in the sense of like people don't need like the equator, like I said, it's celestial. So okay, when you look up at your night sky, and if you were to do a time lapse footage of your like a 360 view of wherever you are, do you know that in the same night sky you would see star rotations in the north and in the south and in the center, all of them doing different things? That means that you would see counterclockwise, clockwise rotation, and going straight in the stars of the night sky, in the same night sky wherever you are right now. Do you know that you could see all of that?
Uh, I don't know, to be honest. I've never tried, so
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
telling you. Yeah.
Okay.
If you were to get a time lapse footage of your night sky, you would see that in the night sky doing a time lapse footage. You could turn around to the south and see the the clockwise and the north anti-clockwise, and you would see all of this happening in the same geographical location wherever you are on the earth right now.
Oh, yeah, because of like the personal dome thing, right?
Yes, exactly. That's the point that we're always talking about. Like this is what we always harp on it, the dome of perspective wherever you are. And these guys can't get it, right? To them
Mm.
it's too alien because they have globe heads. Like that's all they
But
think about all day.
the personal dome, they teach that in astronomy as well, though.
Yes.
That's not a flat Earth
It's the
thing.
same
I
thing.
know. I know.
Exactly the same thing. Personal dome,
Mhm.
celestial sphere. There you go.
It's the same thing. So that's what the celestial
Oh.
sphere is. That's
Oh,
that's what it
scheisse.
is.
Okay, that makes
It's not
sense.
it's not different. Now that you know that is the celestial sphere.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot
Yep.
of sense.
Yep. We just connected some dots for you, right? Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah,
the
because I always to be honest, I always connected the celestial sphere specifically only to set the navigation. Only like if you're
No.
using a sextant, you had to have some sort of device. Because I never really look into this particular subject, so
Yep.
I just recently started looking into it, and it's very fascinating.
It's amazing because when we talk about it, a lot of people that are in this discussion, it's like it's always in a hurry, it's in a flurry. Like we don't have time to
Hmm.
like talk about it. But what people don't understand is that what the celestial sphere has much more to do with the Earth thinking like it's a globe, because all they're doing is they're taking the longitude and latitude lines and then pasting it over a sphere. Like they're just putting it on a ball, right?
Mm, right.
So that's why, and I said this before, landmass orientation, they don't know where all that stuff is exactly because the celestial sphere has been crunched up into a ball. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah.
so if it was flattened out because the land is flat, right? The land underneath is of the celestial sphere is it's a flat plane.
Hmm.
So they're trying to figure out from the celestial sphere and like okay, so you got a ground position, right? From a star, whatever star. So
Hmm.
you're going to say, okay, I know geographically where the GP to that star is. So I know GP to that star and GP to that star. So you start to think that you got everything down from that, but you can't ever get a like the connection to where the landmass size is and all that because the heavens are always like you see apparent positions. It's a tricky thing, right?
Hmm.
Cartography is
Yeah.
not one. It's not like an exact static thing that you can know. the shit's always in fluctuation, so you're getting close to or around the place where you need to be, right? They're always like
Right.
approximates. So they're not
Oh yeah.
like static definites, like okay, we know the exact fucking X marks the spot every year at this time. It's always like, well, shit, we got atmospheric distortions and we got to deal with the parent positions of things. You know what I mean? There's always fluctuations and you know what
Yeah.
I'm
You can be anywhere between 5 to 100 miles off your
Yep.
coordinate.
That's exactly right.
Oh, dang.
It's not exact. So when
Yep.
people like Yakubinite come in with his oh God, I can't even remember what he bloody says.
1 in 60 rule. Well, if
Well,
you
it's the
have a
1 in
1 in
60
60
rule, but
rule,
the angular relationship between distance between the
the
ground
linear,
position.
the linear,
That's because it's not a fucking accurate quote unquote science.
That's right.
But flat earthers can't explain the 1 in 60 rule.
You see, Jedi doesn't want to challenge me on the 1 in 60 rule because he knows he's gonna lose. Like, dude, what the fuck?
Can you guys explain the 1 degree for 60 miles?
And the thing is, like, because we talk about it in here, right? Like in Jedi and me and everybody knows this shit is not static exact. Like they're trying to. Okay, the world that they live in is fucking ideal geometry. It's fucking static. No, the refraction is an actual number you could type in, and it's gonna be that tomorrow, and that's bullshit. You don't get that in reality. The shit
Not
is
at
in
all.
fluctuation, man. You're gonna get to is, estimates are like an average, probably close to like where you want to get. You're never gonna get something that's like, oh, we know tomorrow, bang on where it's gonna be. Fuck that, dude. There's no way.
I mean, for example, if you travel an hour, those stars in the sky move at 15 degrees an hour. Now, even if you've travelled, say, 1 knot for every minute that you've travelled, so 60 nautical miles, you don't know that you've actually travelled exactly 60 nautical miles because you're travelling upon water. That's up and down. It's only an estimate. It's a best guess scenario with this stuff. So this is why it can be off from a distance of 5 miles to 100 miles. Because shit moves in the sky. You don't know exactly which way that you've fundamentally travelled or how fast you've gone, really. So you don't know the distance that you've actually travelled. So just a guess. Best guess. This is why you take incremental measurements. You don't just take one heading and then fuck off for 6 hours and hope you get there.
Exactly.
You're going to be doing it every half hour, every 15 minutes, just to make sure.
That's why this shit is tricky when you're out there at sea. This isn't fucking. You don't just put any geek off the street, man. You better know what the fuck you're doing when you get up on
Be
that
handy
water.
with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Earn your keep. Yeah. But think about it, man. If you put some Joe Blow that's gonna do navigation, you're gonna get fucking lost. That shit over there, there's no. You think there's signs out there in the middle of that vast, like, it's a wilderness, bros. That shit is I mean, it'll drive you mad. There's no direction. It's all water everywhere as far as the eye can see.
Regulators, mount up.
You don't have arrows pointing a direction. The only thing you got are that things in the heavens. Imagine that. The only thing you can rely on is that. And when you're doing that, it's not exact. You
got currents, you got tides that can be taking you off your course. You're not going directly straight at any one time, even though it looks like you might be. It's not an exact science. So when people like come along and like try to point out some kind of mathematical issue, yeah, but this isn't an exact mathematical bloody science, mate. It's best guess estimation on the best day that you can get. If you're going to land 10 miles off of your port, the reason why you know that you're 10 miles off of your port is because you can see the fucking lighthouse at the port. You might be 20 miles to the left of it, you might be 30 miles to the right of it, but you bloody got there, and now you're going to direct yourself with the rest of the way because you can see the fucking port.
You guys get it? Because, like,
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
These guys that come in here, they got no fucking clue. They don't talk about these things because everything to them is fucking ideal. It's static. Shit is just like refraction. Dude, duh. We know refraction. No, you fucking don't. From here to like 30 miles, There's fucking temperature variances from here to there. Oh, and you're gonna think that the air turbulence is gonna be the same? No way. That shit ain't happening. Like, I mean, and then you're gonna extend that limit to like, let's say 100 miles. You are dreaming. Like, there's nothing in this reality that we are in with the system, this fluid dynamic system. Nothing static. It's always moving and fluctuating and changing, and temperature variances and ambient. Like, you gotta be aware of that. And because of this reality, that's why people have to adapt to the ever changing, um, weather systems and like the conditions of the air, seasons. Like, mariners know, like, well, it's best to travel only in these types of seasons and weather, and they know this shit because the Earth operates in cyclical patterns. They knew when it was time to be on the oceans and when it was time to be like, no, let's not go now, because we know that at this time the storms are bad, right? You got hurricanes and all that. They know this shit, right? Over time, the cyclical nature of the Earth. You know what I mean? After time, then there's shit like farmers' almanacs that people know about because of that. So it's foolish, I think, for me to hear these guys that like even put this website up, Lulu, like the one that we were watching with the circles of
Mm-hmm.
equal altitude.
Yeah.
I'm like, they have no fucking clue. They're doing something to give people an impression that they know what they're talking about. They don't know shit. That's not how it works out in reality. Fuck no, man.
Well,
So
that was another thing I try to always ask these guys is when, for the people that maybe initially invented it, might have thought it was a globe, or were they flat earthers? Like, how did the people that actually used it back then, how did they conceptualize the world? Were they all globers that ever used sextants? And
No.
yeah, exactly. So then you can't tell me they were using it wrong, or they got the wrong information when they've uh, sailed for centuries.
Yep.
And most of them were flat earthers. So to say that it doesn't work on a flat earth, it only works on a globe, is just
I'll tell you, it's even worse than that.
Came first. Sorry, flat Earth came first.
Yep.
You must remember that. And
But
then
I'll tell
they did the Mayhem. They did the magic trick. It's basically all they did, because the Earth was a ball, so celestial sphere will turn that into the ground, and the stars can be parallel lines, and blah blah blah.
yeah. Well, there's they also say there's another one that they used before the sextant. It started with an A.
Astrolabe.
Yes, yes, that one. And they were saying, oh, the Greeks used those, and they were all globers.
No,
I got that
that's
from
fucking stupid.
a
That's
glober.
fucking
Yeah.
stupid. No, but like, all right. So I would
Well,
submit
wait,
to
wait, wait.
you.
I'm sorry. Give me 5 minutes. I gotta go take bread out of the oven.
Okay. Bread out of the oven at this hour?
He's still making my
Hell
sandwich.
yeah! Oh, hold on. What kind of bread?
That's a
I gotta
bewitching hour,
know,
man.
man.
This is a
Listen,
bewitching hour.
She's
All
making
the
a
men are
sandwich.
interested in
any
this.
woman that'll make bread at this hour will make her man a sandwich at this
Amen.
hour, man. What the hell? That's a good
you
woman. That's a good woman, guys. You better notice it.
As one of those keepers, right? You don't let go of someone like that making bread at
I
this
bet
hour.
it's some yeast-free bread, maybe some beer bread.
We stuff it full of roast beef and Swiss and then toast it.
What the hell?
Sup, Bugs?
What's up, bro?
We got Borgs in the house.
Dude, I ain't had bread in the middle of the night since my mother passed.
Rest in peace.
Bread in the middle of the night, man. That's a treat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's
Yo,
not always
you know what I
just-
used to do, bro? I used to just like in the middle of the night when I was hungry and shit, I'd just go on the floor and just start picking at shit, seeing like what's there to eat.
Oh, that's nice. I'd rather have pumpkin bread.
Anyway, yeah, but
What the hell was that, man?
I don't know. Some people. Anyway,
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. That's like a low level kind of troll. It's like not really
I
funny.
mean,
And
hold on. Were you picking the carpet and putting in your shooter?
No one's trolling here, brother.
Yeah, but just not really. Doesn't hit. It doesn't even hit right. Just like it's like. But
Pause, bro.
Yeah, it's messed up. I think when we're talking with Lulu about this, there's a lot of things that are even that image that we're looking at with the circles of equal altitude, we can tell also that the way they've done that is that, dude, really? Jeez Louise.
I know, man.
So the circles of equal altitude would be like a cone going onto the Earth, because I've seen what when they talk about that, they talk about a cone going on the Earth because it's a ball, right? So a cone can actually fit on top of a curved surface, but then they're not equal altitude. Fucking hell, you know, because the center where the GP would be higher than the fucking circle itself on the perimeter. So
Yeah,
they're
it'd be
fucked.
all. It's just all fucks up, man. They can't have 90-degree ground positions. They can't have circles of equal altitude. They can't even have elevation angles unless they presume a tangent line. But they've already corrected for that because they did that at the port when they got that height of eye correction. It's all a magic trick. Every single part of it's a magic trick.
I like how they say circles of altitude too when it's a plane, an equidistant plane of altitude.
Yeah. Jedi. I just see what you put in the text.
Well, I was
Damn,
making
dude.
this sample about 3 hours
Baking
ago. I didn't
fucking
realise you
bread,
had
right?
it.
Fucking
Yeah,
11:30 at night, bro. Damn.
Right. I'll tell you what though, girl makes bread this late at night. If somebody talks shit to her and we were out in public, yeah, I would smack the shit out of them. Like, she
Yeah.
makes that bread she made last night, boy, you better respect that woman. I'll tell you what. Open her
Okay.
door, all that.
So everybody's inquiring mind when you said bread, like everybody's trying to figure out what type of bread is being cooked right now
Yeah.
at this hour.
What kind of bread?
Like bread. What do
Damn.
you?
Sandwich
No,
bread.
no,
Sandwich
no,
bread?
no. Listen, is it baked bread or fry bread?
What?
You
I
don't know
didn't
what
know. I
fry bread is?
No,
no.
that's some southern shit right there. That's some
It's
southern shit.
listen, it's not Southern, it's Native American fry bread. But
Pancakes.
Really? Okay.
Is
I
it?
mean, yeah. Okay. Anyway,
What?
yeah,
I think she was saying just regular bread, so it's like, you know, kind of loaf of bread you get at the store.
It doesn't look loafy though. It's like a big round. Because the what is it called? The baking pot thing that I have is round, so it looks round.
yeah,
Yeah, but
I'm
hold
with
up.
you.
What
She
time is
said
it where you're
round.
at?
It,
What
She's
time
her.
is it?
It's 21. It's 9:30
so is it bread and
Oh,
p.m.
butter?
fucking
Oh, hold
West
on. The
Coast.
next question is bread and butter. Is it butter? Bread and butter or bread and jam?
Um, well, I, you could eat it with either. I mean,
I like bread and butter.
You gotta put butter on everything.
You ever heard that song? You might love toast and jam, but that's what my baby feeds me because I'm her loving man.
now I'm confused. Now I thought you guys called jam jelly. What's going on?
No, I'm
Did
a
you say
country
jam?
boy. No, I'm a country boy. There's a
No.
difference between
Yeah.
jam and
And
jelly,
Yeah,
jelly.
bro.
there is a difference.
Exactly.
There is a difference.
marmalade.
Yeah,
Smuckers makes
marmalade.
jelly and it's fake jam.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah,
marmalade
but
does not exist.
if you turn a
Okay,
jar of
that's a
jelly upside
rumor.
down, it doesn't fall
That's a
out, right?
psyop. Okay.
Exactly. True
What?
jelly,
bread.
yes.
Yeah.
We
It's
make
some
our
good bread either way. You can eat
Really?
it with
Okay.
whatever.
Well,
I
she
make
said
some.
she said round bread, so mood her.
Moot.
It's
Put 'em on
hey,
moot.
listen, hold up. It's flat
What you
on
should have
top.
said is it's a malformed loaf
Flat
of bread,
round
Mr.
bread.
Miggy.
Yes.
No yeast? Yeast?
This sounds like spam.
Get
Okay.
yeast for sure.
I mean, is this like a recipe that's like handed down from generation to generation, or is it just like something you just copied off the YouTube or internet or something?
Bread's
No,
not.
my mom taught me this.
It's not that hard to
Okay.
mix up a loaf of bread.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
hey, YouTube University could teach you anything, man. So I've
You
learned a
need.
lot of good stuff from there.
The
Did you
Glovers be hating on it.
need the shit out of it and let it rise? Generally, when I make bread, I let it rise 4 hours before I.
Yeah, it was funny because I was trying this new flour and it rose really fast. Like it was within 30 minutes, it was already filling up the whole thing. So I had to put it in earlier.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh shoot!
All
I
I,
like
I
right.
did.
bread.
I
I
thought
Can
like
you
you
were in a
bread.
mail me
different part of
some
the
bread?
world. What kind of bread you
I
eating over there,
it
Jemsy? I thought you
it's
couldn't
all
have
over,
that.
man.
I'll eat the bread sometimes. I had some today.
You should have
You're
some bread for me.
diabetic? Yeah, he can
Yeah.
have it sometime.
You gotta
Oh,
stay away from that shit.
have you tried almond bread, Jemsy?
Hey, Jemsy, you know my grandmother was diabetic from the date of birth, and she lived to 98 years old because she kept her blood sugar nominal. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can.
Yeah.
Amen.
You're all right, man. You could
So
just gotta keep
you
that
can
shit in
live a
check,
long
bro.
time, but you need to keep that nominal. And I mean, she checked it like you. A lot of diabetics get tired of pricking their finger all day long, and my grandmother did it twice as much, so she knew she could live twice as long. Because the more you keep that nominal, the healthier you are.
Yeah.
I
No,
got a cook.
I have not tried the almond bread,
I
Lulu.
got a cookbook here that's grandma's diabetic recipes. I'll have to look it up and see if I can get my daughter to convert it to digital and hook you up.
You get a good like a fine almond flour like bread
Mm.
recipe with some butter.
See,
Mm-hmm.
Mickey
Well,
knows.
my brother is type 1, so I try to make a lot of keto like breads
Mm.
or cakes, and I succeeded once, but I couldn't get it right again. I made like my own.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like
it's
a
very
jelly topping thing without actual sugar. I used like stevia and other sweet plants.
yeah. No, I mean
And
like look,
Bro, let me
man.
talk to her, bro. She just said her brother is type 1 as well, so
Yeah,
because
you need
I'm a type 1. So,
you
but
need to holler at Jamesy.
is he like a younger brother, maybe
no,
in his
he's older.
20s? He's older,
No,
okay.
he's in his 30s. Yeah, he got
30s.
diagnosed 2019. So he
Okay.
was already in his 30s when he was
Okay.
barely turning 30, I believe. Yeah.
But
He
how's
has
that type 1 though?
yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy, man. It was but he
Yeah,
has
a good question for Miggy. Miggy asks, I mean, Alpha is a good question. How is that type 1? Because
Yeah.
some people label type 1 as juvenile diabetes, and it's
Yeah,
when you're like
but it's
young.
not.
But there is still that it happens to adults as well. It's not just one thing that happens
No
to
Yeah, and
kidding.
children.
Okay.
that's where you have to actually physically adjust your insulin levels, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. I'm
But
predisposed to that, man, so I had to preemptively, you know what I'm saying? Wow, we better get off the fucking,
well,
you know.
I just wanted to mention to quick one last thing to make to Jemsy, sorry. My brother uses the Libre sensors. I don't know if you are
Time
able to.
release.
No, no, not that
no,
one.
the sensors,
It's
so he
just the
doesn't have to
sensors.
poke his fingers.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
He
I'm with you.
changes it every 2 weeks, I believe.
Hey,
Let
that's
Um,
me
got
let
to
me
be
DM you,
great.
Luluca, so you can send me a link to for that one so I can check it
yeah,
out
yeah,
because
yeah,
I've been
for
looking
sure.
in some of those.
Now that's an
Yeah,
invention that did
yeah.
something, but if we could cure diabetes, it'd be cool. But I remember my grandmother used to poke her fingers so much that she wouldn't want to turn the pages in her Bible. She'd have,
Well,
Yeah, bro,
Oh
it's
my
bad.
god.
I know.
we'll
I know.
take it we'll take it
Sucks.
we'll take it off of this like one of
Yeah,
these days.
sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we'll take it off of this channel and go into another. Me and Jemsy usually have talks. Anyway, there's a lot of good
Dr.
stuff.
Sevi.
Yeah, there's a lot of good
Oh,
stuff. I don't no medical, yeah, no medical advice, but you know what I mean. Like,
I'm with you.
yeah, we'll
To be
talk
no,
in
no.
fair,
another place.
It's not really medical advice. It's a it's the sensors are 100% CDC and all that approved. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Yeah,
we're not giving medical advice. I'm
Yeah,
just going through the situation, but I'm not giving
listen,
any
none of
advice to
this is
anybody.
yeah.
misinformation about diabetes. No.
Yes,
No,
exactly. I'm
nobody's
not.
challenging
Yeah.
any mainstream medicine, but yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
To
because
be
there's a
Anyway,
fair,
lot more stuff we can talk about in another place.
I know. That's weird like that. I wonder if they can tell diabetics they can't talk about diabetes as if they're not an expert on the subject when they are.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
Yep.
you, but like the people that study this, like to, in
Yeah, I
school,
know.
you know what I
I'm
mean?
just
Like
saying,
those are the guys that you'd have to go to. You can't just.
it'd be hard pressed for me if they said like no more talking about AIDS in a public
No,
platform.
I
But
know,
then
but
this
you know what
guy
I'm
is
saying.
dying from it, and I'm trying
Because
to tell him he
yeah, no,
can't talk
because like
about
what
it. That's
happens too
tough.
is like people can run away with the topic of like, yeah, I think I can tell you what to
Oh
do,
yeah,
and that's
yeah,
not. You can't do that. Like,
yeah. I know. I know how it leads out, bro. I'm just pointing out the irony in telling Jemsy, who's had this since he was young, who's
Yeah.
obviously an expert in this area, that we really can't let him talk about it because it's going to lead us into a dark avenue where they'll just take away our entire server, and it's not our server. Other people are hosting us here. I think
Yeah.
that's ironic and it's sad.
well, I mean,
But you're
sign
right.
of the
We should,
times, man. I mean,
yeah, we should change the topic. Now the topic should become censorship and no freedom of speech, life or
But hey,
liberty.
the sensor that she recommended for me is approved by the peoples. It
I
is
mean,
no worry about it. It's
the
freestyle.
other,
That's actually the brand of the machine that I normally use, and that's a
yeah.
brand that people use in the diabetic circles to check their sugar. But this one is more like an updated version, so you can use it on your phone and kind of like not
can't
need to
you get
prick
a
your finger.
watch?
So it's a big help actually.
Yeah, I seen that on the phone. You can do that. I thought
Yeah.
that was cool, man. I wish that would have came out before my grandmother passed. That's all
Mhm.
I'm saying. Because that is, I know your fingertips get sore.
Oh yeah.
That's just
Thank you for
empathy.
that, Lulu. I'm gonna
Yeah.
DM you other stuff that I've been
What's
doing
up with that
myself.
bread? You
Yeah,
eating
for
that?
sure.
You eating that bread alone? Damn it! I'll take a country ride for some homemade bread.
Still waiting for my fucking sandwich. We'll get her in a minute, right?
Right, fuck. I'll bring the turkey and Swiss. You get wild turkey if you want. I'll go hunt it for you.
Battle Mod would make the sandwiches for you.
Man, I bet you make like the down home country style like dinners, huh, Mike?
I do. It could
Like
be duck.
fucking old fashioned,
Duck.
like straight from the.
Listen, we got a gravy press out here for duck that's just it's from the 30s. So I got a meat grinder to make venison burger. Now, I don't use that. I got a newer one, but I got one from the 30s that I can just mount on the countertop and go away with it. Make my own burger.
What do you do? Just put a duck in the press and you get gravy.
Well, you know you gotta slightly cook it and then press the grease out of the duck, and then the grease you
Oh,
make.
that's the
Yeah,
best. Yeah, but
then
I,
you make
I
yeah.
like
It's
potatoes,
called
roast potatoes with duck fat.
Oh, that sounds good, man. Like,
duck.
damn.
Yeah, duck is good.
Goodness.
I really like duck.
Talking about food for the next 2 weeks now. Look, there needs to be some borders in here because Jedi's getting
Baked,
hungry.
yeah, baked natural fish. I do that. Popcorn catfish, venison, elk rump roast, elk steak, moose roast.
Yeah, we're gonna get the guy that comes in here. We're like, man, I just come by to hear you guys talk about flat Earth, but all you guys talk about other things when I'm here. Remember that guy, Jedi? He came in here.
Yeah, I remember
Every
him.
time I come in
Yeah.
here, you guys aren't talking about flat Earth. Like, well, what the
well,
fuck? You
well,
want to
hey,
talk about?
a man got to eat on planet Earth, Tony.
Yeah.
I think Bop is a Globy though.
Is it Globy?
What
Bob? You're a
what
Globy,
me?
Bob?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do I believe
But
in the globe Earth theory? Yes.
wait,
I
there's a globe Earth
knew it.
theory. Oh, hold on. Can we get a citation to this globe link? This theory? Can you send us a link? This is a scientific globe theory.
So I'm actually a firm believer that the Earth is a dino chicken nugget. So
So,
in
He's fucking up already.
oh, so you don't
He's
have a
fucking up.
link to you? So you don't have a link to your scientific globe Earth theory?
We're gonna have to hit him
no, I
upside the
don't.
head, man, because you
That's
know.
because there's not one. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Well,
Dude,
it's
but like
listen.
seriously,
I believe in the chicken nugget theory.
No, you don't.
Well,
Why?
I
Why do you
do.
think the Earth? Listen, why do you think the Earth's a globe, man? Because there's really no evidence for it in 2023. And you might think this is crazy because we're talking about it in here, the flat Earth. But what evidence do you have of a globe? Now think about it, man. What evidence do you really have other than your belief in it? Other than that, what evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe?
Sun shadows.
Sun shadows. I know, but of what? Anything?
If the Earth was flat, sun shadows wouldn't be a thing. It would just be covered.
Okay.
You mean burying shadows?
I don't know if you're trolling or you're being
That's
for real, man. Like, are you for
no,
real?
that's for real. That is
Alright.
definitive proof. Like look up
Alright.
sun shadows and it would
Yeah.
not work
All right.
at all.
So you're saying because of the angles of the shadows whenever the sun's
Sorry, what? Huh? Sorry, what?
Okay, so you are a fucking troll, right?
That was like extreme change from being pleasant to being a total douche.
Wow. Thank you. Appreciate you.
For a total
No, just,
fuckwit.
we're just
I gotta
trying
think.
to have a
I
pleasant
gotta think for.
conversation.
It's pretty pleasant, but I gotta think for Bob. Why don't you get the fuck out of here?
Whoa, big man. Oh my
No,
god.
not a
I'm so
big man.
scared.
I can mute your dumb ass and keep you muted. How about that? You like
Okay,
that?
mute me.
All
Hurry
right,
up.
that's a
I
good
stop
idea.
crying. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Shut the fuck up.
Bye, Bob. Smell you later.
All right, we can move on to Blodens. Bloden says that we're 5.
Why do people do that?
I don't know, but
That was weird.
I'm always
though.
ready for that.
Red, you're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we got Red in here. Red, do you think the Earth's a globe?
I have no respect for you because you muted me for 4 days
Shut the
with no
fuck up.
explanation.
Yeah. The Midnight Cowboys missing out on target practice.
I'll leave some for Jedi. Next one was yours, Jedi. How about that?
No, you're
stand
fine,
back.
man. That was fucking hilarious, dude. That was fucking hilarious.
Wait, what
You
happened
got-
to Blodens?
You gotta get
Yeah.
deeper on that, Mickey. You gotta go, shut the fuck up.
Nah, I think the quick short one is good enough.
So maybe
What's up,
Bloden.
guys?
What's up,
How
my
we
friend?
doing?
Heaven is up.
Kimbo?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how's you doing?
How we doing?
Ooh, shit. Pretty good, man.
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm good. Hey, can I spam the chat for a little bit? Maybe for
No,
like 10
don't
seconds.
spam the chat. Just put something in
No,
there.
no,
but
I'm not
don't
gonna.
spam it.
Okay, can I post a flatter song we just dropped?
Yes.
A link in there.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
once.
I haven't
one time,
listened to
not-
it yet. You
don't
sent it to
spam
me
it, though.
yesterday. Yeah, it's
You haven't
him
heard
and
it yet? Well,
Big
Timbo.
Root. No, I'm gonna listen when I get
Yeah.
home.
Okay, my friend. All right. Well, I hope everybody doing good. I'm
Hey,
just
I
gonna
listened
go ahead
to
and
it.
mute myself and drop it in the chat.
Listen, I
Oh, thanks,
listened
man.
to it when you send it. I like it. I got a copy of it. I'll drop it right now.
Okay, thank you. There you go.
Yeah, I listen to all the Flat Earth music. If it doesn't reach my playlist, then it's not top 10 in that beat.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for doing it.
Flat Earth music?
Yeah, I got
no
a
way.
God.
Oh yeah,
dude.
listen, we
Hey,
we
but
rap.
listen though, it
Number
might
3,
not
Jedi,
be
do
you
you want
guys'
this one?
cup of tea, but you know, I mean, it's
Look,
something.
hang
You know,
on.
it's a
Hey,
new
Kimbo,
era.
one
You know,
second, man.
we
I gotta
coming
clear
up.
the dance floor. I know,
I
brother.
like
You
it.
want to come in. I know you guys want to talk. Just 1 second.
I
What
can
was that
post
about
some
No
of that.
Country? Hold on, Mike. 1 second. Jedi, do you want this? You want me to shellac this guy? I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I don't mind. Fucking
Wait, hold on.
No
No
Country.
It was just a
What
question.
the
We're
fuck,
not
bro?
fighting.
I heard
Shellac
the
me
tone.
for
Yeah,
asking.
because I heard the tone in your voice. I don't like your tone.
I
Why
just
did you say
didn't
it that
know. I've
way?
never heard. I was honestly
Yeah, but
curious.
why
I
do you
just
come
never
off? Why
heard.
do you come off like a fucking douche? Like, why can't you say,
Whoa,
"Oh, that's a good idea"? Yo, whoa.
dude,
I'm the guy
who's
you don't
being
want
a
to fuck
douche right
around
now?
with, dude. Yeah, when fucking assholes come in this chat, I'm the guy you don't want to fucking piss off. How about that?
Dude, what are you talking? What piss
Go,
off? I just said,
dude, just relax when you're in here. When somebody says something, don't act like a jerk. Just
I'm
relax.
relaxed. I'm pretty
All right.
relaxed.
All right. Sounds good to me.
All
All
right.
right.
So
But
what's going on with evidence?
yeah, go ahead, Kimbo. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're good, man.
Got two,
I'm, I just want to say, man, God bless everybody, all the flat earthers, even the globies. You know, sooner or later they're gonna be flat
Thank
earthers
you.
soon.
Thank you.
Have a good day, my
Much
friend.
love, dude. One love, dude.
Thanks, Kimbo.
I hope
Yes,
one day
sir.
I
Well, you
can
guys
become
have
a
a good
flatty,
night.
dude.
Oh, you will, my friend. You will. Okay.
Show me the way.
But
Show me
don't
the
be too
I don't
light.
know
late though.
about
Don't
that
be
shit.
Hey, don't be too late. Don't be the last one to know fucking the earth is flat, bro. So don't be the
I
last
hope
one.
not.
Hurry
That
up.
would be bad, right?
Shit, I'm not here to rub anybody's fucking feet. You don't want to. You want to be a Glober? Fucking kumbaya.
Is it that simple? Is the world just made up of globers and flatties? Is that all have I
No,
been
there's
missing?
critical thinkers. That's what and people
Well,
that
there's
aren't
your
critically
mom.
thinking. So if you're a critical thinker, then you can discern things in reality for yourself. And if you're not, you're a fucking wanker lemming that fucking follows everybody for everything that they say.
That's
That's
kind of
it.
an extreme absolutist statement, don't you
Well,
think?
that's how the world works, man. Either you,
Really?
yeah, you either understand what's going on or you're getting fucking took every
So
second.
so either you're a flat earther or you're a complete moron,
No, I
lemming,
said
non-critical
critical
thinker.
thinker, not flat earther. Because there's some dumb flat earthers, by the way. I said
Do you
critical
think
thinker.
there's some smart globers, perhaps?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do.
Okay, there you go. See, there's some dumb
And
flat
therefore,
earthers, there's some
so
smart
that's why I
globers.
said critical thinker. I didn't say flat earther.
Yeah.
You did.
Okay.
Why do you think you live on the ball? Old country, no country.
Sorry, what?
Why do you think you live on the ball?
Oh, I've told my opinion many times. You know, you guys usually mute me if I say it, so I'm not going to say it again unless you promise not to mute me.
Blame on mute.
You went straight for the douchebag. Jesus.
How is that? That's
just,
what I'm just telling you
He
my
just
experience here.
he was just fucking talking to you. You could just be cool with them. Be like, yeah, you
All
know,
right,
this
so
is how it is.
I'll tell you why I think it's round. Why I think I live on a ball. I think circles. It's easy to observe. Oh God, not again.
Yeah, you better pray.
I'm making an inductive argument here, by the way. Right? And I'm saying that you can observe circles, right? Because you guys like to focus on like the physical evidence, right? Like, because I know you don't like talking about models. So that's why I try and say, okay, here's some phenomena we can observe, right? We can observe star trails and we can observe. And so I know you guys have a model for this also, right? All right, it doesn't necessarily imply, like star trails don't necessarily imply globe Earth because there's apparently a flat Earth model that accounts for the shape that the trails would make if the Earth was flat, which I'm not aware of such a model. I'd be happy to look at such a model, but if it exists, right? But for me, I can't think like I can't understand a model that's not a globe, right? That explains how a long exposure photograph at the North Pole basically makes a small circle, right? Implying that the North Star is really not moving in, relative, right? Relative to the point
Let me ask you
where
a
it would be
question.
moving on the equator, right?
Now, when all you're doing in reality, when you see the sky do different things, what you have to do is change your position horizontally, right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
So if you want to see the stars do something different from where you are, you have to travel horizontally far enough, and then the sky changes, correct?
Well, let's unpack that. What do you mean the sky changes if you travel, right? The sky, you're changing your position relative
Right.
to your observation location, right? Like you're just
Right.
changing relative position. You're
Yep.
changing position,
That's right.
right? So it's not the sky's moving, you're moving, right? The sky's
Right.
also moving, but so are you.
Right. So when you change position, you see different things in the sky, and the only way you can move to cause that uh, difference is horizontally. Correct?
I mean, horizontal, again, that's horizontally from where? From the last point that you were?
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure it's like what you perceive as moving horizontally, right? Your body only has the ability to perceive so
Yeah.
much information, right? You can't perceive what's going around 5,000 miles away from you, even though something is going on 5,000 miles away from you, right? So I guess
Yes.
you could say that human perceives it as horizontal movement.
Yeah. So that's
Okay.
all you've done. So that's all you do in reality is move horizontally. And
But that
horizontal
doesn't
doesn't
mean
curve, does it?
anything. That doesn't mean
Well,
anything. You're just coming up with an arbitrary definition for horizontal.
okay, what is your definition?
I mean, horizontal just means relative to something, right? If I stand on 1,000-foot mountain, I mean, I don't even know what to tell you. If I, horizontal it's a relative term.
Well, it's front, back, left, and right, right? It's not up and down, is it?
I mean, if you're speaking in like strictly in a two-dimensional sense, then yes.
Yeah. So when you change position horizontally, what happens in the sky will look different for you. It has nothing to do with what shape you're on, because you could stand on any shape you want, and the sky
Yeah,
is
but
not going to
if you
change.
look at something on Earth and you move horizontally, that thing will look differently too. But it doesn't tell
Yeah,
you about the nature of that thing necessarily.
exactly. So why are you bringing it up?
But why would you say that? But you're just saying that the sky moves, and you have no reason to say that it moves, right? You're moving,
No,
right? So we
I
can
said
assume,
no.
right? If we make the assumption, for example, that the sky is not moving
I said
at any
you move.
noticeable.
You
Right.
move.
Well,
You
what I'm
change. You change position.
right. But you change position all the time. People move around the Earth, round or
That's
flat
right.
all the
And
time. But
yeah, and you see different things happening in the sky depending on what your position is. Correct?
right, and we can actually document that, right, through long
Yeah.
exposure photographs of the sky, right? So
Yeah,
that
but
why we move is fine, right? You can explain that, but that still doesn't explain why Polaris doesn't really move. It kind of stays in position around the radial axis or whatever you call it, the fucking
well,
axis of the Earth. And then
it's
if you're on the
just a
equator,
spinning part of the sky. It's not doesn't tell you anything about the ground, does it?
right? But do you agree that spinning implies circular or cyclical movement?
Well, if you see a circle, it's probably a circle. I have
Okay,
no
so
beef with
then
that.
so then if things can move in circles, right? That seems to be that supports the theory, right? That planets can orbit, right? That celestial bodies can move in circles, right?
If you see
So
them
that
move in circles, then they're probably going in circles. Sure.
okay, so that gives us some basis for roundness, right? Round behavior in our galaxy or solar system or whatever you want to call it, right? It gives
In
credence to
the
this
sky,
model.
yeah.
It gives
In the
credence
sky,
to the
yeah.
model that we generally accept in in high school physics, right?
But how does that work when all you're doing is moving horizontally? I mean, you don't think horizontal curves, do you?
Right, but you just acknowledge that we are moving in circles.
No, no, no. I said that the stars move in circles.
Well, something moves in circles, right? So
Stars.
whatever, it doesn't matter what it is, right? The fact is that
Well,
either us
what do you
or
see
everything
move?
else is moving in a circle.
Right. What do you see move?
The constellations, for example.
Right. So what does that have to do with the Earth?
Well, it has to do with the Earth in the sense that we observe the constellations moving in a circle, right? Which gives us
Yeah.
some baseline for circular movement in general, right? Now it's a matter
Yeah.
of
They move,
establishing where is
right?
the circle? Where's the circle
Right.
happening, right?
They happen in the sky.
Okay.
Right. So
So
the
we're in the
sky makes
middle.
circles.
We're in the middle
Hold
of a
on.
giant ball. You're saying we're basically in the middle of a giant ball.
No, 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 no. I'm just saying what I can prove. So what we've established so far is that the sky spins,
All right. So
and
we're in the middle of a circle. We're in the middle of a
it,
spinning object
no,
that exhibits some sort of circular motion. Yes, dude, you've already conceded to this.
no. I say that the sky moves, like it changes,
All
and
right,
in
but
order
you
to
said
see
it's in a
those,
circular
hold up, dude,
motion.
hold up. And in order to see different stars, you need to change your position horizontally. It's not going to move. It's not going to change if you move vertically.
Right. So you're going back on what you said earlier, where you said there's circular movement that we can observe.
Circular motion of the stars. Yes.
Right. So you're saying that because we can observe circular motion from some position on the Earth, right? That means that there has to be a circle moving around that position that we're observing, right?
We can see the circles being made, dude.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So what's the beef?
So therefore, right? I mean, I guess this supports your guys, or some people on this server have advocated for a heliocentric model, or sorry, a geocentric model of the universe, right? So you're saying that things revolve around the Earth, right?
Above the Earth,
No.
revolve above the Earth, like my ceiling
Right.
fan that going in a circle.
Okay,
Yeah, we
so at
just
least so you
agreed
partially
that they go in circles above the Earth.
you agree with like the early physics models of the universe, right? Those are okay with you guys.
I don't know what that means.
That means that
They're just ideas.
right, they're just ideas, right? But like there's obviously precedent and support for these ideas, and you must agree to some of them if you guys are advocating or supporting a geocentric model of the universe, right?
Hey, really quick,
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Vasily. I just wanted to see if No Country, can you put just a hold on your conversation real quick? I'm gonna make room for some guy.
Dude.
We got Bloodins that's in here right now. Bloodins, go ahead and jump on the mic real quick because it sounds like you're having a hot chat in there. So I want to give you the floor. So if you wanted to jump in, because you're brand new here, I've seen No Country, but I haven't seen you. So we want to give you the floor so you can maybe bring an argument forward. You can do that right now if you want, and you can talk to some of the guys in here. Bloodins.
He says he can't talk right now, which is interesting.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd offer you that Claw of the Conciliator, whatever. Hey, you're coming in really low, bro. Like super low.
Well, you can't talk. Speak for yourself.
Yeah, you're better now. A little bit better. All right, Bloodins, like I said, you have the floor right now if you wanted to, but since you yield the floor, I'm gonna turn it back to No Country. And
Go ahead, No
Vasily.
Country. Tell us what you got for the globe today. What sort of coping?
I mean, hello, Heretic. It's nice to see you as well.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I was just telling that guy, right? Like
argument?
Well, my argument is that we're establishing circular motion, right? I mean, one guy agreed to it and then kind of like walked it back. I wasn't really sure what that was
Circular
about.
motion of what?
Of
I heard him
anything.
say it. I heard him say it quite a few times. Of what?
Sky.
Of the sky.
Yeah, the sky.
Right, so you're saying the sky moves in a circle around the Earth.
Well, we're saying that we observe motion of the things in the sky.
Right, and they're moving in a circle.
Not of the things
around the
below our
Earth.
feet.
What about the planets doing those wacky retrograde, like, they start going in all those opposite directions and stuff?
But all those motions that we observe, right, we're observing them in the heavens above, not on the ground below.
Right, but we are observing them.
Yes.
And so we know that they're not 5 feet away from our face, right? Because if there's a relative perception. We can perceive distance, right?
100% agree. It's not 5 feet away from our face. So if, for example, if you're a 5-foot person, it's not 5 feet away on the ground. It's not that's moving.
That's a strange approach.
Something wrong? Yeah, you're not observing. You're not observing motion 5 feet away on the ground. It's not the ground that's moving. You're observing the motion above.
Right. So you're agreeing. So then, what is the motion that you're observing?
Well, I think that we've all said it about
Okay,
13
so
times.
therefore, so basically, you guys are accepting some sort of geocentric model, correct?
With the Earth at the center.
No. If everything is moving around the Earth, but then you can't accept geocentricity.
I wouldn't say that anything that I've said amounts to any kind of acceptance of any model. I'm just telling you what I see.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if you see something, right, and you just are not saying that you see it, right, that doesn't mean you're not accepting it, right? That just says that you're just not labeling the thing that you are seeing, right? You're saying, oh, I see this circular motion, but I'm just not going to call it circular motion.
What do you mean?
You don't see circular motion.
Yeah.
Well, some people already said we do, right? I mean, what are star trails?
Circular in the sense that I see an arc. They seem to take an arced path. I don't see a full circle because I don't see 24 hours of nighttime.
Right, but you realize that somebody standing in a different relative position on the Earth can observe the other portion of the arc that matches correctly, right? Like I mean, like I don't know. So you don't trust anyone except yourself?
I'm just telling you I don't see a full circle. But I mean, if you want to call it circular motion, I don't really care. It's just the point for me is just that the things that are in motion are the things above, not below.
But they come back around, right? You see them in a pattern, right? You see them in a
you see a
predictable pattern. So you see
Yeah.
part of the pattern, right? Obviously, your eyes can only perceive so much, right? Because you can't see, like I said, just because you can't see what's going on, you know, in a different continent doesn't mean that nothing is going on there, right? It doesn't mean that continent doesn't exist.
That's fine. They can see what they see from over there while I see what I see from over here. That's all fine. But what all of us are seeing, as all of us here have agreed, is motion of the things above, not the things below.
Right, but either way, if things are moving above and then below nothing's moving, right, then you are just describing a portion of the geocentric model, right? You're just not saying it, right? You're just describing it and you're calling it something else.
Well, okay, I'll give you this. It looks like everything's resetting around us, sure. Can I verify absolutely that that's the case and that, you know, the Earth is the centerpiece of all creation? I mean, not really, but
okay, well,
could be.
I mean, yeah, okay, well, it could be. So now, given now, you know.
But look, don't try to strawman me into a model because
I'm not. Well, I'm not strawmanning. You've already strawmanned yourself into a model. You agree that there's some circular cyclical movement, right? So there's a model right there. Maybe it's very basic.
But the point is I'm just talking about what I see, right?
Right.
I'm not constructing a model. I'm not constructing a model.
Right?
Well, okay, I'm describing what I see, but I'm not constructing a model and putting something forward for you to look at here as if that's what all of existence is.
Well, you described an arc model, right? You're saying that you see an arc?
It's not a fucking model. It's just what I'm looking at.
It's an observation, right? And an observation partially describes something, right? You don't want to call it a model? Fine, I'm calling it a model.
Makes you sadistic enough to want to keep this going?
It's a description.
Because we're just having a semantic, you know, he's saying it's not a model, right? What is it then? It's an observation.
I like what you came with after that. Yes, yeah. I like what you came with after that. It's a description. I'll take that for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
But your description, right? Something's happening, right? There's some model out there, right? I mean, even flat earthers have like models, right? That there's some idea of I mean, I can't believe we're stuck on the definition of a model, right? Like, but
well, we should just stick with what we like. What's going on in reality?
But even flat. Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Well, like when you start talking about models and stuff, it's like you're gonna go nowhere. Nobody cares about models here, man.
Of course we care about models.
Exactly.
Models
you
all
do.
types of things.
No.
Your economy.
You do. We
don't. Yeah, what Jerry just said, you care about them. We don't. We're not proposing models. We're not doing it that. You're saying that while some flat earthers have models, yeah, good for them. Go talk to them, but don't generalize all of us with them, whoever they are. Go ask them about the model that they propose because the people in this room are telling you that that's not their proposal.
Right, and so what I'm saying is that this is just a argument about the definition of the word model because in fact, right, when you observe something, right, when you're just the act of observation in itself implies some sort of model, right? It may only be a model that has two variables like space-time, right? Like you agree that we can perceive space and you agree that you can perceive time. So if you agree that those two things can be perceived or that you perceive them, then you have now you've agreed to see.
right. I get that you're hell bent on turning this into a conversation of model against model. I see that you're not going to stop doing that. So,
It's not
I mean,
hell-bent.
since that's the
I'm
case,
just establishing the definition. I'm not trying to be.
that's obviously what you're trying to do. You're not going to
But
back
why are
off
you
of the
saying
model.
that?
Well, because you just keep going back there again and again. We
Then-
keep telling you we're just pointing at what's happening, and that's all we're doing. And you are determined to somehow turn that
Well,
into a
are you
claim of
just
a
saying that
model.
models don't exist? Is that
Hold
what you're
on.
saying?
No,
That
I'm not.
models don't exist?
Hold on. You're determined to turn that into a claim of a model, right? If a model even so much as exists, then every single time I describe anything, I must be putting forth some kind of a model. So clearly, based on all of this, you think you have a model. Can we just take a look at that model?
Yeah,
But
let's
it's
have
not
that.
that I think that, right?
So you have a lot of options here. Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look at this model that we're supposed to be putting forth another model against. Can I see it?
But hold on, but you're just trying to like say that you don't believe in any models for anything.
Dude,
They got
not at
one.
all.
Okay,
Let's just
so
get to the
explain.
brass tacks,
So give me an example of a model that you believe in, so we have somewhere to start. Because I
Here
don't
we
even
go
know.
again. See, this is what I keep saying. You are desperate to turn this into a conversation of model versus model.
But what is a model then? What are we supposed to talk
Listen,
about?
a
If
model-
not
a model-
the flat Earth is a model of the Earth. I mean, it's literally in the
It's
title of
simple.
the chat.
What part of no model? We have no model. What part of no model don't you understand?
So then change the name
This
from
is what I'm
flat
saying,
Earth to Earth.
Battlemod, is this guy is not
Well,
going to
flat-
take no for an
listen.
answer on the model thing. He's going to get a model from us that he's going to try to argue against. This all
But
he
you
wants.
already, it's called flat Earth. You have a flat Earth model.
Yeah, flat
we
is a
have Earth.
description, not a shape. We don't even make a positive claim on shape. We just have a flat description of the surface.
Right. So that description, I mean, is a description not a model? I mean, it's not a
You
feature
can
of a model.
listen. If you want to attribute it to a model, form a hypothesis, perform your experiment, you go ahead.
Okay, well, that's what I was doing,
But
right?
For now, in a rudimentary form, it's just a description of a surface.
Okay.
So you'd be making a category error. You turn a description into a model, and that's what we deal with every day here. And the people we deal with are so dense, they don't understand they're making category errors.
You're
Well,
also trying to provide us with a reification.
he seems to have a straw man angle that he wants to force onto us.
I'm not trying to force anything. Okay, don't say that. I'm just asking, right? I'm just trying to clarify a definition. That's all.
Good.
Well, the
So he's
definition
saying it's
for
a cat.
description. Description
would be a reification fallacy. Why am I getting interrupted?
So okay, I've heard this other guy who was saying,
Quite
I'm sorry, I forgot his name.
simple to understand.
My name's Timbo.
No,
Welcome to the BC.
the older gentleman.
I'm Alpha Verita.
And he's talking about Battle Mob.
I wasn't gonna talk, man. You guys don't know how to long troll. Where's my co-pilot? God damn it! This guy, fire him.
Oh, Battle Mod. That's what. Okay, so Battle Mod. I think I've talked to you about this before, where you're saying that we base all of our navigational calculations on a flat Earth.
No, I never made a flat Earth
conclusion.
claim. I said Cartesian coordinates. It's all about coordinate system. Navigation is from port to port on coordinates.
Okay.
So,
and so you're saying that that should be
when
that's
we
a
have
labeling
known
error?
distances, a what?
So if I call is the Cartesian plane not a model for something? Is that am I misunderstanding
It's
that?
not a model, no, because you can take a heliocentric model and apply a Cartesian coordinates to it, or you can convert the same coordinates to a polar coordinates, which would be heliocentric. So no, it's not a description of a model.
So what is a description of a model? Maybe just what is the what?
A coordinate system is designed to describe distance of travel and direction. Do you not know that?
Okay, right. So that's fine. So what would be a model within like a Cartesian context.
No, listen. A scientific model would be everything in its entirety of how everything is modeled to work
Right.
in your reality. It wouldn't
Right.
be a simple description of the surface area or distances traveled in that system.
Well,
That would
aren't
be a
there?
vague description. No, it's not a model.
Okay, so aren't there different abstractions and layers to models, right? Models can
Yeah,
have abstractions,
yeah. I
right?
said a model is a collection of all those things, where a coordinate system can be a description of just one floor in an entire structure.
But you know what keeps getting me though is this guy just waxes on and on about models, and we never see the
I
model
know
that he's
his
on about.
model. Listen, your model's not going to prove anything because you can model everything on Earth either in planar coordinates, Cartesian or polar, and you can convert
Okay.
them. So no observation or action becomes exclusive to either model because the models have a conversion rate.
Right. So for example,
Badmod, what the hell model is this guy even talking about? Can you post this heliocentric model that you're on about?
Yeah,
Well, it's
no,
not
he
even.
can't because he thinks these
Okay.
coordinate systems that we created are a heliocentric model, and they're not. They're coordinate systems just for the purpose of navigation or geographical position.
Okay, right. So when we measure movement, for example, of the things we see.
Okay,
So
and
you're
then,
saying hold on,
but just
you're saying
anything,
we
right? And then we
measure
notice,
the
and then we
visual
notice, hold on, and then we
appearance of
notice a
things
pattern.
we see.
Oh my
Sorry,
goodness,
hold on.
dude. Listen, man, why do I have to hold on? When I ask, can you just post the model? Why can't you just do that instead of going to here, into whatever this is?
It's one large reification. Let me get this
Yeah,
in
that's what I was trying.
because I say this proves the model and the model proves the model. So
Well, no, I'm
basically,
not saying that.
we
That's
got
not
this
even what I'm
model,
saying.
and the model is the only proof of the model.
I'm asking you guys, what is true?
Where's your
there
model,
anything?
dude?
But
Listen,
where's
your
your model?
standard evidence is crap. You don't have a model, but you're standing here grandstanding on the fact that we don't have one, but you don't have one. So you have no pedestal to grandstand from.
Okay. All I'm saying.
Where's your model?
Right. All I'm saying is that there are.
Where's that model at? You guys make a claim. Is that a model? Because the model doesn't work as far
I'm
as
not even talking about models, right? I'm just talking
the
about
math doesn't match your
observations.
model. The math doesn't match your model.
I'm just talking about specific observations, right?
Your
Specific
Newtonian physics,
observations
that
about the
breaks down
sky.
in universal. That's local. And local can be described with coordinate system. It doesn't need a model.
Right, but a description of a repeating pattern is a model, which I don't know why that's so hard for you to say.
A description, it's a model of what you observe. Good. There you go. You modeled what you observed.
Correct. Thank you.
Cool.
You modeled something, right? You can model, right? You can model
call
from
that a model,
observation.
but is that model a complete model to
I
explain
never
everything?
said it was a complete. I never said that. I just said that it is a model,
And would
right?
it
And that it
prove
can
your ideals about your observations? Your
well,
abstract
it can
constructs that you
prove
construct after you
well,
observe something. A model.
Well, it can add reliability, right? So for
No,
example,
it
if
can't
every
because
year,
the
hold on, wait a
abstract
second.
cannot prove the
Hold,
concrete.
let me respond. Right? If we can predict where the constellations are going to be in the sky on a 12-month basis.
Now, here's the problem with that. It's not a prediction. You've watched it over and over again. You modeled your observations, then you quantified it. So it's a post-diction. You already knew where it was going to be because you created the math for the movement.
You see, I don't like that. I think that what you're doing is
so
you're
how do you
engaging
call
in
it a
sophistry.
fucking prediction when it's this isn't prophecy? You didn't predict something that's never happened. You predicted what
You see,
has happened.
but now we have to
what
argue about
has
the
happened
definition.
once.
You're arguing about
Listen,
the definition of the word
I'm
prediction.
not
This is a
arguing
semantic argument.
No, I'm not arguing the word prediction. I'm arguing this doesn't qualify to be a prediction because it's already happened. We've already observed it. You're just saying it's systematic and it's going to happen again. That's not a prediction.
But that's the same thing. That is a prediction.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. It's based on observation.
Wow.
It's an absolute certainty that it'll happen again because we've observed it to.
Right. And we've
That's
observed
not
it
a
too. So,
fucking prediction. You're a
well,
moron.
we don't know what's going to happen a year
Put
from now.
him
Can
on
you
mute.
predict the future?
We know that because
What?
we've observed it. Listen.
Why would you mute me?
Because you don't
Because
shut up.
you talk through people, dude. He's trying to give you
We've
an answer. You just keep
observed
talking.
the systematic nature of the rotations of the heavens. So anything we say, this is going to
Yeah,
be
it's a
there, then
system.
it's no different than a clock. So what you're doing is putting a clock up and predicting in 30 seconds at 12:59 it's going to be 1 a.m. That's not a prediction. It's going to be 1 a.m.
No, it's a prediction that the clock is going to work until the next time it strikes 1 a.m. It's absolutely a prediction.
No, you're
You
an
don't
idiot.
know the difference between a
Okay, why are you
post-prediction and a
insulting me,
prediction.
dude?
Because you can't understand this simple concept and it's rudimentary. It's
I
remedial
understand
and
it just
basic.
fine. So you're saying that I'm too retarded to understand a basic concept of how a clock works?
No, prediction works. A prediction works. You predict something will happen based on a theory that you've never tested. That'd be a prediction.
No,
Now,
that's
when
not
you-
true. That's not true.
So, listen, that's like saying I predict when I throw this ball up, it's going to fall, and it's still a fucking prediction. We fucking
Yeah.
know that's a fact, you idiot.
But it's still a prediction
It's a
based
fucking
on
fact. It's not a prediction. It's a fact.
It's a post-diction. He keeps telling you. It's like, listen. Go ahead, Jay. Sorry.
A prediction would be you giving me the lottery numbers tomorrow. A prediction is you telling me what you're going to have for dinner next week. Right?
Not
A
true.
prediction of
You're just
something
this
that
is
has
semantic.
happened. Excuse me. Words mean things, and you clearly don't understand the definition of prediction and
That's not true.
post-diction.
Do you want me to do? Okay, well,
what's a post-diction?
Well, it's pre-added addiction.
Hold on, let him answer. I don't want anybody else answering. What is a post-diction? You're going to Google it for everybody. Let's say, I don't know, lunar eclipse cycles. Being as these were observed over 3,000 years by the Babylonians who created the solar cycle, they noticed a pattern. Now, that pattern still works today. We can still observe eclipses at known times of years based on this post-diction because we
Right.
have a repeating pattern. This is a
Okay.
post-diction.
I
These things have
understand that.
always happened. Good.
I understand that,
Not a
right? But are
prediction,
you
then.
saying that for, okay. So you're saying that we know for a fact that this post-dictive pattern will occur forever and ever until the end of time? We can predict into the future and basically guarantee that this post-diction will stand forever?
Yes, because it was developed over 3,000 years ago, and the eclipse that happened 2 days ago was predicted within the solar cycle. 3,000 years ago, they knew the cycles of the things that always happened. Same with phases of the moon.
Right, but they didn't know what was
Always.
going to happen, right? To them, it wasn't a post-diction, right? They didn't know, right?
But
Like they
we-
just observed a cycle, right? So they, for their
there's the word.
perspective,
There's the word.
their perspective was that the gods could destroy their society at any moment, right?
Don't worry about that bullshit. We're interested in the word cycle. These
Right.
things happen in cycles. So
Right.
based on that repeating pattern, we can make, I'm going to use your word for you, a prediction of what's going to happen tomorrow. But based on the fact that it is a cycle, these things have always happened. So technically, it's a post-diction.
But it wasn't a post-diction when the
Who cares
Mayans were observing it.
Who cares at the time? We're talking about now. Aren't
Right,
we?
but it matters
If you want a mathematical model of the sky, there's one, but it's got no geometry involved. Not the Earth being a ball.
You just said there's a cycle, right?
No geometry involved.
Doesn't a cycle imply some sort of circular movement?
Of the sky, but not of the Earth.
Right, but even in the sky, it's still geometric, right?
It's circular in nature. I'll give you that,
It's
but
not
it doesn't.
circular, it's direct. Yeah, it is circular, right? So that's what I'm saying. That's all I've been trying to say.
This is probably why you don't listen, because you talk an awful lot. It makes no geometric claim of the Earth.
But we haven't gotten to there yet. We haven't even established anything about the Earth yet.
Exactly, which is the point. We're just noting things in the sky that have got a cyclical nature, and because of that cyclical nature, we can understand what's going to happen in the future.
Right.
It's got no claim to the surface of the Earth, though.
So then do you agree with those? Okay, so is that not a model though? You're just saying
Of
it's a
the sky.
post-fiction?
It's a mathematical model of the sky. If you want a
Okay.
pattern to be a model, but it's only a mathematical one. It's not a geometric one based on the surface of the Earth.
Listen, just for the record, right? I believe that, I've heard people that there is like, I didn't make it to quantum mechanics in college, right? But,
what's this got to do with anything?
well, because, with respect to like relativity and whatnot, right? Obviously, right, in that sense, we could be living in like some planar, semi-planar, two-dimensional world, right? But that doesn't but not totally, because we can perceive a third dimension, right?
What?
Well,
I'm talking about.
doesn't Einstein posit that the universe like stretches? It's like stretched out in certain places depending on like gravity.
What's that got to do with the cyclical nature of the stars above?
Well, it's just
Only in there's no observable experiment that anyone can do from the surface of the Earth to determine whether it's the Earth moving or the stars moving.
Sorry, say that last part again, that the Earth and stars are not moving?
No, listen carefully. There is no observable experiment that you can do from the surface of the Earth that can determine whether the Earth is moving or the stars are moving. Relativity, right?
Right.
Right. So why do we keep looking up at the stars and you making
But
inferences
what if
saying what?
what if you hover? What if you like hover above like the atmosphere of the Earth? Can we observe something from there?
Yeah.
Like the upper atmosphere?
Yeah, the stuff in the sky moving still. Yes.
And what if we go a little further out into, like past the
Okay,
stratosphere?
so
Try
now
it
we're
out.
going to be, now we're going to be into the realms of hypothetical situations because you ain't doing this. I ain't doing this.
Wait,
Well,
what?
some people have done it.
All right, what page are we on?
Right, maybe you should sit down and wait for the page number to be read out for the glassy catch up.
That's what I'm asking.
Good. So at the moment, we're trying to be talking about the stars moving and some inference that the Earth must be a ball and moving also. Now we're going up into the sky in a hypothetical situation where we're not going to be verifying this, but we're going to be trusting authority that says that they've been there. No one's been to the vacuum of space.
Why do you say that?
Because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
But why do you say that no one's been into the vacuum of space?
Because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Do you want me to say
How do you know that?
Because that's a law of nature. One, you can't achieve gas pressure without the container for the gas to press upon, the very definition of gas pressure. And also, if you have an uncontained pressurized environment and out there is a much lower pressure differential, entropy will take effect and the gas will fill the space. So there is no such thing as the vacuum of space because it fundamentally can't exist.
So then why do meteors burn up when they enter the atmosphere?
It's got nothing to do with the Earth being an open
But
or a closed system.
why does that happen? Are you denying that happens?
No, but I'm also saying that we're breathing gas pressure and up there's a vacuum and you can't have gas pressure without a
How do
container.
you explain meteors burning up in the atmosphere then?
What rocks are burning up in the atmosphere? That's wonderful.
But that has something to do with it, right? It has something to do with pressure, and
it's got nothing to do with it.
Has to do with
it's got
the
nothing
rock
to do
from
with it.
outer space moving through some sort of membrane.
Where's the rock come from? No
I mean,
one's denying.
it comes from somewhere.
Okay, but it's not a vacuum space.
Well, it's not from Earth.
Well, it's not a vacuum space.
But it's coming from outside of Earth's atmosphere, or what I would, whatever you want to call it, outside of Earth's.
According to your story, that's a vacuum. No one's denying. Why do you not listen?
I'm listening.
Good. Then shush. The claim here is the vacuum of space, not things falling from the fucking sky.
Right, but I'm saying if something falls from the sky and it falls to Earth, why would it all of a sudden burn up, right?
Because
once it hit a certain.
Why would it burn up? Because that's because of the atmosphere that it's flying into. But the claim isn't rocks come from the sky. The claim is vacuum of space.
Right, but there is a way we can observe a delineation where the atmosphere ends and where it begins, right? Because otherwise the rocks wouldn't start burning, right?
But it's got nothing to do with rocks. The claim is vacuum of space.
Right, but the
No.
observation is burning rocks.
Okay, but that's in the atmosphere.
So you agree that we have an atmosphere?
Well, of course, we're fucking breathing.
Okay.
The claim is that atmosphere is uncontained from the vacuous space that we're
But
flying around in.
how is that possible? If
Yeah,
in one
right.
area the rocks are burning and then in another area they are burning, what does that imply? That implies some sort of change in environment, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to be a vacuum. Otherwise, the gas, if it's an open system for rocks to come into, would disperse outwards into that vacuum of space.
Well, whatever it is, it's definitely not what we understand to be pressure, right? Like we know that we have pressure within the atmosphere and then the lack of pressure outside the atmosphere,
No,
right?
that's
And
not
that,
true. No,
well, obviously it's true. That's why.
No, not obviously it's true because it breaks laws of nature to
So
have gas
how do you
uncontained.
explain?
Why do you keep talking through me?
You're talking through me.
It's really interesting. I'm trying to answer
Are
your
you guys
question.
talking
You
about
keep
flat
jumping
Earth?
to something else.
You're not answering my question. You're saying
Why-
you're observing these rocks burn up in the atmosphere, but you're not offering any sort of explanation, right? You're
Why
just
would I
saying it
make
happens because it happens, right? But what's not
No,
true. There's reasons why it happens.
why would I be making a claim to something that I do not know about? But you seem to think that you understand what's going up in the sky, and your claim of
I'm
what's
not
going
saying
up
I
in the sky.
understand it, but I'm offering an explanation that has
That's brilliant.
some merit, right? At least I have.
You've got rocks falling from the sky, which
Well, they're
appears to
not just
violate.
falling, right? They're moving in arcs and they're burning up once they get a certain distance from Earth, right? So all I'm
in the
saying is, why
atmosphere.
does that happen? I'm intellectually curious. You're saying you don't care about it. You're not interested in
I
that.
didn't
Like
care. I said that this isn't the claim. You're saying that we can go to this place called the vacuum of space,
okay,
turn around and look at the Earth. I'm
okay,
telling you that the vacuum of space can't exist. It's got fuck all to
okay.
do with rocks falling from the sky.
So you're saying we can't leave the surface of the Earth past a certain distance?
Not into the vacuum of space, because the vacuum of space doesn't exist.
So when you move outside the Earth's atmosphere, are you actually not moving anywhere, or are you moving somewhere?
How would I know? I've never been there, but the claim of the vacuum of space can't exist.
Right, but something exists that's not the Earth's
What?
atmosphere, right? Outside of the Earth's atmosphere, there
Well,
is not the
let's
Earth's
put it like this.
atmosphere,
Let's put it like this to help you. It must be something, but
right?
not no thing.
Okay, so if something exists outside the bounds of the Earth's atmosphere, and in that something, the rocks are observed to not be burning,
They're fucking
right?
rocks.
But then they start burning once they get a certain distance from the Earth, right? Obviously, that
You
something is
don't know
happening
that.
there. We do. We observe it. We see that the rocks like
Did
combine.
you hear
But
the
you don't
words?
see a fucking rock.
Did you hear the words that came out of my mouth? It must be something, not no thing, not a
Right.
vacuum, which is no thing.
Well, vacuum is something. It's a vacuum. It's a lack of a thing.
No thing.
A lack of a thing is the thing. Well, this
No,
is okay.
no,
This is
no,
pointless. I'm
no,
not going
no,
to get in a
no.
semantic debate with you, but that's. I
It's
get what
not
you're saying,
semantic.
right? I
Words
get what you're saying.
fucking
Yes.
mean things, you illiterate. Words
I know
mean
what a
things.
vacuum is, right? I know what a vacuum is.
Shush. For me and you to have good communication, we must understand the words that we are using. If you
Right.
don't understand the words that I'm using, then we're going to have a failure to communicate.
Now, I understand the word nothing. I do.
Good.
Believe it or
So
not.
vacuum of space. This is why I said these words. It must be something, not no thing, as in vacuum of space. It can't be that because we have gas pressure. It might be something.
Okay,
But
so
not
whatever you
no
want to
thing.
call the non-vacuum, let's call it the non-vacuum of space. Is that a better description? Because it's
Well,
not.
whatever it is, it's not a vacuum.
But it's, okay, so it is something, right? You are saying that there is something, right? It is. You said it is. Therefore,
There must be something that the sun, moon, and stars are in, but it's not a vacuum.
well, whatever it is, we'll call it the non-vacuum, right?
Hey, bro, can you chill out just a little bit and take a breath in between your assertions and your thoughts? You don't have to say everything that you're thinking.
Yeah, on that, I'm just wondering if you could take a breath and figure out a goddamn point.
Well, the point, I mean, he's saying that an atmosphere is not indicative of, like, he's saying that when the Earth's, or when rocks are falling from the sky and they enter the atmosphere, they're coming from nothing.
Okay, stories. He's not saying they're coming from nothing.
Yeah, he said nothing.
No,
He said there's nothing out there.
Dude, that's your fucking claim. You're saying it's coming from nothing, a vacuous space. I'm saying it can't be nothing because you can't have a vacuous space.
Well, you can have something.
I don't think anybody's saying the rocks either than you. Other than you, nobody's saying that.
I mean, I don't even know. I mean, and this is like, I feel like this has completely regressed, right? Basically,
it's your fucking fault, mate. I'm sorry.
It's just very tedious, right? Because, like, we can't establish anything, right? You guys.
Yes, it is.
No,
first
you
there was no models.
Thought, and we are listening to it.
What do you want to establish, dude? What is your premise? What is your claim? What do you want established exactly?
Well, we already established that models can exist, right? And that there is a circular model of the sky, right?
We didn't need to listen. Didn't need to establish that with this VC. Models exist. Yeah, that was never really a contention. That's just
somebody. No, the problem was that it was
just retarded. This is just retarded sophistry, dude. Like, what is your point?
I
what
agree,
do you want to
dude.
say about the world?
I actually agree with you for the first time, right? Right, that, like, we're talking about, like, such basic things that it's just we can't even get to the higher level stuff because we're stuck on an atmosphere.
What high level stuff? What do you want to get to? Where is this going?
Well,
Can you make?
How can we tell you about heavenly things if we tell you about earthly things and you don't believe, bro? You don't know about the early things. You think you live in a cartoon and now you want to know about heavenly things. It's not gonna work, bro.
I'm not even sure what that means. Cartoons?
Exactly my point.
We're not talking about cartoons. We're talking about physics here, right?
You're talking about heavenly things and you don't get it.
Well, well, it's not heavenly, right? A meteor isn't heavenly if it falls to Earth, right? It becomes earthly. Well, it becomes earthly when it comes to Earth, right?
Fuck is it? Go test it. Go test it directly and tell us what it is, because I know that you're relaying the stories that were given to you about these things that appear in the sky, but that's all you're doing. And we know
isn't
those
that
already.
what you're doing?
And
Are you just relaying stories that you read on the internet?
No, we're talking about reality and what's outside. And that paradigm that you're speaking from has obviously been already put through the ringer and has not survived.
I think you're just telling stories too, right? It's just a matter of which stories
You're
are more
speaking
convincing.
from within the heliocentric globe paradigm. We can go outside and falsify that with a trip to the beach.
That's not true. That's actually not true. That's, if you heard what I said, if you followed along for the whole conversation, we're still operating under the premise that it's a geocentric model, right? We haven't graduated to a heliocentric
it's not
model.
geocentric.
No,
it's heavenly.
No, because you're just inserting a flat Earth in space in a geocentric paradigm. We're not saying any of those things. You're basically getting really distracted by whoever's
Don't
echo that
ever
was.
listen to anyone who says you just. That's BS. Like, don't listen to anyone who's reducing you, who's taking a reductive approach to your thoughts.
I agree.
Before I got tripped out by the echo, you're just inserting a geocentric flat Earth into space.
Dude. You are reducing him to just something, and you are taking a dismissive approach to his mindset. You're not listening to the other person.
I am listening. I've been listening the whole time. That's why we're having a lively back and forth, right? Because I'm listening to what he's saying.
What I'm saying is, when you listen to someone and when you hear them out, you don't say you just. When you say you just to anybody, it means you haven't been listening to them. You're
you can hear. Listen, what he's been doing, he's got a bunch of preconceptions about what we're talking about and a bunch of boxes that he wants to put us in. and you're not really saying much other than, well, meteors fall from space, but that's presupposing the globe paradigm with the outer space vacuum and everything that it's supposed to exist in, things that we're not claiming. And you're trying to make it our claim by saying, hey, you said the stars spin in a circle, so you're a geocentrist. I mean, none of it washes at all. I just want to know, what the fuck is your point, and what are you going to try to use to prove it?
Well, my point is, I guess, I mean, you guys are saying, okay, so from my understanding, you're telling me that only what can be observed is true. And I'm
I
saying,
didn't say that per se.
well, okay, you're saying that what you observe, right,
Okay.
is the only.
Listen, I'm getting tired of this. Devoid of points that you want to make about us or flat earthers, what do you have to say about Earth, about reality, about,
5
you know,
minutes.
the conversation that we're actually trying to have in this
Look
channel?
at this. 2 minutes ago, he was dismissing
is a
you by
globe,
telling you, you just. Now he's dismissing you by interrupting you and telling you he doesn't want to listen to you.
That's
Having a
not true.
conversation.
That's
He's
not,
like
no, that's
gatekeeping
not
you
true.
from the conversation.
I'm just asking if what he said earlier is still true, right? I'm just clarifying something he said, right? And then he muted me because he said it's not what I said per se. So then I would say,
Oh.
what did you say?
No, I never fucking said that at all. I never said, if you can observe it, it's not true. I never said anything like that. So all this retarded sophistry that you're trying to use.
Now pay
is
attention
getting...
to how he started swearing at you. So now he's escalating the situation.
Shut the fuck up. So I want to get a point out of you. What? Where is it? Where are you going? Like, devoid of talking about us and flat earthers and what we said, which we actually didn't say. What is your claim
Okay,
about
but
the
no,
Earth?
but this is over because you're just getting angry and swearing and muting.
Okay, it's over. Next.
Okay, if the
See ya.
sky does what he says it does or what he thinks it does, then what? What is the argument?
Well, it's over. So let's let his dick rider here jump in. Hi, Flux. How's it going?
So I mean, Heretic, you're having a totally dishonest conversation over here. Like, you've dismissed people, you've gatekept the conversation, you've sworn at them when they tried to answer your questions. I don't think you're really a part of this conversation.
Okay, so talking about me again. Yeah, so like I was just saying to him, it's boring to listen to your thoughts and feelings about us, about the panel, about flat earthers. Do you have any point about the Earth that you would like to offer?
Like, stop describing your stop describing.
So that's me again. Can you talk about the topic, like the Earth?
Like, you're not us and I'm not them, right? So don't stop making me the.
Stop concern trolling, idiot.
Yeah, I
but
mean, he's
stop
look, he's
me
putting
an
words in our
outsider.
mouths. He's trying to
Stop
straw man
calling-
us into a
Stop
model.
calling yourself us and me an outsider, right? I'm part of this conversation the same way that you are part of this conversation.
I don't
describe me
care,
as
dude.
outsider.
I really don't
No,
care.
I don't care about you, dude. So
Okay.
I don't care about you, so what's the point?
Yeah, I mean, he comes in whining. That guy was waffling for so long. He wasn't coming to any kind of point. He kept putting words in our mouths. He kept trying to get us to claim a model. He kept going from, okay, the stars take an arced path, therefore a circle, therefore you're claiming geocentric, therefore meteors must fall from space. All this fucking bullshit. Like, is the Earth a globe or not? I guess that's the question I'm asking. Can you answer it?
Dude, maybe he was criticizing the moderation. He's saying it creates an uneven platform.
This isn't a conversation about what you care about, Heretic. This isn't a conversation.
Okay, well, let's go to the next White Knight. Uneven
What is
platform
going on
guy.
with all these concern trolling?
All these crying little babies. Rip and
Do you
tear.
guys have proof or no? That's all we care about.
Yeah, I mean, if you've
I'll
got
prove
some
to you that the
curvature.
Earth is round easily. You wanna know?
Okay. Yes, please go on. That's what we're looking for. That's all I was asking for from the other guy and the other guy after that. So if you want to step up to it, then great, go for it.
Bro, let me turn off my hotspot real quick. All right, so here's why I don't see how the Earth could be flat. So when you look up at the stars, if you're standing at the North Pole, they rotate counterclockwise, and at the South Pole, they rotate clockwise. If you're on a flat Earth, if the stars are just all above you, at what point do they just suddenly change rotation? And
They
if
don't.
there's a South Pole point at which you're observing a rotation of the stars, just all moving clockwise, how does that work on a flat Earth? I don't get that.
They don't. Your premise is false. It's not like you travel to a certain position and then suddenly everything turns around. It's just that you turn around. So if you're facing north, for example, the star rotation, which is rising in the east, setting to the west, that would appear to you to be counterclockwise. That's a relative direction. If you turn around and face south, now that's going to appear. That same east to west motion is going to appear clockwise. All that happened is you changed your orientation. That's it.
Clockwise and counterclockwise is not directions. Those are not directions. That's a
Yeah,
perspective
they're not.
thing that
The
you're looking
stars
at.
aren't rising and setting. They're rotating around a focal point, right? And I'm saying if there's a second focal point in the South Pole, where would that be on a flat Earth?
Okay.
Above your head.
So you kind of conflated two different claims because now you're talking about the so-called celestial poles. What you went on to after that was, okay, at what point when I'm traveling south does it all flip around from counter to clockwise? So that doesn't happen. And
Wait,
you have some
so you're
apparent
denying?
motions. There's an apparent point of rotation in the north, something sort of similar that you can look at in the south, not an exact, you know.
Listen, a good example that you can look at is when you're inside a vehicle and you're holding the wheel, right? You can look to the left rim, right? And that rim is going clockwise. Then you look to the right rim and that one looks counterclockwise, but they're going to the same direction, bro.
Yeah. You just
Yeah,
switched
the
your left with your
problem
right is
though.
all you did.
The problem though is the way you're describing it is like there's a bubble around the Earth, and the stars are all part of that same
So
rotating
you
unit.
imagine that
But the
bubble
problem?
around in your mind.
Well, yeah, I mean,
No,
maybe
no, I'm
it's.
saying imagine. No, no,
I'm
I'm
not
working
saying
with
that.
what you're saying.
I'm not saying that though. I'm not saying that there's a bubble above the Earth per se. Maybe it works
No,
like a
not
set of
above,
gears or
like
something like
around.
that. For all I know, I'm not saying it necessarily does that either. We can't directly test the things above, but what we can do is test the inferences that you have of the ground from the things above. We can do that.
And that's
So
where
if you,
he's
I
having the
didn't say
problem, bro,
above.
because he's saying, I know the earth is a globe because when I look at the sky, the sky is doing something, therefore the earth is a globe. And that's a very bad premise that you're making right there, bro.
No, it's not. If it
That's
can't
hard.
be
Yes,
explained
it
on a
is.
flat Earth how it would work, then
listen,
it would demonstrate that the Earth couldn't be flat. And I'll
really
tell
Brother,
you
quick,
why what's
really
being said
quick.
about the
go ahead.
fenders, or not the fenders, the rims doesn't work. So I hear what you're saying. It could be that the stars all the way to the left side, looking over the ice wall or whatever, are rotating one way, and then on the other side rotating another. But that's not what's going on. You look straight up from the North Pole, and that's where the rotation is. And then when you go anywhere in the South Pole, right? Because I don't know what south means on a flat Earth. It just means away from north. But on a globe, it means at the South Pole. When you look up, you have an opposite rotation and you have a specific set of stars up there, right?
Okay.
So I'm just trying to figure out how you get the clockwise rotation of the South Pole on a flat Earth.
Well, we
right?
already
Because
told you that. We already told you that. All you've done is turn around. Everything is still going from east to west, right? All you do is turn around. This was the
no,
first
it's
thing I
not east
said
to
to you.
west, bro.
Yes,
Bro, it's not
it's
east
east
to
to west.
west.
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
No,
Yes,
no,
it
no, no,
is.
no, no. No,
Yes,
we're
it is.
talking about bro,
Yes,
think
it
of like
is.
a wheel
Look,
turning.
you said it yourself. You already said it. Yeah, think of a wheel turning. Exactly. It's turning in one direction. The whole thing is going in one
No,
direction.
bro. If you look at the
Yes,
top of the
bro.
wheel, it's turning over.
Stop. Okay? I've done this a few times already. I'm getting kind of sick of it. It's all going in one direction. The only thing that changes is your orientation when you turn around. If you are facing north, that would appear to be counterclockwise motion. If you turn around and face south, that's going to look the other way because you switched your left with your right. And if you're still incredulous about it, I can post videos from Globers that show exactly this. It is not dependent on where you are. And at the end of the day, what you have is an inference from looking in the wrong direction that the earth is a ball. That's something that can be directly tested by measuring the ground.
And even whatever phenomena we're looking of the sky is not gonna determine the shape of the ground under your feet. Those are heavenly things of the sky. Whatever mechanism is operating in the heavens above doesn't affect the shape of the ground you're standing on, bro, or the waters. So
It
yeah.
actually literally does. But anyways, like,
No.
look, I need time to be able to talk and explain it, right? You can't
done
keep
that.
cutting it. So with the rim example, just think of like turning a screw or
You can't
turning
have
a
two
wheel.
different rotations
Is it?
on one globe.
Yeah.
It's
That's a
one
good one.
direction.
Bottom up.
All
And
that's
Beto,
changing
Did
is your
somebody say you
orientation.
can't
go ahead,
get two
Beto.
different rotations on a globe?
It's one
That's what I'm telling
direction.
you. Listen, the globe spins one fucking way. All the stars move one way. It's an apparent. That's why they say clockwise and counterclockwise. They're not telling you that the rotation is reversed down there, because that's not possible if you're on a sphere that all has to spin the same way. They're saying it looks to
Unless
be
you want to suggest the southern hemisphere is spinning in the opposite direction to the northern
exactly
hemisphere.
right.
Yeah.
No, if the southern hemisphere was spinning in the opposite direction, then the
It's
stars
an
Okay.
would
apparent
both
thing.
be
It
rotating
appears that
counterclockwise,
way.
but that's not what's happening.
I think we gotta put this.
Listen,
Yeah,
listen.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions.
Exactly.
They're
Relative directions.
appearances.
What? Okay, that
It's an
doesn't. But are you
appearance.
listening to what I'm saying? I'm saying that they are rotating clockwise and counterclockwise in the north and south, respectively. And what's being said
They're
is
not.
They
that.
appear to move
Wait, do you agree on that
counterclockwise.
premise?
No, the first thing I told you is that you're wrong. It has nothing to do with being in the north or south. It just has to do with your orientation. That's the first fucking thing I said, and I've said it about 7 times, and that's why I ended up muting you.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, so hold on. Just be honest in the
They
conversation.
couldn't physically spin the
So the
opposite
problem or what's
direction
being
on a
denied,
sphere. It
bro. So the
appears that
problem or
way.
what's being denied is that
Nothing's
there's
being denied.
a rotational direction of the stars, right?
Nothing's
Okay.
being denied. The stars all rotate from.
Oh my God.
Which
Yeah,
way
I'm,
does? Hold on. Which way does the Earth spin?
What do you mean? Which way does the Earth spin?
Well, you say that stars move because the Earth spins. Does the entire ball spin in one fucking direction?
Yeah. Why?
there you have it.
Well, that's the way the
There you have
stars
what?
spin too, but depending on whether you're facing north or south, it'll appear clockwise or counterclockwise, but the
Exactly.
direction west to east and east to west will never change. It's just
So
it's an apparent thing, because your direction, the cardinal direction, is what makes it appear that way. That's why it's described with counterclockwise and clockwise, and not described by directional rotation.
yeah.
There's no
So wait.
opposite
So for starters,
rotation.
one thing
It
at a time.
appears that way because you're looking from north to south
Yeah, you don't need to
instead of
explain this to
looking
me. I'm
from
the one that
south
brought this
to
into the table. You
north.
don't need to explain this. I
Apparently we do,
understand that.
because you were thinking there's two opposite rotations, which there's not.
Well, there are because
There's not.
There's not.
Clockwise and
It's an
counterclockwise is
apparent thing. It appears that way because the direction you view it from, which is a cardinal
That's what I'm
direction.
saying. That's
It's
compatible with
not
what I'm saying.
clockwise or
That's
counterclockwise.
compatible. No, it is considered clockwise. So if you're
No,
turning a bottle cap on a bottle, right? It's righty tighty, lefty
listen,
loosey. What does righty tighty and lefty loosey
counterclockwise
mean?
and clockwise isn't it east
Do
to
I get to
west?
talk
It's
ever?
not north to south. It's the way it appears.
Do I get to talk at all ever?
Well, you just keep saying the same wrong fucking thing. How about I just
No,
put
you
on a.
just keep. I get to
No.
talk for 2 seconds and then
How
you
about I
just
just
like
stream
talk
my
over.
fucking screen here for you so that you can look at what we're talking about? How about that?
Sure. If I get to talk about it for more than 2 seconds, sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip to the part in this video where we're looking south from the
Ooh,
so-called
looks like a
northern
rotation
hemisphere.
to me.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, looking south to the seasonal sky, dusk to dawn. See the title, The Moving Stars of the Northern Hemisphere? Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Which direction is that? Counter or clockwise?
This is not in the North Pole.
He said south. Fucking hell. Do you not listen?
He's looking south from the north. From the
So
northern
it's like
hemisphere,
somewhere.
so-called.
So it's somewhere in the middle of the Earth. You're saying, like somewhere closer to
Dude,
the
it's
equator?
in the northern so-called fucking hemisphere, and the camera is facing south. Which direction is that?
Why are we looking at
Counterclockwise or
this? I'm talking
clockwise?
about the poles, dude.
Because you're telling me that in the north they go counterclockwise and they do the opposite in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, they do.
Well, they don't. That's what this video is showing you. So we can't move forward with you on your false
They
premise.
don't
That's
go
why we're
opposite.
stuck here.
They don't go
Bro.
opposite directions.
Oh my god.
It's the direction from which you view them from, and it's an apparent thing, not an actual thing.
So look at the title. The
What do you
title
mean
has
not an actual thing?
look. The title
They're
hasn't
not
changed.
actually spinning the opposite way. You're viewing them from a different direction, so it's seen
I'm
counterclockwise.
not.
That's why no directions are used to describe its movement. It's
My
just
claim is not that the stars are spinning at all, right? I'm saying that the Earth is rotating, and that when you stand on the opposite side of the Earth, because you're on
The
the
measurement of
opposite
that?
side of the spinning ball, you're rotating in the opposite direction.
No,
from
you are
position to
wrong.
position.
This is a false premise. That's not what happens on Earth. Look at this now. Look at this. The same video. See the title. It's the same thing. The moving stars of the northern hemisphere. Now we're going to look at what happens when he's in the so-called northern hemisphere and he points the camera north instead of south. Watch. Okay, right here you can see looking north to the circumpolar sky. Now look.
This is what you'd expect on a globe Earth. Why are you showing
No,
this as if it's not a
no,
problem?
because you keep saying in the north, that's what it's going to do. Now look, he's going to stay in the northern hemisphere and he's going to turn the camera right around 180 degrees facing south. Now look.
This is all
Now look.
compatible.
Now look. It's not compatible with anything you just said. Look. Now look.
Yes, it is.
Now look. See that? It's all
What is
flipped
this
around.
not compatible with? What is this
Your
not compatible
fucking
with?
claim, dude. You've said over and over again. You go to the southern hemisphere and it
Repeat
all
my
flips
claim.
around.
Repeat my claim, please.
I just did. Well, you cut me off. You said that you go from the northern hemisphere
Heretic.
to the southern hemisphere and it all flips around.
No, I said when standing at the North Pole and looking directly up, the North Star, right? All the stars rotate around that
Guys, I have
point
a
and they go
question.
counterclockwise. That's what I said.
Guys, I have a
And that in
question.
the South Pole, the very opposite happens.
Ever been
Guys,
to the South Pole and looked up?
guys, would it be in a globe Earth or a flat Earth? Like, in which
So,
model or in which reality would my cum shot go further away?
right, so you're not going to be talking here any longer. This guy's making the claim that when he goes to the South
Just
Pole, he
curious.
looks up. Have you ever been to the South Pole and looked up?
So, just
Shut up.
cum shot, globe Earth
Shut
or
up.
flat Earth longer?
Shut up.
Please, I
We've
need to
talked to
know
this
this.
guy.
Please.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up, you retard. I'll shut you up.
So this guy's making claims that when you go to the South Pole and look up. Have you ever been to the South Pole and looked up?
No, why?
Because this is your claim. You say when we go to the North Pole, we look up and this happens. And then we go to the South Pole and we look up and this happened. But you haven't done this, have you?
So what you're refuting is that it is the case that at the South Pole the stars are rotating clockwise above you, right?
At the moment, you're saying we go to the South Pole and look up, but you haven't been to the South Pole and looked up, have you? You're
But
just
wait, yeah,
making you're just making the claim that you haven't experienced yourself.
okay, so I could switch the claim to if the stars are rotating in the other direction at the South Pole, does this go through, right? Because I could do the work of proving that the stars do indeed do X in the South Pole, right? But if it's not even the case that the stars doing that in the South Pole would even make a difference for you in this argument, why would I even bother proving that the stars in the South Pole indeed do that?
Are you saying that the north rotation point and the southern rotation point are directly 180 degrees antipodal from each other?
Repeat that, your mic cut out for me.
Are you saying that the northern rotation point and the southern rotation point are 180 degrees antipodal from each other?
Yeah.
They're not.
And where's the evidence for that?
24-hour observations of stars moving in the sky. You'll notice the rotation points are not 180 degrees antipodal to each other.
Wait, how does observing the same spot in the sky throughout 24 hours give you the idea that they're not 180 degrees apart from each other?
They're not 180 degrees antipodal directly over what you would claim to be the South Pole or North Pole. One is, one isn't.
Can't you see that they are on the equator? They're at the horizon, both of them?
Sorry, Matthew, you're really quiet, dude.
At the equator,
Wait, that's better.
the poles are at the horizon, so they're 180 degrees at the equator, right?
Not all the time, no. Depending on where you are and what latitude you are, you can have that equator over your head at any one time. That's just an object of that's just a perspective phenomena.
Yeah, antipodal would suggest a ball, and we don't have that. So that's where I was trying to go
why?
before he tried to make this whole argument about how the Earth must be a ball based on his incorrect description of what happens in the sky. So if you could stop being wrong about the sky for a second, we could get to your conclusion that the Earth is a ball and test that directly.
My description of what happens in the sky was actually completely correct. There was nothing wrong with what I said. It is true that it is apparent when you look up at both the points that I'm giving, unless you deny that it is the case that this is what you see when you look up in the South Pole. But it is true, given what I'm saying, that if you look up in the North Pole, it appears that the stars are rotating counterclockwise, and in the South Pole, they appear to be rotating clockwise. Just like how if you're turning a screw, right, you turn it clockwise. If you stood on the opposite side of the screw and you were like drilling it in towards you, it would appear to go counterclockwise, right?
Okay.
This makes sense on an Earth where you're
Okay.
in opposite directions. You're facing opposite directions, right? But I don't know how you get that on a flat Earth.
Just to make, well, you turn around. So just to make sure that you get it, you're facing north, you're looking at the North Pole. That's going to appear to be counterclockwise motion, right?
But wait, north? When you're
Just a
standing
yes
at
or
the
a
North
no.
Pole on a flat
Just a
Earth,
yes or a
you look
no.
straight
Just
up.
a yes
You
or
look
a fucking no. What's wrong with you people? Yes or no?
yes or no to what?
Okay. I'm at the North Pole. I'm in the northern hemisphere. I'm looking north. That's going to appear to be counterclockwise star motion, right?
No, not looking north, looking up.
Oh my goodness.
There's a difference.
I've shown you what happens
So,
when you look north. This is okay. So you're just going to continue to be wrong about what the sky does and try to pass that off as a globe proof. That's what we got.
no, dude, north is a direction across the earth. I'm talking about when you look up standing from where you are. Like if I stick a pole in the ground
Okay,
and
so
the pole is aiming a certain direction.
Yeah, forget this. So if I'm looking towards Polaris, that's going to appear to be counterclockwise motion, yes?
If you look towards Polaris, yes.
Okay. Suppose I turn around while I'm in the northern hemisphere and look south. Is that going to continue to look like counterclockwise motion?
Yes.
Yeah, see, this is why this conversation can't progress. This was the first thing I said to you. I said it about 17 times. I even muted you at one point for still not getting it. Then I took out a video. I started streaming my screen. I showed you what happens. You still don't get it. So, I mean, you're just some kind of a moron that is going to try
There's
to float
nothing I'm not getting. You're not getting.
Yeah, no, you don't get it, and you just demonstrated it. You still don't get it. You still don't get it. So he's just gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm in the south, right? I'm in Australia. When I look south, I see stars coming from my left and moving towards my right, right? And then when I turn around and I face north, I see stars coming from the right and moving towards my left.
I tried this with him.
So is that what you see in the north as well?
Of course.
Right.
I tried this with him already. I tried that angle, and he's just determined to be wrong about what the sky does and try to float that as a globe proof. So I was hoping we could at least get to the point where we agree on objective reality, which is not agree, disagree, of course, but we could get to the point where we're sharing the same observation. Then he's going to give us his globe interpretation. But all he's done so far is be wrong about reality and then conclude globe. So we never even got there. What's with that, Rip and Tear?
Well, would he disagree with what I said?
I said it to him and he disagreed then too. So I would think so, but he can answer you. Go ahead.
What did you say? Are you a
I'm in
flat earther,
Australia.
T-Dub?
I'm in Australia, right?
You don't need to know that. Really quick, don't tell him.
I look towards the south. I'm in Australia and I look towards the south and I see stars moving from my left and going towards to my right, right? And then I turn around and face the north and I see stars moving from my right and going to my left. Right? Is that what you see in the north?
Yeah, like if you turn around, if you're talking about stars that are going from one direction to the other, that's fine. I'm talking about the poles. Never disagreed with like if you're at like the equator
Yes, you
region
did.
and you're just seeing the stars go from one side to the other. No, I'm talking about the poles.
Listen,
I've been talking about the poles from the beginning.
you've been disagreeing with us and reality this entire time because I just broke this down. I asked you if I'm in the northern hemisphere, then turn around after looking at Polaris, face the opposite direction south. You said, yes, it still appears to be counterclockwise motion. The fact is, no, it doesn't, and that's why this conversation has not progressed one bit since you started it.
Dude, I want you to imagine standing at the North Pole looking up at Polaris. You even stand slightly in front of the pole, let's say, and the pole is at your back, right? The pole is at your back, the North Pole. And then you just lean your head up back until you're looking at the North Star. Those stars are still rotating in the same direction. As long as you are looking at that North Star, no matter where you stand on the Earth, the stars going around the North Star are always going to go counterclockwise.
And
yeah, that's what they're going to appear to do if you are facing Polaris, which would be facing north, which has been the point the entire time. If you turn around and Polaris is at your back, now it's going to appear to be clockwise motion, apparently. Not an actual direction, just an apparent one because it's based on left and right, which are relative directions. That's been the whole thing this whole time. If you could stop being wrong about what the sky is to try to float that as some kind of globe proof, we could progress to testing your actual globe conclusion, but you can't even get there.
Rotation is not left and right.
Oh my fucking goodness. I said apparent relative directions. Okay, he's gone. What an idiot. Okay, who's next? That was just fucking sad.
Any more begging the question and affirming the consequent from anybody else? Or what?
Well, yeah. Can someone else get past being wrong about what the sky does so we could get to their actual globe?
So how do you explain the different like counterclockwise, clockwise directions on flat Earth exactly?
We literally going back in time over the last half hour. It's dependent on your orientation. The stars move from the east and go to the west. When you face north, you will see a counterclockwise motion in the sky. Turn around 180 degrees, face south, and you will see a clockwise motion in the sky. It's dependent on your orientation. Please tell me that you understood that because we're not going through this for another half an hour.
Yeah, that sounded fine, but like,
excellent.
Why are there two like different things, like places in the sky where like things appear to rotate around, depending upon like your location? Like on the flat Earth, right? There's just like, I don't know, it's either like the dome is spinning or the Earth is spinning. Either way, they should all be everything should be turning around like the same point, but you don't see that in actual reality.
Should be. Okay, so you have a claim about what should happen on a flat Earth.
Oh my god.
Based on?
Just like what I've heard about it, right? Like like the North Pole, right, is supposed to be like the center or something like that, right? And like there's supposed to be like everything's turning around that sort of point. And then the sun is closer to the earth and it's sort of like migrating around on like the surface somehow closer to the earth.
Well,
But
it
like
sounds like
everything.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it seems like there should be only one point of rotation on that model,
Right.
or a apparent point of rotation on that model.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying there's two apparent points of rotation, and thus that must mean that we're on a spinning sphere.
It seems incompatible with at least one, like what I've
All right.
heard about the flat Earth model.
So the thing to do with that inference is to test it by measuring and observing the ground, which should be the sphere, directly.
What? How is that going
Right.
to help you?
Well, because if the Earth is in fact a sphere and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing in the sky, then we can confirm or falsify that by simply trying to measure this sphere directly, right?
That doesn't matter. Like, that's sure that's something we could do, but like just the observation in the sky should be like enough to like show you something that's inconsistent with your
So
flat Earth model.
that's kind of strange that when we get to the point of, okay, let's test directly to see if that sphere actually exists, and that's the reason we're seeing what we see when we look the wrong way, you don't want to do that. Why is that?
No, it just seems like you're trying to shift away from the like issue
No,
at hand,
not
which
at
is
all.
that there's 2
Not
points
at
of
all.
rotation. How are there 2 points of rotation? Explain
Not at
to
all.
me.
Not at all. You have a conclusion about it, which is that, well, this thing has got to be a globe. So I'm not shifting away from that. I'm addressing that directly, which you're trying to shift away from. And I'm saying, let's test that globe directly and see if it's actually there. That would
Yeah,
be
you're
the
trying to
ground,
shift
right?
away from the met to like a different metric.
No, I'm not.
You need to explain the metric.
No, I'm
at hand.
not. No, you have the claim about it, and your claim is that that happens because what we're on is a globe. So I'm going, okay, fine, fair enough. Let's look at it and see if it is a globe. And then you say, I'm trying to shift away from the point when that's actually exactly what you're doing.
Explain to me how there are 2 apparent points of rotation.
Yeah, that was your claim. I didn't come to you with, hey, 2 apparent points of rotation. That means blah, blah, blah. You did that. And what you said it meant is that it's a globe. So I said, well, we could test that by directly looking at the ground, which should be a globe.
What is your explanation for there being 2 points of rotation?
You don't seem to be updating in this conversation. You're the one who provided an explanation, and that was supposed to be evidence for your claim of the Earth being a globe. My response was to test that globe directly, and now you're desperately trying to get out of it. Why?
How are there 2 points of rotation?
Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and test the globe, or the would-be globe, directly. Okay? We're going to see if your inference of the sky, the different points of rotation, are actually correct. Good?
How are there 2 points of rotation on the flat Earth model? Just explain to me how that's supposed to work.
The flat Earth model, I'm not here claiming a model, and I'm not here basing any conclusions about what the ground is by looking in the wrong direction like you are. I'm testing
Oh,
the
you're not
conclusions.
even like a flat earther? Then like what are we doing here?
No, well, flat Earth has to do with the Earth. You are pointing in the wrong direction, away from the Earth, and then drawing inferences from that about what the Earth is kind of silly, so let's go and test those inferences directly. What do you say?
Wait, what is your like position then? Like if you're not even advocating
My
for the flat Earth
position
model?
is if we want to know what the surface of what we're standing on is, we look at that directly, not the wrong way. How about that?
Well, you can look at the sky too and infer like the shape.
So, yeah, infer it. So let's test that inference. How about that?
I just really want you to explain to me, really, like this
Yeah, I
shouldn't
don't have a
even be a
story about it.
problem.
I don't have a story about it. You do. So let's test that story.
Oh, you don't have a story about it? You don't have an explanation?
No, but you do.
That
So
means
let's
like your
no,
worldview is fucking
no.
shit because you can't explain this very simple thing
Well, yours
that is
is
perfectly explicable
yours
on
is
like
shit.
global.
Yeah, okay, it's explicable. It's okay. You can explain it on a globe. So then the Earth must be a globe, right?
Explanations require evidence.
Well,
Have
I
you
mean, if
been
that's
to the South Pole?
no, neither of you.
Exactly.
So if that's the explanation that the world's
You
a
don't
globe,
even have to fucking go to the South Pole. You just have to like move across the fucking equator to see like up in the sky where like the points of like Polaris and like the Southern Cross or whatever.
we got
So
it.
it's not even like you
We
have
got
to
it.
like go past
We
the ice
got it.
barrier.
Look,
or
you're not
anything like
updating in this conversation. The ice barrier, that's a straw man claim that you're putting onto us. You're not updating in this conversation. You've said that you see stuff in the sky, various phenomena in the sky, which then point to the Earth being a globe. So then I took the next logical step, which was let's test this Earth itself to see if it actually is what you conclude it to be from looking in the wrong direction. For some reason, you just don't want to go there. Why?
It's really amazing to me that you're not giving like any explanation.
Because I don't have the story about it. You do, and what I want to do is test that story, and you don't want that to happen for some weird reason.
why do you have no story? Why do you have no explanation for the 2 points of rotation?
Because
Is
I
it
don't
because
have
your
a
worldview is
claim.
retarded?
No, it's obviously the case
Is
that
it
yours
because
is
you're retarded?
retarded.
Maybe you're
No,
retarded.
see,
That's really the
yeah, now
problem.
you're really devolving, but it's obviously the case that your worldview is retarded.
Spiraling.
Your worldview is clearly retarded because it's based on looking in the wrong direction to figure out what the thing in the opposite direction is. And when we try to test that directly, you just don't want to go there. So it must be a pretty retarded conclusion that you came to, since you're just obviously terrified to verify or falsify it.
You have given no explanation.
I
Yeah,
can tell
no
you why.
shit.
I can tell you why, right? Because it would be an explanation which we have no evidence for. Now, do you have evidence for your explanation?
He left. I'm a satisfied
Oh,
customer. Okay, well, Zien, I guess you were next.
I believe in flat Earth.
Okay, that's no fun.
Oh, okay, never mind. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Did you figure that out with astrology, like the last two people, or did you actually look
It
at the Earth?
came to me on my morning walk. I was enlightened 2.5 years ago.
So it's not from looking at the stars, then?
No, no.
Okay.
Man, oh man. Bricked is the word. Okay, Jed and Nick, what do you got?
Let's see. What I was gonna say is, honestly, why do we observe 2 axes of rotation in the sky if you're on the equator?
So you have the claim about that, not us, correct?
That is what happens.
Okay, that's fine. That happens. Are you saying it's because we're on a globe?
No. I'm just
Okay.
asking why.
Yeah, I don't know. Can't test it directly, so I don't know the reason. I could reify some kind of model about it, but then I'd be no better than a glober. Is that okay?
What's wrong with taking a model?
You can try to interpret what you see. That's fine. I don't really have a problem with it. What I do have a problem with is the last guy, for example, trying to interpret what he sees in the sky, and then just being completely unwilling to test those interpretations directly.
Bricked? That's all I can say.
Bricked, yeah. I find that kind of odd.
Mean?
It's like when
What
you have
does
a cell
bricked
phone that's dead, you can't turn it on again. Well, like when that happens to a person, yeah, we call that bricked.
Oh. It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't process any new information. It's not working.
Bricked.
Yeah.
Like, imagine there's a box, right? And everyone wants to know what shape the box is. Or everybody wants to know what's inside the box. But there's a group of people who use what's outside the box to tell what's inside it. And there's another group who says, well, let's just look in the fucking box.
Yeah. And he keeps going, oh, so you can't explain what's outside the box then?
Exactly.
Well, you got a conclusion about what's inside of it from looking outside of it. So I just want to look inside and see if that conclusion's correct. Oh, you can't explain what's outside the box. It's literally what just happened here, and happens all the time.
Wait, so do you believe in flat Earth or like globe? Are you glober? I don't know.
Believe? I wouldn't file it under belief. That's what I experience. I would say the globe is the belief because it's not experienced, yet it is believed.
Okay, so can you explain flat Earth to me?
Well, oceans don't curve. Water finds its level. You don't experience any motion. The vacuum of space obviously can't exist because that would be an open system with gas pressure next to an extremely low pressure environment that will, for whatever reason, the Globers claim it'll be gravity, that high pressure system is not dispersing into. Does that help at all?
Sure, I have nothing to refute anything you just said, but
fair.
Okay, yeah. Just gonna be honest here. Nice.
Yeah, I don't see the oceans curving away from me when I look at the horizon, at the beach. I don't experience any body of water on Earth doing that at any
You wouldn't be
scale
able to see
ever.
that. You wouldn't be able to see that because
Yes,
the
I
farther
would.
ocean would be obscured by the closer ocean.
I would be able to see the geometric consequences of that, which would be a geometric horizon. And also, that's not a very good argument in favor of globe. We wouldn't be able to see it. Well, why do you think it is that then?
If it was on a globe, you wouldn't be able to see the ocean that's farther away because it would be
How would you
behind
know
the
you're on
ocean
one then?
closer.
Yeah.
But maybe you went into outer space and you took some pictures.
No. You
No,
didn't.
just
I
all of
didn't.
NASA is fake, and all of the space agencies are fake. It's kind of retarded.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Very.
they told you that they told you that they're photoshops, composite images, high altitude photos stitched together, wrapped
how,
around a ball.
how dare they? They touch up the photos so that it looks
No,
nicer.
no.
Stitched
They
together.
didn't touch them up. They stitched them together. They made a composite. You know what that is? It's what I just said. They took a bunch of pictures and stuck them together, right? Then they wrapped them around a ball in Photoshop, right? That's the 2012 blue marble, and the guy who made it tells you that that's the method that it was constructed by.
Yeah,
So
because you Photoshop that means that like
it's not.
it's all fake.
You're
Literally has
mischaracterizing
copy
it.
and pasted clouds, man.
Yeah,
It
they
literally has
told
copy pasted clouds in it.
they told you in as many words that it's fake. It's an art piece, basically. So if indeed we are living on that thing that they're representing in that art piece, then the oceans must curve at a certain rate. Correct? Well, if that art piece is actually truly representative of what the Earth is, then it obviously has curved bodies of water all over its surface. Yeah?
Yes. Yes, I'll answer for him. Yes.
Are you okay with his answer for you, Jen and Nick? Weird, he's gone strangely quiet all of a sudden. Another guy who doesn't like the implications of where this conversation went.
What is this about?
Oh, well, he was calling us retards because we don't blindly accept government photoshops as proof of what we live on.
What did the government Photoshop?
Well, just check the text chat right now. Just look at those cartoons that Resolve just posted. That's what he was asking us about. He accepts that that image is representative of what he lives on. So I just suggested we test that by going outside and seeing if we can find any of that curved water anywhere that they're showing in those images. Does that sound fair?
This always happens when you change the painter. NASA, Roscosmos.
Very reasonable.
Yeah, but would that be fair? I mean, they say it's a ball. They're showing these oceans bending and wrapping around the ball all over the place. I mean, that's the Pacific. That's the Atlantic. That's what you're looking at. When you're in LA and you're looking out at the ocean, that's what you should be seeing is that curved, bending body of water there. So all I'm saying is we should be able to measure that curve.
I'm pretty sure you got to be in a plane to see the curve.
No.
Yeah, you can't see it from the ground. You got to be in the sky.
Okay,
when
so
you're on
then
the plane.
Okay, so then how
No,
did the
even
ancient...
even at like the height of a plane, it still looks flat. But they claim
It
that we're just
would be.
high enough.
It would look flat, but if that's the case, that we have to get to at least the altitude of a plane or even higher, then how come it's claimed that it's been measured for thousands of years that the Earth is a globe. They did that from a plane, or did they do that from the surface?
Did you ever see those videos or pictures of astronauts getting into space, and then you could literally see the curve?
Cool TV show.
When they no
Yeah.
no
I saw Star Trek.
they would send something up into space, like a
So we're
camera for an example, and then you could see the curve from outside of the Earth.
Well, okay. Before I even ask you what video is that you're talking about, you're
I
back to
could tell you.
pictures and videos, though, when my whole point was to take those images and test them directly here in the real world. Because if they say, okay, here's the curved ocean, yet you can see it in this cartoon or this video or this composite Photoshop or what have you, if that is truly what the Earth is, then those curving oceans are there at the beach when you're there, and those should be measurable directly. Is that okay?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So who measured one of those?
From what I was talking about.
Yeah, who measured one of these bendy oceans?
Here, I'll show you a link.
Okay, so you're gonna stick with the going into the sky thing to measure the bendy ocean.
Not more pictures, man. Not more pictures.
No, I'm not showing pictures.
Who measured it?
Who measured it? I don't have the exact name.
Okay. So the horizon should be at a certain distance out from me, right? If the ocean is curved, like you're saying it is based on videos and cartoons?
It's not cartoons, but okay.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, those NASA blue marble photos, so-called, are definitely cartoons.
That is it.
Well, they are. I mean, the guy told you himself. It's Photoshop because it has to be.
Well, with the 6 Earths in one picture, when there's one in Africa being orange.
Yeah, it looks pretty stupid, doesn't it?
And this guy's showing a picture of Indian Ocean.
Yep. So, obviously pictures and images and what have you can be forged, doctored, edited, distorted, what have you. So my whole thing here this entire time has been, if that is actually what the Earth is, then let's verify it directly. From the surface, as is said, it was done for thousands of years.
Okay. You can't see the curve when
So
you're like on Earth. You can't see it.
So you don't see boats going over the horizon?
Do you not know how big the ocean is?
So it's not big enough to see it block a boat as it sails away from you?
Do you know how big the ocean is? And do you know how big Earth is?
Well, I
It's the
know how
smallest planet, but when you're on it,
Yeah.
it's pretty
And you
big.
answer
And
questions
you can't
without
see it on the
questions?
ground.
I know exactly how big they said it is. So do you think it's not big enough to see it blocking a boat as it sails away from you?
When you're on the surface, no. It's obviously
Oh,
gonna
okay.
look flat.
So boats over the horizon is obsolete then for you. You don't see
Possibly.
Okay, so you don't see boats getting blocked bottom up as they go away. The Earth is too big. The curve doesn't get in the way.
Pretty much.
Wait,
All right.
okay, heretic. I have a mind, like, I guess a question here. Let's extend your argument and kind of go past the whole idea of like, is it a globe? Is it flat? All right, it's flat. So then, what the fuck is space?
Oh, you mean the sky? What's the sky or what's space?
Apparently, it's
What the fuck are those things that are super far away? What the fuck are they?
So what's the stuff in the sky? Because space would be like a story about the stuff that's in the sky. The stuff that's in the sky itself is not
I mean,
directly.
just for the sake of argument, I'm not like going into semantics. I'm calling it space. Like, what the fuck do we call that then? What is it? Like, can you explain it?
Yeah, unverifiable lights in the sky. Well, anybody got anything
God, you're
verifiable to say
retarded,
about
man.
them?
The
Yeah,
sun
you're
don't
retarded.
turn.
What you got,
Do you have anything verifiable to say about them?
Dying. Oh my gosh, man.
Holy.
So funny.
Yeah, you're talking to a generation of people, heretic, that they're gonna laugh at you if you question anything mainstream, anything at all.
Oh, that's fine.
When they
I'm just getting.
when they
No,
look
Okay.
up,
no,
what
no,
do
no,
they
no, no,
see?
no, no, no. Look, like I'm,
No, no,
I'm
no, no,
of,
no,
I'm
no,
of
no,
the
no, no,
view
no, no,
that
no, no,
like,
no, 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 no. Hold on. I'll take it. That's retarded to say that the stuff in the sky is fundamentally unverifiable. So clearly you must have something verifiable to say about them because you're not a retard, right?
I mean, I have a different perspective on the whole thing. I think that like
No, no.
NASA's lying about a lot of.
No,
I'm in
no.
agreement with you on that. It's just like,
No, no.
I mean, if
That's not what I fucking asked. So clearly, since you're obviously not a retarded gentleman, you must have something verifiable to say about the stuff that you see in the sky, yeah? Hello? What's your verifiable knowledge of the things in the sky? That makes you not a retard, obviously.
Yeah, you just see what we see. We all see the same thing when we look up and see the night
Yeah,
sky.
I can't verify how far away those things are, what their dimensions are, what they're made of. I can't verify any of that, but you as a non-retard, you can, right? So help us out. Wow, he went quiet. Must be another fucking retard. Well, you can stay like that then. How about this other guy? Ask him, are you retarded? Or can you verify, like, I don't know, distance, composition, dimensions of the things in the sky, any of that kind of stuff?
Oh, I'm not muted. Okay. Uh, well, did you answer the question? What is space? How do you see space?
Yeah, it's a fictional story about the things that you see above you at nighttime.
Fictional. How's it fictional if you could just go outside and see it?
No, you can see the stuff in the sky. Your story about what they are, that's the fiction part.
unverifiable lights in the sky. Sorry, I'm back. I had to do something.
Oh, so do you have anything verifiable to say about those things in the sky?
Not verifiable, but like,
Oh, so you're a retard then. Okay, well, sit down.
welcome to the camp.
Yep.
No,
Well, we're all
I'm
retards
just,
here. It's all good
no,
then.
I'm it's just hilarious because I thought you'd have some kind of response. You obviously are like dying on this hill that like we're on a fucking flat Earth or some shit, and then all of a sudden you're just
Well,
like, oh, they're unverifiable lights.
well, yeah.
Like,
I can't verify what they're made of, how far they are, what the dimensions are, whether they're even actual physical bodies or some sort of apparent phenomena. You know, I can't verify any of that kind of stuff. Neither can you.
Yeah, tell
You
us.
didn't even try.
Well, hey, maybe he can tell us how you verified anything up there. Go ahead.
I already said I didn't.
Yeah, he's
Okay, good.
he's a retard like us. It's okay. That's okay. But anyway, this is a common thing with you guys. It's that we're trying to find out what the ground is, and you always want to try to do it by pointing in the wrong direction.
I would call that astrology, wouldn't you?
Yes, absolutely. I did call it that earlier today.
Looking at the sky and making up stories. Yeah, that's what it is.
Divinatory claims about what's beneath your feet. And you just seem like deathly afraid to actually just look at what's beneath your feet. Hmm. I mean, it's been like 3 or 4 of them. I've tried to get them to just focus on what the ground actually is, and none of them want to do it. They all want to get away from it.
What do you think the ground is?
Non-curving on the large scale.
I believe it's not curving.
But do you
Yeah.
have
do you
any
thi-
reason for like
do
living on
you-
like an infinite plane or something? Or
No, I didn't say infinite plane. I just think that water seeks a horizontal surface equilibrium.
so where does it end?
I don't know. Why would I know that?
So you're literally just like looking at water and being like, that's not curved, and then like looking at everything else and being like, that doesn't match up with what they're saying, but then not having any actual measurements aside from like your own empirical view. Is that it?
No. We can provide you
Sounds like me.
measurements. No, we can provide you measurements and things that people have done for you to hand wave if you like.
I mean, from my perspective, it sounds like you just kind of held up a ruler at the horizon and called it a day.
I don't know why you thought that in particular. I never said that.
Wrong with that? What'd be wrong with that anyway?
Yeah, you do know what horizontal means, don't you?
Well, how about this one? So the last guy we talked to, he doesn't think that the curve gets in the way of boats as they sail away from him. He thinks that the Earth is too big to do that. Do you think that?
The curve gets in the way of both?
You know, boats disappear bottom up over the horizon. You ever heard that?
Yeah. I haven't seen any proof of that either.
Yeah, okay. So you don't. All right.
I love that one.
Okay. So you don't think that the horizon has anything to do with the Earth having a curved surface then?
I never claimed I believed in the globe Earth.
I'm just asking you.
I don't know. I mean, shit, I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen the horizon?
No, like the curvature.
Okay, but we're told that the horizon is an effect of curvature. I guess you guys never heard that before. Weird. I thought that was like the #1 globe proof.
Like the word you look for is bricked.
Yeah. I mean, we can check if the surface is curving. You know, the horizon would have to be at a certain distance if it is curving at the rate that it would have to be the ball that they said it is, right? Is he gone again?
No, I'm just something. I mean, you're kind of just putting forth arguments, but you're not really giving any reasoning for like anything else. You're just kind of saying like, look at the
This is the
horizon,
reasoning.
point
Yeah,
out like,
this is
oh,
the
those are
reasoning.
unverifiable lights. Look at the ground. What's
Well,
the
they
Earth?
are.
I don't know. I don't know why we're here. Where's the edge? I don't know.
Well,
Like you're
yeah.
not really giving any
Okay, so
other.
you're going. Listen, you want to go to all sorts of places that I'm not going to. You want to ask me about things that I'm not bringing up. Why not engage with what I actually do bring up? It's like you want to interview me on things that I have nothing to do with, that I never said. I'm not talking about an edge. I'm not talking about what's at the end of the world or anything like that. It's a pretty simple point that if oceans don't bend, then they can't make up the surface of a ball. Because the surface of a ball is curved. And I'm giving you methods to test this with, and you don't want to talk about those. You want to talk about my claims of ice walls and edges of the earth and things that I'm not here making.
All right. Well, that was the other guy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. All right. All right. So what can I do to test this?
Well, I would give you the geometric horizon test personally. So if the surface of the ocean does curve, as it would, if the earth is the ball that we're told it is, there's got to be a certain limitation to how far out that horizon would be, right? A certain distance based on
Sure.
that rate
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
curvature over the surface, right?
Yeah.
Simple enough calculation to do. It's 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. If we want to make that math real simple, square root of 1 just being 1, we can go 1.2 miles times 1 with a 1-foot observer height. So I'm going to post something that speaks to that. 1 second. God damn it. This should be an easy thing to bring up. Where the hell did it go? I gotta go into another server and grab it. Lost it off my computer. 1 sec, sorry.
You're looking for a black swan?
Yeah, everybody's got it. I should have just asked somebody to
Yeah,
post it.
give me a second.
Think I might be able to beat you.
I got it.
I got it. Just we both got it. Okay, I'll delete mine because I was last.
All right, we're good.
Okay, so this is what I've been talking about. 1 foot observer height. I gave you the math. So that gives you a geometric distance of 1.2 miles for the horizon. If that ocean is curving as it must be on a sphere, on the globe that we've been said to live on, that those NASA pics have been purported to be of. You with me there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we see the horizon beyond the furthest dollar rig at 9.4 miles, right? You see that there?
Okay,
You know,
okay. I see it. I see it. I see it.
yeah,
Give
the
me a second.
surface, yeah, where the surface appears to meet the sky. We have that furthest oil rig platform habitat demarcated at 9.4 miles. We know how far away that, yeah, we know that that's how far away that rig is. And we do see the horizon behind it. So that means the horizon is further than 9.4 miles, much further than 1.2 miles, meaning we're not detecting the curvature of the ocean that has been said to be there based on this claim of the Earth being a ball. And this is just one of many examples. We could go on all day posting stuff like this where we go to look to see if this geometry is actually there, and we don't see it. Okay, I'm just going to let you think about it because I've been saying a lot to you.
What's the point about lying about something like this?
Well, is that a sincere question, or are you trying to hold on?
No, I mean I'm actually it's a sincere question. It's just like why?
Yeah. We can speculate about that all day. There's a lot of people in this room who love to do that. I'm not really one of them because I don't like answering for other people's lies. Basically, what I like to do is just take their claims, see if they test true or not, and if they don't, whatever the reason is, they didn't tell you a true thing. If somebody else wants to tap in, though, for the why did they lie question, feel free. I'm just not really into it.
I could give a small answer to that, but basically, there's lots of things that we don't realize in our everyday life that become the case. For instance, let's take levers of control. Right now, there was a book that was written by Foucault called Discipline and Punish, and he talks about panopticon. Right, a panopticon, if you don't know, is just a prison where there's a tower in the middle where the police are, the guardsmen, and they can see everywhere around the prison, but the prisoners can't see the guards can only see the prisoners, so the prisoners don't know when they're being looked at, if they are, right? Now that's been replicated in everyday life, right? So no one notices that securitization's tightened. So like there's CCTV cameras everywhere. You don't know when you're being watched. And so the government can exercise very discreet control without making it obvious, right? And nobody, like you wouldn't have noticed in the last 20 years that, you're more watched than you ever were before. As an example, right? As an illustration of the point that the government does tend to create things in order to tighten its grip over a society. Now, how would that work in the relation to a globe? Well, if it was the case that the government are trying to make you believe something, maybe for instance, oh, we went to the moon landing, so we're better than the Soviet Union and we're a more prosperous country, and therefore, capitalism wins, which a government would well and truly want you to believe, right? Presumably, and the Soviets are doing the exact same thing the other way around. Then you could see how control has been manipulated in that scenario. Now, obviously, this is just theorizing, but it's perfectly logical. No one would say that this is outside of the scope of what a government would choose to do, right?
Yeah.
I think I will spitball a quick answer, actually. It's speculative because everything in this realm will be. But I think it's a gaslight. It's basically an effort to break your epistemology, to make you unable to trust your own sensory experience of the world and have to defer to an authorities for it. So it's kind of like the old, how many fingers am I holding up? Or the old 2 + 2 = 5, and you will say it, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's something along those lines, personally.
I have a
You
slightly
can't.
different.
Yeah, go for it, Jerry.
Okay, yeah, I have a slightly different approach. I don't think that the government is lying. I think that they're just delusional. I mean, it's not a lie if they believe it. Like, they believe that they're on a ball, and I don't, I don't like grant them this power that only the elites can know what the shape of the world is. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I think that could be true also, like where you say, look, right, how do you get to a ball Earth, right? I mean, you only get there really through inference, and inferences are tricky little things, right? They're not exactly foolproof, right? We've had sets of inferences throughout history that have led us to completely wildly different conclusions, right? So it could be the case that they're just mistaken, right? And maybe some people are lying, but maybe people who stand to gain from it, the government being lied to, that's also possible, right? This is why it's a speculative thing, because you could imagine these sorts of scenarios, what Heretic said, what Facili said, or what I said, and they are all slightly different from each other, and they all make sense in and of themselves. They can't all be true at the same time, obviously. You can't have someone who's lying and then also just completely mistaken and been fed the wrong information. But yeah, I guess it would address the point at least to say these are the sets of things to help you imagine why something would be the case. But yeah, ultimately it will be speculative.
And I actually agree with Heretic that, like, baked in to this whole globe thing and basic educational system is because you hear people talk about this. Oh, we can't know if we're in a simulation. We can't know anything for certain. Like, everyone is slowly drifting towards this solipsistic kind of epistemology, and it's baked into the globe, paradigm.
Yeah, possibly. But I don't think you have to be a solipsist to be a globe earther, right? I mean, I'm not, right? I wouldn't say I'm a solipsist. I think we can know things, especially analytic truths, right?
Well, I mean, what do you think relativity is? Frames of reference. Like, what do you think that's about? Like, it's all about the single point. No straight lines. Everything is relative. Everything condenses down to a single point, all relative to one another. No objective truth. Subjective idealism. it's mind shattering.
I know some people speculate it has something to do with like a theological question. When people say, like, for instance, it gets you further away from God or whatever, but I don't necessarily buy that, just because it could be the case that, like, for instance, the government want to break your relationship with a church, right? Like, how you would in the Protestant Reformation, but I'd assume that these people going into government are, believe in God too, right? It's not like they are going to be godless people, and a lot of leaders historically have been quite religious, right? So I don't think that would necessarily stand up to scrutiny, I think.
I think that the Protestant Reformation actually broke the church's hold on the scriptures. Well, of course it did, because it printed them for people to read. And I think, I don't know, I would speculate that the church actually started to back heliocentrism at that point, because they wanted to discredit the thing that people could then read for themselves, because they no longer had, the position of being like a mediator for them, for the scriptures and, the people. But I don't know. I don't really argue the religious angle myself, and I even kind of like what Jerry said, which is that most of the people are just repeating what they've been told. It's not even like a deliberate effort to deceive you.
Oh yeah, I agree. Well, like you heard it last night with this guy named a guy. Like he said, how do you know that 2 points makes a straight line? It's like, dude, how could it not? Like, why wouldn't it? Like, why do you have a problem with a straight line? Why don't you know? Like, why can't somebody know that for certain? Like, really, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. With people being able to read the stuff themselves, I could see it being partly a gatekeep on the part of the church. Like, okay, if we can't be the ones that are going to tell you what this information is, then we'll just discredit it so that you won't buy it anyway. But like I said, when I didn't want to answer this question at first, it's all speculative.
Yeah, there's so many possible answers. But at least the guy who asked the question knows that there are answers to that question that would suffice, I suppose, right?
Yeah, now I'm just weirded out by like the fact that like NASA's like had different like occultists help them out with weird shit like that. I don't
Apollo,
know.
Artemis, they name their missions after Greek gods, Roman gods.
If I recall correctly, I think they had Jack Parsons help out. He studied under Aleister Crowley, and
What
yeah,
about
I don't know.
What about Jim Parsons from The Big Bang Theory?
Must be a connection there.
Bazinga.
Got him. Yeah, there are rabbit holes to look into here, for sure. But at the end of the day, I don't know. Ask the liar why he lied. See if you get a straight answer.
Yeah, it's best to stick with what you can prove for yourself, not really caring if someone else has a different opinion. You can't prove why people lie. Just ask.
Maybe they just believe it. Maybe it's their religion. Maybe it's tradition. We've just been
I'm
going
starting.
so long on it,
Yeah, I'm starting to think that's the case.
But yeah, what you can do is take the claim and see if it holds true or not. Whatever the reason is for the claim, true or false, whatever the motivation is for making it, you can always test its validity. Well, and if you can't, then, you just take it or leave it,
Right, at the root of every globe claim is, well, it just, because the Earth is a globe, like straight lines curve because the Earth is a globe. The stars do this and that because the Earth is a globe. You never arrive at the globe from some starting point. It's always start with the globe, go somewhere else, then come back. A big circle. It's never a straight line, reasoning, deductive proof.
Oh yeah, I agree. I don't think you can deductively make a case for the Earth, but my position is basically, as far as I can tell, you can't deductively prove any sort of form of the Earth, as far as I can see, anyway. But I think you can make strong inferences one way or the other. Inferences that I guess you have to rely on because, in my view, science isn't about like knowledge in the sense that you absolutely could know everything about the world, but you could definitely have, well, you can know some things about the world, especially using your observation. But sometimes observation is are false, and sometimes some truths aren't. It's like the idea of like you have partial access to the truth, right? Like you don't ever get to the point where you've completely accounted for everything up until the point that, so you have to always keep doing investigation, right? Always keep trying to falsify things. Or you can take things like the second law of thermodynamics and assume they're true and then try to apply them into the real world, right? And make inferences.
I mean, the second we get one black swan against the second law of thermodynamics, it's no longer a law. One case where it doesn't hold, okay, we can throw it out. It's not a law.
Find a horizontal that's not parallel to the plane of the horizon. I dare you to do that.
Well, water flows, right?
You got to believe it, buddy.
Yeah. Sorry if I came in here too hot. Those first two guys really annoyed me.
With the ones who are doing the look up in the sky and you'll see counterclockwise constellations.
Well, it wasn't that they said that so much as that the conversation just couldn't move forward because they just kept repeating the same wrong thing no matter how many times it was rebutted.
And it was their attitude. Like they were just dicks. So, like they were getting more and more dickly,
Yeah. And I was just like, okay, I've said it to you like 17 different ways. I've shown you a video and you just still keep going, nope. Then the other guy, explain this. Well, I never made a claim about it, but you did. Let's just test that claim. Oh, so you're scared and your worldview is retarded then? What? Yeah, so I got kind of triggered. Sorry about that.
So (8:30 and 10:30 a.m.).
Oh, riding on eggshells is here. See if he's brought his globe proof today. Can someone unmute Mr. Eggshells, please? Please. You know, he might have globe proof, guys.
Who? Who's that?
Well,
Who's got
Mr.
globe proof?
Mr. Eggshells might, but he needs to be unmuted, you know.
No, he doesn't have any.
Oh, Jambus Ragu is here. Maybe he's got globe proof.
Yeah, Mike, how's it going, bruv?
What's your globe proof for today?
I'm sorry, bro. I just have one question. Are you British or you Australian?
I'm Australian, mate.
Ah, okay, nice.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, can't
I
do
like
Australian very well. I'll give you that.
I like the Australians, dude. The British, I can't stand.
Yes, don't listen to him. He's not Australian.
That's fucking right, cunt.
He's not Australian.
No.
Where you from? Sydney, mate? Or
Yeah.
Melbourne?
Well, what I'm really after is your globe proof, Mr. Jumbo. All right.
That wasn't bad, actually. That's pretty good.
Show him your get beget.
Well, listen, Steve Irwin said some
My
very
get beget. My
true
get beget.
facts.
You gotta do
Oh.
your get beget impression.
My bad. I gotta do my what?
Gravity cannot exist in the globe model. Every time.
Oh my God, you're fucking killing me, man. Do some more. Do some more.
It's bloody noise, mate. Who was that supposed to be?
Get beget. If he's the guy.
Oh
one of
no,
our
there ain't
regulars.
no. Listen, that was spot on, bro. Cheers.
Can't be cat. Don't know.
Should be awake soon.
You must first fuck around to find out.
Right. What time is it for you Australians over there?
And you dox me?
What?
Well, depending on the
Probably
time, you
beer
can
o'clock.
get a fair indication of which side I'm on, at least, right?
You're afraid I'm gonna
11 past 6.
talk to you? I promise
I'm just messing.
my intentions are only pure.
I'm 11 past 6 p.m.
Damn, dude, 6 p.m. Insane.
Yeah, but old Space Goat is probably a couple hours behind. Oh, a couple hours ahead or behind? No, behind. Yeah, behind.
How many time zones do you guys have in Australia? I'm guessing it's a few, dude.
think they have three.
Three.
3? Okay. Each like 1 hour ahead or behind of each other.
But that's how time zones work. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair
Don't
enough.
we have the smallest time zone over here?
I think there's a half an hour gap somewhere. Not sure.
It's always fucks with my mind when you think of things like there's like two facts about the UK that fuck with me, like geographically. One is what because like in your head, if you look at a map, you see England is comfortably above France, but actually we share the same time zone with Portugal, right? And then the second thing is with latitude, we're as far north as like boreal Canada, right? Like we live like where nobody else, like that's how far north we are, but we're obviously a lot warmer than they are. It's just it's really strange. I think Rome is more north than
6.
New York. It's crazy.
Actually, if you want to be technical, it's 9 time zones in Australia.
Why is that? Oh, I imagine you have like islands and stuff like that, right?
Australian Western Standard Time, Australian Central Western Standard Time, Australian Central Standard Time, Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, you also control islands, right? So that would also add a few time zones on.
Well, you just said 4 things.
Yeah, I could have kept
Said
going.
4 different. Oh, okay. Is there really 9, or is it? Does everybody just kind of say it's 3?
Well, it's like saying Britain has
Thought
2.
it was about 3, but like, yeah, obviously there's so many. If you live there, you know.
Imagine having Christmas in the middle of summer. That must ruin it. Because the whole point of Christmas is to add joy to a miserable time of year.
It's great. We love the summer.
Isn't it summer for you guys like all the time? I mean, have you guys ever
sort of
even
compared to
seen
Britain.
snow?
Oh, not I.
No tie, he says. Sick. Well, maybe
You've
one.
never
I hope you
seen
do one day.
snow in Australia? There's no snow.
I feel like the very southern tip of Australia must get some snow, right?
What about you, Brit? You've seen snow?
Canberra does.
Wait, what was the question?
I was saying, have you ever seen snow where you're from, or
Yes,
your
obviously.
geographical area?
UK.
You
Although
have?
we don't really get snow. We get ice, right?
Oh, right.
We do get snow sometimes, but you could go most of the winter with no snow. It's mostly just ice that's that's frozen over.
Yeah. It's usually
Back in
pretty
the
overcast
Michigan
there
winter,
all
we
the
get
time,
some
right?
snow though. In Michigan, we get snow at least half the winter.
Dude,
Yeah, we
Michigan.
don't get anything like what America gets. America gets like 10 foot of snow. We don't get anything like that. Like snow will never get
at the top
much
of my
further than my
state.
ankles.
Yeah, at the top of my state, we break out the 1-ton 4-wheel drives with the propane backup. Yeah.
We get it out them 1-ton drives, bro. We get it
I
them
drive-
4-wheelers, my friend.
Drive around with the sled in the truck. In case the truck breaks down, just ride the sled home. It's a joke. But I can if I want. I mean, I can put the sled in a 4-wheel drive and drive around.
It's crazy because like the UK is magnitudes more north than Michigan, right? But yet we get no snow. Really, no snow at all.
Yeah,
It's just
that is
cloudy
crazy.
there, right?
Well, clouds. I don't know why
They get
cloud would be incongruent with
so they-
snow because that's where snow comes from, right?
I'm just saying
So
it's
you
like
get a swampy
overcast
time
a
of
lot of
year
the time.
it gets rain that freezes over. That's the kind of shit you get, like rain and drizzle in the winter.
Yeah,
Well,
rainy.
it does rain a lot, but I think some people are under the misapprehension that we don't have summers, right? Our summers aren't particularly warm compared to you guys, right? But
you know, it's only really cloudy in like autumn or spring, you know.
Nice. Okay, cool. What do you think that is?
I don't know. Because we live on a water ball.
Did you live in a what?
We live on a water ball. Maybe that's why.
A water pool? What does that
A
mean?
water ball.
A water
Oh,
bowl.
one sec. Let me translate. A water ball. There you go.
Oh,
Fish
thank
bowl.
you. That actually helped a lot for me to understand you. Thank you.
Yeah, water.
A water ball. What does that
Well,
mean?
you
What does a
know,
water ball
you
mean?
heard Brit say bottle of water, right?
But if you
Bottle of
asked me
water.
to say it, I will just say bottle of water. But if I was not thinking while I said it, I would have probably said bottle of water.
Like that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What does that mean, though? What do you mean when you say
Water.
that?
Wait, what's a water ball? The Earth,
do you-
bro. What are you talking about?
What do you mean when we live in a water ball?
Yes, with land. Imagine water on a ball, and
Did you
some
say
places have
bowl?
higher elevation.
A bowl
Imagine
of
that.
water or a ball of water? Which one?
Bottle of water?
A ball.
Or a ball of water?
Like a basketball.
You know, a flat earther said to me yesterday that they can't
He
know
did say
that
ball.
they don't observe the moon to be a ball, and I was thinking like, well, you must do,
A
right?
sphere?
Because like you can see
Listen,
different angles of the moon, right? You can see below it, you can see above
Yeah,
it,
you
right?
can have spheres in the sky, but that doesn't make Earth a sphere.
Yeah, of course. I'm not
I
saying that.
mean,
I'm
we
just saying
all
that,
look
like,
at the same moon, bro. Don't act like we don't.
oh yeah,
Come
it has
on,
nothing to
that's
do with the
just
surface of
stupid
the
to
Earth.
say we see two different moons. That's just
Yeah, no, I agree. It has
fucking
nothing to do with the
idiotic.
surface of the Earth, but like obviously, like at the same time of night, and north of the
Well, they
equator and
try
south
to
of the
make that
equator, you're seeing.
illogical argument. It doesn't prove anything. It's a non-productive argument because we only see certain portions of it, and so they're just leaving what we haven't seen to the unknown.
But we see enough to conclude it's a ball, right? Because like imagine.
I don't know. It could be fucking cut in half egg and flat on the other side for all I fucking know. So I won't make presuppositions about unknowns, and it's an attempt to force us to.
Imagine like that. Well, you know, you lost me at imagine, but like, okay, so like, if you're in England, you're looking down at the moon, and you're looking up at the moon from Australia or whatever. Obviously, they don't have nighttime at the same time, so you might be better to use England and South Africa,
Different
where it is
angles,
nighttime at the same
different
time.
positions.
You're seeing
That makes sense.
different angles of the moon, right? You're seeing one looks at the bottom of the moon
Yeah,
up,
you should
others look at
from
the top of the
different
moon down.
positions. Because it share. Listen, relative to you, it's in a different position in the sky. So yeah, we should all see different angles, because it's not right fucking above us all. Besides, when you're looking at it, I'm not looking at it.
Yeah,
You
and the
know?
moon wobbles as well, so you can even see
No,
like
I mean, you understand that, right? You say we see two different faces. I'm not seeing my face while you're seeing yours.
Well, yeah, that's true, but I think we
So
all
are
see
you
the
guys
same
seeing the
face, right?
moon at the same time?
No, we're not. I'm in North
Well,
America. And
yeah.
How does that work?
He's
Well,
it
because
doesn't.
we're on different continents, bro. What are
Oh
we
my
talking about?
I
This
understand.
kid's higher than me.
No, I'm just asking. So, like, why can you battle mod see the moon at one point in time, but
Well, it's moving, right?
Well, they're moving on the circuit. Nobody disagrees with that.
Oh, okay. So they're moving. They're moving on the what?
Is this the guy that a circuit? What
A
is an
circuit?
orbit? It's a circuit, one complete circuit. They transgress a path throughout the sky.
They transgress a path throughout the
Yeah,
sky. What does that mean?
Oh
So it moves in a specific path throughout the sky.
It moves in a specific pattern, but it's not always the same pattern throughout the year. It'll have different places that it actually is in throughout the year, like northern to southern placement in my sky. But it'll always run on the same circuit.
There's kind of an
A
interesting
circuit is
argument
just,
with
like a lap on a racetrack.
There's kind of an interesting argument with the moon that could infer ball, right? And it's the idea that, like, if we're up the sky when it arcs over your head, it looks the same size, right? Like no one's seeing it get bigger, smaller, or whatever, right? It just goes one size across your head in one night. Obviously, it changes size across the year, but in one night, it'll just look virtually the same no matter where it is in the sky. So it can't be really moving further away from me over a night, right? It can't be moving to a different place of around the Earth. So it must be further away, right? Because that would you'd have to move it further away to create the same effect, right?
Well, it depends on what distance you're at and what the size of the object is. Do we have those? For angular size, there's an equation, so we can't just make the bold claim that if it were. No, at a certain distance, because there would be a distance where it is moving farther away, but it's so minuscule you wouldn't appear to change in size. So it wouldn't affect its angular size, but it would affect its intensity of light as the light has to travel through layers of atmosphere more and more as it gets more distant. Like that stuff we see on the horizon at 45 degrees, that you're looking through 9 atmospheres. But if you look at zenith 90 degrees up, you're looking through 0. So light
but like I was talking about one particular night, right? Like
I know
one night.
you're saying it should change size over a flat Earth, and I'm saying that would only ring true if we had the size of the sun and the distance to it, so we could calculate the angular size relative to our position.
I'm not even saying that. Like on a flat Earth, it shouldn't have to change size, right? It doesn't have to.
No, that's based on math. That's angular size. It's inversely proportionate to distance, yes. But we'd have to know the size of the object we're viewing and the distance to it to be able to calculate.
I think he's trying to agree with you, bro.
Well,
no, he's trying to generalize it, and I'm saying we're not going to generalize it because there is a Goldilocks zone in there where the movement is minuscule. So it wouldn't have to change in size, but it would be moving further away from you. And it's based on ratio of size per distance. Angular size. They're inversely linear. They share a relationship.
You could shrink the moon and create the effect, or you have to move the moon further away if it's like a similar size to what you'd expect it to be, right? One of those two things would have to be true. I'm not sure about shrinking the size. I don't know where that would lead you, but I definitely know if you keep the moon at the same approximate size,
there are funny atmospheric effects that give us the giant moon and the smaller moon.
Yeah, that's true. But if
it's not always when we observe light in the sky on a contrast sky, it doesn't always just apply to the shape of what we're on, but how light propagates through the atmosphere also.
Yeah, I don't think it's like, well, that usually happens at some moonrise and moonset because of physicsy stuff, right? But
we know
but obviously it's not going to happen during. Yeah, it doesn't really happen in the arc in the sky because
it's a Rayleigh criteria.
You don't see like airplanes change size as they move further away, obviously. So
no, but we only see them in our local sky. We don't see them; they're not so large that we see them from a great distance either. That's where size and distance is relative to angular size. There's at a certain size and distance, there's no reason for us to expect to see any change, even if it covers a distance relative to size and distance. That might be a small ratio.
Sorry, I meant to say the airplanes do change size as they get further away, whereas the moon doesn't. That's what I meant to say.
But that's what I knew what you meant. It does get smaller, but that's because it is smaller. And it's not so prominent in our sky. It's just a speck.
Yeah, so the moon must be somewhat decently
bigger
sized
than a
object,
jet
right?
plane.
So if you would think that the moon has an approximate size, it's fairly large, right? Like let's say, and to create the same effect of the moon not appearing to get smaller and bigger as it arcs over your head, you'd have to then move it further away. But because
we don't know that's true because we don't know the actual size.
Well, we don't know that, but we can make a strong inference, right?
Like I said, all these things you can make a strong inference. No, because listen, you can't place it in an area where this has to be true because we don't know that has to be true. We can't even quantify it. We don't have the size of the distance. Like I said, there's these Goldilocks areas for effect. and it's relative to both size and distance. At a certain distance, your model explains it as they're all relative. They don't move a certain distance. They're in a Goldilocks zone, so they never change angle or size. So this has to ring true for what you're saying. When you put these finite variables on it, no, it would have to move closer. No, it could still be at the same distance, but be a different size, a varying size. It could be at a greater distance and a greater size. It could be at less of a distance and a less size. All things are possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you calculate the moon size. I'm looking at it now, but it's all maths and science, and I don't understand it. But
Yeah, it's theoretical equation.
Well, they're also based off observation, as far as I can tell.
I know that. All observations done in the atmosphere, which has effects. So all we get is an apparent quantification of how light appears to us. We already infer that it's not in the position it appears to be in, because light comes through our atmosphere and gets refracted, right?
No.
So it's just a parent star. It's not the actual star. Just a light source. It's a point of light. That's astrology.
Yeah, well, I think there's some suppositions that need to be agreed upon before I could make the argument, I guess, then about the size of the moon. But I'll have to look into
Yeah,
it.
I know.
I don't know the maths.
Since Professor Dave made that, it's just plain and simple. Without the
Is it
size,
Professor Dave who did that?
yeah, and what he based that on was the Flat Earth Society model of a disk with a sun that was 32 miles in radius and 3,000 miles away. So when he did it, it wasn't really a straw man, except for the model he was given was theirs. So he wasn't straw man. He said, by these numbers you gave me, angular size would change. He could calculate it, quantify it, and make it a reality. Are you with me? Because he had size and distance. So they may have positive claim on size and distance. And I don't believe Flat Earth Society is even flat earthers. I don't believe that the moon is like 15 miles in radius or the sun 32 miles in radius, 3,000 miles up. I don't believe that. But I do understand these concepts enough to know that you need those variables to honestly stake that claim. Otherwise, you just can't put a flag in it. It would have to change, or it would have to be further away. At what size would it have to be further away?
Someone made a funny claim. I can't remember who it was yesterday. They said that if you stand up, you can see more of a table than if you're sitting down, right? And obviously, I thought it was funny because I tried to test it, right? And I kind of went eye level, crouched down behind a flat surface, went eye level with it, and I could see I could see the whole back of it, right? Like I could see everything. And standing up just didn't really it just made me see just as much as I did before. So I think for a flat earther to make the case that moving up shouldn't allow you to see further, because on a flat surface you should already be able to do that, right?
Yeah, a couple feet's not really. You're looking for big changes over a minuscule distance. I mean, no offense, but
but then you'd have to know what you should expect to see based on its size and distance, right? Like for instance, obviously everyone knows you can't see a fly as it flies away.
yeah. Yeah, like if you were walking up a stairway and look down at the table, you definitely get a different view, but you increased elevation, you have a wider angle of view. I mean, there's going to be distances even with that because it's inversely proportionate to the distance of the object and how much of it you can see. Distance is going to matter too. At 2 foot, I wouldn't expect to see big changes, but at 20 foot, you should, because now your angle of view is widened, not just your field of view. But I don't know what that proves. I don't get into them arguments with the flat tables and shit blending into it. We know when we look down a surface, we get taught this in the military, that's in the desert, to be ready, that things blend into the surface. Because of the heat, you can't see them. It's disrupted. So there could be an armada 10 miles ahead of you and you just can't see it from the heat. In the desert, it's so flat and hot, So things do appear to come out of nowhere. And it's just you finally got close enough to them to penetrate through all that heat distortion and see there's a guy actually standing there with a rifle by a camel, And then you get closer and you notice there's a whole fucking army there,
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Not that I know much about the military, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, I just know from experience this is true in the desert, man. Heat and distortion and atmospheric distortion can play real funny tricks on you. And when you go to the desert, that's when your hyper cases of it happen because all the heat making the light move, affecting it, disrupting your view. You can have a cool breeze come through and all of a sudden you can see 20 miles. And then boop, you can only see 2 miles in front of you again, and that's just from heat. That's not even, if there's a sandstorm, you know damn well you're not going to see shit. But this stuff's going on in the atmosphere all the time. How much desert is on Earth? There's more in the atmosphere than just particles of fucking air. You got pollen and matter, leaves, all kinds of ecosystem effects that are particles and matter and suspended in the atmosphere, along with moisture, and it's when rain is said to form, it attaches, it's frozen, it's up there in them clouds, it's already frozen, but it can't freeze until it attaches to a foreign particle. The foreign particles are pollens and the leaves and all the dirt and dust I'm talking about that's suspended in our atmosphere too, because there's a certain amount of dirt in the atmosphere along with the liquid, and then when that attaches to a water molecule that's below a certain degree, then it freezes, it falls back to Earth, and it melts on the way and becomes rain.
I was thinking about collecting claims, or explanations from flat earthers, right, and putting them together and seeing if they're mutually consistent.
Yeah,
Right?
well, the thing to do is do that with one guy, and then you can understand what he believes. But when you stitch together a rag doll made of 30 different people's beliefs, you're going to end up with something that not one person in this community will co-sign everything in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I think that it depends because assuming that flat earthers are giving explanations that are true, then especially in this group, obviously I assume that's what they're after, like a true explanation. Then it should be something you can co-sign, right? Be very surprised if.
Well, there's a lot of ifs in there, brother. And so, yeah, if somebody made a valid positive claim that I would back it. But if it's just gibberish from a person ignorant of what they're really talking about, then I'm just going to have to stand my ground on my own 2 feet. Because I don't make stupid claims. I'm neither stupid nor ignorant. You know what I mean? Nobody
Yeah, I
backs a
understand.
fool. I'm not backing his bet on the roulette table. He's already lost enough money there. I'm not a gambler. I produce. I don't gamble.
Jambus, do you actually have any glow proof today or no? Like, where's your glow proof?
Who?
Why listen, can't.
Now, where is it? Tell me your glow proof.
We're listening.
There's a few.
Okay, give me your
yeah,
favorite one today.
So, my favorite one.
Yeah, the one that you think really does throw punches.
Sure, the hundreds and hundreds of hours of video proof of rockets being launched into that.
It's a
Into
weird thing.
space.
So I was just thinking about this, right? I was thinking, like, do photos have any truth value, right?
What?
And obviously a video is just a moving photo, right? Like it's just moving images. And they must do, right? They must have some sort of truth value, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can obviously be manipulated, but there must be some truth value in them.
Sure. Yeah. What was your point? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying. I mean, I was thinking about that same topic about photographs because usually
Oh.
photographs get left out quite early on in this room, right? But I do think there's some element of photography that can tell you something about the world. Whether or not what's being depicted is accurate is another thing, right? So
Sure. Photos can obviously be doctored. Video can be doctored to show you something that isn't actually real. We've all seen movies before, but I think my proof is the hundreds and hundreds of hours of video evidence of rockets being launched into space, and SpaceX does a live stream of literally every single rocket launch that they do. I won't bring up NASA because people hate NASA in here, but I mean, NASA has a fucking live stream going on of the ISS. You can tell me these live videos are doctored. That's fine, but tell me. So somebody has to make these. Tell me how many people know that the Earth is actually flat, but they're making up, you know, these videos to try and prove to us that the Earth
You
is
know
round.
that's something we could only guess at, right?
What can we only guess at?
What did you just talk about? You said tell me. I said we could only guess.
We
What do
can
you
only
mean
guess at
what?
what?
What do you mean what? You're the one that made the proposition.
he's
If
saying
I'm
only guess it. Like, why would they have made it up? Right? Like,
he said how many people would be in on this lie because all these people work on
Thank
it, it
you.
becomes true. So
Sorry, that's what I was
listen,
asking
all
you.
we could do is guess on it, but if everybody in that place believes they're actually doing something that real, then none of them are lying. They just believe it's real.
There has to be a minimum number of people, though. I mean, you know
Well,
for a
there's no
fact
logical reason why.
you have to have a minimum number
It
of
could
people.
be everybody are just wrong. There would be if people were benefiting off space travel and it wasn't possible, yes. But would everybody in the system know? No. But I don't know, a couple thousand people could run it. You know, they could be maybe 1,000, 2,000, and that's just a guess. Like I said, this
1,000,
is some
2,000.
non-productive bullshit questioning about
not.
shit we couldn't give you an absolute answer for if
I
we
know you
tried.
can't give me an absolute answer.
I know,
but
but it's meaningless. What did you prove? Did you
it's
prove your
not
globe?
meaningless because
Did you prove?
1,000, 2,000
Did you
people.
prove your globe with it? Do you verify any of their work? If the answer is no, then it is meaningless. And the answer is absolutely no. You didn't verify shit. You're just trying to co-sign it with your fucking feelings.
well, they are a kind of evidence. They're just maybe not like provable, right? They are a kind of evidence in the sense that there's always room for doubt based on the idea that we can manipulate a photo. But if I showed you a video of a man shooting a woman, and we wanted to determine who killed that woman, the first person you're going to look for is that man who shot the woman. Now, that man can say all day long
I'd
that
probably
the
look
video
for
is
a dead
manipulated.
body first, but then I'd look for somebody
man
that
can say all
killed
along
it. But if I
that
didn't have a
the video
dead
was
body, I
manipulated, but
wouldn't be
who
looking
didn't
into
do
a
that?
murder. Not really the same.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know who killed the person, right? Necessarily, unless that video was something you were going to
Exactly.
stake any
Listen,
money
we
on, right?
try to find people by guessing motive. Yeah.
What if you had
But
1,000
you'll
different
never
videos
know their
at
motive.
1,000 different angles of this man shooting this woman? Would you start to
I don't
suspect
think
that
they're
maybe this man
I
killed
don't
this
think they're
woman?
analogous because we could actually science that there'd be a crime scene and a dead body and a person's image, and we could go verify them things. Now you're talking about the process of which we're asking you if you did. Did you
Well, yeah.
verify through science these fucking images? Or have
I'll
you
make him be.
verified? We can't verify with science. How the hell do we science who's lying to us and who knows? How the hell do we do that?
Yeah, I draw the analogy just saying that like in the same way that in that video you have a dead body, in reality you have a ground, an earth, right? Then all you're trying to do is find out who done it, right? In the sense that like in the murder you're finding out who done it, in the earth you're finding out what's its shape, right? Or if it that kind of thing. So in that sense they are analogous because you both have something real, right? So you have we have ground. I'm stomping on the ground right now, and we can use those photographs to confirm that whatever the ground is, that's meant to be depicting basically what we're standing on. And then you have a murder, or you have a dead body, and you're saying who done it, right? And the video of someone shooting someone who seems to be the person lying on the ground. I think that would be analogous. I think that would, but obviously you can just. The reason why it doesn't prove anything is because it can always be manipulated, and that always is going to be something that's always a possibility. But they definitely have truth value, right? I think they, especially the more that you have of them, the more photographs you have, more videos you have, the stronger your case is, right? Especially if
Yeah,
different
that's
people
all
are.
based on evidence we can physically put our hands on and verify through forensic science. How is it analogous to imaging?
Well,
I mean,
we can
people
put our hands
people
on
are
the earth.
putting
I
their
mean,
hands
you
on
say
this,
we
right?
got all these images, and we don't see why you throw them out, because if a cop has an image and he can verify it through forensic science, he accepts it. Well, yeah, he gets to use the scientific process on the image. Let's do that to yours.
Okay,
Make it a
Imagine there was.
reality.
what if we
Verify it for us.
verify it with the
Otherwise,
people
put
who
that
made the
shit back in
video?
the box where it belongs.
So what if we verify it with the people who made the video? What about the engineers
Well,
that engineered the rocket?
no.
We
We don't have to
already
do that.
covered
We can
that.
do
Listen,
forensics. We can do forensics with the earth, right? Like, so for instance, look, I know exactly at one point in time that the clouds should be over my head, right? I can see that. That's my forensic investigation. We look up in the sky, there's clouds over England at that particular time, right? Now, if I was going to then take the photograph of England at that time, right, and from space, and there's clouds above England, and you can't really see England, it's like shrouded, or there's a storm above England, or whatever, right? Then your forensic investigation of the ground, Earth, should be congruent with the image you saw, right?
Rednut, I kind of respect it, but why do you do this to yourself?
Well, I'm just saying that I'm not saying that photos can provide a knowledge claim. I'm just saying that photos can be. You can build a case with photos and
why do
videos.
you like debate with these people? This is fucking
Well, they're smart people. I know what you're talking about.
the flat earthers.
Yes, I don't think you should see them as like dumb or anything.
No, I'm not even saying that they're dumb. I'm saying that they're like they have fallen into a trap, and you're not going to get them out of it so easily.
Hold on real quick, my friend. Battlemot. So India claimed that they just landed on the moon, August 23rd, 2023. So everyone in the Indian space program is lying. Everyone in the
once again,
humanity
I'm going to
space program is
repeat
lying.
the question.
The Russians, during the
Hold on,
Cold
hold on,
War, the
hold on.
Americans and the
I've already
Russians.
answered all this
Let me
crap.
finish.
How do
Let me
you
finish.
verify that with science that it's the truth? Otherwise, you're just wasting your breath. You're a
Let me
blowhard.
finish. Let me finish my point real
You
quick.
can't verify any of
Yeah,
that to be true. If I
okay,
take a
I
picture,
won't
you can
finish.
go repeat it. You can verify it. Show. Hey, let's go to space and verify that these pictures from the moon are real.
People have been to space. I don't know how to explain. I can't.
They say
The only,
they have, but how do you and I verify that it's true? You keep dodging that point, and it's just going to keep slapping you in the face.
yeah, because the only way you'll see is if I take you up to fucking space. I'm sorry, I don't have the resources. I don't have the ability. I'm sorry. All I can give you is what other people have done. So what the Indian government has done, what the United States has done, what the Soviet Union back in the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union were at war with each other. They fucking hated each other, but they were still lying to the whole people that they were getting to the moon. Why would they do that? So the Soviets were claiming, oh, we sent the first person into orbit around the Earth, and then the United States landed on the moon. Why would these two people that fucking hate each other lie about this to their respective people, along with the Indian government? I mean, there's the UK. There's so many space programs around the world. There has to be so many people that know that the Earth is flat and are lying about it, when the president of the United States can't even get his dick sucked without everyone finding out about it. And you think that the governments of every single developed nation are going to keep this secret? It's just bullshit, dude. It's not.
They can't.
It's not true. It's not
Can't keep it a
realizable.
secret.
I'm sorry.
It's observable reality. How are they going to hide it? They can't. You just go outside and have a look. All they need to do is show like gullible people shit on TV and say, "Nah, that's not real. What you're experiencing. This is what's real. This is what you live on." And they go, "Oh wow, yeah."
I think I kind of understand from both angles, right? Because on the flat Earth angle, right, it is always going to be true that a photo cannot be 100% verified, no matter what the photo is of. It could be a photo of you when you were a kid and your mum showing you, and it could well be the case that she doctored that, right? Like, it's possible. So you can't make any kind of truth, like a fully unadulterated truth claim with a photograph or video. But like I said, like you could do an investigation with several photographs, videos from several different people that are unrelated to each other, and come to and have a case there that can't be dismissed quite so easily. Is like, well, it's not Tatooine on TV, right? So especially because you can do the investigation here on Earth and then like see if it's congruent with whatever they're telling you that you should be able to see from the space station. If, for instance, if I looked at the space station and I saw England completely cloudless, right, and I saw clouds above my head as far as the eye could see, well, then, there'd be an incongruence there. There'd be some problem with that, with the forensics of looking into Earth, right? But it's not like a knowledge claim. It's more building a case for something, right? That it probably could be accurate. Would you like, say, for instance, if I got a laser? Obviously, this is just a hypothetical. If I got a laser and I put it in my back garden, and I thought, right, the space station is meant to be flying overhead soon, or so they say, I'll get the stream on, put the stream on the side, and I'll watch what their space station is seeing, and I'll shoot that laser up in my own back garden, no government involved, right? And this laser is so powerful that it can be seen from the ISS. Then that would be incontrovertibly the case that video is a true video, right? Like it's showing something that's real, right? Would you agree?
No.
It'd be a
Because
coincidence.
maybe because you can take that laser and point it down, not up.
What?
You can take that laser and point it down, not up.
Does anyone know what he's talking about?
I'm saying, why want to do something with ISS if water doesn't curve?
Oh, right, I understand now. Well, look, the point isn't anything to do with... Oh, okay, right. So here we go. Like, if I was going to talk about how far you can see going straight across, right?
Sasha in the house.
If I was going to say how far you could see going straight across, and I could do some measurements with that, but they could also be, let's say, they're not exactly proof in and of themselves either, right? And I explained this earlier on, but we're talking about the photographs and videos, right? About how
we are talking about Bolivia, Salt Lake, and 4,000 miles square, changing elevation 1 meter. That means that's enough.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that that aside, just talking about how photos could be valid, doing like
that aside, how many surface should to be flat to prove you that something is flat?
Well, okay, I'll take the flat Earth side and just go the other way around, and I could say like, look, Neil deGrasse Tyson says you shouldn't see curve from the ISS, right? So if I shot that laser up and
Yeah,
the
that
video,
means if you
bro,
see the curve,
you're just. I'm trying to even take your side here, right? And say like, if I shot that laser up, and Neil deGrasse Tyson said you shouldn't see a curve from there anyway, I could just simply say, look, even though you saw that, maybe that video is real, right? But you can't see curve from that video anyway. So whatever you think your case is not the case that you're actually making. It's not. It's just we're not talking about this proves globe. We're just talking about photos and validity. I feel like you've got a bit antsy about me talking about photographs and videos, right?
yeah, photos and validity. For example, if I told you I make a photo of that beach and I can see 10 miles, then you say, I don't believe your photo. Then you go there and then you make a photo and then you say, oh, fuck, I believe you now.
I feel like you're coming too hot and I'm not for it, really.
Yeah, it is true because now you are verifying my photo and you are there and you are saying, really, this I can make the same photo what Sasha made. That means you verified. If a guy from ISS make a photo, you cannot go there and verify that photo.
Okay, so the issue, if I was standing next to you when you took the photo and I saw exactly what you saw, then I could probably say it's verified. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about someone else being shown a video or photo.
Yeah, we are talking
they
about
weren't
what we
there when
cannot
it was
verify.
made, right?
You are now speaking what we cannot verify.
Well, you can't know it, but you can make a case for photos and videos. Like like I was describing before. Like if you
Why
saw.
to make a case when you can verify it?
Okay, wait, what did you say?
I don't understand one thing. Why you want to go away from something what you can verify?
Have you been paying attention? Have you just got here or something? Because I feel like you've just
I've
misanalyzed
been
what's going on
attention
in this
like
conversation.
for 6 years. I'm paying attention, man.
How long have you been here for?
6 years.
No, in this call right now, right here, right
In
now.
this call, I'm 6 years.
6 years in this call. You're not left this VC for 6 years.
Yeah, 6 years.
No, he's talking about how long you've been here. Just now.
6 years again. His response.
No.
Yeah, he's
I
been here.
understand.
Yeah,
I
he's been
understand.
here.
All story what he said. I heard like a million times. That mean doesn't matter if I came now or 1 hour later, before or 1 year before.
I'm not
or
talking about proving the
He's
globe.
been here for 6 years already today.
Well, I'm not talking about proving the globe. I'm just talking about when you might say a photo is evidence of something. And I said earlier, I don't know if you were there for it, that photos do not prove globe, right? In and of themselves. Videos do not, right? So I feel like the fact that you're coming in so hot right now is a bit. Is it like you probably misanalyzed the situation? We're just talking about how do photos comport to evidence,
if photos
right?
cannot prove, what can prove the globe?
What can prove the globe? I don't believe that any such thing could, right? At least not right now.
But what can prove the globe?
Sasha, he gave you the answer.
That's available to us. Nothing that's available to us right now. At least to me, anyway.
That means nothing can prove the globe.
Well, something probably could. I just don't
But
have
what
access
is that
to that.
something? What is that something?
Well, okay. Let's say we as a call, we decide to go on a rocket to the moon. We look at it all together and we shake hands, agreeing on the shape of the Earth.
No, we
right?
didn't. Me and you was never to the moon.
Yes, well,
That's
you asked me what could, and I gave you the answer, right? I'm not saying that that I have access to that. I'm just saying that that would be something we could all agree on, demonstrates whatever the shape of the Earth is, right? But unfortunately, I don't have access to that, so I don't make a claim that I can prove the globe, right?
Let's say that you have access to that.
Okay. Right.
And then what?
So we all go up to the moon, we all look at the Earth, it looks like a sphere, it looks flat, and then we all shake hands and agree, okay, that's what it looks like.
50 assumptions later.
Okay. Then again, you have access to that, you believe in that story, and then what?
What? It wouldn't be... Well, look, if all observations are just beliefs, then you can't know anything, and then you're being a solipsist, right?
No, I'm saying in which point you will check that, is it that true or not true?
What do you mean? My observation?
Yeah.
Well, look, we agree upon things. So, for instance, if I hold up a ball in my hand and I show you a video of a ball, like I get on cam, I show you a ball, you're not going to say, well, you know, how could I possibly know, right? You're going to be like, no, that's a ball in your hand. That's a cigarette in your hand. Whatever, right? There's some
Yeah, but
observations, some
the ball in
ways
my
that we look about the world that we're just going to assume to be true, right? And this is epistemically true, right? Like at least if you're not a solipsist, right? That we can observe things and derive truth claims from them, right? So if we're all standing on the moon together, you know, we've all got our coffees and we're all like, you know, holding hands. We look at the shape of the Earth and we can verify whatever it is by our observation. Then I think that would prove shapes. So globe and flatness is provable. I just don't think any of us have access to that at this stage, right?
Moon, did you say?
Yeah, well, it could be a hologram. Then we'll find out there's more
But
questions
not
than
if we go
answers.
to ISS, only if you go to the moon.
We could go to but the ISS might not be. You might not be able to see curve from the ISS. So why would you go there?
So the
It's like
problem
going
is
up
it's
expecting curve,
provable. Problem is it's
I'm
provable. It's
shaking my
just
head
that
right back.
no one.
Bad right now.
It's just check. Is my mic working?
Yeah, sorry.
It is.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. But the problem is it's provable. It's just no one can prove it.
I agree with that statement. I subscribe to that statement.
Written
Yeah, I
at,
mean,
are
I
you
got it
are
from
you a
you. So.
solipsist?
No, I'm not.
What are you? What do you ascribe to?
Oh, I don't want to. I don't like. My epistemology is kind of everywhere, right? I kind of say that we have partial access to the truth, and because it's always partial, we can always do investigations to find out more. We can that would be in the form of synthetic truths. We can definitely know analytic truths, right? There's no doubt about that. Like I can know that all married men are bachelors, right? There's no doubt about that, right? They're true in virtue of their meaning, right?
Right. So you believe you can make logical assumptions about things.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think you're confused
Fair enough.
that
Dude, I thought you were a
the
flat
argument.
earther at first. I
No,
thought you were a flat
I'm not
earther,
coming
but
from
then for a second I thought, well, this guy
Take his globe
believes the
away.
Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I'm
Now
a globe earther.
I don't know what to believe. Oh, okay. So you do.
So you think that there's a burden of proof on people to prove the flat and motionless Earth?
Wait, for the flat earthers to prove that it is flat and motionless?
Yeah.
Well, I think there's with burden of proof, right? I don't actually think that the burden of proof actually matters that much as people pretend it does, right? Obviously, if you're going to make a claim, right? If I'm going to sit in this call and say the Earth is a globe, then it's etiquette for me to defend that claim and not just say, well, you prove that it isn't. That's just etiquette. But all claims on either side can be turned into a positive claim either way, right? So if you were then to say in a vacuum with me decided joining the call, the Earth is flat and motionless, then it's etiquette for you to then defend that, right? So either way, we both have a burden depending on who goes first, right? I mean, that's
See,
just
dude,
etiquette.
they shove the burden of proof because they don't claim. Imagine me using air quotes. They claim they have no model of the Earth that they stand on.
Is that a lie?
So they have nothing to defend.
I mean, is that a lie though?
Is what a lie? That you have nothing to defend?
We don't have a model to defend. Is that a lie?
I mean, yeah, you claim no model.
Yeah. So why do I have to defend one? What's the problem with that?
My problem with that is that a model is kind of required to operate in the world. You have some model of the thing that you're on.
So, is there a heliocentric model that you use to operate in the world, like when you're getting your groceries and going to work and shit?
Hold on. So do I have a heliocentric model?
Sure. If that's what you're here representing, otherwise, sorry to straw man you.
No. So
I can
sure.
tell you.
And
I can
and
tell you
if
why you
and
need
then
a
if you
model, and we don't. It's easy why you
go
need a
ahead.
model and we don't. Because what you're claiming isn't observable, and isn't experienced, and isn't testable.
Okay, so what is your model then? So you have a
Bolivia.
model.
Bolivia. It's,
Walk out the front
can my
door.
model be Bolivia?
Can you give me one sec, my friend, comrade? Let my other
Can
friend talk.
my
What
can
is your
my
model?
model can
One moment. 1 second.
Bolivia? Bolivia is my model.
Give me 1 second. What is your model?
Bolivia.
What does that mean?
Bolivia country. Did you hear for Bolivia?
Bolivia country. I don't know what that
Yeah.
means, my friend.
Did you hear for Bolivia ever in your life?
I have heard of Bolivia, but I don't know what that
Okay,
means as
there
a model.
In Bolivia, there is Salt Lake, 4,000 miles squared. That's my model. And it's changing elevation only 1 meter. That is not possible on the sphere. Is it enough that my model is reality?
You're very mad this morning, Jesus.
I feel like we're
It's
talking about two
required.
different
It's
things.
He's not
required
mad.
for you to it's required for you to operate in this world. Therefore, you must have a model. So nice model, Sasha.
Thank you. We have another model. It's called Holland. It's under the sea level. We have another model. That means every ocean, every lake, every river. That's our models.
And
And
what is
your
Holland?
model,
How do you perceive Holland?
if you want your model, from which country you are?
From which country am I?
Yeah,
I'm from the United States.
United States. Good. You have two oceans and you have an elevation profile of the land. When you make that model, you will realize everything. Make a model of USA elevation profile model, and you will realize everything.
Okay, so your model is just is flat, but it has elevation to
Now,
it. Is that
my
what you're
model
claiming?
is I will not call model because my model is reality. You have model. I
You're
don't have
just
model.
you're
Model is
dodging. You are dodging the question. What
I'm
is
dodging the
your model
question.
of
Okay,
reality?
if my model of reality is reality.
Right.
Well, why even
What
defer
is
to a
your model?
model?
What is your
Well,
model
why?
of reality?
Yeah, so Rhinoceros or whatever you go by now, why even
Yes,
defer
sir.
to a model? Why not just point to reality itself and just see what that says about itself?
Okay, sure, I can do that. So tell me what your model of reality is. Tell
My
me how
God,
things
you just
operate
keep
around you.
resetting. You guys all do this. Every
I
single
do.
one of you just seems
Look, I'm
like for the last 2 hours, every single one after the other, just not taking no for an answer on a model. Just
oh,
won't do
my
it.
friend. I just now started talking. Don't say I've been
Wait,
talking
what's
for 2
happening?
hours.
No,
I'm
not you, but
asking
the
you.
What's happening?
last 3 or 4 of you, same exact thing. Not taking no for an answer on a model.
Heretic, I'm asking you, what model do you subscribe to that
Yeah, you're
makes
doing it right
sense
now.
to your reality?
You're
Oh my
doing it right now.
god.
If you don't want to answer,
Yeah.
just say you don't want to answer. That's
Jambu,
fine.
Jambu. There
I
is
just said
a
okay.
distinction here, right? When you say ask them for a model, look, they might not have a situation where they can build in their minds or know like the exact nature of things to be able to to determine a consistent sort of set of explanations that explain everything, right? About the world, the natural world, right? There's some things like, for instance, the moon. The exact nature of the moon might be ambiguous, right? For
Sure,
example,
you
right?
cannot know
So,
some things, but
but
you can still have a model of
it doesn't have to be a model though.
things
Like
you.
I don't know, why you're harping on model, right? Because it is the case that if someone says the Earth is flat and stationary, those are claims anyway, right?
No,
Like
because a model
you don't
is
need to
a
ask for a
model.
model. It's
A
strange to do
model
that.
is what we use to
Post this model. I've never seen this globe model. Has anyone got the documents of this model? Have a read through it.
Yeah. You were just about to tell us what you use this model to do, by the way, as well.
Sure. So
So
a
tell us that too.
model is kind of how we iron things out of kind of what is true, right? So if I have a model and my model doesn't adhere to reality, if I have a claim of a model of reality and then I
It
can
doesn't.
do experiments on that. I can figure out if this model adheres to reality or if it doesn't.
It
That's
doesn't.
why I'm asking you guys,
Let's test
is
it
your
then. Let's
model
test
that
it.
adheres to
So
reality?
let's test your model. So
Let's
let's
not
test
talk
your
about
model.
mine. I want to talk about
Wait,
yours.
so you're
No, let's
asking
test
us.
your.
Wait.
No, let's test your
You
model.
Yeah,
know
let's.
my model.
Yeah. So you're
You
asking
guys
us
know the
yet
model.
again. So you're asking us yet again, where is this model that we've told you repeatedly? No one here claimed.
Well, where's the globe model? I want to see the globe
So
model.
yeah, I mean, clearly you're claiming a model. Can we take a look at that?
You guys already know about the globe model. I'm asking about yours.
Post it.
Because I want to be able to make. I want to be able to test your model against
Oh,
reality.
you
Okay,
want
yeah,
to be
the
able to
one-
hold it
the
up in
one-
false dichotomy. Got it. You want a false dichotomy. I see.
Yeah, the one we
Right.
told you that we don't have. So why do you insist on arguing with things that we don't have and don't claim? Like,
know
is
you
this
don't
all,
have it.
is this all you have? Okay, then if you know that, why do you keep asking for it?
That's a good question. Because it's stupid to even talk to you guys. You guys have nothing to offer.
Well, then I guess you're
Listen.
stupid then.
You keep
Why
saying you've
can't
got a
your
model.
model?
You keep saying you've got the model. Where is it?
You guys know you guys argue the model
Post
all
it.
the time. You
Post
know
Okay.
it. Post it. Post
So
exactly what a globe Earth model is. Okay.
okay, so let it stand upon its own merit. It doesn't need another model held up in false dichotomy for it to be valid.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Okay.
How in
mean,
your
it's-
model? In your model, how was Earth curve measured in the model? How was it described to be measured in reality?
I don't want to talk about my model. I want to talk about yours. But you guys
Okay,
don't
you want to
have
talk
one.
about the
So
model
there's
that
no
doesn't
point.
exist. Okay, and you don't want to talk about the one that you have that apparently does exist. Allegedly.
Next. All right, let's hold up. We say we don't have a model. We have reality. So let's hold up reality
What is
against
your model of
against
reality?
against your model. Let's hold up reality against your model and see how it pans out. See how it
Okay.
stands. What do you reckon? What do you say?
So it doesn't stand. Let's say that.
Okay,
So
let's
what
say
does that mean?
means it's false.
So that means there's some other model that describes reality, right?
Sure, I don't have it though.
What is it?
I don't know. Maybe nobody's ever come up with it.
See, that's what's so frustrating about this.
Yeah, it's frustrating
About
to you that you go with a model so-called that doesn't comport with the real world.
Let me ask you a question. If there was a flat Earth model and a cucumber Earth model and a doorknob Earth model, and they all explained everything equally, how would you know which one to pick?
They wouldn't explain everything equally.
Yes,
See,
they
we're all
would.
talking about. We're all
So-
talking about. You know, but listen, we're talking about globe model and flat Earth model, and most of the descriptions and presumptions within the so-called globe model that which you can't provide are nothing to do with the Earth.
Yeah, it's all astrology, really.
Yeah. So
if I
we're
get
interested in the Earth and the claim of a globe and its geometric measurements. Tell us about that. When was that put into the model? What was the first thing that? How was the model started? Was it an observation?
It's, I don't know, guys. Look, all I'm asking for is your model of reality that I can test.
test reality
to make
directly.
a truth claim about.
You can test reality directly. You don't need a diorama.
Okay, can I make predictions on this model of reality?
Can
that
you
you
make
have?
statements about reality without a model, or do you not have access directly to reality?
That's a very philosophical question. Can I make truth claims about reality without a model? Is that
Yeah.
what you're asking me?
Yeah.
My first guess would be no. I think I would need a model of the reality that I live in to be able to make a truth claim.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
What
that's
is
the
a
problem.
model? You don't even know what a model is.
What is a model to you?
It's an explanation of reality. It's not reality.
Okay. So I have an explanation Call it the globe Earth model. That is my explanation of reality, and so I
Yeah.
use that to make predictions of truth claims, right?
Like what? Which
Right.
ones?
Yeah. Give us an example.
Like things will fall to the ground at 9.87 meters per second.
You predict that based on the globe so-called model.
No,
Yes.
heretic. We already know that. We measure that, right? But what does that
Call
have
me
to
a
do with?
heretic?
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying to heretic, that's something that we could measure. But what does that have to do with the ground being a ball? Right?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know that when you drop something, it's going to fall to the ground based on this idea that you have of the Earth being a ball.
Hold up, boys. You guys always do this. We always divert into another topic.
No,
What
we're talking about your
my
topic.
original question was, what is your model of reality that
Oh
I
my
can use to
God.
make truth
Yeah,
claims?
okay, you're
That's all I'm
diverting
asking.
now,
Just
actually.
mood
You're
him, I
fucking
reckon.
diverting right now. This is getting ridiculous, dude. You just told us that you know that when you drop something, it's going to fall based on the model, quote unquote, you have of the Earth being a ball.
Heretic,
No.
what is your model of reality?
Why are you
that's
resetting?
That's reality. Is you measure it falling at 9.8 meters per second squared. I'm asking, what does that have to do with a model? I mean, you have access to reality. You measure that in reality. What does that mean about, like, how do you get to the ground as a ball from that?
I mean, that's an average speed, and we all observe that anyway. It's not like half the people in the world observe that and the other half don't. It's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's observable, but
nothing to
it's
do
just
with
an
it.
average. It's an average acceleration speed. That. So what? That
Yep.
doesn't prove a globe. Next
Yeah.
model.
And it's conditional as well. It doesn't always happen.
So one deck, what is your model of reality?
Shut up, dude. Don't ask that again.
Are you going to respond to what I said?
Do you guys want me to stop talking? Because I'm going to ask
If
the
that's
same
all you're
question
gonna say,
over and over
then
again until
yes.
somebody
If
gives me
that's
an
all
answer.
you're gonna, okay, it's outside. It's called reality. That's the model I'm going with. Problem?
Okay, I'll stop then.
No, I gave you an answer. So you're gonna stop with that? Okay.
What was your answer?
It's called reality. Feel free to go outside and take a look.
Reality is not a model. Give me something I can
No,
make a
that's what I'm
prediction.
going with. That's what I'm going with. The
Well, that's
model
not
I'm
an
putting
answer.
forth.
So
Not models itself.
if
There
you
it
don't want to
is.
answer, that's
Take
fine.
a look. I did.
Just say you
If you
don't know.
if you don't want the answer that you got, then that's fine. Well, you're gonna tell me what answer to give you for the question that you asked? Well, that seems like a pretty fair and neutral conversation.
Heretic, can I ask you a question? How you make a model? How you make a model?
I'm sure it starts with an observation. What was the first observation of the model?
How you can make a model? He doesn't answer.
Well, you see, he modeled outside as a ball, and from that he made the prediction that, like, when he drops pens and stuff, they'll fall. Amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Where does
want
the
to?
ball come from, man? What is that?
Yeah.
Boys, all I'm asking, whenever you guys want to answer, what is
Oh,
your
let me
model of
guess.
reality?
Yeah, you don't
Man,
have to finish
Can I
talk
I'm
yet.
asking you. I'm asking you, man. How did you make your model?
Yeah. Start with your observations.
Can I finish what I
So
was going to
you
say?
want something, what, for the 80th
Okay,
time?
I'll stop.
Nah, we don't need to hear it that many times, but
All right, I'll go,
yeah.
boys. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, so do you have a model? I mean, everybody's got to have a model, right? According to you, got to have one. So surely you have one then, Mr. Model. No.
And actually, a scale model of a lunar eclipse would be great. I mean, let's have a physical model of that.
There was a globe model, otherwise I'd never have learned how to tie my shoelaces.
Exactly, that's the logic here.
Bricked. Someone should change our status to bricked.
Observe something happening like a million times and then decide, let's measure it, give it some numbers, form an equation, and then go, oh look, we predicted something.
How did they manage to get axial rotation in the model? How does that one work?
Well, you see, they made a bunch of inaccurate assertions about what happens in the sky, and then from that concluded that the world's a ball.
It was like the guy yesterday trying to making like a sandwich that I'm at like the counter of a sandwich store, and like I don't have choices or something, um it was making it analogous to that, like the models, like, oh, you need the replacement model, like, because you can't just tell that the shop owner that the sandwich is disgusting, and you're just gonna walk away. Like, I'm like, no, that's not what's happening. What's happening is I'm getting a sandwich, a rotten sandwich, shoved down my throat, and I don't want to eat it, right? And now you're saying, no, you've got to eat it unless you've got a better sandwich.
That's what you got to go with, unless you got a better one. Way she goes.
You can't criticize the food at a restaurant unless you own a restaurant.
Yeah,
That was
where's your
it. Yeah,
restaurant?
yeah.
Yeah, but guys, what I really want to know is, where's your restaurant? Where's your replacement sandwich? You don't have one. Oh, but what I really want to know is, where's your sandwich?
So, like you say, I mean, that the model, the so-called model, we the early
Is it him or me?
Roboted
goes
out.
through
Yeah.
so all that's left then to discuss is, all that predictions can be in either Ptolemy or Copernicus, but there's no description of how the Earth is observed as a globe or measured as a globe within the so-called globe model, or axial rotation or gas pressure containment. These are all presuppositions, lies. So it might be breaking up a bit.
I wonder if their model involves standing on a plane.
That was funny. I'm gonna go with reality as my model. No, 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 no. We can't talk about that. We got to talk about abstractions instead, not the thing that we're making abstractions about.
I mean, it just shows that they desperately need a model of instructions of everything that that's gone on. They can't accept that some things are still a wonderment, and we're working things out about this lie and trying to work out where we live and the shape of the Earth and and everything else. We don't know. Somebody might know, but we're trying to work it all out. What's the problem with that?
They need you to imagine something for them so they can argue with that.
It's like a little cozy teddy bear, the model, isn't it? You know, that kids carry around. They have the little rag doll that they feel safe with, that they take in the pram with the mummy, and they can hold it. And it's a comforting blanket. And that's what the model is. It's a comforting blanket.
Well, you need a comforting blanket to operate in this world. Everybody's got to have one. So where's yours? Where's your comforting blanket?
We got their own side on record saying that there's a number of models that can be used to explain phenomena. So why are they choosing the one that they do?
Well, they give the answer to that too on philosophical grounds.
Yes.
These trench level people don't seem to realize what the guys who made the stuff that they're arguing for actually said about it.
I mean, even using the word model, I mean, the more you think about this term model, it's more or less telling you it's fake anyway. Do you know what I mean? What is a model?
An abstraction.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be reality. A model, it's just a model of something that you say, well, we're going to say this, we're going to say that, and within this model, we're going to tell you this is how that works. That's why that looks like that. Within this model, you've got a set of explanations, not necessarily true, or things you can see in reality. It's just a model.
A picture in our heads.
They think it's a crystal ball.
Might as well cut the middleman of the picture in your head and just look at the thing that you're trying to picture. Nope, can't do that. I swear it's been like 5 conversations now where this exact thing has happened. Well, I guess this is like every conversation, really.
And why does the model change so much too? I mean, like 1 minute the light's parallel reaching it, next minute it's convergent. Okay.
Different models for different phenomena.
Yeah,
So
1 minute
not
it's a
one
hump.
arching.
1 minute
Yeah.
it's a drop.
Can the model be altered along the way with things that might cause problems? Can the model be altered to just work your way around these brick walls that you might hit? I wonder.
Right. Yes.
Is Newtonian gravity still in the model, or has that been removed from the model now?
Guess it depends what phenomena you try to apply it to.
There might be model
removed
A
and
and model B,
reinserted.
and there might be 2 models, just in case you're having a few difficulties with explaining one aspect of the model. You might have to go back to model A.
Yeah, conflicting models for different phenomena. Whatever it takes.
Globies want to challenge that?
No, I think Eggshells might have some globe proof. I feel like you should give him a shot.
He's going to ask us where the container is, how far it is, what it's made of, how big it is. He already knows our positions well enough. He should know that we're not making claims about any of those things. He's just a boring sophist who's here to waste our time and play games. Fuck him. No, he's not even in here. It's just
he
going
was
to meet
a
him anyway.
minute
But
Chat skanking.
over and over and over, the same questions every single day, like Groundhog Day. It's kind of like that guy who was just talking, actually, just respawning on the same stuff. Gets the answers that we can give him, and then he'll just reset. I don't know. Kind of fed up with him.
I mean, how many times did you have to tell him you didn't have a model? I'm sure I heard it 7 times, I'm sure.
At least. And what Eggshells does too is he calls it a dome, which is already it's a loaded question. Nobody said dome per se. He says it's the least stupid form of container, but still, be a measurement claim. Nobody could back it up. The antecedent for gas pressure is literally the whole argument. That's it. Sorry, there's not more.
But they do say that gravity is their container, so they obviously realise that pressure does require containment.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I guess they would be equivocating on container if they said that. But my idea is that in the definition for gas pressure, there's certain requirements you need. So, for instance, you need collisions with the surface. You need the force of those collisions between either the surface of a molecule or the surface of a wall to create gas pressure. So I think that's what the definition basically requires, right? A volume and density as well, obviously. And so the way I see it is like if you could have gas, like all we have to imagine is we're taking the lid off, right? So what would you then need to create the same effect where gas doesn't just float away, right? And my idea is obviously you need compression, right? You need some other force. It doesn't have to be gravity. It doesn't really matter what it is, to compress the gas downwards at all angles if it's a ball, or just straight down if it's a flat surface. It doesn't really matter which one it is. And then from that you could create gas pressure without a container lid. Obviously you still need a surface or some collection of surfaces. I don't know what you guys think about that, but
you would need a reversal of entropy.
Yeah, that's a good point. But what's their explanation in the model?
Well, I'm not very
their
science
model,
literate, so they would probably suggest that gravity's doing the compressing.
Yeah, their model must have it all laid out. They've got a model that explains everything, and they must have. If it falls under science, they must have scientific validation to back that up and to be able to demonstrate it. If the model's a true model, that is.
Just an explanation will do. Yeah, that's good enough because it's got to be what we think it is, right?
Yeah, I think when it comes to the gas pressure thing, as far as I can tell, it's congruent with both flat Earth and globe Earth. A flat earther could just say, look, that compression is just coming from above downwards. A globe earther can say it's coming from every other which way angle downwards, right? And create the same effect. The lid of a container could also still be true if but for force not existing, right? Then the lid could be true. Would have to be true, I guess, if there is no force compressing it. But I think it's suffice to say that you don't need a lid to create that effect of gas pressure.
Really?
Well, if you had the compressing force, right? So, for instance, imagine a force that was pushing gas towards the surface, whether it's flat or globe. Then you're having collisions still with the surface and with other molecules with each other. So you have the gas pressure there, right?
all you need to
Yeah.
make sure
then
is
you'll
that all you need to make sure is that if it's on a flat surface, that the gas isn't going off the edge. If there is an edge, there might not be, right? And you got to
Well, I
make
mean,
sure
it's
that
just a pure hypothetical, though,
yeah,
because there's no physical demonstration of such a thing, right?
yeah.
that's right.
I'd say so.
Otherwise, you'd have to redefine the definition of gas pressure.
Mm-hmm. I think,
Thing is,
the
yeah, go ahead.
definition of the definition of gas pressure, I guess, I think more emphasizes surfaces more than I guess like a lid, right? And I think both are congruent with a flat Earth. I don't think one is necessarily excluding the other. I think it's a good case to make if you want to say, well, there could be a lid, right? Because there could be, right? Like there's no doubt about it. But
The gravity air pressure thing is just kind of like a post hoc rationalization for space, really, because they need these humongous distances. The globe does, especially because they have to claim that everything's far away enough that the light is parallel. If it is, then it has to be in a vacuous space because that light would never get here if it was in some kind of a dense medium, right? It would all be long, attenuated before it got anywhere near the Earth at those distances. So they have to invoke emptiness, basically, to make it work. And to do that, they got to have the open system and blah, blah, blah. So they got to say it's gravity keeping the air here because they need space.
yeah, they like a globe Earther requires. Well, I was about to say they require that, but then I guess a globe Earther could say there's a lid, but
Yeah,
it'd be a very strange
kind of
thing for
weird.
them to do.
Yeah, it's
uh,
kind of a weird claim.
but so they but for that fact, right? Like they probably require a compressing force downwards, whatever that force is, whatever the properties are, whatever the nature of that force is. That's like a separate claim. Then you have to prove whatever that is, right? But I think both options are on the table. In theory, it's just a matter of either we have to find out the nature of that force and demonstrate the force, or we need to find out where the nature of this lid, right? And both require observation for them to be true claims, right? But neither of it has anything to do with flat or globe Earth, in my opinion. I think both are congruent with both ideas.
I do know a couple flat earthers that hate the so-called third question, who say the same thing that you just said, basically, which is it doesn't directly have anything to do with the flatness or lack thereof of Earth. But I think the antecedent relationship is a strong enough argument against space, which was just made up for the ball anyway. So in a way, it does kind of tie into flat versus globe, but
Yeah, I mean it's a good argument. I see like a lot of people trip up over it, and a lot of globos are taking nails over it. So it's a good argument. But I think in terms of knowledge claims, I don't know if I would. Like it's obvious every argument has a flaw, and I think that's its flaw. Is that it's not necessarily the case in my head that you couldn't have some other form of compression going on.
if somebody could physically demonstrate something like gravity taking the place of a physical container for air, I would jump off that question immediately. Just say,
Yeah,
okay, there it is. Yeah, it's done. Okay, that can be done. No problem.
Yes,
well, that's where it always leads to, that gas pressure containment, and you go to, it's got to go to gravity then, and then you get into the gravity. Which gravity is it? And let's run through the scientific method and the natural observed phenomena. That's where that conversation goes.
Weirdly enough, I don't know if because with gravity would have to imply a ball, I think, from the nature and properties of gravity, right? But I think a flat earther could sidestep gravity and say it's just some force and that we don't know the nature of it. And I think that a flat earther could still commit to the idea that there's no lid and it's just a force without having to buy into all of gravity, because as soon as you bought into all of gravity, I think globe Earth will naturally follow from that, right? Based on what the nature of gravity's claimed to be, anyway.
Well, then you get back to the globe and the presupposition of you live on a globe with no actual solid evidence how it was measured. So you're going around in a circle all the time. And it always comes back to the R value and who measured it, because everything evolves from that we live on a globe with the gravity story and all that. So, but we all know the stories of how the Earth was measured 2,000 years ago. The Greeks knew it was spherical, and then they had to presuppose it was spherical after they measured the elevation angles, dip angles. So, I mean, there's no actual evidence that we live on a globe. None.
Well, that's the thing. It's philosophical, ultimately. It's not like somebody ever went out into the field and discovered, oh man, this thing is a globe. That's not how it worked. They just decided it up front and then looked for ways to reify it.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I actually strongly agree with that because I find that the only when I came in, I was kind of like bringing up all my like very poor knowledge about science and being like, oh yeah, I could destroy the globe, destroy flat Earth easy, right? And that, I quickly obviously learned that was impossible. And then I realized that for globe Earth to really hold together, you need to lean a lot more on philosophy than I thought you did, right? Because obviously you need observations, otherwise it's just like it's just it's pure logic, and you can't really derive natural phenomena from just pure logic, right? Without making an observation to begin with. But yeah, it does lean a lot more on philosophy than I thought it did, which is a surprise.
Yeah, same here. Yeah. I mean, when I first got into this, I didn't realize it was ultimately philosophical either. Found that out along the way.
I mean, once you just let the globe go, it's pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing. You can't take my ball away from me, so I'll keep my water ball.
I mean, that's cool. Ultimately, anyone can think whatever they want. It doesn't really bother me, like them thinking that the Earth is a globe or whoever thinking it. It's just the arrogance that some of them come with, combined with the ignorance. It's that part's annoying.
Yeah, I agree. Even I find it a bit annoying. Like, when a globe earther comes in and they're all arrogant, saying, "Oh, you stupid flat earthers," and they're humbled within minutes, right? It's not it doesn't take too long.
Yeah, if they wouldn't act like that and they just had their beliefs, I mean, that wouldn't bother me. I don't care. Think what you want.
Your no lid thing is inconsequential. It's not a good argument. It's not a rebuttal.
Well, it's not a good
It's not
argument for globe
room enough
or flatness. But I've already said it's not a globe argument or a flat argument.
at
It's just an
all.
observation from the argument about whether or not we need to have a
It's
lid.
not.
And I think you could have no lid and still have flat Earth, right? So it's not like a problem for me. It's not going, or it shouldn't be a problem for
but
you either, right?
it's inconsequential to the argument of there not being outer space.
Oh yeah, it's inconsequential to that as well. I was the only reason I even considered that, or like even formulated that in the way I did, was because I just think the statement itself isn't quite true. But I do think that whatever follows from it, I mean, I don't think much follows from it at all, right? I mean, both, you don't need space if you have that force that's compressing. You don't need a globe, right? It's just, I mean, the exact nature of that force, it could be unprovable to where we are right now. We can't like necessarily know the nature of everything, and that force I'm describing could be as far from us as maybe a lid is, right? In how much we understand it. So it could be either way. It doesn't really prove much about anything. It's just the statement itself, I think, isn't quite accurate, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's got a flaw.
Yeah, it's flaw that it is that it doesn't lead anywhere. That's true.
The flaw is, how did you get gas pressure in the first instance?
In the first instance, what I mean, like, where was it created?
Yeah, how was it achieved? If there was no lid, how was it achieved in the first instance?
Well, I assume you guys would not make. I mean, that's an interesting question, but I don't know. Again, like, we would be describing the nature of it. So, for instance, I could just posit that a creator made that force so that that all the gas would be pushed towards the surface, right? And then the weaker as it goes up, creating a gradient. I don't need to like posit much more than that. But then that would just be like a belief claim. It wouldn't be that useful in this debate. You could also say things like, well, there's some nature about the thing that we're standing on that, or some nature about the universe for which we know nothing thus far that creates that effect.
You said push towards the surface. That's a problem. That's your problem. If it's pushed towards the surface, then how was it achieved in the first instance?
Well, it is you'll find as many answers from that as you will finding out where the lid came from, right? I don't know, right?
Right, because you could say pushed, pulled, whatever, a force, right?
Yeah,
stopping the gas from going up
and compressing it to the surface. Yeah.
Right. So how would you achieve gas pressure, in the first instance?
Well, if the force was there before the gas was there,
But go
and the
up.
gas
It
has
would
been created.
it would never go up.
Well, that depends on how. Okay, so like, let's take a syringe, right? If I'm pushing down, and I'm holding the other end of the syringe, the force is being applied, but pressure is going the opposite direction, right? So if that force is getting weaker as you get further away,
A
then you're creating a
container?
gradient.
You mean a container? That's a bad analogy, man. Don't
Well,
use
no,
a
the reason
container
why
for
it's-
no.
the
Don't use a
illustration
container.
is-
Don't use a
okay,
container. Sorry,
but
no.
but listen. The issue, what I'm describing, what I'm illustrating is the force down and the force upwards, right? It doesn't matter if that force doesn't have a lid on it, is because it would be a force, right? Pushing or pulling or whatever the fuck it's doing, right? It doesn't matter because the surface would be the walls of the container, and the force would be every other which way pushing down, right? Or
Would
pulling down.
never
doesn't
go
matter.
up. That's your problem. Your gas would never go up.
If that force gets weaker as you get further away, it would. Of course, it would. Because pressure wants to go in the opposite direction to force, right? And so there has to be an equilibrium somewhere. So I think in that sense, it's perfectly possible that effect is being made with those sorts of things in mind. But I think the reason why that argument's a good argument to say like you can't have gas pressure without containers, because globe earthers will jump onto gravity and the nature of that force, right? If it does exist, and they can't prove gravity, so they fall into weeds, right? But it doesn't discount the idea that that's possible, right? What I'm describing is possible.
No, I don't see how it's possible. I don't see how you've demonstrated that it's possible, even hypothetically.
So
you
when
used a
I
container, man, to try and explain it.
Yeah, but obviously with the container, imagine. Okay, it's hard to picture this, but the force is pulling everything towards the surface, right? But it's weaker as it goes up. Just like how when I'm pushing down on a syringe, my force is pushing the air, right, downwards. Now imagine there's no lid and it's just force everywhere, pushing down, but getting weaker as you go up, right? We're not talking about the idea that there's no surface, because there is obviously going to have to be a surface either between the different surfaces of the molecule or the surface of the Earth, and everything would be creating that effect. So even in the instance where I'm like showing you, obviously it's in a container, i.e. a syringe, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the force being applied, right? Not the walls of a container, right? Although the walls of a container are necessary, it's just not a lid that's necessary. And then if you said to me, well, look, right, you can't show that, you can't replicate that that experiment. Well, I would say, of course you can't, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't observe the gas pressure without a lid. Because if I stood outside and said, look, right, there appears to be no lid so far, right, at least to where we are right now. I mean, there might be, right, but as far as we can tell, we can't see a lid or interact with lid with light. This lid should be made out of matter, presumably, right? So
How
it
do
should be
you know
interactable with
that's
light.
not what you're looking at?
What do you mean?
That's not what it looks like. What you're seeing.
Well, you could make the same case of force, though, can't you? That's the issue. That's why it doesn't lead anywhere.
You're saying, oh,
You
there
can't
doesn't
know
appear to be
that.
one.
You can't know it, right? But like the idea is that because we don't have enough, we
It's
wouldn't have
definitely
discovered
not.
either. Sorry, what?
It's definitely not.
Definitely not what you observe.
No, I can most definitely know that there is a container.
Well, there's things that we can know, right? We know there's gas pressure. We know that that gas pressure gets weaker as you go further up, and we know that gas pressure requires a surface, right? One thing I don't think we can know is that all gas pressure requires a lid, right? If there's a force doing the exact same thing the lid should be doing, right? Obviously, you can't know that the force is that it is the force. It could be a lid, right? Obviously, but both are undemonstrated claims, right? So we haven't interacted with a lid. We haven't.
Just
We
brings
don't
me
know the
back to
exact.
my
We can't
argument of
prove
how
this
did you
force,
achieve
right?
the gas pressure to begin with? It's just they're going to go around in circles, man. Because you wouldn't have achieved the gas pressure to begin with.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Because the gas would never have gone up.
Why wouldn't it have gone up?
Because you're saying that there's a force pushing or pulling it down.
Yeah, but pressure goes in the opposite direction, right? Pressure wants to go up. Force wants to push down, right, or pull down, or whatever it's doing. So when
entropy takes effect. So high pressure goes towards the low pressure.
Yeah. So the point is that with the syringe example is that you can only go so far because the pressure wants to go in the opposite direction. And imagine that force is getting weaker as you get further away. And the pressure is becoming has a bigger force than maybe the force you're pushing down on. And of course, you would have a situation where pressure can gradient upwards, right? That would make sense to me, at least, because that's what pressure does. It wants to go in the
Doesn't
opposite
make any
direction.
sense at all. You've got less of a force at the top, right, allowing gas to just go and just do what it wants. So you're going to have some gas getting up to where it's weakest. And where did it come from? From where it was strongest. So nothing is going to stop it from just going out of the container with no lid. There's nothing stopping it. Literally, with
understand. So you're
whatever
saying that
forces that you want to imagine. Plus, if there's a force pushing it down or pulling it down, then it would never have gone up, because up is the opposite of your force.
So that's the way. That's the way I've always looked at it. Like if it's created at ground level and so-called gravity, the Newtonian gravity is strongest, it never let the gas particles be released.
So I mean, like I could just say, for instance, look, right, you could have a very tall volcano pumping air very high up into the atmosphere, right? And it's very dense air, right? So what you're still pumping gas into the atmosphere, and most of it will fall down. But the gas has a lot of energy, right? So it's going upwards, right? A lot of these collisions can create high velocities where it could go against the wind of the force, right? So you could still have gas moving between these different like particles moving between these different gradients, right? It's just that generally there's a sort of equilibrium where for most gas it's being pushed closer, like the compression is strongest at the surface but weaker as you go up, right? And obviously, because gas pressure is trying to go in the opposite direction anyway.
Well, I think
Adding
what the
kinetic energy to
what
the
the
situation.
gentleman was saying is if the gravity at the ground level is the strongest and pulling the gas particles down, it wouldn't release them.
Why wouldn't it? Pressure wants to go in the opposite direction, so does kinetic energy, right?
You keep saying it's pushing gas pressure down or pulling it down. At what height does it start then pulling it back down? Does it not pull it down at ground level and lets it go for a bit and then says, "Come on now, let's come back down"?
You've got to imagine it's weaker
Where it's
as you get
weakest,
further up, right?
where it's weakest, right? It tells it to turn around and come back down where it's the weakest.
Well, it's not telling it to come back down necessarily. There's an equilibrium, right?
You've got gas particles where at the surface where you're saying it's the force is the strongest, right? And then some of it's getting away from that, right? It's going up in all directions and getting into the next layer where the force is a little bit weaker, and it's like going, yes, I'm still going to go up, and it gets up and it goes to the next layer where it's even weaker, and it's still not stopping the gas particles from moving up or in all directions, right? But some of it's going up and it's getting past your force and it's going even further and getting into the next layer where it's even weaker still and still not affecting the gas and saying, no, stop, turn around, go back. No, it's still going up.
Well, when people, well, that would just be like to do with its velocity, right? And its kinetic energy, right? It's not going to be like, for instance, universal for all gas that they all have this very high kinetic energy and very high velocity, right? That's why a volcano can pump gas into an atmosphere, right? Technically, if gravity was real, all the gas should just trickle down the volcano like it's because it's quite dense air anyway, right? So it should just fall down straight onto the ground, right? No gas should be going upwards, right? But that's obviously not what would be claimed there. It would be claimed that the velocity of that gas would be contributing to how it's going into.
So it's going to slow down then, is it? It's going to slow down to the point where it reaches zero.
It's like as another example, like a giant magnet. Yeah, say the magnet's the Earth and that force is the so-called gravity, and you've got a load of iron filings just sprinkled on it. That's the gas particles. Why would any of them just escape the magnetism pull? Then they wouldn't, would they?
For instance, yeah. Like if that magnet was trying to get away from the surface, right? Because that's what gas is, like gas pressure is doing. It's pushing the opposite direction, right? Then I don't know if that would be exactly analogous to talk about like iron filings and a magnet, because the magnets want to attract each other, like they're begging to go in the same direction, right? But because pressure wants to go in the opposite direction, it's not necessarily going to be the case that you'd have that same effect, right? I'm getting close to like starting to describe gravity, because the point isn't about the exact nature of this force, right? It's just to say that it exists, right? It could be electrostatic forces. I don't fucking care, right? Whatever it is, it could have the effect
in your imagination.
Well, I mean, get talks about electrostatic forces. Could be false as well, right? It doesn't have to be real. It could be a lid. I don't fucking care, right? The point is that gas pressure does require a container, but it doesn't require a lid to exist, right? To exist, right? That's what I'm trying to illustrate.
The claim is the claim is it's pulling the gas down and holding it in a sphere shape. Yeah, that's not happening.
Well, the sphere thing is, I guess, a different point, because I think what I'm talking about can exist in a flat plane as well, right? I don't think it's necessary that it has to have like all the attributes of gravity to make any sense, right?
This is where you all like to ignore the temperature gradient.
Temperature gradients are important, obviously. Temperature gradients are the general velocity of of the molecule itself, right? The gas. That's why gas can somewhat intercede between different levels, but generally pressure gradients are going to find themselves slowly pushing against a force that's trying to push them down. and as one relationship changes, you'll find.
Nothing
And
trying to
obviously
push it down, man. There's nothing trying to push it down.
Well, it's not necessarily. It's not about me saying that this is the case. It's just about me saying that it can interfere with the claim that gas pressure must require a lid, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but you've
physical
come on
container.
that journey with me over the last like 10 minutes. I think you probably understand why it would not necessarily be the case, right?
No, absolutely not. You have not demonstrated in the slightest how your argument could be valid.
Well, look. So, for instance, if I say there's a lid and I say there's that gradient should imply that gas should eventually equalize, you would say, well, no, that's not the case, right? Because there's gradients and gas pressure wants to go into different directions, right? But there's something else that's causing it to be in that sort of like pylon sort of state, right? I could easily just as much say what I'm expecting to see, unless there's some other force. No gradient at all. It should find its equilibrium, right? But you would also say
So
there's
with the
dynamic
temperature
situation.
with temperature differentials.
With temperature differentials included, yes. For instance, someone would show you, for instance, that gas pressure and temperature aren't perfectly aligned, right? There is gas, not even perfectly. In fact, if you just use temperature
What?
in and of itself, so if you use temperature as the sole determiner for where gas pressure ought to be, then you would fail, right? You would not comport to relative temperature and gas pressure gradients, right? So you need more stuff than that. You can't just say temperature, right?
Why? There's absolutely differing temperatures.
Yeah, but we know what temperatures are going to be at different gradients in the atmosphere, right? We know what the gas pressure is going to be roughly. So you can compare them against each other, right? To see where the causation is. Right?
Another thing you're assuming, right, is that gas pressure gradient equals less gas with altitude, so a less gas gradient, less amount of molecules
Unless you're going to
gradient.
insert a volume into there. All right, sorry. Unless you're going to, well, it's either volume or density, right? We're talking about one or the other. If you're saying there's less gas, so less volume per square inch of space, right?
Well,
then
I'm not saying that.
You have to. Well, then I don't know where you're going to get your gas pressure from, right?
Well, you don't necessarily have to have. You can have less pressure with the same amount of gas just by having a temperature change.
Yeah, well, sure, you can have that, but you'd have to make a good case for why, when there's fewer collisions.
Fucking gas laws.
Yes, no. Like I'm saying that temperature can change pressure, right?
Anyway, I gotta go.
What
Sorry,
I'm also
guys.
saying is that you'd have to be able to align it up with the pressure gradient that we observe, right? And if it can't fit together, there must be something else at play here, right? Because obviously temperature can change pressure, but does that just mean that every temperature change explains all gas pressure changes? No, it doesn't. I mean, the point of the syringe is the idea that you push it so far down that the pressure pushing up is so strong that my force isn't actually pushing it down any further, right? It can't, right? It's not that the gas is actually compressed so much into a fixed sort of position, right? Because if you had a stronger force, you could push even further, right? It's just the idea that the force will get weaker as you go further up, and gas has different kinetic energy, different temperature, which could play a part, right? So they both fit together. Like both, you can have a force or a container lid. Can you unmute Eggshells, please? I want to hear about his container theory. Please. Please. There's no one else here, please. I mean, Heretic said he was going to unmute him anyway, so maybe you guys should unmute him. But he wasn't in the call when he said he was going to unmute him, so. At least that's what I think he said.
Can we unmute eggshells now?
Hey, Bridnet, do you still think that balls don't curve up from horizontal?
It's quiet in here.
Too quiet.
Yeah, everyone's AFK or doing something. I'd be more curious to see if he doubles down on flat earthers can't draw tangent lines, as you demonstrate in real time drawing tangent lines.
I remember Rumpus tried to draw a tangent line on a sphere and he couldn't do it because he couldn't get the 1 point. It was always smashed, it was too close. No matter how far he zoomed in, he could never get just 1 point. It was pretty funny.
Where did he get these tangent lines from? In reality,
Well, ball believers have various words for things.
Yeah, this wasn't in reality. This was just working with a model.
Right.
oh, the model. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yeah. So just with it wasn't even a model. It was just a circle that you drew in MS Paint and labeled it. This is a model. If it was interesting too, because if that can be their model, why can't other things be models too? Like why only the flat Earth side has to have a full, complete miniature version of Earth, completely working, every aspect of it, or it's not a model. But their version of model can be a circle drawn on MS Paint. Just take the circle tool, drag, pull, drop. Not even no measurement, nothing. Just okay. Open MS Paint, click circle, click mouse, drag, point, drop, model. And you're like, okay, sure, that's your model. We'll go with it. Okay, can you draw one tangent line? No, you can't. But whose fault is that? Oh, it's Flat Earthers' fault because they can't draw it. Okay. All right, Ruhif. Sure, you won the internet for the day. Here's your booby prize. I always wonder if characters like him are just they're playing a gag, right? Because he's the same guy who says you could see the back of your head on the globe. There's no limit to how far you can see.
I think it just goes back to what you always say. They're just old and triggered. That's all there is to it.
Oh yeah, that too. If you take flat Earth out of, I've tried over the years, like say, okay, I'm not talking about flat Earth right now. The only thing I'm talking about is whatever the topic is. And even then, it's like they just have it in the back of their head. They can never really just have a conversation. It's like just let it go, okay? Let the model go. The only thing I'm saying right now is gas pressure requires a container. That's it. That's the
This is
only
how
thing I'm
it.
talking about.
We had a big conversation earlier. I don't think you was in it. We were talking to some guy and his model, and talking about models and how their models change. But we've never seen their model. They can't post a model for us to have a read through it. But I was explaining them their model. I describe it as a comforting blanket, because they need that model for comfort. And if they haven't got that comforting blanket, they'll be upset, they'll cry, and they'll be distressed. They need a model, and that's the way I explain it. It's a little comforting blanket that they need. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, it's like they come into the conversation like trying to defend their religion, and you're like, you don't need to. You don't need to. If your religion is scientism, the scientists had said from the get go, from the jumping off point, science defends itself. You don't need to defend it. So what the fuck are you doing? You're causing damage to science because now you've got a contradiction here. Okay, the experts say science is a empiricist method to determine cause and effect by observing and experimenting. And then you, out the backside, you say that method does not work. It has to be defended. Okay, well, you just sunk your battleship because now the only method that you think is empirical is now gone because it's no longer empirical. It's just something that you use as a weapon to silence other people. Simply put, like Copernicus said, if you try to use, if you go any further in experiment other than observation in astronomy, you'll come out the greater fool in which you entered. Which is why, like Vsauce, like at first he said, "What if science is wrong and everyone's got it wrong and everyone's wrong? You're just all wrong." And the flat earthers was right. What an amazing story that would be. And 5 years later, he's like, "Well, it is a globe, but I can't prove that because science can't prove anything." So instead of admitting that he didn't really have scientific proof from the start, he just said, "Yeah, I still got the scientific proof. It's just not worth anything. It's just a belief system." A1 deck, you're hot marking. One deck, you there?
I just come back to have a look at his freezer. I was in yesterday. It was solid with ice in the bed.
All right, I'll send him a message.
Yeah, that thing with Jeremy yesterday was disappointing. Like he still doesn't get it. He's still, after all these years, he still can't see the light.
Yeah, and even if you ran it and say, "Hey, run this back to your worldview," you're parroting almost word for word an anti-flat earther. Do you see any irony at all? Anything there? And then he's like, "Oh, did my sentence interrupt? Or whatever. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?" And I go, "Dude, why are you in here swinging your big dick? Like, you think you run Discord? Like, you're just some sort of celebrity flat earther? Like, I just roll the carpet out for you?" Dude, I don't owe you shit. I don't even owe you 1 second here. You've got a platform already that you gatekeep. You think that
Yep.
happens in the void? You know? Yeah, it's like you got all these sort of anti-flat earthers pretending to be sort of liberal speakers of peace and logic, and you know, like you know, like attacking other people is incorrect. It's safe spaces. It's an open platform. It's like everyone's included, full inclusivity. And then on the back side of that, they sound just like German. Like you could twist it either way, right? Which one is it, numbnuts? Like I was comparing Germany to bacon, but what if you did the opposite, bacon to Germany?
It's
Do
the
you
same thing.
Yeah, bacon, do you see right now that you're just a caveman flat earther, tribalistic asshole, as Germany is? And then see if that helps, right? Then maybe bacon will snap out of it. I was trying, I originally thought like, hey, dude, like I can get through to Germany because he is a flat earther. He's got something going on there, right? Like it's some sort of fact-based reason thinking. But maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just kind of picked a team because it was fun or whatever. Either you're a flat earther or you're a globe earther. I go, yeah, what about concave earthers, simulation, hollow earth? They just don't exist now, Jeremy? They're just not part of the conversation? I mean, the majority of anti-flat earthers aren't really globalists. They're simulation theory. They believe that the whole brain in a vat thing. They're experiencing reality through some sort of, computer simulation. They don't exist either. They're just not part of the conversation. It's a model affliction. I think the front runner for news today is scientists finally acknowledge that they cannot predict solar cycles.
Ooh.
Yeah, NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center has released revised predictions for the current solar cycle and which statements that the upcoming, and the headline cuts off. So they finally, now let's see how long it takes a globalist to acknowledge it also, because they planted their flag. They're like, hey, look how great these scientists are. They can predict the weather. They can predict all these solar cycles. They can predict everything. It's perfect. It's so perfect that Newton said it was built by a god. But then they say, oh, but Newton was wrong on that. Okay, well, sure. So now the scientists have finally, after years and years of people questioning their predictions, seeing their predictions fall flat on their face over and over and over again, they're out of excuses. Okay, they've dropped every excuse twice. Now they finally admit, yeah, we never predicted shit. So what was wrong, reality or your model? Okay, because only one of those two things were in question. You said your model matched reality. So is the model wrong or is reality wrong? See, this is why they should have never planted their flag on the model to begin with. You were told models are reification fallacies. It's fallacious logic to attribute a model as reality. But they did it anyway, and now they got egg on their face. Because now they have to either throw their model away, welcome to flat earth, or deny reality, welcome to flat earth.
What is a solar cycle? Like a sun cycle?
Yeah, like the bursts and everything, you know.
Bruh, what the hell? Whole bunch of y'all sleeping or something.
No, we're here.
Is this what y'all do just all day? Just talk about the flat earth, bro?
Pretty much.
Don't you ever get bored of this bullshit?
No.
You don't get bored of talking about the flat earth?
No, it's a fully encompassed ever, you know, morphine topic that goes to the heart of the situation. Why we're here and why is the world like it is.
Okay, well, let's talk about it then. What makes you think the world is flat?
Well, it presents that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Did you know the early Vedic people also believed that the earth was flat?
No, I'm not sure that you said what type of people?
So the early Vedic people, the ancient, and I believe also the ancient, what's it called? Off the top of my head. Oh yeah. So
Cavemen, are you talking about?
no. So Egyptians and Babylonians and Vedic and Chinese.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just googled it. So they believe the Vedic age is the second millennium BCE, historically after the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization. Yeah, I never,
Yeah.
I kind of, I heard that term before, but I didn't know exactly what it was referring to.
Yeah. So that was in the fourth. That was before the 4th century. So the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st century. That was the first assumption of the Earth based off observation. Do you know what happens after that?
Yeah, just like what is the difference between the different periods and stuff? Yeah, I'm not. Where's your? You got a citation that they have a sort of geocentric flat Earth cosmology?
What the early Vedic people and the Babylonians and stuff?
Well, that's a little bit different, right? Okay, so Vedic verse. Okay, here we go. Why so many believe the Earth is flat? Okay, so yeah. Oh yeah, sure enough. Yeah, see, see how this is why the conversation is important. When people talk about when like Brian Cox says there's not a single civilization in all of human history that didn't accept the heliocentric model as described today. You're like, what? You know? Here you go. Yeah, the Vedic.
Hold on, let me see what the heliocentric model is real quick. This is the heliocentric model is saying that the Earth is in the middle of everything.
That's geocentric.
Oh, geocentric. Then
Yeah,
why do I?
heliocentric is the sun is in the middle.
Oh, the heliocentric is where the sun is in the middle. Okay, I see. And the geocentric is the Earth in the middle.
The key word there, geo and helio.
Yeah. So I mean, what you're talking about the early civilizations thinking of the geocentric? I'm pretty sure that the early civilizations believed that they believed in the geocentric model. Considering that I think even I think one person, which person? Hold on. If you were to search up civilizations for geocentric model, yeah, so it was a predominant description of the cosmos in many European ancient civilizations. So that was like the geocentric model was basically like the most popular back then, like centuries ago. But I think everything started to turn at the 4th century. Not gonna lie. So okay. So the 4th century, people were started to say the Earth was a sphere, and that was based off observation. Lunar eclipses and the lunar stuff. That would be the equivalent of you saying the Earth is flat today, right? A lot of people back then believed that the Earth was flat, but their reasoning was because of how the stars were and the lunar eclipses. I assume you know about Aristarchus of Samos, uh, Pythagoras, Parmenides, Empedocles, Plato, Eudoxus, Aristotle, and Anaxagoras. All those people uh, gave theories I offered arguments for the spherical nature of the Earth, based on observation during lunar eclipses. So basically, what I'm saying is that we didn't come from nothing. Like, we didn't assume that the Earth was a globe for no reason. We assumed that the Earth was flat. Matter of fact, with no actual scientific evidence, for real. But we still assumed it back in the day. Damn.
And so we have all these different models. Has the behavior of water ever changed?
You said what?
Has the behavior of water ever changed?
Have the behavior of water ever changed?
Yeah. Yeah, we have all these
And what model?
models and cosmologies about what's going on in the sky and all that. But down here on Earth, has the behavior of water ever changed?
What do you mean by the behavior? What do you think is the behavior of water?
Well, if either side of a body of water is higher than the other, you know what happens to the water?
Does it fall down?
Yeah.
Like, what are you
Yeah.
saying? Oh, so, oh
Yeah.
yeah. Why do you think it falls down?
I couldn't tell you. Science says that space pushes it down. Did you know that?
I don't think that's the reason. I don't think that's what space, what science is telling you.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's what Einstein said.
If you were to get a bowling ball and you were to get a trampoline and you were to put that bowling ball in the middle of that trampoline and you were to get a small marble and you were to roll it against the roll it into the middle of the from one side to the other side of the trampoline, the marble would be attracted to the big would dip into the trampoline, not
Yeah, but
because it's attracted by gravity or the big bowling ball, but it's because space time, right? It's being affected by the space time. That's an analogy I learned from a science class. So that's what it means by general relativity in space time.
well, in that paradigm, there is no attraction. It's the fabric of space that is warped, and then space pushes the smaller object into that depression. The larger mass isn't pulling anything. It's creating a divot in space time, and then things are pushed into the divot by space itself. It's wacky, isn't it?
Well, well, for example, right? The Earth, right? It has gravity, and it is causing a dip, And you being a small human, do you think you're able to get out of that dip so easily without having it, without any rocket propelled assistance?
I never really gave it any thought.
Because as I see it, right, anything can basically bend space, shape, as long as it's big enough, right?
Well,
Obviously, if you were to drop anything on this earth, right, it would always be attracted to the earth, gravity, because that is the bigger object that is causing the dip in space time, and thus that would fall into the hole, into the dip, like I said.
well, let me ask you a question. If I measure the shortest distance between 2 points as a straight line, that mean that space is not curved?
You said what?
If I measure the shortest distance between 2 points as a straight line, does that mean that space is not curved?
If you measure the distance,
The shortest distance between
the
2
short,
points,
the shortest distance, well, where would you measure that?
anywhere, any 2 points anywhere.
So if you were to measure your table,
hmm
you're saying
So,
is space not curved?
well, it's not, right? Because I have a straight line, correct?
Well, I think um, I think that wouldn't be the correct way of saying that. I
Why
don't
not?
think.
What is the curve?
I don't think. Like, what do you mean curve? Curve of what? Like, what are you saying?
Curve of
It-
space-time. I mean, if
Oh,
space
oh,
itself is curved and I measure a straight line, did I just debunk curvy space-time?
oh no! I don't think you're capable of seeing the curve of space time.
Or measuring it, right? Because you could always have a straight line. You could always have the shortest distance between any 2 points.
I don't think space time is an object. I think it's
Well,
like
yeah, well, neither are straight lines, right? It's just a distance.
straight lines.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't see the shortest distance between 2 points. You just measure it. No, because lines are only 1D. You can't see 1D objects.
Would you think a straight line would be a 2D object?
No, a plane is a 2D object, if you want to call it object.
If I were to draw a line on a 2D piece of paper, what would you call that?
Well, there are no 2D pieces of paper, but the shortest distance between any 2 points that you put on that paper will be a straight line. Even if you crumple up the ball and, you know, curve it into a cone or whatever, all you need is 2 points and you'll always have a straight line distance between them.
Wait, what did you say? I was too tired.
Well, my thing is, if
But
space
what?
time is,
Hold up. You said 2D paper? There's no 2D paper. What do you mean by that?
well, paper is 3D, right? Like you could kind of envision the surface as 2D, as some kind of idealized framework for something that you want to work out in reality, like a elevation profile or something. But the paper itself is 3D.
I don't think a sheet of paper is 3D.
Okay, so do you think paper doesn't have thickness?
It has thickness.
Right. So that's 3D.
Yeah, but 3D is defined as a dimension with depth, height, and length.
Yeah.
And you feel me? What's it called? Paper has no depth.
Sure, it does. I mean, you've seen
does?
stacks of paper, right?
So you're saying paper has depth?
Absolutely. It's very, very, very thin, but yeah. So my overall point is,
Give me an example of a paper with depth.
okay, take any sheet of paper anywhere. Are you at a desk now?
I'm on my bed.
Okay. Do you have a diary?
I'm on my phone.
All right. Well, if there's the next time you see a piece of paper, look at it from the side. It'll be very, very thin, but that shit is 3D.
You see, I don't think that would work because the definition of depth is the extent, measurement, or distance downwards, backwards, or inwards. I don't think you can go in to paper.
Well, you could, but you'd have to be really, really tiny. If you zoomed in on that bitch from the side, you'd see that paper has a height.
I'm not talking about height. I'm talking about depth.
Yeah, height and depth. That's vertical, right? That's the third. That's
When
the
I
third
say
dimension.
when I say water has depth, right? You can go inside. You can dive into water, right? So
Hmm.
that's inwards, right? You're going into water. You can't go into paper.
Well, that's why I said you can go into paper if you're small enough.
You go into paper if you're small enough.
Yeah, like if you zoom in really, really, really small, you'll see that a paper has depth. It has 3 dimensions.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not saying you as a human could go into paper. I'm saying, somehow you could get some thin, really small instrument to go in there.
You think some really small instruments can go into what instruments could go into paper?
I don't know. You could probably look that up on your own time.
You don't so you don't know?
No.
Then why would you say that some instruments could go into paper?
Because I know it's true.
You know it's true, but you don't know what can go into it?
Not off the top of my head. No, I bet you could look it up. Go ahead. Google
Well,
is paper 3D. Go ahead.
I already did. And
And
there's a sheet of paper, for example, has a 2-dimensional shape. It has 2 dimensions, so it is 2D.
is the paper itself 2D or 3D? Does it exist in reality? Can you pick it up?
You can pick something up while it being 2D.
You think so?
Yeah, because 3D is, if you were to search up 3D definition, you get something with refers to the 3 spatial dimensions of width, height, and depth. So
Yeah.
you need, so if you go into a room, it has depth. Paper does not have depth.
Okay,
Water
well,
has
listen, if you don't think stacks of paper exist, then I can't help you. Because if paper didn't have depth, then you wouldn't be able to make a stack of paper. It would just be one thin thing. There would be no third dimension. There would be no vertical component to the stack of paper. It
If
wouldn't
you
have
were to
any
if you were to
height.
make if you were to make a house of paper, then maybe that could be a 3D object because it has depth. But
Right.
your
Right.
paper on
So
its own is not a 3D. It's not 3D.
okay, well, if you don't think paper is 3D, then okay, great. But my point before was that it was a question. If I measure the shortest distance between 2 points anywhere, doesn't that debunk curved spacetime?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because
what?
Curved space-time, because I don't really think that's how it works. If I were to search up how curved space-time works, right, it would say that gravity is the curvature of space-time. So I don't think that is that you can measure. It's not about measuring a point, the shortest distance or whatever you're saying.
Well, space is the distance between physical objects. You agree?
I would have to search that up and see, because I don't really know.
Wow.
Like, what, I don't really know what you say anymore is true or not after what you said.
Really?
So
After saying that paper is 3D?
I mean, you kind of got something wrong. So it's like hard to believe you without having to actually verify what you're saying.
What can't you verify?
What you mean? What?
What can't you verify about what I'm saying?
Well, if you're saying if you're saying something about space time, I would have to verify if that's actually correct.
A half hour. Okay, space, right? That's the distance between physical objects, correct?
Is space the distance? What?
The distance between physical objects. Do you agree with that?
Fun. Let me actually see if that's correct. I mean, I go by what is
Can you
basically.
know?
Well,
Can you know
okay. Well,
anything without
it
Googling?
says, huh?
Can you know anything without Googling?
I mean, I know basic stuff. But anyway, it said yes, space can be described as the distance between physical objects.
Right. So, if I measure a straight line between any 2 points, does that debunk that the space between them is curved? I would say yes.
Does that what? Does that debunk?
Debunk. Does that debunk the concept that space curves inherently?
Well, I feel like measuring a straight line between 2 points in everyday context doesn't necessarily debunk the concept that space curves, because the curvature of space is a key concept in Einstein's general theory of relativity, where gravity is understood as the warping of space-time by mass and energy.
Right.
In the vast majority of everyday situation, this curvature is so slight that space appears Euclidean, and straight line measurements seem perfectly accurate.
Right. So you're saying that it's not really straight, but you could believe that it's curved if you want, just to hold this paradigm in your head, right?
I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just seeing what it's saying, what the pros are saying.
Yeah. I would like to get one of those pros in here.
I mean, I don't think you want to do that.
Well, what are they pros at actually?
If you were to, I could send you a server where a lot of people try hard in science, and I wouldn't suggest you debate them about the flat Earth because they will most definitely
Freak
debunk
out.
you.
They'll freak
Yeah,
out.
they'll
I,
definitely freak out.
I feel like the fact that you believe that paper is 3D with depth, the fact, I mean, you wouldn't be able to debate a scientist.
Well, I could prove it, right? But like, since you don't have any paper near you, the next time you get a piece of paper, I want you to look
Okay.
at it from the side. Okay.
You do realize I'm not talking about height or width, right?
That's what I was talking about.
I'm talking about height and width is the properties of a 2D, of something that's 2D, right? Where depth is where 3D comes in is the depth. Understand? You can't go
Right.
if you were to make an origami out of paper, that then becomes 3D because it then has some depth. But when it is flat, that is 2D. But it has two properties.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Do you know about Aristarchus?
Yeah, cartel. Yeah, it's a huge talking point in Flat Earth. Hey, can you send me that server? I'll go to it.
You want
I predicted it's T Jump, right? Is that the server?
No, it's an
Oh, okay.
actual science server and technology.
I just was wondering if it was T Jump because he was running around all day yesterday or 2 days ago talking about flat earthers won't talk to me. Dude, you can click on their channel right here, right, and talk to flat. Like in his worldview, unless you go to him, that means you don't want to talk to him.
I
No,
just gave
I
you
never got an invite. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I mean not you, T Jump. Besides, all he does, there's a mod on T Jump server that as soon as he identifies you as a flat Earth, you're banned. The guy's name's Scotty, and you can unban if you pay $5 a month.
Is this a flat Earth server?
It's Discord science. Let's customize your experience. And right away, they show a picture of the Earth from the moon.
Yeah, you should go debate those people and see how it goes.
Yeah. Do you know how D Jump gets out of corners? He just says that he can't know anything. It's simple. He says we can't know anything. Therefore, you could be wrong too.
I mean, I'm just saying that we didn't assume that the Earth is around.
God, right away they ask your education level. Almost like it's like pick everything. Oh, you can only pick one. This could be like prove your education level, and no matter what you post, like you could post your actual graduation certificate, your full, like transcript. None of it would prove anything.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. I'll talk to anybody.
I feel like the whole flat Earth argument
Dude, this
is just
server's dead. The server you invite me, there's not one single person in VC. No
I
one in
mean,
any text. No
if
one's
you were
posted anything in text chat. The last post in text chat was over 24 hours ago.
if you go ahead and you type about the flat Earth, you will get some replies within like 30 minutes.
Look, you get replies right now.
If you want replies right now, you'd have to go to the Globe server. We got like 10, 20 people in BC like at any given moment, bro. Like I don't know why they have like they're pretty much like this BC right here. They have like a whole bunch of people.
No, there's not one single person in VC. Not even AFK.
Yeah, I
Dude,
know.
this is not a good showing for you right here because this is your scientific experts, and they're out to lunch.
I mean, this isn't specifically a server for flat Earth because it's not real science. It's not like
No, the server you sent me was supposedly hard science. All the experts. Where?
these are not well. I mean, they I wouldn't say experts. Maybe some of them might be experts. I don't know, but I mean, they're scientists, right? They're science majors or whatever. They got degrees in science. So I mean, you should be able to have a conversation with them and
Yeah, I
see.
just posted flat Earth and got a warning. This is a banned word. The bots timed me out.
Damn, they think you're.
No, I'm just kidding. I didn't post yet. Where do you want me to post it? You got astronomy, biology, chemistry,
If you
economics, engineering. There's no
if
topic here.
if you go to forum and you were to go to like create your own forum and you would post all of your data there about the flat Earth, you would get a lot of corrections.
Correct. Like what correction? They're gonna start telling me straight lines are curved.
They're gonna tell you. They're gonna. Well, I mean, you might hear the same thing because I mean it's true. Like I don't know what you want. Like an apple is an apple. Like yeah, you're gonna hear that a bunch of times because I mean it's true. But I mean, if you want an in-depth
Here, this is what the guy
exposition,
says. I have some few questions. What does this do for your daily routine? All we do is fuck around in here. This is supposedly a postgraduate member of the United States biomedicine science. All
yeah,
he does is fuck around. So he invented a space where he's going to talk about science, and what does he do? We fuck around.
yeah, I mean, they can
Okay,
fuck
let's see
around.
who else here.
But
Here's another one. Graduate member of physics in Germany. All we do here, we'll dumb it down for you. Oh, good, they're gone. Like these people aren't even able to identify as individuals. It's we. All we do. We will fuck it. We will dumb it down for you. I'm looking for individuals who are able to express their ideas in the first person. Is there anyone on this server who can do that? I mean, just let me know who that person. Let me cut through the chaff in the clutter and get to the one person who's able to identify as an individual.
I mean, just go ahead and post all of your flat Earth information, and you'll see like you'll get comments on it. Like just I mean, you want a
Yeah,
conversation.
hive mind comments, right?
Well, I mean, if you
Well,
actually
sure. I
have
got the mathematical, like mathematics, where it can mathematically be, your Earth can mathematically be described as damn flat. Should I post them there and see what happens? And watch them now say all math is wrong.
well, if you post actually correct math, then you shouldn't have an issue. No,
Wow, this is about as cringe as you can get.
I believe someone else posted about the flat Earth in that server. They got proved wrong, debunked, and then they got banned for
Yeah,
failing.
yeah, you get banned for failing. So in science, if you fail, you get banned. Imagine a world where anytime you got the null hypothesis, you're banned. Imagine a
Well, I
world.
mean,
Imagine a world in science where unless you validated your hypothesis, because I've heard in science, the majority of the time is you get the null hypothesis, and then you're banned. Your whole scientific method is just out the window. Yeah. So here he says, flat earthers want to be wrong. Here it is, right here. Flat earthers are hella dumb. Why would we even want to listen to flat earthers? All the laws of physics disprove the flat Earth. Can you explain gravity? This is what you're dealing with. No, this was what the people here. You want to send me to the server who are peak levels of cognitive dissonance. Flat earthers think they're smarter, but they're the stupidest person.
Well, you should have no.
That's a scientific endeavor there. That's how they. So I post something about flat Earth, and the content you're going to get is flat earthers want to be wrong. Flat earthers are hella dumb. Flat earthers deny the truth about reality. It's a cult. Let's see here.
I mean that is kind of true. Y'all be like
In the framework of science. That's true in the framework of science, is it?
I mean, what actual scientific things do you have?
This guy
Like
says, I wonder what he'll say about the face of moon. Here's another comment. Has any flat earther ever contributed anything throughout history? That's a framework of science, is it? So this is in the astronomy. In the astronomy room, all they do is talk about flat Earth. That's all they do. They're not talking about anything other than flat Earth. So this is our hard science, mind you.
Well, I mean, go ahead and
go ahead and what?
Go ahead and put all of your mathematics and calculations, and then you definitely have some.
And then what? Then they tell me I'm a cultist.
No, they're gonna prove you wrong. And
because I'm a cultist, right? I'm wrong because I'm a cultist. Genetic fallacy. So they're going to roll out fallacious arguments after another.
They're going to debunk you and tell you why you're
by calling me a cultist, by calling me the dumbest person, by saying they don't listen to anything we're saying.
They're gonna tell
you send me to a server that they said from a jumping off point. Wrong. Yeah, because I'm a cultist. I've never observed the sunset.
No,
I'm looking at people who tried, dude. There's a history here. There's a posting history. I'm looking at people who have tried to present flat Earth. This is the feedback they get. They get banned. They get muted. The guy says, here's a fact. Not one single flat earther has ever contributed anything throughout human history.
Okay, so find the flat Earth comments then.
They're all gone. That's what I'm saying. Like you look through here and there's nothing. There's I don't even know who the fuck they're talking to. Because what they do is they ban the person and purge the comment.
So you don't know if that person was actually giving some good points or was just spitting some rubbish. So I mean, you can go ahead and try them.
Holy shit! This guy's username is just Re. He's literally Re. Like I don't know where you're getting this from. Like why would you send me to this server that's just basically a bunch of freaks all spazzing out in their own channel where they said they're presenting logic and reason?
I mean, it's a science server. They know
it's not science, dude.
They know the most about science. Like I don't know why you're in a debate server.
They don't know anything about it.
They literally don't know about the most science.
Here's the answer right here. So a flat earther came back here at the 25th of October. I'm banned from the server. Yes, you got banned. You got banned for reasons. You came in trolling, talking about the flat Earth. At this point, we're throwing you out the airlock.
Yeah, because you're seen as a troll if you don't have actual substantial information.
No, what the problem was is they clicked create to join your own VC. People clicked there to join their own VC, and they banned all the people who were there. So if you even just joining the Flat Earth VC was bannable. You want to see this? I got the screenshot right here, dude. Panto was there. Panto was right there. Let me show you who I'm dealing with here.
Go and DM someone then. I don't know.
Go DM who? And then they start crying about harassment because you DM them?
DM the postgraduates. Like that Dusto guy, he's American. So
If you're a science YouTuber and a flat Earth YouTuber, and you have 2K followers, they have some kind of revenue coming in. By the way, flat earthers unfortunately get a lot of views. That's because people know it's BS and they like to watch it. Even science watch the flat earth YouTubers. Not that many believe them, of course. And the moderator says, I hope you're joking. The guy's like,
yeah, flat Earth is a form of entertainment for some people because it's so ridiculous. It's like fiction or something.
yeah, and that's interesting because I watch Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Commander, Star Guardian, Guardians of the Galaxy, Galaxy Warrior, Galaxy Quest. And you tell me that Flat Earth is an entertaining one?
I mean, yeah, like
Star
y'all,
Wars, Star Man, Star Bonanza,
yeah,
Star Lord, Star Commander, Star Fox.
I mean,
Yeah, Flat Earth is the one with a bunch of fictional stories wrapped around it.
yeah,
You
because
mean yeah? No,
I
no,
mean,
you mean you're being
you
tricked right now.
did have you do have an ideology that from centuries ago that was literally like predominant in the Vedic times, literally. Like that's an ancient ideology you have, and obviously time progressed, and we learned how the Earth at what the shape of the Earth actually is, which is a sphere.
Where's the sphere at?
Well, in the 4th BC, it started off with the observations of the lunar eclipses and everything from Aristarchus. Then it transcended all the way up to Eratosthenes. From Eratosthenes up to
Holy
I
crap,
think
dude!
you I
There's
think
so much triggering on the server of Flat Earth. This is unbelievable.
I mean I understand their frustration. They think you're trolls. They think you're trolling. Like it's like it's pretty much it's like a troll. Like how can you
Here's a
actually
thread. How to solve the Flat Earth problem.
Where's that?
Right here in forum post. The Earth has no curve. How to solve the okay. Solve this. This post is now locked. It's in the forum section. This forum has now been locked. Only moderators can open it. It's basically the Earth curve calculator with some long distance images.
Where's that?
And the user
Where's that?
is banned. He's banned in the forum section. He basically showed the Earth curve calculator with some long observations. All they basically said is refraction over and over again. And then once he said, this is a science server, not a conspiracy server.
Oh yeah, that person Houston. Yeah,
Houston,
that person that person didn't really uh have a good argument
Yeah,
against the
he presented that you see too far. I see too far. Here's all my stats. Here's all the data. The guy said this is not a conspiracy server. Banned.
Well, I mean, they did reply about it. They
No, they
did say
didn't.
refraction. They did say refraction, though. And then if you actually had something significant to say after that, right, then they would carry on. But like he didn't. So I mean, like, there's no point wasting time if he has nothing smart to say. Like if you got the Indio guy in your flat Earth server, if you were to get a guy like that to come in and actually like talk to these science folk,
It
then
wouldn't
maybe
matter. The moderator would have said this is a science server, not a conspiracy server. That's banned. You're banned. As soon as you say you see too far, that's bannable.
I mean, you don't have to come off as a flat earther. You can just question. Like, you could be like,
Yeah, there's no need to. These guys don't know anything. What's the point of asking someone a question who doesn't know anything? They don't know. They're unsure. Their whole worldview is all based on layers and confidence intervals. They don't know anything at all. What would be the purpose of asking them anything if they don't know anything? And they also know that this is not a conspiracy server. It's like, dude, you set me up for failure, man. This is a Blue Falcon. Here I thought you were sending me some sort of rational server that's talking about science, logic, and reason. This is how far bad humanity has gotten. That any disagreement is considered some sort of attack against their sensibilities. They won't even begin to talk. You say, "Hey, I see too far." They say that's a conspiracy theory. You're banned. And then one guy just talks about, "Oh, I'm going to med school. Yay! We're all happy to have you around. Yay!" So some guy starts a thread about seeing too far, and it ends up with some circle jerk about that. I submitted some med school requests, and I hope I hear back in a few days. Days later, no one had said shit. Oh, hear this. We don't want people from the politics server on this channel. Oh shit, that's you. Oh. Oh no, Cartel. You sunk your battleship. Right there. Dude, you straight up said you don't want people from the politics server on this channel. Oh no, and then you invite people to the channel.
What do you mean?
What happened? We want flat earth. Here's you. We want flat earthers so we can make fun of them.
Oh yeah, cause y'all troll.
Oh no, Cartel, you sunk your battleship. See, it just took me just a little bit. It wasn't that long, and you exposed the agenda, your anti-science agenda.
Anti-science.
You just want to make fun of people.
I mean, y'all just like trolling.
No, not trolling.
I feel like you guys
You're
are.
just triggered, dude. You're triggered, and you want to blame me for why you're triggered. It's your fault for why you're triggered, not my fault. I've got no control over you. In the framework of science,
I'm not triggered.
Yeah, you are.
Why would I be triggered?
I think Flat Earth is somehow attacking your sensibilities. It's not. Flat Earth has nothing to do with you.
I don't think it's attacking the sense. I feel like it's just like you're regressing, like to the past. Like this is
Why do you
ancient
care?
stuff.
Why do you care what I do?
Huh? I don't care.
Trick people to come to your server and then make fun of them.
Listen, that's not my server though.
Yeah, but that's what you did.
And I was just trying to fit into the house so I don't get banned. You feel me? So I don't know. I could also say the same shit, flat earth, da da da, and I would get banned. But I don't even use that server. Like I would leave that server right now. I don't even care. But yeah, y'all seem like trolls. Like Dr. Breathe, you're a troll. Like there's no way in
Why is Dr. Breeze a troll?
like you're literally thinking like how someone in the 3rd century, what ancient civilizations are thinking. That is centuries ago.
So?
You're thinking like a caveman.
So? Why is that? So how is that a troll to you? That's the part you have to connect. You have to connect hold on, Cartel. You have to connect what I think and what I do that has nothing to do with you to you. That's your job, and you have to do it inside a science framework. That was your claim. Can you do that? I predict you are just triggered.
Well,
You can't connect it. You just don't like people disagreeing with your worldview, and then so instead of actually approaching why they disagree or somehow be able to explain disagreement, you try to make fun of them because to you the internet, the scientists, the actual the real scientists, not these guys in this server, the scientist and engineer gave you a device that you could hold in the palm of your hand to access the full wealth of human knowledge, to interact with people who have different worldviews, and you just can't do it. You're a science denier. All those people, all they did, they worked hard to bring a product to market so you could talk to somebody who disagrees with you. And the best you can do is try to trick them to join the server and so they can get banned, and then think you won the internet for the day.
Yeah, whatever you saying, but I don't really care about what you think. I just feel like it's just a waste of time. Like,
Why are you
why?
here?
What?
If it's a waste of time, why are you here?
It's a waste of time for you. Like,
No, it's not a waste. It doesn't. No, it's not a waste of time for me. For me, it's predictable. I should have wrote down
like,
what
is
that
it
you.
is
I
it
should.
really productive?
Yeah, I
That
knew
that
exactly
you're
what you're going to send me to. You're going to send me some freak out server. They call it science, but really they're just a bunch of trolls. They
and
want people to
also
come there.
this Russ B guy. I don't know if you know this, but me saying caveman, that was literally an over exaggeration. I don't know if you're topographical
Dude,
plane
you're just not
brain.
making any sense. You have no point.
Like
Listening to you just
you
going
have
on about
you
your
have
emotions is
you
just
have a
embarrassing. Just
topographical
stop.
plane brain or something. Like what?
Right, exactly. Just appealing to more emotion and how you feel and what, but you never have a coherent argument. That's my point. And you
I
just string
do.
together
I
three
have been.
incoherent things in a row. I thought it was funny. You've been doing
You're
that for the last 2 weeks.
you're saying that the Earth is flat, and I said that is literally ancient ideology.
Okay,
That is,
300 BC is not literally ancient. That's my
I said,
point. And they're not
Hey,
literally
you
third
two.
cavemen.
Hey, wait,
third
hold on,
century
you
is
two. Break for a
ancient.
second, okay? I gotta take a break. Go back and forth. Just talk it out, okay? No one drop the N word. Don't do anything dumb. I'll be back literally in
There's
2
nothing to
minutes.
talk out. I'm in bed laying down. I'm listening to this idiot act to
I'm
people
in
at
bed
home.
laying down. I mean, I'm in bed laying down. There's like third century is ancient. Like, are you disagreeing with that?
Okay. Ancient civilizations are before Christ, BC. Third century isn't ancient civilizations, and ancient civilizations
Yes,
aren't
it is.
literally cavemen. You're just incoherent, dude. It's like you've been doing this for 3 weeks. You don't
The
understand
third
any
century.
arguments, and
Do
then
you
you go
know
off
what?
on these stupid red herrings. Like no one wants to talk about this.
Do
You
you
have
know
no
what the
argument.
definition between? Do you know what the definition of ancient means?
Why don't you tell me?
Belonging to
Are you
the
going to
very
Google it for us? Are you going
no,
to Google it for us like you did everything else?
Dude, you have to,
belonging to the very distant past and no longer in existence. That is an ancient. So the Vedic civilizations, right? Were in
exactly.
the third century. They do not exist. They belong that the third century is belonging to a very distant past. That's very past. That's ancient, right? The third century had held those ancient ideologies that you have now. The flat Earth is literally they back then they thought the Earth was literally flat because of observation. Like, that's how you guys are thinking right now.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
why I asked, has the behavior of water ever changed? And I'm glad that you agreed, no, it flows high to low. If there's a curve, water does flow. I'm glad we agree.
What are you talking about? This whole curve thing? What what
Well,
do
you
you?
think that the ground is a ball, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty big ball, but not like a small ball. Like if it was a basketball, obviously you're gonna see a curve, but you have to
Well,
be very on. Like
it's supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, right?
no, because that's a yeah, parabola. The Earth is not a
Okay, so
parabola.
what is the drop from horizontal over any distance? What's the formula for that?
Okay, I could get you that actually. I know what the formula is.
So
Um,
let's say we go 100 miles.
I, let
What's
me
the
let me
what's
screenshot.
the drop there?
Let me screenshot. Wait, do I already have a screenshot? Matter of fact, I mean, screenshot it. If I have a screenshot, I can send it to your DMs.
No, just
Uh,
tell me what it is.
Well, it has these characters in there. Hold on, let me see if I have it. Do I have it screenshotted? Okay, yeah, I do. Hold on, let me. I passed it real quick.
Man, I don't know
Well,
why we have to
Yeah,
listen to this.
it's
I don't know
it's
why we
high.
have to listen to this doofus tell us things. He doesn't know shit.
yeah, cartel. Maybe ask one of your slobber nurses to post it for you.
Yeah, look, I mean,
So
we
feels
right
ignorant,
now.
right? So you're ignorant to the fact that
You're complaining like a whiny baby because you can't get your way, because you think that it's ancient knowledge or some shit. Do you know that the do you know that the sorrow cycle that the Babylonians use, fucking NASA's using it right now? Yeah. You don't know shit, dude. You're in way over.
I would have
Yes, he
to
busted.
actually
I would
verify
have
that
to.
because I can't
You don't know
believe it.
shit, dude.
I can't believe anything y'all say because you don't know what you're talking about.
Cartel, you don't. All right. So, what's a drop over the distance over this curvature of the Earth? What?
I'm gonna give you
What?
the calculation.
Yeah. What is it?
8 inches. Okay, so it is height, right, equals radius.
Yeah.
Right.
How did you get radius? How
Equate,
did you get?
equate,
How did you get radius? We're not waiting. How
arc
did the
cos
get radius? How did you get radius?
S equals the arc length.
How did you get radius?
Oh my God! So
Yeah,
I'm
Cartel. How did you get radius? You're presupposing radius
why are you
exists
shouting? Why are you
because you're
shouting?
not listening. How did you get radius?
We got it from we literally we got it from I think we got it from Eratosthenes, right? He calculated
Yeah.
the
So how did you get it?
yeah, his experiment was
What
that
did he? What did he
his
do?
from his experiment.
What did he do?
He calculated the shadow from a stick, the length, right? Of
That's
two
not ever, dude. Listen.
Yeah, that's
What did?
Eratosthenes.
All right. So
Right?
what did he measure?
Yeah, he measured the length of the shadow that the stick casted, right? And the length of
Well,
that,
first of all,
right, between Syene and Alexandria. And
yeah.
he
So
basically
what was it? What was the distance between Syene and Alexandria?
it was about 800 kilometers or 500
No, it
stadia.
was. Yeah.
Yes, it
And so,
was.
listen. What's the drop over the distance for that distance?
Bro, what? Like you're saying
Yeah.
you asked me about the radius. How did we
Yeah, I know.
suppose
So
the
you
radius?
calculated, but
I'm
where did
telling
he?
you,
How big was the Earth that he thought he was measuring? How big was it?
well, he calculated to 40,000 kilometers, which was 30 off of the modern the modern
How far away
calculation.
was the sun when he did that?
It was noon. It was in summer. It was the highest point in
The distance to the sun. How far away was it?
it was that was the highest point right now, and
The dis-
observable highest point observable.
the numerical value for the distance to the sun. What is the numerical value?
The highest. You don't need the numerical value.
So you don't need to know the distance to the sun to know the
You
length
don't.
of the shadow.
No, you don't need a numerical to do that experiment.
Okay, so he's just measuring shadows on the ground. Can you do it on a flat surface?
No, it
Why
wouldn't
not?
work out.
Yeah, it would.
It
Yeah, it
wouldn't
would.
work. Okay, tell
Yeah.
me how it would work out.
It's simple. You can do it in your own room. You have a light source, you have two objects, you have one object 90 degrees underneath the light source, and then you have another object far away from the light source. The one that's far away from the light source is going to have a divergent shadow. The one underneath won't have a shadow because it's underneath the light source. It won't cast a shadow. On a flat surface, it could work just the same. So it would be inconclusive information. It's not conclusive that the Earth is a globe from the stupid measuring of the light and the shadows. It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. They were pre-assuming that the Earth was a curved surface. And you
Okay,
can
now I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong because
I'm right. You know who said this? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I'm gonna
He
tell you exactly
he
why
said
you're wrong.
Eratosthenes when he did his sticks and shadow was assuming that the sun was a unlimited distance away. But he said on a flat Earth you could also work it if the sun was close and local. He's like it could work this just the same. But if Eratosthenes had a third stick, he said, then maybe would have had a better saying for the distance. But he didn't have that. So Eratosthenes only did two, one well and one obelisk. So what you're saying is if Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees, and you're saying that I'm wrong, I could play a clip where Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying that you're wrong. That it was inconclusive with only 2 points of reference. That's it. You can't you can't recover from this. You can't. I'm not wrong. I already know that
Why are you like just trying to spill your bullshit when I'm trying to tell you exactly why you're wrong?
bullshit. You're just an ignorant wretch. You think you know what you're talking about, and you
I
don't.
I do because I have a reason to why you're wrong.
Where can we measure the curvature of the Earth? Where?
Why? Hold on. Let me tell you why you're wrong first.
Give me a geographical location. Where on Earth can we
I'm,
measure this?
I'll tell you that after I tell you why you're wrong about
No,
the
you're not
Earth.
gonna. No, I don't want you to hear it because you're already wrong. Neil deGrasse
Why do you like
Tyson is a scientific communicator.
why do you want
He said that Eratosthenes didn't provide evidence either way. It was inconclusive. But he said if you had a third stick, he started adding more ideas of what Eratosthenes could have done. So you're wrong. You're just wrong, right? I don't
Mayhem, let me also
wrong you
answer the
are.
point.
why don't you want me to say why you're wrong about the Eratosthenes thing?
No,
Why do you want?
I don't know. You have no idea. All right. Other than Eratosthenes, because he did measure curvature, he pre-assumed that he already had the radius value baked into what he was figuring out. He
No,
didn't
you
know.
didn't.
Did you know that Eratosthenes was already assuming that
No,
the
he
Earth was
didn't.
here?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
He got
yeah,
it.
it was. Did you?
Yeah, he did.
What's
He got
the
it from.
Yeah, what's the primary source for Eratosthenes? Go ahead and post it in the text channel.
We don't
Cartel.
need you don't need a primary source. We have
Yeah,
secondary
you
sources.
do. Yeah, you do. How do you
We have
know he even
secondary
existed
sources.
if you don't have a primary source of
Because,
who he was?
because we have secondary sources. If you did an experiment and you didn't
It's not an
document it, I can mention your work in my paper, right? That's a secondary source.
Yeah, but how would you know if
You
I?
source him.
How would
You
you know
source
if
his
I
primary.
existed? If I ever did the test or experiment, as you so put it, how would you know if it even existed if you didn't have any primary source information of who I am and what I did?
Like I said, you don't need a primary source. You can have people who are there who at that time, right, aka a secondary source, talk about it. That's why we know about the
Yeah, so
whole
story that's been
experiment.
made up. Yeah, it's a story that's been made up, and also
It's
because
okay.
of that, yeah, because of you don't have primary source, you can't even tell me anything about. You don't even know that they
I can't.
calculated the distance of the Earth.
Yeah,
All of
I
these
feel-
pre-assumptions going in forward and measuring sticks and shadows because of the fact they were already assuming that the Earth is a globe. You're way off, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I told you you don't know what you're talking about.
So it seems to me that like you're just bunny hopping around different points. You don't know about Celestia by Cleomedes, right? Which he discussed about Aristosthenes. You don't understand that a secondhand source, right, doesn't invalidate because of the reliability of the source, right, and the authorship. You don't understand.
Reliability of the
Yeah.
source, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Listen,
Yo,
Yeah.
it
Mayhem,
wasn't
let me say
reliable
something
because
quick.
it was inconclusive. You couldn't provide evidence that the Earth was a globe because I even showed you his method was flawed. You could
You didn't
easily
tell
assume
me
that
anything.
the surface of the Earth was flat and the sun was at a very closer distance. So by
Nah.
doing that, you already invalidated that method. The method itself is invalidated. You don't even though the chump didn't was alive or was not alive, his method was still flawed. It was
Yo,
inconclusive.
Cartel.
What?
Yo, so I just have to point this out. So they were asking you for who measured the curvature of the Earth. You couldn't remember. So I put Eratosthenes in there to try to bait you into bringing up his name because you just went on for 5 minutes talking about how we believe this ancient idea. You brought up a guy from over 2,000 years ago as your first piece of proof. I mean, you're projecting, dude. The irony in that. I baited you into bringing it up, and you brought it up. More ancient than 3
Well,
B,
well, well,
300
what?
AD.
Well,
It's just
no.
so funny. You don't even realize it.
If you actually did like 5 minutes of research, you will understand that Eratosthenes is literally after the Vedic
Literally.
times, which is third. So that he's in the fourth BC. Okay, so
Yeah.
he's in the 4th century, and
Listen,
ancient Vedic and Babylonian.
regardless of that, because I'm only looking at the evidence, right? So regardless of that, it's not drop over the distance. It's not slope of rate of change. It's not anything to deal with that. It's only measuring the shadows of something on the ground. He didn't measure drop rate over the distance. He assumed that the Earth was a globe. Assumption.
That's why he divided the 7.2 degree angle into 360. Where did he get the 360 from?
Yeah, and that's the problem. So he
He
didn't
got the
measure the Earth.
360
He
from.
didn't measure the Earth. He didn't measure the Earth. He measured the shadows length.
I'll tell you why where he got that from. He got that from astronomers before him, which was, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, it was Aristarchus, his illustration about the observations of the lunar eclipses. He got
How
it
the
from.
fuck are you gonna get a radius value from
He
that?
got it from Pythagoras,
Yeah,
from
that's fine. That's fine.
Parmenides, and
Everybody's assuming.
Plato.
Doesn't matter. It
Augustus.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you talk about. They're all assuming the Earth's radius. They were assuming it. There was no validation of measurement whatsoever.
Okay, and people are assuming that the Earth was flat in the
No, no,
ancient
no, no, no. You don't
geology.
have to listen. No, you don't have to assume the Earth is flat. It displays itself as flat. You have to assume it to be a sphere. That's the difference, because you have to, like Eratosthenes did with his sticks and shadows. He wants to know because they're trying to get the sun's light on the shadows to see if the Earth is
Yes,
curved.
and
They're
the Earth.
assuming they're assuming the Earth's a curvature, and they're trying to validate it. They didn't have to do that because they already understood the Earth looks flat. So what they're doing with the sticks and shadows is trying to validate the globe, the idea that
Well,
it has
not
radius
really.
and
You could assume that the Earth is a cube, and you're
that's
just
not
on the
what they
top
were.
side.
Sorry, but that's not what they were assuming. They were assuming that the Earth is a globe, and they were trying to validate it with the idea that they can assume the radius value. So the method is
You
flawed. It's flawed. It doesn't tell you.
you assume that it was flat though. It could have
Yeah,
been. It could have
these
been a cube.
guys that you're naming, they're not going out to view the Earth as if it was a globe. They don't see that. They were trying to validate the idea that the Earth is a sphere. They're not going out to nature and saying, "Ah, we see a flat Earth or a globe Earth." They're not looking on the Earth
In
and
their
seeing it as a globe.
in their time period, the prominent idea was that the Earth was flat. They posed arguments against that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I know that. That's what I'm telling you. Why are you
exactly,
telling
and
me
it's
that?
not
I'm telling you
it's not
that.
reported. It's not yeah, and they gave actual experiments where flat
They didn't
earthers
have an
stood.
experiment. They were fucking
They
assuming
did.
that the Earth was radius, diameter, circumference. So they're
They
putting this
wasn't.
here. They don't. How the fuck are they gonna witness a globe Earth, dude? In that time frame, where do they witness that? What do you? Where can you?
If
No, listen. Where do you go and see a globe? Because if you're saying the idea that against flat Earth was that they go out into nature and see a globe, where the fuck do you think they see a globe from? Where? Where are they
lit,
gonna go witness a globe? They had to
um,
assume that shit. They had to
lit,
assume it.
literally 3rd century BC with Aristarchus. His first hand source says, right, in Latin, right, this scheme demonstrates the Earth to be of a globular form. If
What?
the Earth were
What
of a
scheme?
triangular form,
What
the
scheme?
shadow would appear.
Nobody gives a shit about the other shit. What scheme? What is he
Okay,
proposing?
okay. Look what I'm about to send you right here. This is actually a legitimate first-hand source of his observations of the lunar eclipses, and it explains
Okay,
why.
he's watching the lunar eclipse. Once again,
It
no,
explains. It
hold
says
on a fucking second. No, I don't want to hear
it
about that.
explains why.
Stop
It says
bloviating. No, I
why.
don't want to. No, no, no. If he was witnessing some lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse or whatever, his head is looking fucking up. He's not looking
Yes,
at the ground. He's looking up. And if you want to measure the Earth and find out what it is, and you look at the fucking ground. You
you
want to
don't
measure.
actually.
At least
You don't.
Eratosthenes was
Yeah.
looking at the ground, even though it was shadows on the ground. But he was looking at the ground. Now this
You
asshole
don't.
was looking at the moon. You don't have to look at the moon. How the fuck are you gonna? That's already assuming that the shadow that you see on the moon is coming from the Earth.
I'm gonna tell you how
It's
you
called
calculate it.
no, fuck that. It's called claim stacking.
Appeal to
You want to
ignorance.
claim stack and say, well, we see a shadow on the moon, so we're just gonna assume it's a globe. How the fuck do you know it's a globe? What if it was another entity or another body or some other shit that's making that thing do what it's doing? You're assuming it's a
Oh,
globe. It's another
yeah.
assumption.
Appeal to ignorance because I'm trying to tell you that you're
Appeal to
ignorant.
idiocy, dude. Fucking, you're an idiot thinking that you're gonna look at the moon and see a shadow
You're
and say, Allah, the Earth is a globe.
you want to accept all of the information I've given you.
We're
So
not
it's a
accepting assumptions here.
I
Only
mean,
things that we're
you assume
accepting
the
is
Earth is flat.
people
Like I
testing the
said,
Earth. No, we're not gonna look at the moon. We're not gonna look at the sun or the fucking stars. We are
you
gonna
assume the
look
Earth
at
is
the
flat,
Earth.
bro.
We're gonna look at the
Yeah.
Earth. And
you
then you want to tell me that everybody that was debating this long ago were looking at the Earth as, well, shit, it looks like a globe, and some were saying it looks like flat. No, they the argument was the Earth is flat. How can we present something other to counter that? Which is these idiots that like you guys, right? Just like you, were believers in the idea
you
that the Earth is a globe. You just fucking
you
believe it.
assume that the
You're
Earth is
zealot
flat.
believers,
So
and you're religious about it, and you don't know shit about where are you gonna go onto the Earth and measure curvature? Where can you
you
go measure
assume the Earth
curvature?
is flat though. What the hell?
Where can you go measure curvature right now? Tell me where you can do that. Other than land topography, other than the land itself actually looking like mountains and valleys and shit, where are you gonna go in the oceans and measure drop rate over distance, the slope rate of change? Where the fuck are you gonna measure that? I need to know that shit from you. Fuck that, man. If those guys didn't know, you should know how to do it.
Just
How you-
look at the moon. Just look
Listen,
at the moon.
I mean, all you have to do is literally just go to high altitudes if you want to go see. If you want to
Right.
see them.
Listen,
Climate
we don't
change.
want more. We don't want more of your fucking stories because everybody says, I see curvature from a mountain. I see curvature from an airplane. Fuck that. Tell us how it's measured. How do you measure from
And
what, no,
also,
bro? Fuck that. From where you're standing to a target distance, I want to know how you measured it. How was it measured? Go ahead.
you know the fact that you won't let me talk about the
That's an assumption, dude. You're looking
astronomical
at the
view.
sky. You're looking at
I'm
the
gonna tell you.
moon.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell
No,
you
I don't
exactly
want to
why.
hear your bullshit,
It's not
cartel.
assumption.
I
It's
don't
not
want to hear your
assumption.
bullshit. I don't
It's
want to
not
hear it.
assumption.
I don't want to hear you telling me how you assume it's a fucking Earth. I want you to tell me how the Earth itself is curving and how you can measure it.
Bro,
That's the
do you,
shit I want you to tell me.
okay. Answer me this, right? When you
No,
look
I'm
at
not
the
gonna
camera,
answer shit. I want you
okay,
to tell
so
me.
you don't want
No,
to have a
fuck that.
conversation,
No,
okay?
no. Tell me how you.
Hey, just mute me, just
No,
mute me,
fucking mute yourself, you dumbass. I'm not gonna.
just mute me. You don't want to you don't want to
I don't
talk.
want your religious. I don't want your religious chanting in this channel. Go.
Religious? What the
Yeah,
hell?
this dude. You're a fucking zealot for the globe. All you're
I'm not religious,
shut the fuck up. Dude. You're just preaching
bro.
globe shit. I
Look at
want
the
Bro,
fucking
moon.
hard facts. I
I'm gonna
want
tell you
demonstration.
exactly why.
I
What
want
the hell?
fucking you to tell me how you measured that shit. I
You
want that right now.
you
Go
you,
ahead.
you told me.
Go ahead.
You told me how.
Demonstration. I don't want
You,
your no.
you
Fuck
told
that.
me.
No demonstrations right now.
You told me. Okay,
No,
listen.
I don't want you. I don't want you
Hey,
crying. I don't want you crying
Alpha,
and whining.
yes or no? Did you
I don't
tell
want
me?
you crying and whining, bro. Give me a demonstration
Oh,
that you measure the curvature of the Earth. Who
did you
fucking
tell me, yes or no, that you can't measure the Earth, right? The Earth curvature from the lunar eclipses, yes or no?
no? What the fuck are you measuring? A globe?
Okay. I'm gonna tell you exactly why.
No, I don't want
Because
bullshit,
I'm gonna
dude.
tell.
I'm not looking
Okay,
at the moon. I'm not looking at the stars. I'm not looking at the sun. I'm looking
it's
at
not
Earth. How
about
do you measure the
stars,
Earth?
dog.
Measure
It's not
the
about the
Earth.
stars,
Measure
bro.
the Earth. Measure the fucking Earth, dude. Don't measure
The
anything other than the
curvature,
Earth.
observing
No,
celestial bodies like
no,
stars, or the
no,
sun,
no.
and
We're not looking up. We're not looking up. We're looking down. How are we looking down? Look down.
you don't need to look down, bro. Like what
Fucking
the
Look
dude.
hell?
down,
The
clowns.
Earth. That's what's in contention right now, numbnuts. We're
You
trying
don't
to
need
figure out if the Earth
to
has
look
curves.
down.
Not the
That's the
fucking
Look
thing.
down, clown.
What the hell? Like why are
yeah.
you
What the
like so ignorant?
hell? You see
Why are you
how?
so
You see how
ignorant?
you like? No, you're just like a religious zealot, dude, and you're
You're like
preaching about your religion.
ignorant,
We don't give a shit about your
ignorant.
religion. We want you to give us some hard facts. We want you to tell
I
us the
am giving
demonstration.
you hard facts. You can
No,
look up.
fucking your hard facts are weak as shit. Looking up at the moon, dude. Fucking
Yeah,
look down
I'm
and tell me
trying.
how you measure the
I'm
ground,
trying to
fool.
tell you. I'm gonna try.
No,
I'm
you're
gonna try
trying.
to tell you.
You're
I'm trying to
preaching to me
tell
about
you.
your religion. I don't care about your religion, bro. I don't care
It's
about
not a
your religion.
religion, bro. It's just a fact, bro.
It's a fucking religion, and you're in it. You got priests, you got fucking doctrine, you got all
Ooh.
kinds of shit, man. That just you believe in. You don't fucking know if the Earth is a globe. You
You're in a
believe
cult, bro. Come on now.
you're a fucking troll, dude. Then
I'm not a
demonstrate.
troll.
All right, if the Earth is a globe like you say it is, I want the fucking demonstration of the measurement on the goddamn ground that it's a curved ball. Now, fucking cartel.
But just mute me, bro. Mute me, bro.
No, mute your fucking self. You
Mute me,
idiot.
bro. Just mute me, bro. You
You don't have
ignorant.
the facts. You're just like the rest of them.
Ignoramus.
You're just like the rest of them, cartel. All of you come
You
in here
don't
doing
want to know the
wah
truth. You
wah
don't
wah.
want to know the
I
truth.
want to look at the moon and the stars and shit, and you have no evidence. You
Yeah, you
fucking
don't want to
dumbass.
know the truth, bro. Just mute me, bro.
Mute
Ignorant.
fuck yourself. I ain't your fucking baby caretaker.
Just mute me right now. Mute me right now.
Shut
Or
the
else.
fuck up and get out of here, fucking idiot. You all are the
Appeal
same,
to
fucking
ignorance.
religious zealot, punk ass idiots.
Appeal to
Yeah, all
ignorance.
of you, all of you, all of you. I'm calling all of you out from the fucking people that are telling us
Don't be
this
so
shit.
rude, dude.
Hey,
All the way down to you, cartel. You fucking low level, fucking no knowledge person.
hey,
Fucking
you
demonstrate it.
know
If
how
it's
you got a
true, if that shit
topographical
is
brain,
true,
bro.
then demonstrate it, bro. Demonstrate that
Yes,
shit. Right?
I already told you. If you go out in the lunar
I ain't
eclipse,
looking at
you
the
see
fucking moon.
the,
I'm not looking
the
at the moon.
shadow. You see the shadow of
Fuck
the
out of
Earth
here.
is a curve.
Nobody's
The
looking at
shadow
the
of the
fucking
Earth is
moon.
a
Nah,
curve.
fuck that. No.
What do you mean fuck that? So you know that is gonna debunk your whole theory of the flat
Debunk
Earth.
what, dude? Your fucking belief? Your belief in shit? You might as well tell us that the fucking boogeyman and the tooth fairy are real, dude. Because
Well,
that's what it akin to. Your fucking
well, it's
globe
not.
is a joke. Your globe is a joke, dude, that you believe in. It's a fucking joke. If not, fucking anybody from a fucking professional scientist, astrophysicist, cosmologist, PhD would have already proved it. But every single time they come into a chat like this, I fucking attack each and every
It's
one of
because
them.
you
They
don't
don't know
take
what the fuck
you
they're
don't
talking
take
about.
any of
And
you don't take
you're
you
just a low
ignore it.
level troll. You don't know what the
You
hell's
ignore
going
it.
on. And you're looking at the fucking moon and the stars and shit. And I'm like, dude, the fucking evidence is on the ground. You gotta measure
Bruh.
that shit. Not the stars and the moon
I
and all that
came in
shit.
here. You know why I know you guys don't know what you're talking about? I came in
You don't
here.
know what the fuck you're
One,
talking
one,
about. What you
one
mean?
guy,
You're
one guy
pointing to
came
the
in
fucking
here and
moon.
said paper has,
You're pointing to
bruh,
the moon, bro. You're pointing
bruh.
to the moon.
One of you
That's what
flat
you're doing.
earthers, told me that
One of you
fucking
flat
paper
earthers.
is
You seem
3D.
like
Like
fucking
you guys
dude.
don't
You're
know what you're
fucking
talking
saying
about. Like
you're
you
a
guys, I know
doofus,
you
dude.
Yo,
guys
Alpha, let
Look
the
at how you
others
talk.
talk too.
exactly.
Fuck
Yeah.
that. Look at how you talk. Dude. You're like, oh, you flat
Mute me right
earthers.
now.
You
Mute
flat
me right now.
earthers.
Mute me right now. You don't want to have a
Yeah, mute
conversation.
yourself, dude.
Yeah, you don't
I
have a
ate
conversation,
you
man.
real
Let the
low
others
level
also
clone stuff
speak.
for
Let the
breakfast, dude.
others also speak, man. What the fuck?
You already know. You already know that the way that the way it is in here. You already know the way it is in here.
Yeah, you don't want to have a conversation, bro. You
It
don't want
ain't
to
a
have a
fucking
Yeah.
debate.
conversation
You
with
don't
your
want to have
religious
a debate.
chanting.
Look at the
Your fucking religious
moon.
chanting when you come in here. It's all fucked up, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh,
Yeah, get your head
goofy.
down, clown.
Goofy. You're so goofy.
Yeah, you don't like it when the tables are turned when you don't have any evidence, and the only thing you got is
You
fucking.
have
Let's go
evidence.
outside and look at the moon. Nobody wants to do that shit. Want to measure the goddamn ground. That's
Look at
what
the
we want
moon.
to do.
I mean, I told you that about Aristophanes. You literally just said it's bullshit.
Eratosthenes wasn't measuring the ground, fool. He was measuring fucking shadow and
it's bullshit, dog.
assuming a radius. He assumed a fucking radius, dude. He didn't measure shit. He looked at
I
the
mean,
shadow.
even the
And he's like,
hey,
oh, we must live on a
the
fucking
ants
globe
even
because I'm assuming a radius. He didn't measure it. You're fucking that's the dumbest shit ever. He
Fucking
didn't
moon's
measure
round.
jack shit. Well, I already
Moon's
told you,
round.
huh?
Oh my god, bruh.
Bruh.
this
Oh my
boy is
god.
mad, man. This boy is mad.
The moon's
Bro,
round. The earth's
Fuck out of
round.
here.
it's because you're literally not taking any of the information. You're just ignoring
There
it.
is
You're just saying,
nothing, dude. What a belief? You want to take in your idea
bro,
of
no.
Santa Claus?
Okay,
You
listen.
want
This
to
is what
believe in Santa
this
Claus
is
just
what
like
I'm
you, bro?
this is what
You
I'm
do
doing.
what you want.
This is what you're doing, right? You're telling me something, and I'm giving you a debunk. I'm debunking it, right?
You're
And then
not
you're like,
debunking
no,
shit.
no, no,
Just like
that's
me
not true.
telling
That's not
you,
true.
I'm
No,
debunking you
no,
with
no,
Santa Claus right now.
no, no.
Santa Claus is real, bro. I'm debunking you. That's what you're doing. I'm debunking
No,
you
I'm
with the
not.
tooth fairy.
No, I'm
Tooth
not.
fairy's real, bro.
No, I'm not. All you're doing
Now
is
you are.
literally just appeal
That's
to
your belief.
ignorance.
I don't want to hear your belief. It's like me telling you a Santa Claus is real. I'm like, dude, you don't want to hear me debunking you with Santa Claus. That's all you don't want.
Okay, go ahead. Debunk Santa Claus then. Go ahead. Tell me.
You can't because it ain't fucking real. Just like the globe is not real. How do
I
you
mean,
how are you gonna
I
debunk?
already told you.
No,
I
no,
already
fuck
told you
that, dude.
why.
How are you gonna debunk something that does not even exist in the first instance? It doesn't
I already
exist,
told
bro.
you how. I got reasons.
Yeah, reasons, but no evidence, bro. No
Yes,
evidence.
evidence.
No
You do
nothing.
have
Reason.
evidence.
Dude,
give
even
a fuck.
the
Man, I
ants
give
in
a fuck
Egypt
about the
even
breed.
measured the ground, and they even
You know,
figured out
yeah,
that
but
the
the
globe
thing,
is
but the thing
rounded.
is,
Man, I give a
you don't
fuck about the
understand.
6,000
breathing,
years
bro.
ago, man.
I need
Yeah,
evidence and demonstrations. That's what I need right now. And you can't provide that. All you saying is go look at the moon and believe. Man,
Dude,
fuck
just
that.
Google it, man. Just Google it,
Just
man.
Google
You'll
it.
get all the
Man,
answers, man.
you fucking religious chanters. Why don't you go make a fucking room and talk about your religious chanting to each other? We don't want to hear you fucking saying that in here. For what? Oh, go
You're
look at the
fucking
moon.
insane,
Oh, go
bro.
look at the sun. Look at the fucking stuff. I mean, we don't give a shit about that. We want you to provide evidence, demonstration that the earth is curving. Where's that shit? Provide it right now. Do you got it? I'll shut
Yeah,
up if you
sure.
got it.
Wait a sec. I'll provide it.
Yeah, what are you gonna provide?
You
What are you
want
gonna provide?
demonstration? You really want demonstration?
That's what the fuck I'm saying, man. I
Because
don't want
no,
you to tell me to
because I
believe in
know
some shit.
I got
Reasons. Believe me, bro. I got reasons, man. Fuck you. We want demonstrations and we want it
why you so
fucking now.
mad, bitch? Stop being so mad. What the hell?
Now I'm
What the
mad at
hell?
you because you're over here fucking like an idiot running around, being like, man, we don't
You
want flat earthers around.
are
We don't want flat
literally,
earthers around. And you don't know shit, dude. You stare at the moon and you're like, man, we see that curved shadow, Earth's a fucking it's a sphere. By that it's
okay.
a
Then what
sphere.
would it be then? What would it be then?
Listen, that's what you call an assumption. How the fuck do you know that's the Earth's shadow?
Or
How?
okay,
No,
okay.
tell me.
If you were to
No, no,
look,
no, fuck that. No, tell me now. You want me to listen to your belief? Now tell me how you know that's the Earth's shadow. How do you know? Hmm?
what are you goof? I'll
How
tell
do you
you exactly why.
know
I'll tell
that
you
the
exactly why.
shadow on the moon? No, I'm gonna repeat it so you can hear me clearly. The shadow on the moon that you've been bitch. How do you know that's the
You
Earth?
cut off. You cut off. Say again.
How
You
do
cut
you
off.
know that the Earth's shadow is on the moon? How do you know that?
Okay, I'll tell you exactly why we know that. So the
How?
shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse is known to be caused by Earth for these reasons, right? Predictable alignment. So the lunar eclipses occur when the sun, Earth, and moon align in a straight line with the Earth position between the sun and the moon, and Earth shape on the shadow. All right. So the shadow cast on the moon during a lunar eclipse is curved and
Yeah,
matches the circular and
yeah. I
elliptical
know all
shape,
that. I know all that.
right?
I know all
The
that.
time,
But what
okay,
I'm asking
so
you,
the
yeah,
timing
wait a
and
minute, dude.
duration.
What I'm asking you, hold up. I'm asking you, how do you know it's the Earth on the moon? Because first of all, you have not demonstrated that you know that the Earth is a globe. So you're using circular reasoning to tell me that that's the Earth on the moon shadow.
Bro,
No, bro. Well,
I
yeah,
already
no,
told
fuck
you,
that.
I already
So
told
I need you to tell me. Okay, yeah, I heard your story because I know it already, like a million times. I know
you.
it. I
You
want you to
don't.
tell me. No, no, hold on, man. I want you to tell me how you know the Earth is a globe, casting that shadow on the moon. How do you know it's a globe in the first place, bro? How do you know that? How do you know?
Because of the lunar eclipses. What the
No, that's
fuck?
fucking circular
That's
reasoning. That's
observ.
circular fucking
No, it's
reasoning.
not.
You're
No,
saying
it's not.
no, no, yeah, it fucking is
All right,
because
tell
you
me
didn't.
what circular
Now hold
reasoning
up,
is.
man. You didn't demonstrate that the Earth was a globe. You didn't demonstrate it was a globe, bro. You didn't demonstrate it. You just said, look at the moon, and the shadow shows us that the Earth is a globe. I'm like, wait a minute. You didn't even tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. You're just assuming that that circular shadow you see is from the Earth. How the fuck do you know the Earth's a globe? Huh?
I
How do you
already
know it's a
told,
globe,
bruh. You can literally
bruh,
look up. You can literally
bruh,
look up, and you can see it. It's
bruh?
observational.
No
Just like
observational of what? A shadow? I don't see the fucking Earth on the moon. I don't see that shit. I just
bro.
see a shadow. Fucking for all I know, it could be something else. You didn't demonstrate to me that shit.
Okay. Look,
Yeah, yeah, okay. Now
if you
you
were to
get
go
it now?
outside,
You get it now?
hold on.
You
If
get
you
it
were to
now?
go out, okay, if you were to go outside and the sun was out and you look down at your shadow, you would say, I don't know what shadow this is. It's from you, Goofy. Like what the hell?
Fucking doofus, I know that. But how do you know that that shadow is coming from the Earth, bro? How do you know it's the Earth? How?
I'll tell you why. Because you
Tell me.
seem not to understand.
Tell
You
me.
seem not to understand.
How the
I'll tell
fuck you
you
know it's
exactly.
Earth? And on top of that, when you describe to me how you know it's the Earth, I want to know how you know it's a globe afterwards. So you better.
Okay, yeah, okay. Astronomical geometry. So lunar
What the fuck
eclipses
is that?
occur. Okay, so lunar eclipses uh occur only during a full moon, which is when the moon is on the opposite side of the Earth from the sun. For a lunar
Now,
eclipse to happen, the Earth must be directly between the sun and the moon, the alignment. So
no, you're
sun,
calling. You're talking about.
it goes like this:
No, you're
sun,
talking about syzygy
moon,
that
Earth,
doesn't exist.
sun, moon,
Yeah, the
Earth.
syzygy doesn't exist.
Sun,
I'm
Earth,
sorry.
moon.
No, the syzygy doesn't exist. That syzygy
What do you
does not
mean?
exist. The
What?
syzygy does not exist. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you got the thing that's called the Selenelian eclipse. It's an impossible eclipse. Syzygy doesn't work for you, man. Just like the way you're stating. Because there's
Bro, like
instances.
this
I'm telling.
dude.
Hold up, man. Hold up. Let me tell. You don't know a lot of shit, Cartel. You think you're big brain, dude. You're a fucking low
Tell
level
me
troll,
what
bro.
clip you
You
talking
don't know
about.
this shit. Hold on, man. I'm gonna tell you about syzygy. Right now, in the Selenelian eclipse, you got the sun on the horizon and you got the moon on the horizon. There's no syzygy where the Earth is in between them, causing the lunar eclipse. Yet we see the lunar eclipse happening on the moon, where it's coming, the shadows coming from top down. We see that shit. That's called the impossible eclipse. Look it up. Selenelian eclipse. That's what it's called. There's no syzygy there. So now in that case, because of the fact that you're trying to make a case for it, you're already debunked with even
I
that
hope
observation.
I hope you realize that is called a partial solar eclipse, right? That is
Yeah,
that's
but the
happening.
alignment that you need to happen, that alignment, it doesn't exist. That alignment, and first of all, I'm just debunking that part. Now the other part is that you're saying that we're
You're
seeing a
not
curved shadow
debunking
due
it,
to. Yeah,
bro.
yeah, I
It
just
still
did.
it
Just
still
did that.
happens. What you can
No, I
observe,
know
you
what
can
happens, but it
observe.
has nothing to do with the Earth. I know what happens, but it has nothing to do with the Earth. What you got to demonstrate to me is how you know that the Earth is a ball, a sphere, and you haven't done that yet because we're off looking at the fucking moon and the sun. And like I already told you, that's the reason why I don't indulge that because there's a lot of assumptions that you think that the Earth's shadow. I'm asking the question how you know it's the Earth's
Wait,
shadow.
so
How do you
okay,
know that?
so you know this syzygy, this partial solar eclipse, right? Is what is it flat or is it half of a circle?
What?
So this partial solar eclipse, right? It occurs when the sun, moon, and Earth are not exactly lined up. So the moon
There you
partially
go.
covers the sun's day. All right, so
That
right,
that
so it's so it's
debunks.
half. So it's okay. So it's half. Right, the Earth is not gonna be a complete circle, right? So it's not gonna be flat. So I don't understand why you think the Earth is flat, right? From seeing if you were going to see a shadow, right?
Because
Even
you're assuming number one that it's the Earth causing that shadow. You're assuming.
I mean
Brain.
it is.
No, it's not. How do you know it's your shadow? How do you know?
I literally already
How do
told
you
you
know?
why.
No, 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 no. I'm not talking about you what you think and believe. I don't give a fuck about some heliocentric bullshit. I want to know how you know. How do you know? How do you
We
know?
know because
No, no, no.
okay, I already told you.
No assumptions. No
It's not
assumptions.
an
Just
assumption.
because you
It's not an
yeah,
assumption.
you're looking at the shadow that's covering the moon, and then you're gonna say, well, that's got to be the Earth, right? How do you know it's the Earth?
Because of the alignment, bro. Like
Who
what the
gives a
fuck?
fuck about an alignment, bro?
Yes,
I'm
bro.
asking you a
It's the
simple
alignment,
question.
bro.
Just okay. When you go stand outside and the sun is beaming down on you and you see your shadow, you know it's you, right? Because it's you. You see your shadow. Don't be a fucking doofus. When
Yeah,
you're
because I'm in
when
front
you're
of the sun.
outside, how do you know it's the sun causing that Earth-like round shadow on the moon? How do you know that? You don't fucking know
Because
that.
all right. I'll tell you why. I tell you
He's
why.
assuming
Because
it.
hold on. No, we're not assuming it. It's literally observational. You see it in the sky. This is
You've got
how
no proof
this
of
is
it.
yes it
You've
is.
got
This is
nothing, mate.
how
You've got
this
nothing.
is
You've got
how it
nothing.
happens. This is literally how it happens. It's
You're
observational.
talking broken biscuits, mate. You haven't got a thing.
No,
You've
it's
not come with
observational
one
and
thing.
and you're ignorant to see
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
You can literally
Where's your tape measure?
you can
Where's
literally
your
what?
tape measure?
You need a tape
Where's your
measure
tape
to
measure?
measure the lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Where's your
Like, come
tape
on.
measure?
You're
Come
being
on, bro. Where did
ridiculous.
you measure it?
You're
Come
being
on, mate. Where did you
ridiculous.
measure it?
The
Where's your
sun,
tape measure?
it goes sun, earth, and moon. Sun, earth,
Where's
and
that's your
moon.
tape
So,
belief. That's your belief. Once again, it's your belief.
what do you
It's
mean is
all about your
my
belief.
belief? The
Yeah.
sun is behind the earth, and
No,
the
you
earth.
don't fucking. How the fuck? Listen. How the fuck do you know that? How do you know that?
We know that from
We
observation,
know
bro.
that from
Come on
what?
now. What
What?
the?
What's this we bullshit? I ain't talking about no we. I'm talking about
Okay,
you.
okay. We know.
Doofus.
I know this from the observation, bro.
Of what? Of what?
Of lunar eclipses. Like this is observation. This is what humans have been observing. I can literally show you
Where's your
first-hand
tape measure?
sources, first-hand sources, right? Thousands of years ago, not even thousands. I can even give you YouTube videos, any like literally real life examples of this.
Yeah, nice optics, mate. Nice optics. Now, how do you measure the Earth? Let's not look at the moon. How do you measure it?
Wait, what? Wait, who's
Yeah,
talking right now?
yeah. Where's your tape measure?
Why you want to tape measure? You don't need a tape measure. You already know
You
that the
do.
Earth is a
Yeah,
circular.
you need
Sir,
to measure it,
you
mate.
already know. You okay?
Yeah,
Listen.
no.
You
No,
know,
no, no.
you
No,
assume the Earth is
no,
flat from
no.
observation.
You need to measure it. You
No,
need
you
to
don't.
measure it.
No, you don't.
Yes, you
No, you
do.
don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Who says that?
Me.
Who says we have to measure? Yo, so
Me.
you. So
Yeah.
you. What
Yeah,
makes
me.
what
Yeah,
makes you say why? So why
yeah. So when
what
you want
makes
to measure
what makes
something, you
you
need
the
to measure
authority that
something. Yeah.
has to do it? No, you don't.
Can you measure things with your eyes?
Nope.
No, you can't, can you? So where's your tape measure, mate?
Hey, but we can observe something, right, from
Yeah,
a
you
shadow,
can't
right?
measure it though, can you? You
We
can't
we
measure it though, can you? You can't measure it with
you
your
don't
eyes,
need
can
to
you?
measure it. You don't need
No,
to
you
measure it.
can't though. It's impossible, mate.
You don't need to
It's
measure it.
impossible. Yeah, you do if you've got a
It
fucking
don't. It does.
camera.
You don't need to measure it, bro. It's
Well, you have.
observational, right?
No,
Just
there's a
like
measurement.
just like you,
3959.
just like you
3959.
observe the Earth is flat, right? You observe that the Earth is flat from the surroundings. We observe that no, it is not flat because it the shadow of the Earth is in front. It is on the moon. Is a
That's fucked
sphere.
up. That's just your belief. I don't want to hear about your belief anymore. I switched to my good
What a
fucking
retard.
mic, dude, because I'm gonna shellac you in the proper way. Fucking cartel, you've been a nuisance about this channel, and you have no evidence whatsoever to back up anything that you're saying, bro. Nothing.
Yeah, mute me. Mute me. Don't
Mute
care.
your fucking self, dude, because you're
Mute
fucking
me.
religious, just like the rest of the religious clowns that come in here and tell us, "Oh, the Earth's shadow's on the moon." I'm like, how is it, man? How do you know it's
You
the
you
Earth
know
on the moon? You don't
you
fucking
know
know
that you know
shit,
that
dude.
analogy you gave me, right? Fucking with your shadow and the sun. How do you know you're casting that shadow? It's literally the exact same thing with a lunar eclipse. The shadow is on the moon.
All
The
right.
Earth's shadow is on the moon
Once
because the sun
again,
is
let's
behind it.
cartel won this argument. What argument? A belief? Yeah, he won that argument. Yeah, he sure did. Because it takes a lot of belief to believe some bullshit like that. When I asked him, how did he measure the curvature of the Earth? He comes up
Bro,
tits, dude, every fucking
you,
time.
you don't need, bruh.
We don't what?
Mute me
We
right
don't
now.
what?
Go ahead, because you don't want to have a
No,
conversation. The
no,
pure
no, no,
ignorance.
no, no. I'm not gonna mute
Pure
you. You know
ignorance.
why? Because I want to show how idiotic your ideas are.
No,
Fuck that.
because you're literally not making any sense. I'm showing you guaranteed proof that you can go out
Guaranteed
anytime.
proof? You don't
Right,
got shit,
guaranteed.
bro.
Yeah,
All right,
okay, you
what's
can
the
go
how
out
do
and
you
see yourself.
where can I geographically where can I go measure the Earth to be a globe?
You can go outside and see a lunar eclipse yourself if you want
I
to,
don't give a
right?
fuck about a lunar eclipse. I'm
Why
talking
not?
about the ground. How can I measure the Earth to have curvature? Where?
Why are you so obsessed with the ground? Why?
Because if you're saying the Earth is a globe and a sphere, I can measure that shit. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Where
was
can I geographically go to go measure it? Where? Where?
tell you why.
Where? Where,
To measure
cartel?
the Earth curvature.
Scaramucci wants to know because he's a religious clown like you. Where can I go measure this?
You're goofy, right? I'll tell
You
you.
give a fuck,
Oh,
dude. No, I don't. I
tell
don't
you.
care.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Where?
All right, if you go to over large bodies of water, right? Right, so the oceans and the large lakes, right? Right. For example, if you watch a ship, right? If you use the eyes that God gave you or wherever, right? Gradually, right? They're gonna disappear from the bottom first as it sails away. It is
All right.
literally a classic observation.
Now we're getting somewhere.
All right,
All right.
large, calm bodies of water are particularly useful because they provide a relatively flat surface that makes the curvature easier to observe. So if
Now
you
you're
go
speaking
out,
my language.
if you
Go
go
ahead.
out, right? If you go, so if I had a boat, like me and you can meet up in whatever state, right? And I'll have a boat, and you can go ahead, and you will see me disappear from the bottom up. Like just use your eyes, and watch it. Like I don't know if your eyes is good or whatever, but you literally
Alright.
observe it.
All right, you don't
Observe.
have to keep saying your eyes and watching shit. I got you. I've been down this road many times,
Yeah, I
which you
know
don't even know.
because
I'm at
you
the
have a
other end
fear.
of this. I'm at the other end of this argument, waiting for your ass. But here, let me walk you through what's going on right here. So you see something happening in the distance. You see a ship disappear from the bottom up, right? That's your observation.
Yeah.
Now, I need you to understand something very simple about this. What is, from your point of observation, to the target distance where you see that ship happening, where you start seeing bottom up disappearance?
Wait, say that again.
What,
Say that again. You cut off.
where you see the ship disappearing from the bottom up? What is the distance between you, the observer, and that boat where you see it disappearing from the bottom up, or it's obstructed by the curvature of the Earth? What's the distance
What's the distance of the what?
from you and the boat?
What the distance? Like
Yeah.
I didn't hear
Hell,
what
are
you
you
said
deaf
before
or
that.
something?
No, I did, bro. He's lagging, bro. What the hell?
Am I
Like
lagging to you guys? Can you
he's
get? Am
lagging.
I lagging?
He's lagging for me. I don't know if he's lagging for you.
All right.
Yeah,
So where you're
say that again. Say that again.
where you're making your observation, what is the distance between the point of observation to the target, which is the boat? What is the distance?
Oh, you in the boat. You say
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you that. So the distance at which you can see, right, a ship start to disappear
Yeah.
over the horizon due to the Earth's curvature, it depends on the observer's height above
All
sea
right.
level, right?
What's the distance? You better be getting fed
The height.
answers
Hold
because
on, hold on.
I'm gonna
The
come right on
higher,
you as soon as you.
the higher the observer's eyes are from sea level,
Y'all better be
the
feeding them
farther they
answers.
can see, right? So this phenomenon can be calculated using the formula for the distance to the horizon. So I'm gonna give you that
Yeah.
right
Go
now.
ahead.
Yeah, and then you can put because I can't post it into the side chat, so you can post it to the side chat.
Just tell me what it is. Read it. Fucking read it out. You don't have to.
Distance, right? Is so distance. That's the distance to the horizon, right? And
Well, no,
it's gonna
not
be the
well. The
height.
distance to the disappearance of the boat. So from where you're making your observation to the boat disappearing from the bottom up, where's the distance to that?
I'm hold on. Let me just. I'm gonna just give it to you because I'm this calculation, right? I'm gonna give it to you, and then I want you to post it in there so everyone can see. Because I can't type in here.
Why don't you just say it? Actually,
I'll
saves
send
us
it to you.
time.
I'll send it to you. That is the calculation. That is the formula.
All right, 1 second. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and then I'll post it in the text. All right, I'm gonna post it in the politics room here. This is for everybody. This is what he's gonna post, and I put it there for everybody. Can you everybody see that? Type in the text chat if you can see what I just posted. All right. All right, if you guys can see that equation that he put in there, I want you to tell me what's the equation stand for? What are we doing with that?
Or are you talking to me or to them?
Nah, yeah, I'm talking to you now. I said I'd posted it in the chat for everybody, but
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
yeah.
So basically, D
What's
is
it?
the distance. D
Yeah.
is distance to
Yep.
the horizon, or the distance at which
Yep.
an object disappears over the horizon.
Yeah.
H is the height of the observer's eyes above sea level in meters or feet.
Uh-huh.
R is going to be the radius of the Earth, which is approximately 6,371 kilometers. Right.
Well, yeah. All right.
Right. Yeah. So basically, this formula it's not going to account for atmospheric refraction. Right. So
Yeah, but what is I mean, all right. So
which
it
can
didn't account for refraction, but
which can slightly extend the horizon. So
okay.
an example calculation, right? So is if an observer's eye level is 2 meters, about 6.6 feet, or 6.6 feet
Yeah.
above sea level. The distance
Yeah.
to the horizon would be 5.05 kilometers, right? So
So
this means
what's that work out to be?
so that this means that under typical conditions, right? Typical conditions, an observer standing 2 meters above sea level would see a ship start to disappear over the horizon at around 5 kilometers away. So the ship would disappear from the bottom up, and as it moves further away, more of it would be obscured by the curvature. So you would start seeing it disappear. Right. For observers
right.
at different heights, this distance
Do you,
changes.
yeah, right. All right. All right. So remember we were talking about Eratosthenes, right? Remember the first conversation we were having about it? What did Eratosthenes do? What was it test? Sticks and shadows, right?
Yeah, the sticks and shadows.
Right. So what was the formula for Eratosthenes? What did he use? Do you know?
The formula.
Look it up if you don't know.
Okay, hold on. The formula for Aristophanes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll search up just to make sure because I don't have it on the top of my head. Okay, so yeah, so it says Eratosthenes didn't use a formula in the modern sense, but his method to calculate the Earth's circumference can be understood as a practical application of basic geometry.
And what's the basic application that they're using?
So,
Does it give you the formula for that? Because they do have it. I'm just saying yeah, just do you see the practical application?
okay, so the angle measurement. So he
Yeah.
measured the angle of the shadow in Alexandria. This this angle was approximately 7.2 degrees or 1/50th of a full circle, right? So the distance between the city, he either knew or estimated the distance between Syene and Alexandria, right? So and Eratosthenes reasoned that if a 7.2-degree angle corresponds to the arc between Syene and Alexandria, then the full 360 degrees of a circle would correspond to 50 times that distance, since 360 divided by 7.2 equals 50. Thus, the Earth's circumference is 50 times the distance between Syene and
Right.
Alexandria.
So can you see the math there? Now, can you see it?
C equals 50 times D.
Yeah.
So that I mean that this method was remarkably accurate. So they're saying that shit was accurate.
Right, but we're talking about just the math currently, right? So he assumed the arc between the two cities. That was the assumption. He's assuming, well, the estimate that he had from Alexandria and Syene, right? 500 stadia away. So from between Alexandria and Syene, he's estimating the distance between there and the shadow length, right? So he's using that information to then say that there's some information that he was assuming, which is the Earth's size, the radius, because he doesn't know that he doesn't know the Earth's radius, so he's assuming it. He's assuming the Earth's radius. So I'm going. The reason why I was.
But the concept of a spherical Earth was already well established as the
I
intellectual
know that.
surface.
So he's using that information, prior information, to then use it to like solidify his point here.
Okay.
Because of that. So the other people that you mentioned prior to that, they didn't know that the Earth was a globe. They still didn't. But they only assumed because they seen shadows on the moon. So everybody before him was not knowing that the Earth was a globe. They're using assumptions and inferences to say that what they see has due to the fact that the Earth is a. So all of it is begging the question that
They
the Earth is a
use an
globe.
observation. They use an observation, a
Not of
clear
the Earth, not
phenomenal
of the Earth of a
observation.
shadow. They're using the observation. So
Okay. You tell me where the
With
shadows come.
Aristotle looked up at the moon and saw the shadow of the Earth. So that's what he was assuming. It's a shadow of the Earth. He didn't know it was. He's assuming that it is. That's what they're doing. They're looking at the sky and assuming shit, right? And on top of that assumption, he's giving it forward to Eratosthenes, who is then taking that information and saying, well, because we think the Earth is a round thing, we're going to use this math to say that how big it is.
You realize how easy it is to tell that the Earth is literally a sphere from the lunar eclipses. Is literally observational.
No,
Like
it's not.
the sun.
It's not. No. This is all an assumption based. I'm showing you how it's an assumption based.
How is it
It's
not
all.
something?
It's
Tell
because
me.
they don't know the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth from looking at the shadow of the moon.
You
They
don't.
don't
You
know
don't
that.
need to know the radius or
Yeah, you
circumference.
do because you this listen, man, when you're trying to describe geometric shapes and their values as far as like their size, then you're going to have to know a little bit of information, right? You need to know its circumference, the diameter, and the radius. All these values from the sphere, from the oblate spheroid's point of view, you're going to have to know some of this information to fill in the gaps and know if that is correct. But
I
not
mean,
only that, there could be something else happening when the eclipses are taking place. So a lot of assumptions are being taken. The liberty of assumptions are being taken place when they're making their observations.
in
So
the
when they're
second century, when they thought that the Earth was flat, they didn't necessarily have to
no,
measure the whole
no, they
Earth.
didn't. No,
They
no, no,
just
no. Wait, wait,
observed.
wait, wait, wait. No, they didn't think the Earth was flat. It visually was is even then until now it's represented as that. It's visually represented. Their information was contrary to their
Okay,
observations
then
of
tell me
the
what a
Earth.
lunar eclipse is. Then tell me who,
Right.
what a
So
shadow
check
is
this
from.
out. No, hold up. We're building a bridge right now. So their observations of the Earth are just like yours. You don't see a globe when you go outside into the field. You don't witness a globe. You only see what you see, which is a flat, level, a horizontal plane. So that's what everybody sees. So their information was contrary to that. It wasn't what people were assuming. It's what they've all witnessed. They experienced a non-rotating, flat and stationary Earth. Everybody experiences that. The idea of a globe came introduced when people looked up at the sky and they saw the lunar eclipse, and they were like, well, we can't be we were floating bodies in the middle of nothingness. These are ideas of men. They didn't solidify the point. They didn't
They're not
verify or
ideas,
falsify that.
observations, bro.
How can you falsify that? You tell me this, Cartel. How can you falsify a shadow on the moon? How can you say, well, it isn't the Earth or it is the Earth? How do you know? How do you
The
know?
reason why people will know is just because, first of all, they
What?
okay, so you know your shadow when the sun is
No,
up.
no, 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 no.
You see you see how
That's some bullshit. That's
you
some
see how
bullshit.
you're
That's
in
some
front of
bullshit.
you.
No,
No,
that's
you
some
see how
bullshit.
you're in
Yeah,
front
that's
of, right?
bullshit. Hold up, hold up.
What do
That's
you mean? How,
bullshit.
bro?
That's
You won't
bullshit.
let me speak, bro.
That's
Like
bullshit,
mute me.
bro.
Go ahead, mute
That's
me, bro.
fucking bullshit. No, because you stand outside, you see yourself, you know it's your shadow. That's some doofus ass
Oh,
shit.
okay.
You're
I'm gonna tell
talking
you
about
exact.
the Earth and the moon.
Okay,
Listen.
yeah, it's an
They're at,
analogy. I'm finna put it in an analogy, bro.
yeah, but
Listen, bro.
you can't tell me it's the Earth.
Okay,
You
listen.
can't.
If the sun is up and you stand in front of a wall, right? You're the only thing in front of that wall, so your shadow is gonna be on that wall, right? For a lunar eclipse, right? The sun, the earth, then the moon. So the
No,
moon
that's
is the
bullshit.
last on the right. How is it bullshit? That's okay. So
No,
what is the
because you
shadow?
stare at the moon. When you stare at the moon every night, or as it goes through its phases of waning and waxing, they didn't think it was the Earth, or at least you know what? Some people
Yes,
did
they
think it
did.
was the. Some people thought it was the Earth covering making the moon phases. That's what,
Wait,
right?
what are you talking about? You talking about the moon?
The moon phases, like like the moon goes through its waning and waxing phases, where it looks like it's getting covered. Like every night that you see it, it's a little bit more, a little bit more. Sometimes it's halfway, and then it's a little bit more. Like the shadow on the moon, from when it's going through its phases, they thought it was the Earth doing that.
They correlated the shadows that their bodies
Do you know
made,
what the moon
right,
phases are? Right?
to the moon.
No, do you
Huh?
know what the moon phases? You know what they are?
Moon phases, not on the top of my head. So you're
Okay,
talking about
so
the half. You're talking
no,
about
no,
the
no, no. Like
planets.
every night that you see the moon, it looks like it's a little bit covered with the shadow. And then tomorrow night you'll see it, it's a little bit more. And tomorrow night you see it again. The next night, and so on and so forth. Every night that you see the moon, the shadow on the moon is going to look like it's covering the moon. Those are the phases. Every night you'll see a different shadow until you get like a new moon where you can't see the moon at all. The moon
Okay,
phases. I'm
so
talking about
so
I'm not talking about the lunar eclipse. I'm talking about the moon phases. They thought the moon phases were to deal, just like you said, with the Earth doing that. That is covering the surface of the moon and causing that obstruction.
give me a logical explanation to what can cause that. If the sun is behind the earth and the earth is in front of the moon, right, and no other object is in front of it, right, I think you agree that no other object is beside the moon,
All right.
beside earth,
Yeah,
right?
but
That
hold
this
up,
fucking right.
because right now I was gonna go all the way back to what we were talking about of measuring the Earth, but I think this is more important. So when we're looking at the moon, and we want to give like an idea of what's going on. You and me and everybody else that even in those days, right? Where I'm gonna lump everybody in this group. Those people in the Aristotle, Eratosthenes, all them guys, and everybody in this Discord and everybody that's ever lived. When we look at the moon, there's nothing that you and I can know more than the other person. I can't know more about the moon than you. You can't know more about the moon than me. Like whatever it is that we know from here, from this point, we're not going to know more than the other person. If you say the moon looks like a sphere or it looks round or whatever the case is, I'm going to be next to you and be like, yeah, it fucking looks like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the fuck it is. But whatever you say it looks like, it's kind of gray. It looks like it's got craters, whatever the fuck. Whatever you're saying, I can witness that too, right? We're all seeing the same shit. At what point is someone going to make an understanding about what that is from here? You can't. It's gonna be
They they correlated the shadow of that their body makes to what is shown on the moon, because the earth is
on the
literally the
lunar
only object.
eclipse, or on the lunar phases, because the moon has phases too. It doesn't just go only in lunar eclipse. It
When
has
you're
moon
talking,
phases.
the lunar phases are caused by the change in positions of the moon, earth, and sun, and how these positions affect the
I know.
moon.
That's what. Listen, Cartel. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's what. Now you get what I'm saying. Like that's what I was saying that they were thinking, right? But lo and behold, later on, they found out something different. It had nothing to do with the Earth. It was the position of the sun and the moon. So they changed it to the heliocentric notion, where the Earth wasn't casting the shadow on the moon, causing the moon phases. It was the relationship between the sun and the moon. I'm only talking about your paradigm, how it changed. The idea of the worldview that you have of the Earth causing the shadow on the moon, causing the moon phases, those phases weren't caused by the Earth. They later said that it was caused by the position of the sun and the moon in relation to each other. So if the moon was going through a phase, like a specific phase, you would see it at night, like half of it's covered or something. It didn't have nothing to do with the Earth. It was just a position of where the sun was in relation to the moon, like and how you're viewing it. So it had nothing to do with the Earth covering or causing that shadow on the moon. It's only the relationship between the sun and the moon. Now I'm only speaking of the heliocentric paradigm. I know it probably better than you do. That's what they were saying at the very beginning. They thought it was the Earth doing that, the moon phases, and then they shifted over to no, it was just a position of where the sun is. Because like if you have a ball and then you have another light source, the light source is shining on that ball. Depending on where you have the position to that ball and that light source, you're going to get a different shadow on the light source. So it has nothing to do with something obstructing the light. It has everything to do with the position of the ball that you have in your hand and the light source. So the Earth doesn't have to be involved.
Yeah, okay.
But
You're still.
no, I know, but the thing is, they thought it was the Earth causing that at the beginning. That was their mind. It was the Earth causing the moon phases and the lunar eclipse, all that shit. And then it came to be where they didn't think it was the moon or the Earth causing the phases. That they said, oh, that's just a relationship between the sun and the moon. Then they shifted to like only the lunar eclipses and the solar eclipses have something to do with the syzygy of the Earth, sun, and moon. That's the thing they switched it to, where before it was the Earth was causing the lunar phases, and that's the way it was. It was like that for a long time until they finally realized it's like now the moon and the sun have nothing to do with like the Earth being in the way of the lunar phases. So now back to like fucking now that we covered that shit, right? Fast forward to where we're at today. So we got like I said, people looking up at the night sky, making assumptions that they think it's the Earth's shadow, and then you got Eratosthenes or Aristotle leading up to Eratosthenes, leading up to like where more Greeks were thinking about this shit, right? Because that's where the history of the falsehood came from, and they propagated this information forward into history, where now they made believers of this information. They didn't make people of knowledge. They because all everybody else following the people who invented this, right?
Bro, it all
They
started
invented.
from
Hold
an
up, hold up, hold up, hold up,
observation,
hold up, hold
bro.
up, hold up. They invented this shit, right? And when they pushed it forward like doctrine, like religious belief, the people beneath them, when they looked up at the night sky, they had a story. Now they had doctrine, the doctrine of the heliocentric notion, which is what you're preaching right now. You don't know it, man. You think it's real science and shit. It's not. It's religious
It is
doctrine, bro.
literally observable in a lunar
Yeah,
eclipse. You
but
can't
you do
explain.
not. I know it's observable, Cartel. I've been saying that. People
Okay
can see
then.
it. But how
Yeah.
do you know? How do you know it's the Earth? You don't. There's assumption. There's a story. The story is
The
some
only
men a
reasonable
long time
reason
ago.
for that. The
Some
only
men a long time ago they thought about this information and they pushed it forward.
okay.
And you are a receiver of that information. It's like you received their holy
And
book.
how do you know? How do you know the Earth is flat and not a cube?
Because we don't measure the shape. We're just measuring the surface.
You're
Yeah,
just
we don't. We're
measuring the
not.
surface.
Listen.
So
Yeah, the shape. The shape. They're like, listen, man, because I think that's where you're getting confused. Flat is not a claim to shape. It's a description of a surface. It's like you telling me, man, I have a table and the surface is flat. And I'll be like, that's cool. And you're like, yeah, but the overall shape of the table is a square. You know, it's like it's got legs, and you can tell me more about it. But none of us, nobody can tell you the overall what the Earth is overall. We're only telling you what the surface is where everybody lives on, the top of the surface. That shit is flat. It's a flat and
I
stationary
mean,
plane.
if your only claim is that the surface of the Earth looks flat, right? Looks flat,
No, no,
observed
no, no,
flat,
no, 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 no. It's
then
not.
end of
It's not. No, no.
discussion.
That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. We didn't say it looks flat. It fucking measures flat. It's practically used as
How does it
flat.
measure flat?
Engineers use the fucking Earth like it's flat. They're
No, they
built.
don't.
Oh, this they fucking do. I've
Give me an
spoken to a lot
example.
of these fucking guys. Hold on, man. Nah,
Tunnel.
hold up, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're about to say. Hold up.
I
Because
do.
I spoke to engineers, dude. I know what I'm talking about. What the
No,
fuck are
you
you
don't.
talking
Give me an
about? Yeah, I
example. Give me
fucking
an
do.
example. Go ahead.
Dude, there's one sitting in the fucking room right now. He's right underneath me. What the
Okay,
fuck
then
are you
give me an
talking
example
about?
then. You give me an example then for what they use
They
the
don't
flat Earth
build
for.
they don't build any structures on the earth as if it's a fucking globe. There's no curvature taken into account. Regardless of what you fucking say, I speak to these guys almost every
That's
fucking
false
day.
because they use literally Earth curvature,
No,
exact
they
Earth.
fucking don't.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
a fucking liar. Where?
They
Who?
use
Name. Give me one.
calculation.
Who? Name. Give me
They
one
use it for
engineer. Give me
bridges.
one
They use
engineer.
it for
Give me one
bridges.
fucking engineer,
And
dude.
you want me to give you a source? I can give you
Yeah.
a source.
Yeah. Give me
All right,
one fucking
all right.
engineer that's doing it.
Let me give you a source. I'll give you a source. Don't
Dude,
worry.
you're so fucking wrong. You don't even know how
I'll give
wrong
you
you
a
are right
source.
now.
All right. I'll give you a source
You
right
know
now.
there's a lot of flat earth engineers, right? You do fucking know that, right?
Yeah, yeah. They obviously
They
don't
what?
know. They have
They obviously
topographical
oh
claims,
yeah.
right?
Cause you have what did you build, Cartel? What have you built? What did
Oh
you
my
fucking build?
god.
What did you build?
We have this
What did you
fallacy.
build? You're a
This
pompous,
fallacy.
arrogant prick, dude. You didn't build shit.
Ignorance right now.
Yeah. Yeah. What did you build? I'm gonna tell you that because these guys, from their own mouth, they're saying they don't account for curvature in what they do. They don't
Okay,
fucking
but
use it.
yeah, that might be
What?
different stuff that they're building. I'm talking
No,
about
no, no,
bridges.
no, 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 no.
Right?
Fuck
Some stuff
that.
you
No, no,
need
no.
exact
Come on.
measurement.
No, come on. Because you think you're so big and bad with your knowledge. You don't know shit, dude. I've been in this arena. I've spoken to pilots. I've spoken to engineers, astrophysicists. I've talked to all of the people, bro. You haven't spoken to jack shit except for your little whiny baby ass. Fucking, we don't want the fucking flat earth in the politics there. You're a weasel, bro. You don't know shit. You're running around fucking sniffing your own farts, dude. That's all you are. You don't know
You
jack
are
shit, dude.
you are just a you're
I
just an
dominate. I dominate you fucking. I dunk on you fucking dumbasses every fucking day, dude.
ignorant person who doesn't understand that we already have been through this whole flat Earth and
Man, fuck off,
experimentation.
dude. You don't. You're just full of pride. And you don't
Mute
want to
me
be
right now.
wrong as shit.
Mute me right now.
Here we are. Where? We're not
Mute me.
anywhere, dude. Fucking, you haven't presented shit.
Mute me
You
right
haven't.
now.
Only your belief.
You don't want to have a conversation. You don't want
I
to
don't
have a
give a fuck
debate.
about some belief, dude. I don't. I told you, with the rest of you fucking low level trolls, I don't got time, dude. Go fuck off somewhere. Build another
You know,
channel and shit.
I'm gonna give you a source that proves my point.
What? Some more belief? You want us to
Please,
believe like you do? Fuck that, dude.
Yeah.
Take
It's
Scaramucci.
about
Take
the engineers.
Scaramucci with you. Fucking y'all go make a little room somewhere
It's
and
about the
talk about your
engineers.
belief in Santa Claus and bullshit.
Ignorant. Better mute me right now, because you don't want to see.
Fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
You don't want to see the source of the engineers, and you don't want to be wrong.
What engineers, dude? What fucking you are so
I'ma
fucking.
give you a
You're
source.
such an ignorant fool, dude. You're an ignorant fool.
I gave you a source right there in your DMs.
What did you give me?
Look right there.
You didn't give me shit.
3, 2, 1. There. I just sent you that right there. I'm gonna send you another one. Hold on 1 second.
Hold up.
I'm gonna send you another
Some
one right
bullshit
now.
right here, dude.
You see?
Hey, nobody's fucking accounting for that shit. Nobody. What
Ignorant.
structure? No, what structure is accounting for curvature of the Earth, bro?
Another one. I sent you another
No,
one.
all right. So you're sending me some shit, but like, what structure? Name one structure.
It literally says the bridge right there.
Which bridge? Which one?
It says the bridge right
Which one?
there.
Which bridge, dude? Which bridge?
A structure. Well, hold on. Let me see. All right. So basically, it says large structures. So large human-made structures like long bridges need to account for the Earth's curvature during design and construction. For
That's fucked up.
instance, the curvature becomes significant in structures such as very long bridges. So that example they did, I think is that the San Francisco, like what bridge is that? I don't know what bridge that is. Is that the San Francisco? That looks like.
All right. I want you to think about something for just a second. Some person they account for curvature. Now, how long did that bridge? Did he tell you the length of that bridge? What's the length?
The
length of the bridge. Yeah, what's the length?
Hold on, let me see okay, hold on, let me see. So it says right here the length of the bridge is 13,700 feet.
Not the height. Are they to give you the length, like distance from like
the total length? 3,700 feet.
3,000.
So wait, you're talking about width, right?
No, like the distance between the two endpoints.
That's gonna be width.
No, the width is like how wide it is.
Okay, 1.298 miles.
Oh my
So
God.
1.298 miles, right? All right. So in that amount of distance, they're saying they have to account for the curvature, right? 1.28 miles. I want you to think about something. With that distance, do you think we could measure for curvature? Because they accounted for it. So obviously what you're saying here with your example is that in 1.24 miles, we can account for the Earth's curvature. Is that correct?
Hold on. Let me actually see if this is correct. This
Oh my
meters.
God.
Okay, yeah, 600 meters long. So yeah, the narrowest bridge is 600 meters long.
How much miles?
600 meters long.
Yeah, I know, but like
miles.
How many miles?
Okay, yeah. 600 meters to miles is 0.994 miles.
Well, just about a mile, huh?
A mile, yeah, pretty much a mile.
All right. So if we're saying that this bridge accounted for curvature because the Earth is curving, right? And every one of you guys that use the Veros bridge to actually stand on it and say, we got some evidence that they're accounting for curvature. If we're using that for an example, then you're gonna have to say that in 1 mile we can measure curvature. That's just it. That's just all there is to it. You can't get away. Now you're locked into this Veros bridge. That's a 1 mile long.
No, you don't. No,
Oh yeah, you
you don't have
fucking
to.
do. You can't speak out two
Why
sides
would
of your
you have?
mouth and say, "No, hold up, dude." You can't speak out two sides of your mouth saying that you can measure the Varro's bridge having measure. They have to measure for curvature. If in the same breath you say we can't measure curvature. You can't do that.
But
You're
you
violating
don't
the
know
law of
why they have.
non-contradiction. You're violating that law.
Okay,
You can't.
but you don't know why. You don't know why they have to do that. You're just saying, oh, because it's 1 mile, they have to account for a curve. You don't know why they have
I
to.
didn't
They
say
don't know
that
why.
You
shit.
said it, you
I
fucking
didn't
idiot.
say
Yes,
that shit.
I'm gonna tell
You
you
did.
exactly. I'm gonna tell you exactly their specifications that they have on the
I
site
don't give a
that you
fuck
don't
about
want to.
this. But I know that. I know that. Listen, I heard the story many times. The only thing I'm concerned about is that you got a distance. Now, the distance between the two endpoints, we're gonna be figuring out if they had to figure the curvature of the Earth was factored in. That guess what? That means that we can measure curvature within 1 mile. Yeah, that's what that means. That's what that fucking means right there. So
No,
you
it
just
doesn't.
really, yeah. That's what that
Yeah, you
means.
see this ignorance, this amount of ignorance. He
Oh,
doesn't. He
what
doesn't read.
ignorance? You just finished pointing to an
You
example
don't.
that
You don't
they no,
see.
hold up, dude. No, wait. You just finished pointing to an example that they can measure curvature within 1 mile. So now
Yeah.
we can go to somewhere and measure curvature for within 1 mile according
Yep.
to those standards. Right?
Nice one. Yeah. Great. Nice one, mate.
Right, Cartel?
I'm gonna tell
Right,
you
Cartel?
exactly why.
No, no, no. I don't care, dude. I don't care
So
because you
you
just
don't.
gave
So
me.
you don't
No,
care.
I don't care about the bridge anymore. I'm just using the example that you showed us that from the two endpoints of that bridge distance, that it's 1 mile, right? So you're going to be able to measure curvature within that distance. You have to because they did. They did it. They accounted for it, right? So now you're fucked because now we're going to have to measure curvature within 1 mile. Now I need you to provide evidence
No, you don't.
that would. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you
Because
fucking do.
the way you do it
No,
is on the
no,
on
no. We're
the,
not
the
doing
way.
no. That's not possible. You used the Veros Bridge as your example. The Veros Bridge was your example. So now you're gonna have to provide evidence as to how you know within 1 mile you have the drop over the distance from that distance.
Bruh,
1
you're
mile.
being ignorant because you're not allowing me to speak about it, bro. You're
You're
not
gonna
allowing me.
talk about the Veros Bridge. I don't need to know. The only thing I needed to
I'm
know was
I'm
you.
gonna clear up some misunderstandings
He's
you got.
destroying your globe, brother.
Yep,
No, he's
that's
not
exactly what
Jedi.
I'm doing.
You
Yes, I
are
am.
you're
Yes, I
ignorant.
am.
You
No,
don't want to
how
have a
am I ignorant?
conversation.
This was your evidence. You brought it forward as evidence that the
Listen,
earth
you
is
have
curving.
Oh my
I
goodness.
told this is what I told you, Cartel. Engineers don't account for this. But you said yes they
You
do.
had yes they do. Yes they
Yeah,
do.
okay.
You
So then
have a
all right, then I
misunderstanding.
agree with you. If that's the case, if they accounted for curvature, then in 1 mile we're going to be able to account for curvature ourselves, you and me and everybody else, because they accounted for curvature within 1 mile of the Veros Bridge. So the Veros Bridge is now a standard. Within 1 mile, we're going to be able to measure curvature. And you say you can't say that you cannot do it because they did it. You're done. 1
I've
mile
Are
is
asked.
you
the.
are you are you are you are you gonna are you just gonna keep on talking over me when I'm trying to tell you about what you misunderstood?
There's nothing to misunderstand. You just finished saying engineers accounted for the Veros Bridge to have curvature within 1 mile. Is that not true, Cartel? Is that not true?
But you have some misunderstandings
But
about
is
it.
that true?
You
I
like
need you to answer to me. Is that true? Yes or no? Is that true? Did they account for curvature within the distance of that bridge?
yeah.
Okay, now continue. Go ahead. What else you
Oh,
got?
okay, listen. So
Fucking
listen.
dying, mate.
I Jedi, respect your elders.
That is not
Anyway,
Jedi. Jedi's not even
who
in here.
all right, whoever that is, respect your
Go,
elders. Anyway,
go.
listen. So so they designed the bridge with the Earth's curvature in mind. So the bridge is standing at 693 feet above water. Uh, are positioned 1 5/8 inches farther apart at the tops than at the bases to account for the curvature. At a distance of 1 mile, right, the Earth's surface drops about 8 inches from a perfectly straight line. This calculation, I'm gonna give you the calculation soon. The calculation can be done using the formula for the Earth's curvature, right, which is H equals R. One takeaway cause I'm gonna send you that later actually. where h is the height of the Earth's surface drops, r is the Earth's radius, and the cosine is the angle subtended at the Earth's center by the 2 points, which can be found using the arc length formula, right? A equal, or so theoretically, if you were to measure the height difference over a distance of 1 mile, right? Technically, you could do it. However, in practical terms, accurately measuring that within such a small curvature over a relatively short distance, which is a mile, right, would require highly precise instruments and a control setting to eliminate other factors, which you do not got. You don't have. You don't have that resources. So when you go out and you go and
How do you
measure
know
the
what I?
two,
How do you know? Wait a minute. How do you know what I have and what I don't have?
because if you
You're
if you
no
had
no no.
if you had
No. You're just
listen,
assuming.
listen,
No, cartel. No, you're not
okay,
gonna
so
get away with it. You can't get away with
oh
something that you
my
you.
goodness.
How do you know what I have or I don't have? You
You
already
know
just
why?
you know. Hold
I'm gonna
up,
tell you.
cartel.
I'm gonna tell
No.
you.
No, you're not going to tell me because first of all, you're already divining whether or not I have the equipment to do this or not. You're already saying you can't do this. It's too precise. Well, you can't. No, hold on a minute. You can't put this out of reach of somebody that can actually do it. You can't
Okay,
say
then
that.
do it.
No. Well, it doesn't matter. But what the go finish? Are you finished saying what you were going to tell me? Because I need you to finish. Because if that's not it, what else you got? Are you done with that?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm waiting. Go
Well,
ahead.
I'm going to
Say
let AI come in because he wants to chime in.
Well, yeah, I was just wondering. I mean, it was claimed in a sentence that they took account for the curve of the Earth on this bridge, but all I heard was a claim. It doesn't say how
what
they
the
did it,
hell,
who did it. Yeah, doesn't say. None of what you read explains how or why they took into account anything. It's just a claim. So you backed up your claim with another claim. So there's no evidence that it's happened yet. All there's is claims.
First of all, I didn't hear what you said because of that voice changer you have on. Right. Secondly, yeah, I didn't
Well,
even
then
hear
stop
what you said.
talking. Okay, then stop talking, and I'll try to reiterate. You claim
It's okay.
that bridges take into account the curve of the Earth. To back your claim, you provided something that says bridges take into account the curve of the Earth. So far, you backed your claim with another claim. No evidence has been presented that they actually took any Earth curvature into account. Do you understand?
I gave you the calculations, bro.
What calculations?
Hold up. Matter of fact, yeah, the formula for the Earth's curvature that they used for the bridge. I'm gonna send you that. I'm actually gonna
Okay,
send.
so a claim that they did it and a formula for the curve of the Earth is still not evidence that they did anything. It still remains a claim.
Bro, are you serious? You're literally gonna use that he you saying he said, she said,
No, I'm not, dude. No, I'm not, dude.
you
Dude,
are.
listen, friend. This argument has already been tried in court. Do you understand? A flat earther gave out a challenge, Mr. Zen Garcia, for someone to bring practical proof of Earth curvature. The person said, I have it. He presented the bridge thing just like you did. Zen Garcia refused to pay him the money. They went to court, right? And the judge said that the guy only brought a model, not actual proof in reality. So his request was denied to get the money from Mr. Zen Garcia. So let's be clear. A claim of a formula and saying that I did something isn't evidence that you did anything.
You're talking about a model, right? That I'm talking about an actual calculation along with the bridge.
Bro. I'm telling you the exact same evidence that you tried to present, the claim that the bridge has taken it into account,
What
and the
court case is
formula
that?
from the modeling of the Earth.
Tell me the
So,
court
dude,
case. Give me
if
it.
you don't understand why a formula and a claim don't equal evidence that something occurred, then I don't know what I can do for you.
Give me this court case first of all. I want to see this because I don't believe you because you obviously lie about the Earth being flat. So how can I believe you? All right. Secondly,
Dude, how can I lie about the Earth being flat? That's exactly how I experience it.
Yeah, we experience, the Earth shadow on the moon, but you don't seem
No,
to
we
believe
don't.
that.
We don't experience that.
Yes, we do. We see it in the lunar eclipse, but
No,
you
you
don't.
don't, dude. You don't.
You're too ignorant to see that.
No, dude, you're too ignorant to understand that all as you see is a shaded area, and you
Is-
assume you listen, friend. You assume it's the shadow of the Earth. You understand?
That's the only logical reasoning to why there's a
No,
shadow.
no, it isn't.
Okay, then what else could be that shadow causing that
Hey,
shadow?
guess what? You not being able to prove it is the shadow, and then asking someone else what else could it be isn't an argument.
It is, because that's the
No, it
only.
isn't.
We're doing that's a
Hey,
logical thing.
yo, Holmes. No, okay, fine. Do you realize that throughout antiquity there's been other explanations for the eclipses? Do you know that? Yes or no?
What are those?
That wasn't the question. I said, did you know that there were other explanations in the past? Yes or no?
Yeah, probably, but I didn't know what there was, so I'm asking you, what were those? Go
Okay,
ahead.
Ketu and
so
Rahu.
there's dark bodies.
Dark bodies. Okay, and they've been changed currently. They've been changed in the 4th century.
Okay, so correct. The story has changed. No one's validated it. Okay, let's be clear. No one's been away from the Earth and saw the three bodies in question in alignment that's necessary. They have heard it and assumed it.
So you're saying nobody has been away from what about astronauts?
Listen, nobody has been away from the Earth to see the three bodies. No one's even been claimed to have been that far.
You're assuming that even though we have astronauts sent up into space.
Dude, one more time. Nobody has been far enough away to see all three bodies.
Dog. Stop repeating yourself.
Well, then start trying to understand English, bro.
No, you're not. You don't make sense yourself. You're saying that.
No, think about it this way, bro. Unless you're far enough away to see all three bodies in your field of view, you can't validate the physical relationship. So, no, you saying astronauts is going to do anything because astronauts allegedly have only been as far as the moon. That is not far enough.
You are very ignorant to the fact that there can only be one reasonable explanation to the lunar eclipses, but you seem to
Well,
always.
dude, in your view, with your limitations on your assumptions, then yes. But if you remove your assumptions, then no.
No, because if there was actual like scientific reasoning or any other logical reasoning, so for example, if there was another entity close to Earth, right, it would be logical to assume that okay, if it's not Earth, it might be the next object that's close to Earth, but it's literally only Earth that is called that can cause the shadow, unless God was right behind it or whatever. Like there is it's literally, it would be impossible. You even yourself can't think of any other reason, right? So I know you're just trolling. You're a troll. You're trolling.
What are you talking about?
You're trolling because that's the only reasonable reason. That's the only logical and reasonable reason for that the shadow appearing on the moon.
You're having a mental breakdown.
You're a troll. Who said that?
Listen, friend, just keep in mind that you're diverting from the fact that nobody uses the Earth curvature to create structures by talking about things in the sky that can't be validated.
I gave him two.
You gave nothing, dude.
I gave him two
You gave
sources.
you gave a general formula for what the curve of a circle would be of a specific radius, and then you gave a claim that the bridge is taken into account. So, sir, I want you to tell me specifically. I want you to understand this specifically how they practically employ the quote unquote taking curvature into account when they build this bridge. Go ahead.
Okay, civil engineering and architecture. An engineer demonstrated the effect of Earth's curvature on a hypothetical buildings with width using AutoCAD. So they drew a circle representing Earth with
exactly as I said.
Oh, I can show you even the source if you want to read it.
Yeah, dude, but hold on before you go on. Remember what I said.
Oh my God.
I said that they claim what it would be like if the Earth was curved, based on a formula of a circle, which you just explained that that's what they're doing. So go ahead and keep going.
Yes, because this is modern times when we have satellites, bro. Stop playing.
What
Okay.
does that even matter? What do satellites even matter, dude? What do
Yeah.
satellites have to do with AutoCAD, bro?
Satellite. Yeah, it's modern times. It's modern times.
Dude, okay, get to the point where they actually employ this alleged curvature of the Earth stuff on actual physical structures. Get to that, please.
Okay, if you're talking about actual physical structure, like I
Yes,
said.
not AutoCAD, bro. The real
Okay.
world, bro.
Okay. Since you're being ignorant, right?
Yeah,
Like I
since I'm
said.
ignorant, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Do you even know why they employ that on the bridge? Goofy.
Dude,
But
hey, bro, Holmes. It's your claim, and I asked you to bring it to a conclusion. You don't ask me to give your answers for your claim.
Correct.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes, get to the
Talking that
point where you
shit?
validate your claim. Let's go, please.
Listen. Okay. So, like I said, engineers they calculate. They take in consideration the Earth's curvature into account during the design and construction, right? For the large structures like bridges, right?
That's the claim. Now get to the point where you validate it. Let's go. You seem to be stuck on a loop, just repeating the
Hold on.
claim over and over.
Be quiet, bro. Like
Exactly.
you don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, a well-known example is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York, with a central span of 1,298 meters. And it was the longest suspension bridge in the world when it was built in 1964. Its two suspension towers are 211 blah 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 blah. Right. Although each tower is vertical and perpendicular to the water, they are 41.28 millimeters farther apart at the top than the bottom. This is due to the Earth's curvature.
Interesting. Okay.
That
Stop right there.
Curvature.
Stop right there, dude. Okay. What methodology was used to validate that differential?
The Verrazano Bridge.
Yes, what methodology was used to validate that differential? Because so far, all you have is a claim that they're that far apart. So, what methodology was used to validate that they're that far apart in actuality? And secondly, where did the engineers intentionally design and create a methodology for the construction workers to create the bridge with that differential intentionally? I need both of those, and I need them now. Claim is a pile of crap.
Okay, so you don't think that the engineers are capable of knowing the dimensions that they did of the bridge?
Dude, it's your claim. I asked you for the points of order that would validate your claim, and you're asking me to give your answers for
No,
you.
because it's already validated. It's already within the source already. Like you're making no
Dude,
sense.
listen, what source? All it does is simply state, this is what your source states so far, that they are this far apart. It simply claims it. What methodology did they use? Where did that information come from? That's what I'm asking you, and that's what you're not providing. You keep to be stuttering, keep to ask me to answer your
Bro,
questions for you. You are lost, sir. Give me the proofsies.
Going down literally a rabbit hole of nonsense. Just making no sense.
No, dude, I'm asking you for the validation, the methodology, the actual source of where this exists in tangible reality, not just a claim in a sentence. You seem to not understand the difference between claims and sentences and actual tangible proof.
It's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that they measured it.
Proof.
Yo, I gotta ask a question. Right? So,
Yeah,
so
let's let AI take it for a little bit, guys, because he has them on a point. Anything right now would be a diversion, so let's not do that right now.
The guy's a troll. He's trolling.
No, he's not. He's provide the information. Provide the information.
Yeah. I've got you on a corner, dude, of where you can't provide the tangible information that this claim actually exists.
You want
So far, you have a claim. You have a claim backed by a claim, and then backed by another claim. You have 3 claims in rapid succession, and somehow you think that's proof of anything.
I already
So
get.
AI,
I already
so
have.
AI, are you saying that they can't measure the bridge?
No, Echo, wait. No one's gonna save him from this. This is his hill. He's gonna die on it, I guess.
The methodology used to validate the dimensions of the bridge, right, involved surveying work, which commenced in January 1959, prior to the official construction that began later in the same year. And I can give you a source.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on. I want to make it clear. You just said that this surveying occurred before the construction. Therefore, the surveying itself cannot shut up, dude.
Let me
The
finish.
surveying itself, no, I'm not finished, and you're not going to interrupt me. The surveying itself preceded the construction, and therefore the surveying itself cannot be evidence of anything about the actual construction. Do you understand?
You did not let me finish because you interrupted me like a troll.
It don't matter, dude. The surveying itself cannot be evidence of the construction. Go ahead to the next point.
The surveying process is a crucial step in validating the dimensions and ensuring that the design specifications align with the actual geographical and structural requirements of the projects. However, the detailed methodology, right, or any further verification processes used is literally private. That's private. That that's a law thing.
Correct.
That's like
Correct.
private.
There you go. So check this out, bro. Your
No, but
only
listen.
hope of proving your point is private. Good job.
Okay, but you can't. You can't.
There you go.
Keep going. Keep going, Holmes. Keep going. Listen, friend, keep
You are
reading.
saying
Since you don't know what you're talking about, keep reading till you
okay.
find the evidence.
Okay, what? So you can. So Alpha Veritas can say, "Oh, hey, I've talked to engineers and they told me blah blah blah. They can't.
Hey,
They can't. They don't use curvature." But there's an engineer. There's engineers right here claiming, literally on here, claiming that they use
wrong.
the
Wrong.
curvature. They use the
Wrong,
Earth
dude.
curvature.
Do you know the difference? Do you know the difference between the people writing the article and the people that they reference? Do you know the difference between those 2 agents?
Give me the difference.
Okay, so if someone writing an article claims that people took into account for the curve of the Earth, then explains that they did some surveying, right? That's not actually the engineers themselves claiming that they practically employed curvature correction in the construction. Those are different things.
How are you supposed to know that?
What?
How are you supposed to know that?
Okay, I'll tell you practically, dude. I build things, and we get engineering plans. Okay, we get the plans. We look at the plans. Hold on, dude.
You don't
Hold
understand.
Hold on. We get the plans. Okay? And without fail, every single time, we have to make accommodations that don't match the measurements on the plans exactly. And the reason is because there's certain oversights, there's certain things that have to do with material, there's certain things that have to do with your methodology of being able to employ plumb and level. All of these types of things come into play. So you follow the plans to as best accuracy you can.
You must work with small structures then, because if you work with any large structures, you will understand that you need to work with. You have to account for the Earth's curvature,
Hey,
or it's not gonna
bro,
work out for you.
so far you've said
It's not
that
gonna
claim
work. It's not gonna
multiple
work out for you.
times and you haven't validated it yet.
I've given him
Isn't that
sources.
just your human brain drawing conclusions to patterns?
What are you, dude? Buzz off. You're irrelevant to this conversation.
I was just asking.
Okay, whatever you just said has no point in what we're talking about. This guy is stuck on a point where he can't prove his claim that Earth curvature is necessary to take into account, or that they even take it into account, or that they employ it in the construction.
I read this since
Well,
I
isn't
read
isn't
other
that what
sources.
you're doing though? Is you're drawing a conclusion to like.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's drawing a conclusion. He's a goofball.
No, dude. Dude, I'm not. Look, you made the claim, dude, and you have yet to
Listen,
validate it.
listen.
But
I'll
somehow
tell
it's
you
my
exact.
fault.
I'll tell you exactly, right? How, why,
No, you won't.
how
You won't tell me.
how the
You won't
curvature
tell
of
me.
the Earth affects building construction.
I don't fucking care, nigger.
All right, ban that shit.
Troll. He's a troll. Look at you. Look at you.
No, shut up, nigger. Fucking
Hey,
fat.
you're getting banned, dude. Bye. Anyway,
In
so
general, the effects of the Earth's curvature
yep, go ahead.
are ignorable because most man-made construction is on too small of a scale to notice the effects of the Earth's curvature. One
Yep.
well-documented exception is obviously the Verrazano Bridge that I was talking about.
Right, dude. Yes. So you
Hold
told me.
on.
Listen, you know, you're not just going to repeat the claim ad infinitum.
I'm gonna give you more information.
All right, well, dude, how about you know the evidence of your claims in the first place, and then you could tell us without having to learn them on the fly? How about that?
Or how about you? If you're really working with engineers, right? You understand that small structures don't need to account for the
Hey, dude, I will tell you the answer. I will tell you the
You're a
answer since
troll.
you're too ignorant to understand.
You're LARPing.
No,
You're a
dude.
catfish.
No, dude. This is how it's gonna go down, bro.
You're a catfish. Veritas mute me because
I
you
asked
want to be
you,
ignorant.
homie, how do you validate that this occurred? And so far, all you've been doing is reading me sentences where it's claimed. That's all you've been doing this entire time.
What'd you say? Say again. I was reading.
I asked you for validation, and you just keep repeating the claim. So far, nothing you said is validation.
Let me send you the sources I sent Veritas since you.
No, dude, I don't need them, dude.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I know. Look, I know
there's
there's no validation in those articles because you've been reading from them, dude. It's clear there's no validation in those articles.
There is.
There isn't.
And you're ignorant against it because all you see is.
No, I'm not, dude. So I'll explain it to you. So
you
here's
work.
how
You
it's
work
gonna
with
go,
engineers.
dude.
You work with engineers.
Dude, I will explain it to you if you can compose yourself long enough to keep your mouth shut. Okay. So
Go ahead.
The claim, the only claim that's ever put out there when it comes to the Verrazano's narrow bridge is simply that the towers are 1 5/8 apart at the tops compared to the bottoms. That is a claim. There is never given, not once, a methodology of measurements to validate that that is actually the case. Or two, that differential is actually because they intentionally accounted for the curve of the Earth. Let me explain. So at either tower, they're either going to erect a tower as best they can to be plumb, which means straight up and down, or they're going to cant the tower. Now, canting means that the tower is not plumb, it's actually off
My bad.
from the other tower.
Now.
What?
I like that.
Okay, so the only claim is that the towers are 1 5/8 apart at the top from the bottom. Now, when you erect towers, you're going to erect them plumb, which means straight vertical, or you're going to erect them canted, which means spread out from each other. The reason why you erect towers spread out from each other with bridges is because of counter tension, because they're suspension cables, right? So it gives you a little bit of tension on the cables, where the cables and the deck where the cars drive are pulling on the towers, okay? So when you erect a structure like that, you're making it out of steel and concrete, and you're making it in segments, not one continuous pour. So each segment is so high, and the next segment is so high, and the next segment is so high. Now, if you've ever worked with steel or concrete on that scale, you understand that there is a thermal differential in being able to fit the parts together. That thermal differential could be so big that the bolt holes of the steel will not even fit in the piece it's supposed to fit in. You have to wait for the pieces to accommodate the weather to where they shrink or expand, and then you put a bolt through the hole, right? So in practicality, it's impossible to engineer that bridge to be 1 5/8 off. Now, further than that, these towers hold up a suspension cable and a deck where the cars drive. Now, because of thermal differential throughout the year, the deck that the cars drive on literally raises 11 feet. So at one part of the year, it's 11 feet lower. At another part of the year, it's 11 feet higher. That is how much the bridge expands and contracts. So the idea that you think that based on a claim that they're engineering an 1 5/8 differential into these towers is ludicrous on its face to anyone who is in any construction trade.
I sent you a
Yeah, you sent me a pile of steaming hot dog shit, bro. Just
He
like
didn't
everything
listen
else
to
you
anything
presented.
you had to say. All he wanted to do was
It's
look up
claim.
something to send it to you.
Well, dude, it's claim upon claim upon claim upon claim. You've provided,
Yeah,
sir,
I like that.
nothing but claims. You, sir, have provided
I
nothing
sent you
but
the source. I
claims.
sent you a source. I sent you a source.
Yeah, what does it say, dude? What does it say?
Sent you the source. Go read it. Go read it. I sent you
No,
the source.
no, dude,
Has a
dude.
bunch of calculate.
It's
Has
your
a calculation.
claim.
Has a
It's your claim,
calculation.
bro.
Has the calculations. Has the calculations.
Right. So
Now,
anybody, hold on, friend. Anybody can say if the towers are 800 meters apart, and if the Earth was curved, then plumb lines would be divergent, an 1 5/8 off at the top at the height of the tower. Anyone can claim that. That is a model, dude. That is not proving that it exists in reality.
Did you even look at the source I even sent you? Because you
Hey,
keep trying bullshit.
hey, listen, friend. It's your claim. It's your responsibility to know the claim and to make the argument. It's
I
not mine to
already
do it for
debunked it
you.
by a link, right? It already shows
You
you over
didn't
there.
debunk
You're
anything,
ignorant.
dude.
You're ignorant.
Repeating the
Ignorant until
claim,
you look at it.
repeating the claim doesn't do anything, dude.
You're ignorant. You're ignorant to look at it. Like you don't want to see. You don't want to look at literally the
Dude,
five
tell
seconds
me what
of
it
calculation.
says. Tell me what it says, Holmes.
It has calculations over there that you, as someone that
Calculations
probably
are
works
irrelevant, dude.
construction work, would understand. Like you're just a troll.
Oh
A
my
troll.
goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. You provided exactly. Listen, friend. Just as
Alpha,
predicted,
Alpha, this
You provided.
guy's
Shut
trolling me.
up, dude.
Mute
Got
me.
it.
Mute me.
Got it.
Mute
I
me.
will.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
can and I will. Okay,
Go ahead.
so shut up and
Troll.
let me post this. Hold on. Let me post this photo so other people know what we're talking about. Hold on. Just chill for 1 second.
So while you're
Post it
doing
in the
that,
chat stream.
while you're doing that, does anybody know how a suspension bridge gets its strength?
Who's talking?
It's because the towers are under compression, and they need to be under compression, and they get pulled from the other side. I.e., they need to be pulled straight down, and they get adjusted throughout the year. This is why there's a variant.
Yes, bro. You got it, brother. But this goof ton thinks that they engineered the bridge to be lockstep at 1 5/8 apart throughout the entire freaking year.
You're not the yeah.
Dude's
I
freaking
doubt
clueless.
I doubt the engineering will be to take that into consideration. But in reality, adjusting it for the strength, it would be canted at the top.
Right. So, in other words, bro, what this homeboy just validated again, which we all here already know, is that your claim that this bridge is engineered a specific 1 5/8 out apart is ridiculous. Now, I posted in the chat for everyone to see this claim, which is exactly as I described. Take the circle arc, you put the bridge, assuming you're on a circle, and then you just state what it would be. You don't validate it. There's no validation here in this little link you claimed, bro.
Why didn't you
Just
show
a
the other
formula.
stuff? Why didn't you show the other stuff? Why?
Dude, listen, friend, you are free. No one's stopping you from backing up your claim. Do you understand? That's how claims work. You claimed it. Where's the proof? Why don't you take 5 minutes off, go and read the article about your claim, which you already believe, and then come back and show us the validation? How about that?
And ain't that bridge riveted together? It's riveted together, and it's not bolted.
Yeah, so many bridges are riveted, but some they're like, they have a bolt on one side, a rivet on the other. It all depends. Different parts are going to be constructed differently. But the point I was making is that before they could do that, the holes in the steel have to be lined up through thermal expansion. You can't just bring the steel to the site and construct it like immediately.
Yeah, normally
because
they
the parts don't fit each other.
Yeah, normally they haven't got the holes in them, dude, and they just cut them on site. So.
Yeah, it all depends on the type of bridge. I'm not 100% sure whether the Verrazano Narrows Bridge used that methodology.
Yeah. So anyway, the wires
The
along
point is that the counter tension variance and the thermal variance are orders of magnitude greater than any discrepancy that an 1 5/8 could possibly account for. So the claim that this is necessary or needed in any way is just thrown out the door.
Yeah, but you understand the need for the tower to be pulled directly down by the tension, like down.
We have it.
Which will be different from
Yeah,
the other tower.
bridges need counter tension. Well, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. So making it counter at the top.
Yeah, bridges in tension, right? The reason why the towers would be canted from each other is because of the tension implication, not because of the curve of the Earth.
Well, no, the cables need to be under tension, but the tower needs to be under compression. And for the tower to be under compression, i.e., straight down, they need to be canted at the top. I think this is the point you're missing.
Well, explain further.
The energy of the weight of the cars on the middle of the bridge, the ropes need to be
pulls it in.
need to be under tension, yep. And the towers that hold the ropes up need to be under compression. And for them to be under compression, they need to be straight down. And straight down, if they're like 2 or 3 miles apart, will be canted at the top in relative terms to each other.
I mean,
This
dude,
is just basics, bro.
But they're built that way. We can't. They're canted
Hold on,
because.
Frank.
Okay, go
Why would they be canted at the top? You said if the tower's straight down, why would they be canted at the top?
In relative to each other, for the bridge to have strength in the middle of the bridge, both towers need to be under compression. They can't be
You're
under.
just repeating yourself.
No, indeed. Need to be under compression, i.e., straight down, like to the center of the Earth. Yeah. So if the one is further away from the other, in relation to each other, to ensure the compression is straight down, so you get the maximum strength out of the bridge, they need to be canted at the top.
Really? So your claim is they are canted because the Earth's curved. That's your claim.
That's how they're engineered to withstand the weight in the middle of the bridge.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So why don't you provide proof and evidence that that is actually the case?
Yeah, they're not for curve though. They're for to keep the structural integrity. I don't know why he's not saying that.
Hold on. Let's set the baseline. If the towers simply need to be plumb, which just means they're arranged vertically, that's all they need to be. If I set up a tower plumb here and I set up a tower plumb here, and someone tells me, oh, those towers are apart from each other because the Earth is curved, that's a claim. All that I know is I designed the towers plumb. Because that's the alleged vector of gravity. So now that we've heard this claim reiterated by the previous homeboy ad infinitum and by this new guy, go ahead and validate that that curvature is actually present and that the towers are actually canted to each other where the plumbs are not horizontal to each other. Go ahead.
No, I'm just correcting him that it's or well, he's not even saying it, so I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know what he's doing.
He was supposed to go ahead. See, he's the one making the claim, not you.
No, but I didn't hear him say. Did he say it because it's curved? I don't know. Are you saying it's because it's curved Earth, or what are you saying?
I'm saying the force in the middle of the bridge, because when they engineer and design the bridge, they have to take in the weight of the bridge into
He's
consideration.
a fucking weasel. He's not telling you. That's what he's saying,
Hey,
though.
bro.
The bridge has to hold it.
Your turn to speak. Listen, your turn to speak, because we've already laid this out ad infinitum. We've already heard you repeat this thing 3 times. We're not going to hear it one more time. What we're going to hear is where you validate your claim that the towers of the bridges are plumb but yet splayed out from each other. Go ahead and validate that, please.
Yeah, under tension. Yeah.
Okay. All right, but when
Otherwise,
you
the
say
fucking
that,
bridge will fall down.
but when you say that, are you saying because of Earth curve or because the way it's pulled down?
Gravity, dude. Gravity.
You're saying because of gravity? Because I
Listen,
was.
dude. If you were paying attention, he already said to the center of the Earth. So he is assuming a curved Earth, and he's assuming that is
that's
why
where
it's
he's wrong.
laid out. So he's just repeating the same claim the other homeboy was repeating ad infinitum. Neither of them have validated their claims to this
Because I was gonna give him this. I was gonna tell him, you are right. There is canting on suspension bridges only for the purpose of, because it's a suspension bridge. Every other type of bridge else, you don't have cant in them because you don't need it, because they're supported a different way engineeringly. They're built a different way. But specifically for suspension bridges, you're gonna have cant naturally because you have to, because they don't want it to collapse in on itself. But
no, they're pulled from the other side.
I know where they're pulled for. Trust me, bro. I know exactly where they're pulled from. But what I'm telling you is that it has nothing to do with a curvature of the Earth that's going to give you them to be diverging from one another. Do you understand that?
No, you're not making any sense. You're saying they need to be canted, but they're not accepting
Because
the reason why
no. They need to be for the fact of it, because it's a suspension bridge, right? Yes, they're going to have a little bit of lean back. But when you don't have a suspension bridge, you don't have to have them canted. Because the reason for the canting, let me put it this way, okay? Let's say we take a rope, right? Me and you, right? You stand on one side of the room, I stand on the other side of the room, okay? Now, if we are to put a heavy person on that rope in between us, if we're standing straight towards one another, there's a chance of us falling in onto each other, towards each other. So what we do for a little bit more support, it's very slight, but if both of us lean away from each other, it helps when that person goes in the center, and all that energy, all that force gets pulled in the center, then you and I are good. We're not going to fall in on each other because we have cant. Has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, and they're going away from each other because this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Has nothing to do with curve. Has to do with the way they're designed for the structural integrity that it has to keep.
No, dude.
But
Like, imagine your example, like holding a rope in the middle of a fat dude. They pull us towards the middle, yeah. But in a suspension, a cantilever suspension bridge, you're holding on to the wall the other side. So then the energy
there's
goes.
still weight going in the
Hang on,
middle.
let me finish. And then you hold on the other side, holding the rope, fat guy in the middle. And then all of the weight goes straight down through your feet. You don't get pulled anywhere. This is kind of the point.
Okay, that's great.
Oh my God.
Okay, listen, that's great. Just stop talking, dude. That's great, bro. Okay. Let's assume that for all practical purposes, the towers need to be plumb. Okay. Now, go ahead and prove that that plumb is different from the other plumb wrapped around a curvature. That's the claim, bro. We all understand what plumb is. So go ahead and validate your claim that the bridges are actually canted apart from each other because of the curve of the Earth. Go ahead.
Just any suspension bridge, dude. Any suspension bridge.
Look! Wow, dude! Wow.
Just measure.
What a way to validate your claim. What a way, dude. Okay, listen. I didn't ask you to send me on a task to validate your claim. I told you, can you please validate your claim?
Are you telling me they
Fuck, you
can't?
got. Hey,
Are you
hey,
telling me
listen,
that?
hey,
Are you
hey,
telling me they
listen,
can't measure?
hey, shut it, shut it.
You're
We
telling
had
me
two
they can't
homeboys
measure?
come. Shut it.
You
We had
shut the
two
fuck up,
homeboys
you
come.
rude cunt.
Dude, okay, here's how it goes. I'll just mute you. There you go. Problem
You rude
solved.
cunt.
Yeah, I'm so rude. I'm so freaking rude, dude. I'm speaking, you interrupt me, and then I tell you to shut it, and I'm the rude one. How about you shut your fucking mouth and go get the validation I asked for? And until then, you lose your permission to speak. How about that? Is that rude enough for you, you dumbass?
I muted him, AI. So
Okay, I only just went off there because you clearly demonstrated that you don't understand anything about etiquette of conversation. Okay, when someone interrupts someone who's already been speaking and they bring it to your attention, that is your cue to yield to them. Yes, you interrupted in the first instance, but if you yield, then everything's kosher again. If you don't yield, then you're being an asshole. Okay, so we had two homeboys come in here and claim that these bridges account for the curve of the earth. They couldn't validate it. When asked to validate it, they then told us to go validate it for them. It's your claim, homeboys. Where's the validation of your claim? Your claim. I know plum is plum. You're telling me plum is different from the plum over there. You're telling me that bridges need to account for that. That's just a claim, dude. Neither of you could validate it, and when pressed to validate it, you told me to go out and measure it myself. Okay, why do I have to measure to validate your specious claims? Okay, both of you, why don't you get on a private call, sort out your evidence, and bring the actual evidence and direct measurements that your claims actually exist in tangible reality and not just on a piece of paper? Because so far, all we've gotten is stuff on pieces of paper or on screens of a computer. We haven't got any one-for-one tangibility in the real world. It's exactly as I explained to this other homeboy, that somebody already took this to court with the bridge example and lost because he didn't actually bring any tangible measurements of anything. He just brought these same claims and the same model projections. If the Earth was a globe of this radius, and if the towers were plumb, and if plumb is actually a radial to the center of the Earth, then they would be splayed out by this much. That is a claim. It's not proof of anything. A if and then would be is not a therefore it is. So, if in the time I've been speaking, either of you have found a way to validate your claim, go ahead and pipe up and let us know.
think you have him muted now.
yeah, that's good. Keep him fucking muted.
I can text. I can put it in the text. But here I have the direct reference to a source where they actually validate this claim in tangible reality using this specific methodology, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the specific methodology of validating a claim in tangible reality isn't drawing what it would be on a piece of paper and drawing a bunch of numbers and formulas on a piece of paper saying, well, if it was this way, this is the way it would be. That's not validating your claim.
You know, there's a whole chapter in I think it was structural steel erection. I think it was the first class. I think because there's like two different ones you take years ago when I took it in the when you go through the apprenticeship. There's a whole chapter on bridges. Not once does it say anything about the curvature of the earth and having to account for it. And they go over every single one: girder bridge, truss bridge, cable stayed, suspension, over all of them. You learn about all of them, and not one of them is ever explaining how. Hey, don't forget, guys, you got to account for the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, it's just like the guy Cartel. He slid out the back door while AI was talking to Echo. He found a good time to slide out the back door because he didn't want to bring evidence. And now Echo Chamber threw his body in the gears like India always puts, and then he got caught up in the middle of the whirlwind, and then now he can't provide evidence. But then it's like, guys, It's very clear. If you have
Well,
evidence,
yeah.
bring it forward. Why?
They do have evidence. They do have evidence ex ante. You want to know what it is? I'll tell you. They have evidence when I go and measure it for them.
Yep.
It's my job in the future. It's my job in the future to validate their claim in the past.
You know, it's
Laughable.
interesting. It's really interesting too. He literally, I don't know why that didn't click in his head, but he literally read it out loud. He said that the surveying before the bridge is even built,
Yep.
and then like that was like wow, like he
You think
cannot.
you think the aha moment would have been there? I mean,
Right,
honestly,
right,
it's not with these guys.
It's
They just
it's. Go ahead.
no. I was saying they just sail right past the information. They just like nah, you know. And then
Right.
Echo Chamber came in here. Oddly enough, that his name is that. It's like he's like, "I'll save you, cartel," and then fucking same thing. No evidence. But we
Yeah.
were actually having a prior conversation about how he's his only defense was looking at the moon and the shadow on the moon. That's it. That's all he was saying. He wasn't measuring the ground. He doesn't know how. So Cartel was just griping about that he pulled this magic trick to say that the Verril's Bridge is like evidence. Then I was like, okay, so you got end to end point of the bridge. The distance between there is about 1 mile. So you're saying that within that standard of using that bridge, we can, if the people who built it accounted for curvature, that means that we can too. And then he got his foot in his mouth because he was like, no, but yeah, you would need high precise equipment and you don't have that. Like he was already saying that to me. I was like, dude, how do you know what I have or I don't have? That's weird. But he was just trying to, because he knew he said something that he couldn't like come back from. That the
Right.
Barrels Bridge was saying that it's a mile of distance, and that from within that distance we could possibly measure the curvature, because they did, right? They had to account for it. So that was the argument I was posing to him before he started to crumble and started to say that I don't have the equipment that it would take to. It's such high precise equipment, he said, that I wouldn't. And I was like, wait a minute, how do you know what I have or I don't have? Like that's how do you? Yeah, why are you saying that? And he was like, because, dude, you just wouldn't be able to. Like, nah, fuck that. Yeah, you
Well,
just
hold
saying
on,
that
dude.
because you don't.
No. Stop. That's a problem. Because in the future, when I go to measure it for them, if I don't have the precise equipment, how can I come back to the past and validate their claim for them? That's a problem in their worldview. Holy crap.
Right.
He was pigeonholing it to make it sound like there's no way that I could do it because there's no equipment that I'll be able to use because I'm not. You know what I mean? I can't afford it, or it's
Exactly, dude.
too. Yeah.
But think about it. How am I supposed to validate their claim for them if I can't possess the equipment to validate their claim? So that means their claim is unvalidatable.
Yeah, it's unfalsifiable. But yeah, for sure. So in other words, I can tell you that the Veros Bridge is a mile long and they have counted for curvature, but then you can't validate it. Sorry. It just is what it is.
How convenient, right?
It
How
is what it
convenient
is.
for them. That's a really convenient thing they got going for them. For you know, I was gonna say this. You have there's certain textbooks, I guess. There's certain wherever they're pulling this information from. I feel like there's a few. There's not a lot, but there's a few of them that are out there that say like, oh, we account for curvature of the Earth, or this accounted for the globe. You know, but I feel like those are only put out to help support the lie, justify the lie. Like we live in a world that's telling you we're traveling, you know, and dropping off rovers in planets millions of miles away. So like it would make sense that they would also introduce like, oh yeah, here, this is the way we built the bridge because it's a curved Earth. Remember the heliocentric model? Like it makes sense that they would have something like that, some type of, you know, diagrams and stuff. It makes sense that that would be in textbooks. But the reality is that in the real world, when you actually get into it, doing it, and building it, and looking at it, seeing it, like nobody ever uses that. They say they do,
Yep.
but nobody ever does.
Well, check this out, homie. If the bridge's towers, right, are erected perfectly plumb, and for some magical reason you were able to perfectly construct something that tall with absolute precision, with no variance in the sections whatsoever. So they're perfectly plumb and perfectly invariable. Then let's say, according to the globe model, they'd be 1 5/8 apart at the top. Now, let me ask you this question. If the cable runs and the cable's suspended from one tower to the other, right? When you erect the towers, you only have to erect the towers perfectly plumb, and they will just naturally be exactly where they need to be. So the only thing you would have to engineer, friend, is the length of the cable and the parts of the steel that connect to the two towers. Those would be the only things that would have to be engineered with any differential. The towers would just be erected as they are. Now, when they claim they have to take the Earth into account, and then they simply claim that the towers are this far apart, it shows me that whoever wrote the article is a dumb fuck.
Right.
Because that is not what would have to be accounted for. Not the towers. It would have to be the parts between them. And so the cumulative distance between the towers would only have to be 1 5/8. So you're telling me that you're going to construct all of these parts with 1 5/8 invariability when we know that the thermal expansion of the cables and the steel varies by 11 feet throughout the year.
Right.
Pay attention now. 11 feet, 1 5/8. 11 feet, 1 5/8. How many times
Right.
do I need to say that on repeat till you get it through your head?
Right.
Yeah, check
Yeah.
it out.
You could
The
literally,
article.
just 1 second. You could literally wait till the afternoon when the sun comes out, or when the sun goes down, right? And then the parts you have to put together would be 1 5/8 bigger in the aggregate over the entire span of the parts. It's literally stupid to think that they actually are engineering this into this bridge. If you believe that, you're literally dumb. That's all I can say. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, the engineering the statement for that would be the one that the article he was reading. Russ B put it up. So this prompts the question: do structural engineers really take into account the curvature of the Earth when designing building and large structures? The answer is, of course, yes. Otherwise, large structures they build would be flawed. And it says there is a basic correction listed in the engineering handbook published by CRC to account for the curvature of the Earth. Section 162.5 says, and it goes on to tell you what it says in the book.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, just like in the surveyor's book, if you were to go take a course in it and go learn, it will say in there that you account for the curvature of the Earth. And then you go talk to a surveyor that's actually out there on the ground, on the field, and like, hey, so how many times have you used it? And they're like, we never do that. We never take account for curvature.
dude, you know who else said that? QE. Because there was a gyroscopic theodolite that Owlishness brought in that one time with their evidence. Remember that? I don't know if you were here for that PDF, but she dropped
Uh-uh.
it wasn't a PDF. It was a some kind of thing that was showing like what the military engineers are using in this handbook, and it was like I think Army or something that were using this gyroscopic theodolite to be able
Mhm.
to measure level.
Oh
But
yeah, I was there that night.
were you
Yeah.
there? Remember?
Yeah.
She brought that in there as evidence, but QE was like, nobody looks at those things." Like he's like, I
Yeah.
guarantee you, it's because he said, "Is it an FM or something?" His field manual, and the other one's I don't know. AI might know it, the term that he used, but he's like, nobody looks at those. Like you can ask anybody that's like out there, they're not going to use these. Like they don't. Just like you're saying basically the same thing. It's like, so why is it in there,
Right.
Apocryphon? Why
Yeah.
do you think it's why what would you
It's
think?
like I said, it's because we live in a world that they're lying to you about everything in the sense of what is actually going on, and they keep us trapped here on this earth, in this known earth that we we know as continents and whatnot. So throwing in, we account for curvature of the earth to make it a ball is part of the indoctrination and part of the brainwashing, part of the lie, part because then you have people that read that and be like, "Oh yeah, that's right. It's a ball hurling through space, right?" So it goes hand in hand. It makes sense that it would be in somewhere in literature, in educational books, in textbooks, in manuals. Makes sense. But like I said, but you never use that. You never are using these guidelines for it to be a curve. Even when the McToons and FTFEs, when they say like, oh, these guys, the geodetic surveyors, they have to do it, and they have to have the spherical access, and they have take a medium and a number. The problem with that is that they too are also not finding curvature. They're just measuring what they're measuring, and then they're applying it to a model which would be curved, and which makes sense why there would be excess, because in their formula it will give them fucking like an excess. It's interesting. It's really interesting.
Well, we
Just
got
all lies.
people like Flat Level Water, who's an architect. You'd imagine that in his field of work that he would come across something where designing things would have to take into account some sort of curvature when you think about structures that are going to get built, or all this information needs to be something that's super important if the Earth is a globe, right? I mean,
Right.
if there is this measured curvature that we're going to have to account for, it would be definitely something you would have to think about, right? If the Earth
Right.
was curving like they say it is, like there's no way that you could get plumb level straight just by uh, going over the surface of a curve. It's no way.
Right. One thing that I'm actually going to do. What's today? Tuesday. I'm going to call up my old superintendent, and I'm going to have him give me the connection to who would know, who would say it. Maybe because a lot of Globers don't respect certain people that say this is what was and how it works. So I'm gonna try to get the main architect, the main company that provided the plans for us to build, even though, by the way, in all the plans was all plumb level square, nothing about curvature. But I'm gonna try to get a hold of the company from the general contractor, whoever they used, and I'm gonna ask him specifically if he could shoot something to me in regards to. I mean, I know he doesn't have it because I saw all the prints, but I just want to know, like, show me where you accounted for curvature. There you go. That's what I'm going to tell him.
Bro, hold on a second. Check this out. If everything's plumb level square according to the plan, expecting you to build it plumb level square in each location, correct?
I'm sorry. I was reading something. What'd you say?
So the whole plan is plumb level square, right? So all points that you see on the plans are coordinated to each other, plumb level square, right? And grid formation.
Right.
So you can get direct measures, use your little rule, know how far apart it is, or read the legend, whatever. So if that's the case, then that means if you're here at the beginning, you're doing plumb level square. Then you go there to the end. On the other side of the plants, it's plumb level square. So they would have to be mitigating the curvature into plumb level square on the builder's end.
Right.
Okay, so they would have to transform the structure by warping it into plumb level square coordinate system. Okay,
Right.
do you follow me? There would need to be a transform applied. Okay, so I guarantee you, he is not going to tell you, yes, I applied a curvature transform to convert the curved design into plumb level square. It's not going to happen. And I'll tell you why it's not going to happen. Because of invariability. It's that simple. The amount of variability over the entire structure will mitigate any of that alleged curvature that's supposed to be designed into it. Because look at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Their only hope and claim is that the tippity top of the towers are 1 5/8 inches apart. And they're using steel and concrete, thermal expansion that varies throughout the year by 11 feet. So the variability is irrelevant. The construction techniques they have to build something like that isn't even going to function. It's a pipe dream.
Well, in regards to what you just said, just kind of like confirming that, that's a good point. Like, imagine engineers are planning everything plumb level square. That's why I use that reference. How many toothpicks on a level does it take to make it curve into, to make it curve at all? And mathematically and even, realistically, or practically, should I say, you'll never get anything to be curving when you're building it level. That's just a fact. I don't know why these guys, like, what happened to their brains, but we don't have curved levels, or curved torpedoes, or curved, whether they're 3 foot, 4 foot, or 8 foot. We don't have curved sticks. And I don't know what they don't. I don't know why they can't grasp that. It's really weird to me.
Well, another thing too is you got to imagine that you'd think there'd be an AutoCAD feature to just press a button, apply curve, and there's not that feature in AutoCAD. You know what I mean? I'd be laughed out the
Right.
door if I said, "Yeah, I went ahead and applied curve to this." They'd be like, "What are you doing?"
No, you should do that one time. You should say, "Hey, I noticed that AutoCAD doesn't have the curvature transform to coordinate spherical coordinates to plumb level square coordinates. So I just went
Right.
ahead and invented my own transform, and here's the blueprint." And you give them blueprints that are splayed out in a radial fashion. And you say, "Yeah, you can go ahead and build this bullshit," and they'll be like, "What? How do I even freaking use this, you dumbass?"
Right. You know what's interesting is one time one of these globers, they're like, still we build it bent. That's what he said. That was his claim. And it makes me laugh because we have literally sent back, a delivery because I don't know if it was because the steel was on their yard for it on a hanging, like left and right was lower, so it allowed the steel to bend and curve to have some camber in it. But we didn't need camber. We needed, we weren't building something in that application. We needed it horizontally flat. So we literally had to send back pieces of steel, half the truckload, if you will. And I think it's because the way they had it, or maybe they just sent the wrong still. I don't know, but I remember it fucking was all bent. We're like, dude, we can't hang with that. What the fuck?
Yeah, so you bring up a good point. Like I mentioned earlier about the towers are just going to be erected plumb, and it's the parts between them that are going to need to be engineered differently. So if they claim there's an inch and 5/8 out, then how are they gonna engineer the parts to mitigate that inch and 5/8 over the thousands of feet? Are they
Right.
going to cut them at an angle ever so slightly, or are they just going to fit them together when they're both parts are at thermal equilibrium, so they fit and they can bolt them together or rivet them together, or whatever fastening method they use? And then the mitigation is just going to do itself. Like every joint is going to be slightly out. They don't even need to cut the steel differently. Now, if that's the case, there's no way to validate their stupid claim because there'd be no part of the bridge that is engineered any differently than if it was just plumb and level.
Right. Yep.
Unless these retards are going to show me a micrometer of angle cut into each piece that mitigates that inch and 5/8 splay over the distance. Hey, look how you're starting to see how ludicrous this claim really is.
Right. Well, they'll tell you that over a few miles that it's so small that you have to even angle it, but you can get curvature. And I'm like, dude, are you kidding me, bro? Like, you guys, we could build for 50 miles and it's gonna be plumb level square. Nothing's gonna be curving, bro. Nothing. Never will, dude. But it's just a lie. It's part of the lie, and they're stuck on it. They
Yeah,
can't
because
break from it.
technically and practically from piece to piece, the variance is so slight that it doesn't even need to be taken into account.
Right. Right. These guys are funny, man.
So it makes it hard. It makes it hard for them to prove their claim. And that's why when Homeboy came to rescue Homeboy 1, Homeboy 2 just basically repeated the claim in a slightly different way. It's like, hold on, friend, I'll repeat this claim, and then they'll understand that the claim is the evidence itself.
Right. Hey, that's a good point. The picture that old dude just posted. Like, see how the bridge is curved, but the water's straight across. That's a perfect fucking example because the reason why, and that's so stupid. Sometimes they bring up other bridges too that are curved, and they're like, "Look, you can see it curved." It's like, dude, are you fucking retarded? They go up over the water, like going on a hill. Like it's a like what can you? That doesn't mean the bridge is fucking bending for the fucking.
Well, dude, bro, the land on one side of the bridge is about the same height as the land on the other side of the bridge. So the bridge
Right.
needs to touch both parts of land, but it needs to be high in the center so the boats can go through.
Right, exactly. And they think they'll see a picture like that and they'll be like, "Oh, see, look at the bridge is curving like the Earth." It's like, are you fucking retarded? So is this Earth like a fucking going to only hold like the city of New York, and that's it? Like the whole fucking world is because that's how much it's curved. Like if it's curved that much, that's a really really small ball Earth right that you got going. They don't even realize it. Oh, it's real funny. That's I'm gonna keep that picture. That's a really good picture. There you go. And then optically, it even looks like the towers are like, but it's just an optical illusion because the bend in the middle, uh, the up and down in the middle makes them look curved. But it's one of those optical illusions where you think it's one thing, but then like they take like a square and they're like, do you know that square is the same size as this square, but there one clearly looks bigger,
I just need
but
to
it's
grab something right there. No problem. Thank you.
a really good picture. An optical illusion. The playing on their eyes. Shh. Hold on. Where's Crit at? Be right back.
So check it out, homies. It's a documentary from Brazil. Brazilians got a lot of flat earthers, by the way. They got a lot of beautiful women too. So if you're looking for a flat earther wife, maybe you should try Brazil. But anyway, they did this documentary. It's called Convex Earth. It's essentially a type of flat Earth version, not a sphere Earth, obviously. Part of the thing in that documentary was the team went out and used this idea that the buildings are canted to each other because of splayed angles to the center radial of the big giant ball, right? And they measured the tops of buildings from building to building, and they found no variance sufficient with the ball, right? So if they measured the tip tops of buildings that should be, if they're erected plumb, canted to each other, but they found that they weren't, what would be the Glober's excuse for that evidence? Any guesses? Well, the Glober would say, oh, well, their measurement methodology was wrong. Or they would say, oh, well, maybe the construction. Go ahead.
Refraction.
Refraction. Maybe. But yeah, but anyway, it'd be that there's something mitigating the measurement, or the fact that the buildings, yes, the buildings are actually splayed out on a curved surface, but the nature of the way in which they built the buildings that they measured meant that they actually weren't perfectly plumb, right? So the tops don't actually accurately represent the angles to the center, right? So if you could just choose when and where they do or don't match, then how could you ever prove your claim that any of these bridge towers are actually splayed out because of engineering, because of the curve of the earth? You couldn't. So you basically put yourself in just a unfalsifiable claim position where you just repeat your claim ad infinitum and you never have a way to validate that it's true. Yeah, so when these homeboys, they'll tell you about this bridge, and I ask for the methodology of how the electric curve was employed. You know, they might say, oh, well, you know, the plans say that you erect the towers plumb in this location, and this location. And then you engineer the parts by putting an angle on them. You know, each part has to be cut at a specific angle. You know, something like that. When I ask, you know, like what methodology? Or they might say, well, the bridges had to be built at this camp, and then once they're under counter tension, then they'll be plumbed because they'll be plumbed this much degrees by the weight of the steel. So you don't have to cut the steel. You know, all these types of things that are actually practical methodologies, not just saying, well, here it says, you know, that the Earth is this radius, and therefore the location this far apart would have a plumb line that diverges at this rate, therefore they're this far apart. It's like, no, bro. That's not a methodology. That's just repeating the same claim over and over again. Now, listen, somebody might say, oh, well, you're just repeating the same critique over and over again. Well, yeah, I'm not the dumbass that keeps coming into Flat Earth servers with alleged bridges that are curved and just no way to validate it and just repeating a claim ad infinitum. So I got to repeat this critique as many times as there's Globers that keep popping out of the hole to say the same nonsense. Same with Eratosthenes, right? We gotta deal with Eratosthenes ad infinitum because people haven't got it through their heads yet that that's doesn't prove anything.
for counters.